Qing Yun was originally an ordinary alien in the post-apocalyptic world, running around for a living every day, not only worrying about 3 meals a day, but also dealing with zombie attacks. However, when she opens her eyes again, she realizes that she has traveled to ancient times and is in the middle of a road to escape the famine, with a demented husband by her side. What's even trickier is that in this era the Tatars are rampant, horse bandits are rampant, stragglers are fleeing everywhere, wild beasts are everywhere, and there are crises everywhere. However, Qing Yun, with her hand on the 100 billion material space and powerful psychic abilities brought about by the end of the world, appeared to be at ease in the face of all this. Soon, the villagers of the Shen family village realized that following Qing Yun would not only avoid all kinds of disasters, but would even allow them to eat meat all the time. After the situation stabilized a little, Qing Yun began to open up land and planting in the desolate desert north, promoting new crops, building a brewery and running a school. Her efforts gradually attracted a large number of people who had fled the desert to come and settle in the north of the desert, and the north of the desert was revitalized from then on. And that once demented husband, unexpectedly returned to normal, the identity is gradually revealed. He is the Desert King's long-lost son. With the rise of the Desert King and the unification of the Great Zhou, Qing Yun also logically became the queen of a country, standing at the pinnacle of power and glory. And at that moment, in an abandoned deserted village, the firelight jumped, and several horse bandits were surrounding the fire. "Big brother, which one shall we open the pot first? The female is tender, and the male is meaty." A small follower grinned with a hint of madness in his eyes. The leading horse bandit leader's gaze lingered on the fainting woman on the ground for a moment, then swept a glance at the lean, dull-eyed man next to him, his face full of calculation. "The woman first, the man has more meat, save it for tomorrow to give the brothers a taste." "Don't eat my daughter-in-law, eat me! Eat me first!" The man scrambled to his feet in a panic, his tone anxious, his voice ruptured with a hint of helplessness. TSK, I didn't realize that fools have feelings." The little follower laughed even more wildly. The horse bandit leader narrowed his eyes and smiled grimly. "There's no rush, wait until you're underground and you can still continue to be husband and wife. No one can run away." The little followers were instructed to nimbly set up pots and boil water, ready to cook the 2-legged sheep. They didn't have a single worry in their hearts, these people in front of them were just fillers in their stomachs. Just then, Qing Yun woke up leisurely, and the movement in her ears brought her back to her senses for a moment. Then, a wave of unfamiliar yet familiar information flooded into her mind. She crosses over. Qing Yun, a post-apocalyptic alien, has just been killed in a battle with a zombie king, and in an instant she finds herself in a strange ancient world. In her previous life, she was a survivor who awakened her powers after the end of the world, and was just about to carry out her last rescue mission when she was killed by a zombie king, not realizing that all of this would be a new beginning for her. She realized that the original owner of this body was likewise named Qing Yun, the first eldest daughter of the governor of Yizhou and the Great Zhou Kingdom. 3 months ago, she was taken by kidnappers, disfigured and sold to Liuzhou, where she became the daughter-in-law of Shen, the foolish son of a small village. Qing Yun's fingers gently caressed the hideous scar on her face. Her heart was not half afraid, and she even sighed in relief. This era of more than just war was vicious, but it was nothing compared to the zombie-surrounded post-apocalyptic world. The horse bandits continued their work, not realizing that their prey had awakened. Qing Yun secretly checked her post-apocalyptic space, and with a thought, a sharp dagger instantly appeared in her hand. The corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that the doomsday space had traveled over with her. It was her killer weapon and her capital to gain a foothold in this chaotic world. The horse bandits' young henchmen approached her and untied the ropes from her feet, not realizing the danger that was coming. Just as the horse bandits' little follower bent down and prepared to undo the restraints on her hands, Qing Yun struck out like lightning, the dagger slashing across his throat with pinpoint accuracy. The action was done in a single motion, without any delay. The horse bandit's little follower's body froze violently, his eyes glaring round, but he couldn't make any sound as blood spurted out. The body of the horse bandit's little follower fell to the ground with a loud bang, startling the other horse bandits to turn their heads in unison to look this way. "You!" The leading horse bandit was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate little girl in front of him was so ruthless. "There's something wrong with this bitch! Brothers, go!" At the order of the horse bandit leader, the remaining horse bandits immediately encircled from all sides. However, before they could get close, Qing Yun's figure suddenly disappeared in place. "Where are the people?" The horse bandit leader was shocked, his eyes swept around. "Wicked, this see ghosts?" Just in the instant the horse bandit leader turned around, Qing Yun had quietly appeared behind him, and with a flash of the dagger, the horse bandit leader's neck was slit like his companion's, blood spurting wildly as he instantly collapsed to the ground. None of the next few horse bandits lasted more than 3 seconds. As if she was a ghost, Qing Yun shuttled back and forth in their field of vision, her hands rising and falling with clean movements. The experience of decapitating zombies in the post-apocalyptic world was on full display at this moment. When the last horse bandit fell, the entire deserted village reverted to dead silence, with only the fire still splintering. Qing Yun gasped slightly, her forehead already oozing fine beads of sweat. Despite the supernatural power, this body of the original owner was just too weak, and she could feel that her stamina was nearing its limit. "Daughter-in-law! Daughter-in-law is so powerful! Killed the bad guy!" Qing Yun witnessed the whole process, his eyes shining like a child who saw Superman, excitedly patting the ground, trying to applaud her. Qing Yun smiled helplessly and walked over to help Qing Yun untie his hands and feet. Qing Yun immediately jumped into her arms and hugged her tightly, his voice carrying childlike aggression. "Daughter-in-law, I'm so afraid, they're so fierce, they still want to eat you." Qing Yun was embraced by this sudden embrace made some embarrassed. In her previous life, she is more than 30 years old. Senior leftover women. This moment by Qing Yun, this big fool a hug, actually borne some shyness. However, she did not take Qing Yun's behavior seriously. Although his mind was like a child's, his protectiveness and dependence was real. "All right, don't be afraid, the horse bandits have all been taken care of by me." Qing Yun patted his shoulder and comforted him. Qing Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then he aggressively touched his stomach. "Daughter-in-law, I'm hungry." "I'm hungry too." Qing Yun looked up and looked around, calculating in her mind. The two had already fled for a day and a night without eating. If they didn't replenish their strength in time, they were afraid that they would have to starve to death in this deserted village before the Tatar army came. "Sangha, wait for me, I'll go look for food." Qing Yun smiled at Qing Yun. When the end of the world came, she had hoarded countless supplies, and later on, she relied on her supernatural ability to collect more in the ruins. In addition to food and supplies, there were even quite a few hot weapons hidden in the space, only right now these things were temporarily unused. As soon as Qing Yun heard that Qing Yun was going to leave, he immediately clutched the corner of her coat like a child, and said with a worried face, "Daughter-in-law, don't go, it's dangerous, we can't separate." Qing Yun looked at him like this, her heart was helpless and warm. She coaxed softly, "Okay, I'm not leaving, I'll just go see if there's any food in those horse bandits' luggage, okay?" Only then did Qing Yun nod obediently, and let go of her. The horse bandits had left behind a few packages. Qing Yun knew that these horse bandits had even captured and eaten people, so it was unlikely that there was food in the luggage. As expected, she didn't find any food in the package, but some gold and silver. A dozen taels of gold and over 100 taels of silver, this money could buy quite a few supplies on the way to escape. Qing Yun nonchalantly put the money bag into her own space, and in her heart, she was secretly glad that although there were enough supplies in the doomsday space, this silver would definitely come in handy later. When rummaging through the package, she also found a letter and a token, but she had little interest in these things and put them away in space together. There were a few pieces of clothing, and she casually collected a few thicker garments. Autumn was already here, and these clothes would always come in handy when it was cold. After dealing with these, Qing Yun pulled out 2 large steaming meat buns from the space and returned to Qing Yun's side to hand them to him. "Sire, eat!" As soon as Qing Yun saw the white flour buns, his eyes immediately lit up like stars. On the way to escape the famine, they basically hadn't eaten anything good, not to mention buns, even a full meal was hard to come by. However, he didn't start immediately, but handed the bun back to Qing Yun. "Daughter-in-law, eat!" His clear eyes were filled with concern and tenderness, which warmed Qing Yun's heart. She knew that although Qing Yun, this stupid husband, was not very good in the head, He had always been unreservedly good to her. Qing Yun smiled and shoved 2 large meat buns into Xing Yan's hand. You eat it, I still have it. After saying this, she took out 2 more meat buns from the space and ate them herself, signaling that Xing Yan didn't need to worry. Seeing that she also had something to eat, Xing Yan then felt at ease and began to eat in large mouthfuls. Xing Yan ate especially fast, swallowing 2 large meat buns into his stomach within a few bites, a satisfied smile on his face. Daughter-in-law, these meat buns are so delicious! Qing Yun took small bites while smiling and responding. If it's delicious, eat more. Although Xing Yan ate happily, he obviously didn't eat enough. He glanced at the bun in Qing Yun's hand and hesitated, but shook his head and said, I'm full, daughter-in-law, you eat. Qing Yun of course saw what he was thinking. She smiled and fished out 4 more poached eggs from her space. Come on, have some more, we'll have 2 each. Xing Yan still wanted to refuse. Leave it to your daughter-in-law, I'm not hungry. Qing Yun hurriedly pacified him. Eat, there's still a lot of good food in the horse bandits package, no need to save. Only after hearing her say this did Xing Yan take the eggs and peel them slowly. By the time he had eaten the 2 eggs, his stomach finally stopped rumbling. Qing Yun finished the food in her hand and took out a water sack and handed it to Xing Yan. Although this water capsule was taken from the horse bandits, she had already cleaned it, and the water inside was from the spiritual spring water in her space. Spirit spring water was not only sweet, but it could also help restore physical strength, which couldn't be better for the 2 of them in their current situation. Xing Yan took the water capsule and gulped down a few large mouthfuls, and when he finished, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at her. Daughter-in-law, this water is so sweet. Qing Yun smiled and nodded. Drink more if you like. But Xing Yan shook his head and handed the water sack back to her. Daughter-in-law, drink too. Qing Yun took the water capsule and drank a few mouthfuls as well. The spirit spring water was indeed incredibly sweet, and it also carried a refreshing coolness. After drinking it, she could clearly feel that her physical strength was rapidly recovering. The night was getting thicker and thicker, the firelight in the deserted village reflected all around, and the roar of wild animals came faintly. Qing Yun knew in her heart that she couldn't be careless tonight. She found some dry firewood and surrounded the fire in all directions to disperse the approaching beasts. Go to sleep, she said softly to Xing Yan. Only then did Xing Yan lie down with peace of mind, leaning against Qing Yun's side and soon letting out a soft snore. His sleeping face was serene and carefree, like a child without worries. Qing Yun looked at him with mixed feelings in her heart. Although Xing Yan was stupid, his reliance and concern for her was genuine, and with him, Qing Yun felt that she had an additional responsibility on her shoulders. She tucked in the thin quilt over both of them and closed her eyes as well. However, even as she fell asleep, her nerves remained on high alert. Habits developed over the years of her post-apocalyptic life kept her on alert at all times, and any breeze could wake her up in an instant. Between such half-dreams and half-awakenings, Qing Yun's mind kept surfacing some of the original master's memories, especially this experience of fleeing from the famine. The Shin family is a large family, with 5 sons and 3 daughters, and a large population. The eldest brother Xing, the second brother Xing Yi, the third brother Xing Yan, and the fourth brother Xing Bin, except for Xing Bin who is not yet married, the other brothers all have families. This large family, along with others in the village, worked together and escaped one disaster after another. It was because of the large number of people that they were able to escape safely all the way from Liuzhou to where they are now. Unfortunately, this time, during the conflict with the stragglers, she and Xing Yan were separated from their families. At this time, the Shin family's large troop was camping at the foot of the mountain not far outside the city. Since many people have been separated from their relatives, the 2 village chiefs have discussed the situation and decided to wait here for 2 days to see if they can meet up with their lost family members. If they couldn't wait, they would have to continue southward and try to reach a safe town as soon as possible. After all, the Tatars may hit at any time, and the Shin family cannot delay for too long. In order to buy time, people in the fleeing party were sent out to look for lost family members, hoping for good news. Late at night, Xing Yan, Shin's third brother, and Xing Bin, his fourth brother, returned from outside with a heavy look, obviously not finding anyone. As soon as Shin's mother Zhang saw them, her heart tightened and she anxiously asked, Lao San, Lao Si, didn't you find Lao Wu and his family? Qing Yun and Shinbin looked at each other and shook their heads guiltily. Today we only looked nearby, Mother. Tomorrow we will go to a place farther away. The fifth brother and the fifth sibling will definitely be fine. They spoke confidently, but their hearts felt vaguely uneasy. The treacherous road to escape, Xing Yan's intellectual problems, and Du Qingyun's delicate figure all made their hearts uneasy. Zhang understood in her heart, tears came to her eyes and she couldn't help but whimper. Other family members can only comfort her, Shin family atmosphere more and more dull. This night, the Shin family is destined to have no sleep. Gu Qingyun, however, slept soundly. The surrounding area was silent, and only Xing Yan's even breathing accompanied her. When the fish belly broke, Gu Qingyun woke up and felt almost rested. She decided to wake up Xing Yan, eat breakfast and then hurry to find the large troop. The two of them had been separated for so long, and Xin's family must have been worried sick. Although Xing Yan had some intellectual deficiencies, the Xin family's favor for him as well as their concern for her was unquestionable. In order for them to stop worrying, they had to be found as soon as possible. Gu Qingyun checked what the horse bandits had left behind, packed up the money and clothes, and brought along a few water bladders. She also found a few horses and thought to herself that horses were a valuable resource that had to be put to good use. She put the horses away in space, thinking that even if she didn't ride them, they could be used as rations. Horse bandits naturally could not do without weapons, and a few pairs of bows and arrows and a few large knives were also good for hunting and self-defense. On the way to escape, the more weapons you have, the more you can enhance your ability to defend yourself. After tidying everything up, Gu Qingyun took out a steaming roast chicken from the space and pushed Xing Yan, who was still asleep. Looking at his innocent sleeping face, her heart was filled with pity, and after hesitating for a while, she still decided to wake him up. Xing Yan, get up and eat, we'll go find father and mother and them after eating. Xing Yan rubbed his bleary eyes and called out in a low voice. Daughter-in-law. Gu Qingyun shoved the chicken leg into his hands. Eat it. Is this from the bad guys? Xing Yan looked at the roasted chicken, surprise showing in his eyes. Yes, it's the bad guys, let's hurry up and eat, we'll have the strength to catch up only after we're full. Gu Qingyun smiled, pulling down another chicken leg and gnawing on it. When Xing Yan saw his daughter-in-law eat, he no longer hesitated and followed along with a big bite. The steaming hot roasted chicken was undoubtedly an excellent and delicious meal in the years of fleeing the famine. A pheasant was quickly split cleanly between them, and Xing Yan even burped loudly, a satisfied smile on his face. Gu Qingyun fed him some more spirit spring water, and the two of them were ready to go. After setting out, they encountered a few scattered fleeing refugees on the way. Gu Qingyun and Xing Yan both held long knives in their hands, and although they didn't look inconspicuous, they were at least able to make people fearful and avoid being mobbed. Along the way, Gu Qingyun saw a succession of tragic scenes, and even the situation of easy to eat. This kind of scene was thought to be seen only in the end of the world, but I did not expect that it would also appear in this era without zombies. With a wave of revulsion in her heart, she clenched her teeth and continued to travel south with Xing Yan. After walking for 2 hours, Gu Qingyun suddenly heard shouts from the distance. Fifth brother, fifth sister! She stopped in her tracks, and two figures flashed before her eyes, which were Xing Yan and Shinbin. The men of the Shin family went out to search for their families, however, the others stayed behind as the women, children, and elderly needed protection. You guys came! Xing Yan was so excited to see her third and fourth brothers that she almost cried out. I thought we had gotten separated and couldn't see each other. His voice was tinged with childish sobs, his eyes reddened and a few tears came to his eyes. Xing Yan and Shinbin also felt heartbroken. Xing Yan hurriedly comforted. Fifth brother is not afraid, it's all because fourth brother came late. Xing Yan wiped away his tears and hurriedly said. Third brother, my daughter-in-law and I were almost eaten by bad people. When Xing Yan and Shinbin heard this, their faces couldn't help but feel a wave of tension. Knowing that Xing Yan had problems with his intellect, and fearing that he would not be able to make things clear, the two turned their heads to Gu Qingyun, wanting to hear her explanation. Gu Qingyun had intended to be frank and honest, so she briefly described the matter of the horse bandits they had encountered after they had gotten separated. How did you and fifth brother escape from the horse bandits? Xing Yan frowned and asked with concern. I killed them. Gu Qingyun spoke lightly, as if she had done something insignificant. What? Qing Yun and Qing Yun were both dumbstruck in disbelief. I've learned Kung Fu. In fact, I've never told you guys about it because I was afraid that you'd think I'm strange. Qing Yun continued. When I encountered this kind of danger, I didn't feel the need to hide it anymore. She knew that sooner or later she would need to use these Kung Fu skills on this road to escape the dangers. Instead of hiding them, it would be better to simply show them, especially when facing her family. Qing Yun and Qin Bin looked at each other in disbelief at this matter. The fifth sibling knew Kung Fu and had even killed several horse bandits. Just imagining it made their hearts pound. Qin Bin had practiced martial arts since he was a child, but in the face of vicious horse bandits, relying on his punching and kicking skills alone was definitely not enough. At this moment, his eyes were filled with admiration and worship as he looked at Qing Yun. Qing Yun was a bit unable to stand Qin Bin's adoring eyes and hurriedly changed the subject. This is something I took from the horse bandits. We're not losing out on this wave. Only then did Qing Yun and Qin Bin notice that Qing Yun and Qing Yun were each carrying a large package. To them, robbing something from a civilian might be too much in their hearts, but robbing it from a horse bandit, that didn't have an ounce of guilt. The two brothers only felt that Qing Yun was just too powerful. To be able to kill horse bandits, and still dare to rob them was beyond brave. Not to mention women, even men might not be able to do this. I also searched a dozen taels of gold, and over 100 taels of silver. Qing Yun continued to add. Qing Yun and Qin Bin were so shocked that they almost fell over when they heard this. Their minds were filled with all that glittering gold and silver, and they didn't have time to think about why Qing Yun knew Kung Fu. With so much money at once, they would be able to buy some food on their way to escape the famine. The Shin family had brought some rations with them when they left the village, but they were consumed quickly on the way, especially after encountering the stragglers, and a lot of rations were lost. It was still a long way from the capital and Yinzhou, and the remaining grain wouldn't last there at all. Money is indispensable if you want to buy grain. The money that Qing Yun had snatched from the horse bandits this time had really solved the Shin family's immediate need. Qin Bin said happily. Fifth brother, fifth sister, then let's go back quickly. You're safe and sound, and you also robbed so much money, your parents will definitely be happy. Qin Yun concurred. Right, go back quickly, or the family is still worried. Other things to wait to go back, anyway, there's no hurry in this moment. So Qin Yun and Qin Bin helped carry the package together, with Qing Yun and Qin Yun following closely behind. The four of them walked for nearly an hour and finally met up with the large group. From afar, Qin's sister-in-law Wang Zhaodi saw Qin Yun, Qin Bin, and Qin Yun and Qing Yun following behind them. Wang Zhaodi has a big personality and a big voice. Seeing Qin Yun and Qing Yun safe and sound, immediately jumped up from the ground, excitedly rushed to Qin's father, and Zhang shouted, Father, mother, the fifth brother and fifth sibling came back safely. When Zhang heard, her heart shook, hurriedly followed the direction of Wang Zhaodi's finger to see. Sure enough, Qin Yun and Qing Yun returned safely. She was so excited that she quickly stepped forward. Tears came to her eyes. Yenner, you scared my mother to death. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. The rest of the Qin family also came forward, calling out, Fifth brother, fifth sibling, fifth uncle, fifth aunt. Seeing this, Qin's father, hurriedly asked Qin Yun and Qin Bin, Where did you find old Five and old Five's daughter-in-law? Qin Yun pulled Qin's father's hand and lowered his voice. Father, let's talk more slowly. Qin's heart tightened, understanding that his son had something to say, presumably something inconvenient for others to know. Thus, the Qin family members all sat down, deliberately keeping a distance from the others in the village. What's going on? Qin asked in a deep voice. Qin Yun then told the story one by one. Qin family members were stunned after hearing this, feeling that this story was simply like a myth, unbelievable. Qing Yun knew Kung Fu and was able to kill the horse bandits. This was simply unimaginable to them. But there was no need to lie about such a thing. Qin's family felt a kind of gratitude after the robbery, grateful that Qing Yun knew Kung Fu, or else Qin Yun might have died at the hands of the horse bandits, or even had no bones left in his body. It's really God's blessing that we were lucky enough to buy this daughter-in-law from the hands of a dentist. Mother Qin murmured, her eyes filled with gratitude. Qing Yun gave the loot obtained from the horse bandits to Qin's family, keeping a pair of bows and arrows and a long knife for herself. She also quietly took out some food from her space and prepared her supplies. A jar of salt. Salt was a necessity on the road to escape, you couldn't do without it. If she didn't eat salt, her body would have no strength, so how could she continue her journey? She remembered that the Shin family was almost out of salt, and this jar of salt was just the right amount to replenish. She also took 2 pieces of bacon, some dry food cakes, and a packet of white sugar and a packet of milk sugar. These are secondary. The main thing is that more than 100 taels of silver and a dozen or so taels of gold, which gave the Shin family shocked. Shin's father trembled as he shoved the money to Qing Yun and said seriously, "Old Fifth family, it's better for you to keep this money. You got the money from the horse bandits, and you also know Kung Fu, it's safest to keep it." Qing Yun didn't be polite with Shin's father and took the money, actually putting it into her space. "Okay, father, if you need to use the money, talk to me, I'll bring it to you." Shin's father replied with a shaky voice. Qing Yun and Xinyan are safe and sound, and got a lot of things from the horse bandits. It is considered a blessing in disguise. The Shin family's dull atmosphere has eased a bit. However, the mood of other separated family members is still steeped in sadness. At noon, the Shin family's meal was corn porridge with wild vegetables. On the way to escape the famine, food was in short supply, and everyone would stop by to look for some wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Such food is naturally not good, but in times of war, it's good to have enough to eat, so where's the room to be picky? Qing Yun felt a bit unable to eat, so she ate slightly less, and then secretly replenished herself from space. The rest of the Shin family was not easy to fool, but the foolish husband Xinyan was easy to fool. She took the opportunity to peel a candy for Xinyan and put it in his mouth. The sugar can replenish the energy to have the strength to continue the journey. But hiding and stuffing Xinyan with food like this was always limited. She thought it would be best to go into the mountains to hunt and replenish the entire Shin family. After lunch, the 2 village chiefs of the fleeing team discussed the itinerary, and decided that they could not delay any longer and had to leave in the afternoon. The Tatars could attack at any time, so the quicker they hurried the better. After deliberation, the village chiefs notified the people of the villages, and the Shin family did not have any objections to departing in the afternoon because they had all the people. Those who hadn't found their families yet could only put away their sorrow and reload. If they didn't leave, separating from the army would only be a dead end. The Shin family pushed a total of 3 carts containing their luggage and food. Shin elder brother, Shin second brother, and Shin third brother each pushed one, and the carts were piled with various necessities. Fourth brother Shin, on the other hand, was carrying 2 heavy burdens, responsible for transporting some heavy things. The women, children, and old people were not carrying burdens, but everyone was more or less carrying something on their backs and holding in their hands some of the items used to make ends meet. Xinyan looked at Qing Yun with heartache, and when he saw her carrying the basket, he hurriedly said, "Daughter-in-law, why don't I help you carry it?" Qing Yun shook her head. "No, I can carry it." Xinyan had no choice but to stop and follow her obediently, silently accompanying her. The group fleeing the famine was large, and the 2 villages together totaled several hundred people. The more people there were, the safer they were. After all, when there were fewer people, the stragglers saw that they were easy to bully and would often loot the supplies. The Shin and Zhao villages were able to get to where they are today by virtue of their large number of people and unity. This time they set out, the 2 village chiefs discussed and decided to take the mountain road. Although the official road is flat, the danger is higher, the stragglers are all over the place. If they encounter robbery again like last time, it will be a big trouble. Originally, we do not have much food. If robbed, may not even be able to reach the capital or Yinzhou, will have to starve to death on the road. Although the mountain road is difficult to walk, may encounter wild beasts and other dangers, but compared with the hearts of the people, the beasts are rather more acceptable. In this fleeing team, there were several hunters, and it was much safer for everyone to get together and deal with them carefully than on the official road. After experiencing the strong robbery by the stragglers, the villagers all had some lingering fear in their hearts, and they all had no objections to the village chief's arrangement. Qing Yun felt happy to see that she could take the mountain path instead. Although the mountains were dangerous, they were rich in supplies, and hunting and picking wild fruits and wild vegetables could save a lot of food expenses. The village chiefs of the 2 villages had also taken this into consideration when they chose to take the mountain road. The fleeing party set out and walked for 3 or 4 hours. The trail was rugged, the walk was a burst of foot pain, and the straw and cloth shoes worn by the villagers were poorly abrasion resistant, so many felt they could hardly hold out. "Village chief, can we stop and rest? I can't walk anymore." A faint cry came from a Xinjia village villager in her 50s. Her hair had turned white, and she looked like she was in her 70s. On the way to escape, women and the elderly suffered the most, unable to keep up with their physical strength. Fortunately, the villagers of Xinjia village are all good-hearted and united people, while many villages will simply abandon the elderly and children who are dragging their feet and flee on their own. Village Chief Shin frowned and said, "Everyone hold on a little longer, let's try not to delay. Rest before nightfall, the Tatars could hit us at any time, so try to hold on as long as you can." Once Village Chief Shin opened his mouth, everyone could only continue onward with a stiff upper lip. Qing Yun was worried that his little daughter-in-law was tired and turned his head to ask her, "Daughter-in-law, are you tired? Can you walk? Do you want me to carry you?" The concern that flowed from Qing Yun's clear eyes caused a certain soft spot in Qing Yun's heart to be touched. In the last few years, she had seen countless life and death battles, and her heart had long since become hardened, and there was no one who cared about her as much as Qing Yun did. "It's fine, I'm not tired." Qing Yun smiled and shook her head. "Then you must tell me when you're tired, I'll carry you," Qing Yun said doggedly. "Good." She nodded in agreement. Fleeing, the team walked for another hour. Twilight is gradually sinking in the west. The village chief said, "Stop the team camping." Everyone was immediately relieved, can finally rest. Shin family members began to divide up the labor. Shin father, Shin elder brother, and Shin second brother were responsible for setting up the tent. Mother Shin and third sister Shin made the beds and organized them. Mrs. Shinde and Mrs. Shin prepared to set up the pots and fires. Shin Sango is in charge of finding firewood. Shin Si is in charge of finding water. The kids, on the other hand, looked around to see if they could find some wild greens. The other fleeing families were more or less the same, except Qing Yun and Qing Yan, who became the idlers of the Shin family. The Shin family loved them and didn't let them work, but Qing Yun didn't intend to be idle. The mountains and forests were so big, there must be wild game. Even if there wasn't, she could take it out of her space. She carried her bow and arrow, grabbed her machete, and said to the Shin family, "I'll go see if I can find some wild game." Everyone knew that Qing Yun had kung fu, so there was nothing to worry about. Qing Yan, however, was still worried that it was dangerous for her to go out alone, and said sharply, "You can't go, I still have to protect you, just wait here." As he spoke, Qing Yan's eyes reddened, like an aggrieved child. Qing Yun's tone was soft. "Good boy Xianggong, wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Shin's mother, Zhang, followed suit and advised, "Yan is a good boy, your daughter-in-law is capable and can protect herself, you'll be dragging her down if you follow instead." Qing Yun thought for a moment before nodding his head and agreeing. Then, "That's fine. Daughter-in-law, you go and come back quickly. Old Five's family, be careful, shout if something happens, we'll go over when we hear it on our side," Zhang exhorted. "Okay, mother," Qing Yun answered and turned towards the deep mountains. She'd had average luck, searching for over 20 minutes without coming across a single edible game, but had picked some fruit that would be good to keep for dinner. Just as she was planning to get 2 rabbits out of her space, she suddenly heard a cry of alarm from not far away. Wild boars, several wild boars! Ah, help, help! Run! Everyone run!" In the mountains and forests, wild boars are abundant and very dangerous to encounter. The boars are large and have sharp tusks, so experienced hunters are afraid to see them, not to mention ordinary people. However, Qing Yun was excited. The appearance of wild boars meant that there was meat to eat, and more wild boars meant that more meat could be obtained. She quickly rushed in the direction the voice came from, when several hunters from the fleeing party joined her in the rush. But there were a large number of wild boars, and Qing Yun casually counted about 7 or 8 of them. If these wild boars rushed into the fleeing team, I'm afraid they would cause quite a few casualties. Several hunters became cautious when they saw so many wild boars. However, the night was getting darker, and the wild boars fled extremely fast, so it was not easy to chase them. Just as a wild boar was about to hit an 8 or 9-year-old child, Qing Yun's spatial ability kicked in, and she appeared above the wild boar with a swoosh. The machete in Qing Yun's hand stabbed down violently, and the boar's neck was instantly cut, blood spurting out wildly. This blow caused the boar to fall to the ground in response before it had time to hiss. Blood splattered everywhere, and Qing Yun's face was also stained with a few drops of blood. The villagers around her had their hearts hanging in their throats, staring at her with dull eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend how she had appeared out of nowhere. This woman! How did she do it? Some villagers were suspicious in their hearts. Maybe it's just bad vision at night and people are looking at it wrong? Anyway, it couldn't have been a ghost sighting. Watching Qing Yun deal with the wild boar with that easy and skillful look, the villagers were shocked, and even the experienced hunters realized how powerful she was. After Qing Yun finished solving this wild boar, she quickly picked up the little boy who was scared silly, then leaped and climbed up a nearby tree branch. She placed the little boy on top and earnestly instructed, "Stay well and don't move." After saying that, she continued to deal with the rest of the boars. This time, she did not use her spatial ability. If it wasn't an emergency situation, she wouldn't have exposed her ability in front of so many people. Coupled with the cover of the night, during the daytime, she wouldn't dare to make a big show of revealing her supernatural abilities. That would really be taken as a monster. After 7 years of end-of-life refining, Qing Yun's combat power could not be underestimated. Even without her psychic abilities, she was still agile, and with the bow and arrow in her hand and the large knife taking turns, it didn't take long for the wild boars in the mountain forest to be taken care of by her one by one. She counted, there were 11 in total. Qing Yun originally thought that there were only a few heads, but she didn't expect it to be a bumper crop. Each wild boar weighs about between 200 and 300 pounds, and if these wild boars were distributed to the entire fleeing team, each person would be able to share 7 or 8 pounds of meat, topping off quite a few rations. Moreover, this meat is more nutritious than the wild vegetable nests and fills the stomach better. The villagers, who had originally panicked, fell silent in shock when they saw Qing Yun destroy the wild boars head-to-head. When had this daughter-in-law of the Shen family village fool's family become so powerful? Previously, Qing Yun had attracted attention in the fleeing team, firstly, because Qing Yun was a fool and she was the fool's daughter-in-law, and secondly, because the striking scars on her face were a bit scary. The original owner came from a great lady, with a quiet and introverted character, and coupled with being suppressed by her stepmother, she was afraid of life and seldom talked to people. Therefore, in the fleeing team, except for Shen's family, she had almost no contact with other villagers. Now, everyone realized that she was also an expert. Qing Yun carried the little boy who had just been carried up the tree down again and said with a smile, "It's safe, go find your family. At night when children are at home, try not to run around in the mountains and forests." The little boy nodded heavily, looking relieved. At that moment, a middle-aged man came forward and took the little boy into his arms. Someone had just told him that his son had an accident on this side of the mountain forest and had encountered a wild boar attack. A big stone landed in his heart, and he thanked Qing Yun gratefully. "Lady Gu, thank you for saving my dog Egg." Hearing the name, Dog Egg, Qing Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. The child is quite cute, but the name, Dog Egg, is really a bit. However, the children of other people, she naturally will not say much. In the face of Zhao Dufu's gratitude, Qing Yun faintly answered, but her heart was slightly softened by this warm concern. The killing in the post-apocalyptic world had made her character cool, but the original owner's character was also introverted, and others wouldn't notice too much of a change in her. The original owner's physique was still weak, and after killing 11 wild boars, Qing Yun's footsteps became a little light as she said to the other villagers, "I'll help you out with the wild boars, so you guys help carry them back." After saying that, Qing Yun left a cold back and walked in the direction of the encamped site. The villagers who stood frozen in place came back to their senses. Just now, if there was no Qing Yun, they were afraid that their team would have suffered a dozen of wild boars' attacks and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Soon the villagers began to divide up the labor and carry the wild boar, preparing to move it back to the camp. Qing Yun had just arrived at the campsite when she bumped into Xing Yan's brothers who had rushed over. Just now, they had heard about the accident over in the mountains and knew that Qing Yun was there, and were afraid that something would happen to her, so they rushed over. In addition to Shen's family, a lot of other fleeing villagers had also come, all of them male members of the family, with weapons in their hands. Seeing Gu Qing Yun covered in blood and her face splattered with blood, Xun Yan was startled and hurriedly ran to Gu Qing Yun, his tone urgent. Daughter-in-law, where are you hurt? So much blood, ah. Xun Yan's voice with a sobbing tone, obviously frightened. Shin's father, Shin Dashin, also rushed forward and asked. Old fifth family, what happened to you? Where are you hurt? Fifth sibling, where are you hurt? Are you all right? The others also inquired. In the face of the foolish husband and the Shin family's concerned inquiries, Gu Qing Yun's heart suddenly warmed, so there were still people in this world who cared about her. In her previous life, she was orphaned and grew up in an orphanage without ever experiencing the warmth of family. It was only at this time that she realized that caring felt so good. I'm not hurt, it's the blood that spilled on me when I killed the boar. Now I need to take a bath and change my clothes. Gu Qing Yun explained that the heavy odor of the wild boar's blood was a bit too much for her to bear, and she planned to change her clothes after taking a bath. After the Shin family heard her words, their original worries finally dropped. Then, they folded back into the camp together. Fifth sister-in-law, I'll lend you my clothes. Knowing that Gu Qing Yun wanted to take a bath, Shin third sister-in-law Zhou Eifeng quickly rummaged through a set of her own clothes and handed them to her. The original owner's clothes were only this one set, and she didn't even have clothes that fit if she wanted to change. Zhou Eifeng's figure was similar to Gu Qing Yun's, and the clothes she could roughly fit into. Gu Qing Yun was not polite and took the clothes and said, Thank you, third sister-in-law. Zhou Eifeng hurriedly returned. Fifth younger sibling, the family doesn't talk about this. At this time, the villagers also carried the 11 wild boars back to the camp, and seeing the wild boars carried back, the villagers who did not go out of the camp were immediately startled and surrounded with shocked faces. Just now, everyone was worried about the situation on the other side of the mountain forest. After all, the wild boar was fierce, and if they were injured by the wild boar, it would be a terrible thing. However, how long has it been since then? No one was actually injured, but instead, they carried back so many wild boars. For people who had fled all the way to the desert and were short of food, these wild boars could be extremely tempting. The villagers look at these wild boars and are already gagging at the thought of the taste of the meat. Soon, the mayors of the two villages soon understood what had just happened. After learning about what happened in the forest, the two village chiefs discussed the matter for a while, then came to Gu Qing Yun and solemnly said, Lady Gu, you killed all these wild boars, how to deal with them, you decide. Gu Qing Yun intended to ask the village chief to arrange for these wild boars to be distributed per head. But before she could say anything, an old lady stepped forward and said, Village Chief Shin, Village Chief Xiao, with so many wild boars, everyone has contributed, so we can't give them all to this girl, right? Shouldn't we share some of it? Besides, it's not like their family can finish eating that much. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, some of the surrounding villagers with petty calculations and meat cravings followed suit. A middle-aged man stood out and rushed the old lady. Mother, what are you talking nonsense about? These wild boars were killed by Miss Gu, so they belong to Mother Gu. If it weren't for Lady Gu, we don't know how many people would have been killed or injured this time. Is it right for us to share the meat now? Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao are right, it's up to Lady Gu to decide what to do with the wild boars. This middle-aged man had also been in the woods just now and experienced the ferocity of the wild boar. He knew that if it wasn't for Gu Qing Yun's timely intervention, he himself might have been knocked off his feet and lost his life. The fact that people had saved him was considered a life-saving favor, so of course he couldn't ask for meat again. After he finished speaking, the people in the woods who had almost suffered a close encounter followed suit, especially Zhao Dufu, who knew deep down that he should be thanking Gu Qing Yun instead of trying to get a share of the wild boar she had shot. Although he also craved meat, this little bit was more important than his son's life, and he would keep Gu Qing Yun's kindness in mind. Minority obeys the majority, plus the two village chiefs are sensible. The final clap decided that the wild boar will be handed over to Gu Qing Yun, and she can deal with it however she wants. Gu Qing Yun had originally intended for everyone to share a portion, but this outburst had given her a reminder. Human nature was selfish, and if she gave away her prey for nothing to others to eat right from the start, it would instead only foster a habit of reaching out to others. The day she didn't want to share anymore, she might even be treated as a sinner. The rice grace and the hatred, Gu Qing Yun understood this reasoning. This time, she didn't intend to give it away for nothing, and directly raised her voice. Those who helped carry the wild boar back just now, each person will send 10 pounds of pork. Also, those who will clean up these wild boars and are willing to help, one person will also send 10 pounds. Several butchers and hunters in the group heard this and immediately stepped forward to respond. After all, with 11 wild boars, these manpower alone was definitely not enough. Some strong and capable men offered to help, and joined the team that handled the wild boar meat. There is strength in numbers, and before long, 11 wild boars were cleaned up. After removing the internal organs, these wild boars were cleaned up to a total of 1,800 pounds of meat. The people who helped carry back the boar and clean up the meat added up to 50 people, 10 pounds of meat per person, and after the division, Qing Yun also got 1,300 pounds of meat. With so much meat, of course Qing Yun and the Shen family couldn't eat it all. In the current weather, raw meat would have to stink after storing it for 4 or 5 days at most, and the amount of salt they brought with them was limited, so it was simply impossible to cure and process all of it. She had a plan in mind and wanted to exchange it for something. She said to the village chief of the Shen family village and the village chief of the Xiao family village, "I'll keep the meat, the pig big bones and the underwater can be taken for free if anyone's family needs it, so please arrange for the 2 village chiefs to distribute it." Although big bones and underwater are not as good as meat, on the road to escape, anything that fills the stomach is a good thing. There's always meat left on the bones of a hog, so it's good to use it in a stew or cook it with wild greens. When Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao heard this, they were both happy. Well, Lady Gu, then I'll thank you on behalf of the big guys." The villagers were overjoyed when they heard that each family would get a lot of down and big bones. Originally they thought that these wild boars had nothing to do with them, but now that they can taste the delicacy of meat in the evening and replenish their strength tomorrow, they are naturally more hopeful on their way to escape the famine. Qing Yun raised her voice again and said, "If you want to eat meat, you can take things from your home and exchange them with me. Wild vegetables, wild fruits, grains, fabrics, seasonings and such will do, of course. Those with money can also directly take money to buy it. 1 caddy of wild boar meat 21. If it was usual, a pound of wild boar meat could be bought for about 6 or 7 cents, but the situation was different now. With everyone fleeing south, food was the most scarce thing, and the price of meat naturally skyrocketed. Qing Yun's wild boar meat cost 21 a caddy, which was actually not that expensive. Hearing Qing Yun say this, many people doubted her authenticity, and some even wondered if she was stupid enough to trade meat for wild vegetables and wild fruits. The people of the Shen family also feel that it is not cost-effective, meat is expensive, wild vegetables and wild fruits can be picked by themselves. Sister-in-law Shen muttered in front of Father Shen, "Father, are the 5th siblings stupid? Why would our family trade meat with others for worthless things?" Shen Dashan gave Wang Zhaodi a blank look. "Can you finish 1,800 pounds of meat? It's going to stink in a few days, so why don't you trade it with someone for some supplies?" Wang Zhaodi couldn't help but add, "We can pickle it with salt, so much meat, enough for us to eat along the way." Shen Dashan analyzed in a low voice. "What do you know? Laowa's daughter-in-law is right to make this arrangement. When you talk about curing meat, how much salt do you need for so much meat? Do you have so much salt for curing? Besides, if others eat chaff and wild vegetables and you eat meat, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Make people red-eyed and cynical? The old 5th family's letting people take things in exchange. Our meat can be disposed of, and we can also exchange it for some that the family can use." Shen Dashan said in a clear and organized manner. Shen family members listened and nodded their heads in agreement. Wang Zhaodi stopped saying anything when she heard Shen's father's analysis. She realized that she had been in a hurry just now and hadn't thought clearly. "Even if your 5th sibling is really stupid, this boar was killed by her, we have dipped into her favor, so let's just be content to eat the meat. As for how the meat is handled and distributed, it's all up to your 5th sibling," Shen father added. Wang Zhaodi nodded her head quickly. "Father, I know, next time I definitely won't casually meddle in my 5th sibling's decision." Shen Dashan nodded in satisfaction. He knew that Lao Wu's family would be more respected by everyone in the future with such a capable person. He didn't want to mindlessly interfere with her arrangements just because he was her father-in-law. "Lady Gu, is it really true? Can wild fruits and wild vegetables really be used to exchange meat with you?" someone asked from the side. Qing Yun faintly answered, "Well, but I won't want too many, first come, first served." Hearing this, Immediately a woman with a flash of insight walked over to Qing Yun with a basket of wild vegetables. "Lady Gu, look, are these wild vegetables okay?" Qing Yun looked at the basket and saw that there were wild onions, wild leek flowers, shepherd's purse, horseradish, and a small half-basket of wild persimmons. After she accepted these wild vegetables, she gave the woman 10 pounds of wild boar meat. The woman who got the meat couldn't believe for a moment that she had actually exchanged the wild vegetables for 10 pounds of meat. So much meat, enough for the family to eat a few meals with open bellies. Seeing that this woman really exchanged for meat, the other villagers followed suit. After the first few people exchanged wild vegetables and wild fruits for meat, Qing Yun didn't take any more at the back. After all, she and the Shen family couldn't finish eating so many wild vegetables. As for those who exchanged grain and dried vegetables, Qing Yun gave a lot of pork. In this way, she exchanged thousands of pounds of grain, almost 100 pounds of dried vegetables, and a lot of oil and salt seasonings, directly exchanging them for 20 taels of silver. Together with the exchanged fabrics and cotton, the things on this side of the Shen family were piled up into a small mountain. Qing Yun was worried about not being able to transport the goods, so she shouted, "If the fleeing team is willing to help my family transport the goods, I'll use pork as a subsidy." Some families with many men but not much luggage immediately expressed their willingness to help. In this way, others were able to eat meat, and the Shen family solved the problem of transporting supplies. After this transaction, Qing Yun ended up with 400 to 500 pounds of wild boar meat left. With so much meat, there was definitely enough to eat. Every household basically took something to trade with her, and everyone cheerfully built fires and cooked, thinking to hurry up and have a meat meal. This is the most delicious meal they have eaten since they fled the famine. On the Shen family's side, they were even more feverishly busy. Compared to other families, they were able to eat more meat. Mother Shen led the women of the family to busy themselves with the fire and cooking, while Qing Yun felt it was time to go wash up. The boar's blood on her body would be difficult to clean off after it dried for a while, and Qing Yun decided to clean it up properly when she took a bath. After all, this time, she had killed over a dozen wild boars by herself, and Shen's family had witnessed her skill. Now that she went to bathe by the stream alone, Shen family members naturally no longer worried that she would be in danger. The fleeing party was talking while cooking, and everyone was speculating when such a powerful person had appeared. In the past, they thought that the daughter-in-law of the fool's family was very ordinary. Who had ever thought that she was so skillful? But it was undoubtedly a good thing to have such a person in their fleeing team. In the future, if they encountered danger again, at least someone would be able to stand up and protect everyone. Qing Yun took her third sister-in-law Zhou Yifeng's clothes and walked towards the stream. After a change of clothes, she would be able to make a few new outfits in the future without having to borrow Zhou Yifeng's clothes. When she reached the stream, Qing Yun looked around and confirmed that no one was there before directly entering the space. She didn't intend to bathe in the stream, but chose space instead. There was a large villa in her space, which was fully equipped with water, electricity, and gas. Entering the villa's bathing room, Qing Yun filled it with hot water and soaked comfortably. Her body was immersed in the warm water, and every pore in her body was stretching. After this washing, Qing Yun washed away her exhaustion, and then blew her hair dry before she walked towards the campsite with satisfaction. On the way, she found a piece of green stone and picked it up in a flash of inspiration. The green stone was excellent for roasting meat, and she would make some roasted meat for herself later. At this time, the smell of meat had risen in the forest. Qing Yun's physical strength was more depleted, and her stomach was rumbling with hunger. Seeing her return, Xinyan immediately smiled and came over, handing Qing Yun a bowl of hot soup filled with pork. "Daughter-in-law, you're back. Mother just made the pork, you eat first." The corners of Qing Yun's mouth were smiling. Her heart was warm. Shen Banquet, this little fool really knows how to feel sorry for people. Let her be the first to eat meat. Shen family members have no objection to this. After all, this meat is what Qing Yun got back. They all dipped into the light. But looking at the meat in the bowl, Qing Yun did not have much of an appetite. The pork was only stewed in plain water with a bit of salt. No other seasonings were added. Although the Shen family wanted to make it better, but the supplies were limited on the way to escape the famine, the seasonings were almost non-existent, but the salt was brought some. Country people's cooking is inherently simple, at most using a little oil and salt, nothing special. The wild boar meat was originally more faggot, and the fishy flavor was heavy. Looking at this kind of pork, Qing Yun really can't raise her appetite. In contrast, the other villagers in the fleeing party ate one by one. It was good to be able to eat meat, even if the fishy flavor was heavy and faggy. It was far better than wild food. "I'm not hungry, you eat first," Qing Yun said to Qing Yun. Qing Yun frowned. "Daughter-in-law, why aren't you hungry?" Qing Yun babbled. "When I went to take a bath just now, I picked some wild fruits to eat by hand." "Daughter-in-law, so you don't eat meat at night?" Qing Yun asked in disbelief. Shin's mother, Zhang, also followed. "Yes, Lao Wu's family, how can eating wild fruits be enough? And wild fruit is not as good as meat. Hurry up to eat some meat, eat more, see you thin can be good to make up for it," Zhang said, stiffly putting the bowl into Qing Yun's hand. In fact, the original owner used to have a relatively well-proportioned body, but since she was kidnapped and sold, she had suffered too much, and after following her husband's family to flee the country for this period of time, she simply couldn't eat or drink well, and that's what made her skinny like a skinny bone. Chapter 9. Seeing that Qing Yun was so thin that she was out of shape, Zhang couldn't help but feel heartbroken. And it's not good for a girl doll to be too skinny, it affects fertility. "Yes, fifth younger sibling, eat quickly, eat more in order to regain your strength and nourish your body." The concerned voices of Shin's family in his ears were sincere. Knowing that Shin's family was heartbroken for her and for her own good, but Qing Yun still couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Heavens, she was truly unable to eat wild boar meat like this. Qing Yun coughed lightly and simply told the truth directly. "You guys eat first, I want to eat the roasted wild boar meat." Hearing Qing Yun's words, Zhang immediately said, "Old fifth daughter-in-law, you want to eat roasted, ah? Tell mother what kind of roasted meat you want to eat, and mother will make it for you." "Mother, no, I can do it myself." Zhang's face was full of concern. "Agu, Lao Wu's daughter-in-law, you must be tired after killing so many wild boars. If there's anything we can do, just let us do it, you've worked hard, you need to rest more." "Mother, I'm not tired, it's just making some food, I can do it." Seeing Qing Yun's insistence, Zhang didn't say anything else. Shin's family members were all hungry at this moment, and were happily gorging on meat together. A piece of soft stewed wild boar couldn't wait to stuff it all into his mouth in one gulp. That smells good." They dipped into Qing Yun's light and ate meat. No one would dare to believe that they could still eat meat on the way to escape the famine. While the Shin family ate to their heart's content, Qing Yun unhurriedly took out a piece of wild boar meat. The sharp dagger cut the meat into thin slices. At this moment, the Gu family was only focused on eating, and none of them paid attention to her side of the situation. Qing Yun was the only one holding the bowl while accompanying his daughter-in-law. Qing Yun cut the meat, squeezed some lemon juice to deodorize, and then added some soy sauce and salt bar to marinate. She cut a pound of meat in all, and when it was taken care of, she moved 2 stones to build a base, and after setting the lapis lazuli slabs aside, she started a fire underneath. As the fire burned brightly, the lapis lazuli became hot. Qing Yun placed the cut meat on the green stone board and began to roast it, and in no time at all, the green stone board gave out the sound of oil bubbling up. Wild boar meat has grease in it, and the oil bubbles up when it is roasted over a high fire. A strong smell of meat also drilled into his nostrils. Qing Yun examined the meat to a golden brown on both sides, and took some barbecue material from the space and sprinkled it on, and the flavor was suddenly even more intense. Qing Yun, who was still gorging on meat, suddenly felt that the meat in his bowl didn't smell good anymore. The meat roasted by Qing Yun was too fragrant and mouth-watering. "Daughter-in-law, why does the meat you made smell so good?" Qing Yun stared at the roasted meat and couldn't stop swallowing saliva into his stomach. Shin's family also noticed the roasted meat made by Qing Yun. "Lao Wu's family, what did you sprinkle on the meat that smells so good?" Qing Yun casually blurted out. "I don't know, I got it from the horse bandits. I've seen them sprinkle it into the meat when they eat it, so I'll give it a try." Fortunately, Qing Yun's intelligence was not normal, otherwise Qing Yun would not even dare to believe it at this moment. The Shin family members did not doubt this, and one by one, they all became interested in the meat that Qing Yun had roasted. Like Qing Yun, they had felt that the meat in their own bowls was quite tasty, but now that there was a comparison, they all wanted to try the meat that Qing Yun had roasted. Seeing Qing Yun drooling like a child, Qing Yun picked up a piece of roasted meat and after blowing it cool, handed it to him. Taste it, is my roasted meat good or not? Qing Yun was so gluttonous by the meat flavor that he immediately swallowed the meat in one bite. When he tasted the flavor, Qing Yun was as happy as a 3-year-old child, rushing to Qing Yun. Daughter-in-law, delicious, delicious! It's much better than the meat made by mother and sister-in-law. Qing Yun pinched all the roasted meat into Qing Yun's bowl. Eat, I'll roast it again when I'm done, there's plenty of meat at home. Saying that, Qing Yun continued to take the marinated meat and place it on the green stone slab to roast it. Qing Yun ate by himself and didn't forget to clip the meat and pass it to Qing Yun's mouth. Daughter-in-law also eat. Looking at the meat that had been handed to her mouth, Qing Yun hesitated for a moment, but still ate into her mouth. Does this count as an indirect kiss with Qing Yun? But Qing Yun's heart was like a child's, she didn't have to think too much. Qing Yun ate the barbecued meat she had made. The meat wrapped in barbecue ingredients was unusually fragrant in her mouth. Lord Shen stared at the meat that Qing Yun had roasted, craving for it, and wanting to taste it as well, but in the end, he still held back. And the kids just didn't hold back, one eyeing her. Auntie Five, can we taste it? Qing Yun nodded. Of course, when this one is baked, you guys will share it. As soon as the children heard that Qing Yun was willing to give them food, they were so happy that they danced around and couldn't wait for Qing Yun to cook this meat. Qing Yun sliced the meat thinly, grilled it for a minute, sprinkled it with barbecue ingredients, and it was ready to eat. A new portion of meat was quickly roasted, and Qing Yun pinched it up and placed it in a bowl for the Shen children to share. The roast came out of the oven, and the kids couldn't wait to chuck one piece each. Like Qing Yun, after tasting the flavor, his pupils dilated, permeated with shock and disbelief. Isn't the flavor too good? Fifth Auntie, the roasted meat you made is also too delicious, so delicious that it makes people want to swallow their tongues. Big brother Shen and big sister Shen's eldest son, Shen Zipping, loudly praised it. The second son of the eldest house followed and agreed. Yes, it smells so good, I've never eaten meat that smells so good, it's just so delicious. Big brother and second brother are right, this is the best meat I've ever eaten. When Shen's family heard the words of the children at home, they became even more curious about the roasted meat made by Qing Yun. Is it really as good as the kids say? They gulped along, wanting to taste it too. The children in the family are greedy even if it's not enough, they as adults follow the children as greedy. I'm afraid it will make people laugh. Qing Yun looked at the look of the Shen family adults, and guessed what they were thinking. So after roasting some more meat, Qing Yun generously invited the adults of the Shen family to come and taste it together. At this moment, the adults of the Shen family could no longer resist the temptation of the roasted meat, where they still cared about their cheeks. They all followed and ate. I thought my kids were exaggerating, but after I got my own mouthful, I acted more shocked than they were. This flavor is also too overwhelming. Fifth younger sibling is really great, the roasted meat she makes is so delicious. Shen's sister-in-law Wang Zhaodi took the lead in praising it. Yes, it's awesome, it's so much better than our white stewed wild boar meat. Shen Dashan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction after tasting it. Such a flavor, I'm afraid, can only be eaten in the big restaurants in the county. It's unbelievable that you can eat this kind of deliciousness on the run these days. Agu, after eating the roasted meat made by Lao Wu's daughter-in-law, I don't even want to eat this white stewed meat. Shen Mother Zhang followed. Chapter 10. The Shen family took turns praising it, so Qing Yun simply decided to bake more. Wild boar meat is plentiful, the Shen family just let go of their bellies to eat, you can manage to get full. Qing Yun cut another 3-pound portion of wild boar meat, daggers sliced into thin slices to marinate. In addition, Qing Yun also peeled some bamboo sticks and skewered the cubed meat. Pork skewers are grilled directly over the fire, which is faster than putting them directly on the lapis lazuli. The meat kebabs were roasting on the fire, and Qing Yun sprinkled the barbecue ingredients on them, making them fragrant and tantalizing. The adults and children of the Shen family had seen Qing Yun's handiwork, and now they were eating it with great flavor. Qing Yun had eaten quite a bit herself. In fact, the taste of wild boar is still poor. If you can get lamb, the taste is only good. Lamb kebabs are the most classic. After eating and drinking, Qing family members rubbed their stomachs in satisfaction. The meal was the best they had had since they had fled the country. No, even when I hadn't fled before, it was very hard to eat this well. After eating and drinking, Qing's family didn't stay idle. What about 400 or 500 pounds of wild boar? You'll have to deal with that. Just now, Qing Yun had exchanged her meat for a lot of salt, which she just used to marinate some more meat. Salt peko is limited, and at best you can cure 100 pounds of meat. For the time being, we'll deal with 100 pounds for now, and the rest of the meat can be eaten vigorously over the next few days of escaping, and we'll figure out what to do with it in addition. The cured meat is roasted directly by the fire to make smoked bacon. In the daytime, we still need to escape and hurry. There is no way to dry these cured meat to deal with it. We can only use the fire to dry the moisture in this way, otherwise it will be easy to be bad. Qing Yun felt that only pickling a white caddy of meat, the rest of the days they Qing family, even if they eat the meat as a meal, it is estimated that they cannot eat it all. Qing Yun searched for a while and made a decision. Father, Mother, we definitely can't eat all of this meat, so why don't we send 20 pounds over to Village Chief Qin, and another 10 pounds to Village Chief Xiao. On the way to escape, 2 village chiefs are in charge of managing the escaping group. It's always good to be on good terms with them. The reason why he sent more to Village Chief Qin was because, in addition to the fact that Village Chief Qin was the village chief of Xinjia Village's own village, he was also Qin Dashan's own brother. Family members are certainly not the same as outsiders, and more gifts should be given. Qin Dashan listened to Qing Yun's suggestion and nodded his head without thinking and responded, "All right, I'll go and deliver it." Qing Yun added, "For the rest, I'll make some jerky. This is convenient to keep, and when you're hungry on the road later, you can just take it out and eat it." Qing Yun didn't know how the wild boar jerky tasted, but the beef jerky tasted great anyway. On the way to escape, can eat a mouthful of meat should be satisfied. The taste, even if not good, certainly better than eating wild vegetables, eating tree roots and bark. Qin Mother Zhang originally also worried about these meat did not marinate. The next few days to eat waste cannot be done. Now that she saw that Qing Yun had a way to deal with it, she was relieved. "Old fifth daughter-in-law, you teach us how to do it. We'll just do the busy work. You just roasted so much meat for us. You should be tired as well. Have a good rest," Zhang said. Qing Yun nodded her head. Jerky is really not that hard to make. It's just that with the limited seasonings available at the moment, it's impossible to make anything more flavorful than to keep that meat from spoiling and going to waste. The meat is cut into strips, with only a little salt, and cannot be dried by the sun, but by fire. Qin's family members divided and matched the work, and after a short while of busy work, they roasted dozens of pounds of meat. These baked jerky really smelled and tasted and felt good. After baking out the moisture, these jerky pieces lost a lot of weight. Just put it in a burlap bag, and when you eat it, take it out and put it directly in your mouth to chew. Very convenient. It would have been inconvenient to cook on the way to escape the famine, and if you were hungry and stuffed a few jerky into your mouth, you could also pad your stomach and regain your strength for the journey. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Dashan urged the Qin family to go to bed quickly. "We still need to walk the mountains tomorrow, and we don't have the strength to make the journey without a good night's rest. The rest of the meat will be dealt with tomorrow night when we get settled." After rushing all day, everyone was exhausted and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Qin's family woke up, they found that Qing Yun had already returned from a trip out. She filled everyone's water bladder with water. The water in this water sack was not water from the river, but her space spirit spring water. Qin's family members fleeing the desert and rushing, drinking her ethereal spring water would give them more strength. "Old fifth family, you're up so early?" Zhang rushed at Qing Yun, concern in her eyes. Qing Yun nodded. "Well, I woke up early and couldn't sleep, so I went and stopped by to fill up some water for everyone and came back," Qing Yun said, putting the water bag down. Chang was still yawning. "Hey, she can't get enough of this sleep. I wonder if it's because I'm so tired from rushing around during the day that I'm this tired. She wasn't like this when she was in the village before she fled." One by one, the women in the fleeing party got up to prepare breakfast for their families. The Qin family's meals today were still sumptuous. In the morning, we had thin pork porridge. However, comparing the taste of the roasted meat made by Qing Yun last night. Through the desolate years, silly husband, don't panic, I have 100 billion space Q6_O dash. We all feel that it is still a big difference. After the fleeing party had eaten breakfast and rested for a few moments, the two village chiefs summoned everyone to continue their journey. The people in the team last night basically dipped into Qing Yun's favor and ate wild boar meat. Even those who didn't exchange meat with Qing Yun ate pig bones and pig jowl. Everyone ate a full meal, and eat meat, replenished nutrition, a new day to escape the road, one by one, better than yesterday's state of rushing. The footsteps cannot help but speed up a little. Qing family members felt even more obvious in this way, firstly because they ate well last night, and secondly because of the spiritual spring water's enhancement. After walking all morning, surprisingly, they didn't even feel tired. When it was time for lunch, the village chief gave the team a short break. Everyone took the time to prepare lunch and eat before continuing on their journey. The families of the fleeing party began to set up pots and pans for cooking. Thinking about the bland taste of the wild boar meat that Qing's family made yesterday, Qing Yun took the initiative and said, "You guys do the veggies, I'll be in charge of burning the meat." After eating the wild boar meat made by Qing Yun yesterday, the Qing family members all nodded their heads in favor. Qing Yun fried meat, put some star anise leaves and other seasonings, plus soy sauce, but also secretly put a few pieces of rock sugar, meat stewed spray fragrance incomparable. This anise fragrance leaf, Qing Yun said to the Gu family that she picked it casually in the mountain forest yesterday, and seeing that the big restaurants had used it in their cooking, she also tried it. None of the Qing family members doubted what Qing Yun said, and their attention was focused on the pot of meat Qing Yun was stewing. The scent, it's mouth-watering. For the main meal, Qing steamed brown rice and put on some additional tortillas. Changed a lot of grain yesterday, but most of it was coarse. If it weren't for the amount of food they exchanged, they would have to eat gruel with wild vegetables. Chapter 11. There were also quite a few wild vegetables collected yesterday, so Zhang casually fried some. The main course is still wild boar. Who wants to eat wild vegetables when you have meat to eat? Qing family members were waiting for Qing Yun's meat stew to come out of the pot. When Qing Yun nodded and said that the meat was ready to eat, the Qing family couldn't wait to take the bowl and start eating. I didn't expect Fifth Sister's craftsmanship to be so good. The wild boar meat tastes really good when eaten like this. It's much more delicious than straight white stew. Yeah, this tastes better than the meat I had at the tavern in town. I haven't seen old Fives put too much seasoning on it, so how come the meat is so tasty? Absolutely, it smells so good. The adults and children of the Qing family all devoured the food, and in the end, the large pot of wild boar meat stewed by Qing Yun was all shared clean. The Qing family members who had eaten and drunk enough had enough strength in their bodies. It had been following the fleeing party for another half-day's journey to the next stationing place. Although the rush of physical strength to keep up, just this mountain road is not as good as the flat road, everyone's feet are worn raw pain. Nowadays, we wear cloth shoes, straw shoes, the soles of the feet are thin and not worn. There were sneakers in Qing Yun's space, but unfortunately they didn't fit this era and there was no way to take them out and wear them. She went into space and rummaged around. Her shoes wouldn't fit, but she did find some insoles. The gray and black insoles are soft to the touch, and you can't tell the age. Qing Yun roughly estimated the size of the Qing family's shoe size, and one person took a pair out and handed it to them. This insole is padded on the bottom of the foot, and it will be more comfortable to walk. Seeing the insoles Qing Yun handed over, Zhang asked, "Old Fifth family, where did you get these?" Qing Yun continued to babble. "Last time I got it from the horse bandits, I saw that they used it to pad the soles of their feet to walk. Not only are there adults, why are there children's?" Zhang muttered under her breath as she turned over the insoles Qing Yun handed over. Qing Yun. Can't this lie go on? Still, without blushing, he continued, "Maybe they robbed someone else." Qin Dashan agreed and concurred. "It is possible that, in addition to us poor old people, there are also those landlords and rich merchants. All of them followed along and fled south. It is estimated that these horse bandits captured the things of those rich people. Hey! This is a world where no one is good." Zhang took an insole for each person and put it in their shoes. "It's really nice and soft, doesn't cluck your feet at all anymore. It's just not the same with rich people. The newly replaced insoles received unanimous praise from everyone in the Shin family. After stationing themselves, Shin's family continued to divide and match the labor and do the work. There is still a lot of wild boar meat left. Today the Shin family can take a rest, do not have to go out to look for food, but the other families in the escape team still have to go out to look for food. After eating the roasted meat made by Qing Yun yesterday, Zhang didn't have the confidence to take charge of cooking at this moment. The little cubs in the house were also clamoring for the barbecued meat made by Qing Yun. Where could Qing Yun refuse these children, so she took up the job of roasting the meat again. Qing Yun sliced the wild boar meat into pieces as well as skewered it, and the Gu family members were not idle, organizing the tent for sleeping and lodging at night, as well as fetching water and gathering firewood. Shinsan's sister-in-law Zhou Eifeng helped make clothes for Qing Yun. Before fleeing the famine, Zhou Eifeng in the town's embroidery room dry. Women's red is not bad. Qing Yun yesterday changed back to the cloth. She intends to bring to this younger sibling to do 2 changes of new clothes. Zhang took the other 2 daughters-in-law to make jerky. Make as many as you can while you have time. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to make, and tops out at a couple dozen pounds before bedtime. If you do it slowly, the wild boar meat will be wasted if you can't finish it. Qing Yun marinated the meat and was just about to start baking, when she saw a hunter from Xinjia village carrying a pheasant over. Lady Gu, this pheasant, I want to bring it in exchange for 10 pounds of wild boar meat. See if it's okay. If it's not okay, just take it as if I didn't say it. This hunter's name is Shintaiju. He just went out for a trip and got lucky and hunted a pheasant. But a pheasant is too light a portion, weighing only 2 pounds. Take out the giblets, the bones, and there isn't much chicken meat at all. The population of his family is quite large, so Shintaiju thought of exchanging more meat. That's why I came to Qing Yun to ask about it. People can take wild vegetables, wild fruits for pork. He took wild chicken, thought Qing Yun should agree. The Shin family really can't get enough meat. Taking out what was cured and made into jerky, there were over 200 pounds of meat left at this point. For the next few days, Shin's family ate some for themselves and made the rest into jerky, which would take at least 3 or 4 days to settle. In this weather, meat spoils when it sits for a long time. Seeing Shintaiju take pheasants in exchange, Qing Yun nodded. Yes. Pheasants are good for stews and chicken soup is delicious and nutritious. And chicken meat can be much more tender than wild boar meat, not so dry and faggy. Seeing that Qing Yun was willing to change, Shintaeju's heart had a few more points of joy. A pheasant is divided among a large family, and each person can't eat more than a few pieces. And 10 pounds of wild boar meat is enough for a family to let loose for a few meals. Qing Yun handed the exchanged pheasant to Zhang. Mother, you help with this and stew the chicken. Let's add a meal at night and have some chicken soup. Zhang's mouth was full of promise. Okay, Mother will go now. With old Five's daughter-in-law's favor and chicken soup at night, the family felt happy just thinking about it. Chicken soup. Qing Yun purposely asked Zhang to stew it with water from the water capsule. The water in this water capsule is spiritual spring water, and the chicken soup that is stewed will have a better flavor. Chicken soup simmered on in the pot, and Qing Yun began to roast the meat. The Shin children are in charge of their own kebabs. In fact, very simple. Qing Yun took some seasoning out, let them in the skewers of meat grilled and sprinkled on the line, eat up fragrant and delicious. Qing Yun secretly took some lettuce out of the space and peeled some garlic cloves, so that Shin's family would do the same as her, wrapping the meat in lettuce and taking a bite of garlic. The flavor would be even more overwhelming. If you eat meat without garlic, half the flavor is missing. It was the first time that the Shin family tried such a novel way of eating, but eating it according to what Qing Yun said, they did feel that the meat tasted more flavorful. Lao Wu's family, what kind of dish is this? Directly eaten raw without boiling, how convenient! Zhang pointed at the lettuce and asked Qing Yun with a novel face. Mother, this is called lettuce. I picked it casually on the side of the road, and I've seen others eat it before. Qing Yun's ability to blurt out random nonsense was becoming more and more practiced. Zhang nodded, hearing for the first time that there was such a dish. When the escape landed and stabilized later, she would see if she could find seeds and plant some as well. It's a perfect match when it's time to wrap the meat and eat it together. Ahem, what is she thinking? Meat is not so easy to eat, later stabilized. can live the same days as before are, thank God. Before the Shin family in the village, conditions are considered good. A year is not only in the New Year's festivals when eating a few times meat well. Chapter 12. Waiting for the family to finish eating the roasted meat, and then finally drinking a lot of hot, fragrant chicken soup for one person. If one didn't consider that one was on the road to escape, such a day would really make one feel incredibly happy. After eating dinner and roasting dried meat, Qing Yun went to bed and rested with the Shin family. When he got up early the next morning, Xinyan's body was stung with several large bags. He looked at Qing Yun bitterly. "Daughter-in-law, I've been bitten by a mosquito. It's so itchy and itchy." Qing Yun looked at the mosquito bites on Xinyan's body, on which a few large red packets had risen. Because of the itch, Xinyan couldn't help but scratch, and the scratched areas broke the skin. There were many mosquitoes in the mountain forest, and in addition to Xinyan being bitten, other people in the Shin family had also been bitten. Once your clothes don't cover your skin and are accidentally exposed, you're vulnerable to bites. Looking at Xinyan's pitiful eyes, Qing Yun secretly took out a bottle of itch-relieving ointment from the space and smeared it on Xinyan. In the post-apocalyptic world, not only are there mutated zombies, but a lot of mutated mosquitoes were also spawned under that environment. And in order for humans to deal with these mosquitoes, scientists have developed more advanced anti-mosquito and anti-itch medications than ever before. After Qing Yun put ointment on the bites for Xinyan instantly stopped itching. "Daughter-in-law, it doesn't itch anymore, it's comfortable, thank you." Xinyan joyfully rushed Qing Yun. Qing Yun had a smile on the corner of her mouth. "I'll spray something on you, so the mosquitoes won't bite you later." Saying that, Qing Yun sprayed some anti-mosquito potion on Xinyan. This is the end of the world thing. Qing Yun is not good at explaining, so she does not want to be exposed, rushed Xinyan. "This matter is only known to the two of us, do not talk to other people, the potion and ointment I have little left, cannot be given to other people to use, know it?" Xinyan nodded heavily. "Good, daughter-in-law, don't worry, I won't say anything." Qing Yun nodded in satisfaction. Shin's family members got up one after another. As soon as Brother Shin got up, he started scratching his arm. His arm was accidentally exposed when he slept, and it also got a bump, which is itching at the moment. The mosquitoes in this mountain forest can be too poisonous than ordinary mosquitoes, so when you sleep tonight, you must be careful not to expose your skin to the outside. Because Xinyan had used Qing Yun's anti-mosquito potion, he really hadn't been bitten by mosquitoes on the next journey. The fleeing party traveled for a total of 5 days in the mountains and forests, and finally made it out of the mountains. Over this hill, the next step is to take the official road. Although the official road is dangerous, but there is no mountain road, you can only go hard. Together, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao took out a map to compare. This era also has that kind of simple map, although not as detailed as the map of the 21st century, but also can tell a rough direction. They had crossed over to Liuzhou and reached the territory of Yanzhou. The one who manages Yanzhou is the King of Yan. I've heard that the King of Yan is lustful and cruel, and the people here, they're not having a good time. If they want to go to Yinzhou and Beijing, they must also pass through Yanzhou. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao discussed and planned the route. They took a section of the official road first, and then continued up the mountain when they had crossed it. After a short walk, we reached a county town in Yanzhou. It's a good place for the team to get some supplies. Waiting for the next county is only a long time away. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao spoke to the villagers about what they had discussed. Everyone was pretty happy to hear that they could go to the county seat for supplies. Along the way, many people had used up almost all of their belongings, and the most important thing they needed to replenish was oil and salt, as well as food. Shin family, because before Qing Yun exchanged quite a lot of grain, plus made a lot of jerky, the family is not very short of food for the time being. But seasonings will have to be added and miscellaneous stuff may have to be bought as well. Rarely passing through the county, more or less have to pick up some things back. Of course, there is no such thing as too much food. It is true that there is enough food for the time being, but there is still so far to go to escape the famine, and the Shin family has a large population, so the food is consumed very quickly. Coupled with the fact that what Qing Yun exchanged back was basically coarse grains, the Shin family wanted to buy some fine grains to come back and eat. The fleeing party descended deep into the mountains and was soon on the official road. The scene on the official road was even more dismal. Some people are skinny and paralyzed on the side of the road, and some are even dead on the side of the road. Their bodies are rotten and stinking. When the roots of the trees along the roadside and the bark is eaten, the kanji soil is eaten. After eating it, my stomach was so full and balled up that I couldn't poop. Such a person can only end up being raised alive. The scene of the easy child was once again seen by Qing Yun. The scene here is worse than the last time I saw it. Many villagers see this scene, cannot help but commit nausea, covering the chest and vomiting. In comparison, the team of the Shin family and the Gu family looks quite decent. These days through the deep mountains, although the mountain road is dangerous and difficult to walk a little, but the mountains are rich in supplies, at least you can pick wild vegetables and wild fruits, so as not to starve to death. Together with the fact that Qing Yun had shot so many wild boars, more or less everyone had gotten some oil and water in their stomachs. Compared to the other people fleeing the famine, they were in a good position. If it wasn't for the large number of people in their group, 300 to 400, and seeing them so rich, it is likely that some people would have already come forward to rob them. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao had already been on the defensive after experiencing the last stray robberies. They instructed the fleeing party, the women, the old men and the children to guard the grain and walk in the innermost part of the procession. Men with weapons in their hands, actually hoes and sickles and the like simple self-defense items, gathered around the outside of the group. Once the stragglers tried to loot something, the young and strong young men were able to protect everyone. Although Qing Yun was a woman, she was strong, holding a large sword and protecting the periphery with the men. I had some thoughts about this, but when I saw this, I hurriedly cut off my thoughts. In this way the fleeing party arrived safely at the foot of the county walls. There are quite a few people gathered over here, all fleeing villagers. It's just a pity that many fleeing villagers lost their food and money before they reached a safe place, and those who were separated from their families had to be stranded on this side. These people who have no money and no food and are starving can only give up fleeing southward and stay on this side of the county to see if they can get relief from the imperial court or the kindly rich merchants to give them kanji. When the procession stopped, Village Chief Shin arranged for someone to inquire about entering the city. Soon the prying eyes returned and reported the information with the two village chiefs. Before them was Songqing County in Yenzhou, the northernmost county in Yenzhou. Now that Liuzhou is broken, the Tatars may soon fight their way through, and Yenzhou, which is right next to Liuzhou, is actually in jeopardy. That's why the conditions for entering the city are now stuck tight, and if you want to get in, you have to pay a 20 text entry fee. As soon as the fleeing party heard that they had to pay such a high fee to enter the city, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 13. For ordinary villagers, there is not much money in their hands at all. Just to get into town costs 20 cents. Where's the money for anything else? I'm just afraid that the price of food is going up even more expensive at this point. This is not giving a damn. The Shin family is a bit fortunate at this moment. Fortunately, Qing Yun has the ability to get so many wild boars and exchange them for a lot of grain. Together with the silver money from the horse bandits, there was no need to worry about money and food at this moment. Otherwise it must have looked as sad as the other villagers. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao discussed the situation after learning about it. Villagers who want to go to the city can spend their own money to go to the city to buy. Those who really can't afford to go into the city will have to forget about it. Between villagers, who are willing to help each other the best, send one person into town to help everyone with their purchases. Shin's family got together and talked it over. A rare opportunity to replenish supplies can't be missed, or you won't know when the next pickup will be. Try to save some money on your purchases when you can. Shin Dashin patted the decision. Shin elder brother Shin Qin went into the city with Qing Yun to buy. The reason for this arrangement was because brother Shin was strong and powerful in carrying things. Qing Yun had high kung fu and had the ability to protect the things she bought in case she met a robber. The Shin family was fine with this. Qing Yun gladly accepted Shin Dashin's offer. Qing Yun happened to want to use the name of picking things up to secretly restock supplies from space herself. Otherwise she'd get all sorts of things from the horse bandits 3 times over, and sooner or later people would get suspicious. When Xinyan saw that his daughter-in-law wanted to go into the city, but didn't even take him along, he immediately threw a small temper tantrum. Daughter-in-law, I want to go too. Zhang coaxed Qing Yun. Yenner is good, your daughter-in-law went into the city to buy something and will be back soon. This is a high cost to go into the city, so don't follow. Qing Yun pouted. No, I want to be with my daughter-in-law. Qing Yun looked at in childlike Qing Yun, smiled helplessly, and rushed to Zhang. Mother, let Xianggong go, it's just an extra 20 win, it's nothing. Seeing that Qing Yun had spoken, Zhang had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. After all, the family's current surplus silver was almost all earned by Qing Yun. If people are willing to give old 5 flowers, then listen to her. When Qing Yun saw that he agreed to take him into the city with him, he was all smiles and joyfully set off after him. The entire fleeing team, in addition to the Shen family out of 3 people into the city, the other families at most out of 1, or several families together to raise money, selected a person into the city to buy. Everyone knew that the Shen family was certainly not short of money right now. Previously, Qing Yun sold so much wild boar meat that she earned more than 10 taels of silver on the surface. Qing Yun arrived at the city gates, paid the entry fee for 3 people, and entered the city without any problems. The county seat of Pine City is now far less prosperous and lively than it was before. The Tatars have already hit Liuzhou and may soon come this way. Many of the locals have chosen to flee south, and not many merchants are left behind at this time. Good thing there are still some stores where you can buy things. What the Shen family wanted to buy most was salt, oil, rice and noodles, and everything else came second. Qing Yun wanted to buy some more sugar, soy sauce, vinegar and the like, then tarpaulins, some common herbs. She is demanding of her meals, and spices are definitely needed. After the fall, the weather will get colder and colder, and if you run into rainy weather on your way to escape, you can carry it off when it's hot in the summer, but you're likely to catch a cold later on. That's why it's a good idea to have a little bit of simple medication for wind and cold on hand. It's a lifesaver. As for the tarpaulin, it protects against wind and rain, and is indispensable when setting up camp and stationing. The Shen family also prepared tarpaulins when they fled the country, but not much. Plus I lost some last time when I met the stragglers, so now it's time to buy more to make up for it. Qing Yun hadn't been in the city yet. In the past, in the village, the farthest place he had been was the town, where the county was so prosperous. He looked left and right, curious about everything. The 3 of them, Qing Yun, went to the grain and rice store first. Junior, how do you sell the grain in your store? The store assistant saw that the 3 people were dressed in rags, presumably fleeing from the famine, and ironically did not have much money on them, so he received them and appeared very impatient. Rice is 20 cents a pound, flour is also 20 cents a pound, bush flour is cheaper at 10 cents a pound, and brown rice is also 10 cents a pound. As soon as Qing heard the price quoted by the store assistant, she let out a sigh. So expensive? In the old days, when they didn't flee the famine, on their side, rice was 4 cents a pound and brown rice was 2 cents a pound. Now that price 5 times? This is clearly a money grab. Who can afford such a high price? The store assistant heard Qing's words and snorted contemptuously. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Nowadays, it's good to be able to buy food, but it's still too expensive. Food is priced 1 day at a time now, and it's only going to get more expensive down the road. What the shopkeeper said was true. In this year of war, the price of food definitely could not be compared to the usual. It would just be much more expensive. Qing thought the price was too high, but Qing Yun waved her small hand and rushed the store assistant. Give us 100 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of white flour, and 200 pounds of brown rice. The store assistant's eyes widened when he heard that Qing Yun wanted so much grain. This man doesn't look like a rich man. Can he afford to buy so much food? Are you sure you have that much money? Qing Yun took out a silver ingot and slapped it hard on the tabletop. Is it enough? The grain Qing Yun wanted was a total of 5 taels of silver, and what she was pulling out now was 10 taels of silver. When the store assistant saw the silver ingots, his attitude instantly became humble. Guest, wait a moment, I'll go prepare grain for you. Seeing the shopkeeper's attitude 180-degree turn, Qing Yun secretly staggered in her heart. This person, cannot be poor. Poor people cannot raise their heads anywhere. Soon, the shopkeeper carried the grain over. Qing Yun paid up and prepared to move all this grain onto the cart. They got a cart to go into the city to make it easier to pick up. Qing saw Qing Yun preparing to move the grain and rushed forward. Fifth younger sibling, you rest, these grains are too heavy for you, a girl, to move. Qing Yun said. It's fine, I can move it. Saying that, in front of Qing Yun carried 100 kilograms sack in one hand and easily put the grain onto the cart. Qing. The facepalm came too soon. When Qing didn't react, Qing Yun moved several sacks of grain onto the cart. Big brother, it's moved, push it hard. Only then did Qing come back to his senses, with a few moments of embarrassment and unnaturalness on his face. He was a 5-foot man, but his strength was still far inferior to Qing Yun. In his family, he has always praised him for his strength, the god of heaven and God's strength, and now in front of Qing Yun, Qing feels that he is a little weak chicken. Oh. This fucking is also too much of a blow. Chapter 14. After buying the grain, the three of them continued on to the next store without stopping to make purchases. Qing Yun went to the grocery store and bought 10 pounds of lard. After coming here, Qing Yun was surprised to find that there was no vegetable oil in this era, and what the people ate was only animal oil. It is also because there is no vegetable oil that oil is more precious in these times. The price of a caddy of lard is 80 won, which can be considered a sky-high price. The price of soy sauce and other seasonings was fine. In the era of escape, food was the most expensive. These things were not necessities, not many people bought them, so they didn't increase in price much. Sugar is a scarce commodity in this era. The county cannot be sold. Qing Yun only bought some brown sugar. Brown sugar directly bought 5 pounds. When the time comes, whether it is cooking and eating, or brewing sugar water to drink, it is good. Fleeing south is very physically demanding, so brew a bowl of brown sugar water and drink it to replenish your energy quickly. When I waited for the next store, to buy the tarpaulin, the owner seemed very enthusiastic. He's also getting ready to flee south with his family, doing his last day of business today. Stuff sells for as much as it can. I thought these tarpaulins no one to buy, to smash in the hand. I did not expect to come to the guests, to the amount is not small. The boss happily cut the tarpaulin for Qing Yun, and then kindly reminded. This little lady, I heard that the Tatars are going to fight their way here soon, and I guess it won't take more than a few days for them to arrive at our Songqing County. If you can escape, hurry up and do so. If you don't run away and get caught by those Tatars, you'll be finished. Qing Yun frowned when she heard it. This information is accurate? If that was the case, she'd have to hurry up and tell the village chief that their group would have to speed up their journey, or else the consequences would be unthinkable. The owner of the tarpaulin store said, It's true, one of my nephews is in the barracks, a small steward. Songqing County is ready to send troops to resist the Tatars, but the whole of Liuzhou can hold on, so how many days can we hold on to this side? I'm escaping tomorrow with my family, so you guys should hurry too. Qing Yun listened and thanked the tarpaulin store owner. Then there were trips to the cloth and cotton stores. Walking to Yinzhou on 2 feet is still a journey of at least a few months. That means they have to be on the road through the winter. The clothes that Shen family members wore were all very thin, and the few individual ones had prepared jackets, which were also of the thin kind. In winter, especially if you have to travel outside, where can you carry on without a thick coat to wear? Adults can still grit their teeth and hold on, but children can't hold on at all. The good thing is that in the city, in addition to the grain price hike is more outrageous, other things bosses are planning to clearance processing, the price is not high, and even some bosses are in a hurry to run away, urgent disposal of the hands of these inconvenient goods, the price is instead cheaper than usual. Whether it was expensive or not, Qing Yun definitely had to purchase it. If the Shen family wants to reach Yinzhou safely, then they must have all these things ready. Qing Yun entered the store and prepared to pick up the amount of 2 thick coats, for one person. Seeing that there were still thick quilts for sale in the store, Qing Yun asked for 6. Together with the party's purchases, the trolley had been piled high. Big brother, I'm going to the pharmacy to buy a few pairs of medicines for daily use. You and Sagittarius wait for me over here for a while, I'll be right there. The pharmacy is not far from the opposite side of the street, just 200 or 300 meters away, so Qing did not have to bother pushing the cart over again. Qing nodded. Good. Qing Yun walked quickly in the direction of the medicine store. It didn't take long to get to the pharmacy. This is the largest pharmacy in the county, and in addition to catching medicines, it also collects herbs. When Qing Yun went in, she saw a little old man blowing his nose and yelling. "This is a good thing for me. The old man refined poison. A bottle can poison more than 100 people. You won't lose money if you buy it. This is something that will save your life when you flee on the road later." When the little old man finished, he was met with dislike from the store's fellows. Go, 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 don't get in the way of our business, bluffing stuff. I don't even want this thing of yours for nothing. And you want 60 taels, think we're ingrates. The little old man was also exasperated. If not for the fact that I was in distress, not to mention 60 taels of silver, even 60,000 taels old man would not sell. You uneducated contraption, how dare you say that Lao Fu is punking you? Next to the little old man was a little medicine boy who also followed behind and shouted. Do you know the identity of my master? My master is the head of the Divine Healer Valley. To be able to obtain the poisons he personally refined for defense is the luck you've cultivated in your 8 lifetimes. If you have eyes but no pearls, you'll regret it. The medicine store fellow had more or less come into contact with some information on medicine. He had heard of this Divine Healer Valley. But the little old man in front of him said that he was the head of the Divine Healer Valley. And he didn't believe it at all. I heard that the owner of this Divine Healer Valley is named Fang, and Divine Healer Fang is quite famous not to mention in the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also in the continent of the 9 states. This kind of person, the emperor has to respect him half a point. How can he be so down and out? The little old man in front of him, dressed in rags, looked very much like a recruiter. The fellow in the pharmacy was very impatient as he kicked people out. Go, 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 step aside, I don't care who you are, we don't accept your stuff in our store anyway. Good dogs don't get in the way, don't block other customers from coming in and prevent us from doing business, get out of the way. You. The little old man was so angry that he was shivering, trembling as he pointed at the medicine store fellow. What a fallen phoenix. Today he kind of really experienced it. Qing Yun's gaze fell on the little old man and the little medicine boy beside him. The medicine store fellows didn't believe them, but Qing Yun did. The emotions of this little old man and the little medicine boy didn't look like they were faking. Qing Yun walked up to Divine Dr. Fang and rushed at him. You're selling your poison for 60 taels? I'll buy it. Divine Dr. Fang looked at Qing Yun who came over, and when he heard her say she was willing to pay for it, his eyes widened. What? You're willing to buy it? You believe me? The pharmacy fellow couldn't stand it, and kindly reminded Qing Yun. Little lady, this person seems to be a swindler, you can be careful, don't easily fall for it. 60 taels of silver is not a small amount. Qing Yun said. There's no harm, I believe them. Divine Dr. Fang was very excited as he rushed Qing Yun. Girl, it's still you who is discerning, I've met too many blind people along the way. Qing Yun wanted to laugh in her heart. Can't blame others for being blind, just in front of the small old man in tattered and wretched clothes, who wants to believe that he is the master of the Divine Healer Valley. The pharmacy fellow like this is the reaction of a normal person. However, Qing Yun was quite curious as to how this divine doctor ended up here. I have an intuition that you're not a liar. Here's 60 taels of silver for you to keep, divine doctor, and give me the poison. Qing Yun handed over 60 taels of silver. Dr. Fang looked at the silver handed by Qing Yun. Things finally sold out. He also got the silver, but really to this moment, the heart is still quite reluctant to give up. Chapter 15. If he hadn't fallen on hard times, where would he have been willing to sell this poison at such a cheap price if he hadn't put so much effort into refining it? But the poison can't be eaten if you keep it. Sell it for money and buy food back, so at least you can fill your stomach without starving to death. Divine Dr. Fang gritted his teeth, and with a crossed heart, handed Qing Yun the bottle of poison in his hand. Then Divine Dr. Fang took another small porcelain vial out. If you accidentally fell into this poison yourself, take this medicine and take it, it will cure the poison. I'm not afraid of other poisons. This antidote pill can cure all poisons, so I'm giving it to you. Charging you 60 taels of silver in total, you've made a big profit. Divine Dr. Fang said, and then gave Qing Yun a detailed introduction to the method of using poison. Don't look at the poison as just one bottle, you only need to use a small amount to poison many people. Qing Yun collected the poison and antidote, and carefully put them away, handing over 60 taels of silver to the little old man. Divine Dr. Fong received the silver, and his eyes became moist. He took the poison and marketed it to so many people who thought he was a fraud and wouldn't buy it. All the silver in his hand had been taken by those stragglers, and he and the little medicine boy had been hard-pressed to starve for days. Now we can finally have silver, and finally have a full meal. Thinking about his haul of Pill King Valley's Valley Master, but felt to this point, really bad luck. In fact, these poisons that were sold to Qing Yun, if he had convected them, he would have been able to protect himself. But those stragglers in the end is not what 10 evil people are because of the war to flee, were forced to no way to live, only to do robberies. After buying the poison from Divine Dr. Fong, Qing Yun turned her head and went to the pharmacy's fellow to buy a few pairs of medicines to treat wind cold. Thinking about the inevitable trekking on the way to escape, some bumps and bruises are unavoidable. So Qing Yun bought some more ointments for bruises. It's surprising that these pairs of medicines cost $1 or $2 silver to grab. Qing Yun lamented how expensive it could be. No wonder people in this day and age can't afford medicine when they are sick. It's too hard for the average citizen to get medicine and see a doctor. The medicine is sold at such a high price, so I'm sure the herbs shouldn't be cheap either. Qing Yun suddenly thought that she still had some ginseng in her space, so she might as well take it out and exchange it for some money, so that she could buy more supplies on the way to escape the famine. With this in mind, Qing Yun rushed to the pharmacy staff and asked, "Do you accept ginseng here?" Ginseng is a good and valuable herb, and it's hard to see in normal times. Pharmacies are sure to take it, and usually give a good price for it. But how much it is priced depends on the quality of the ginseng and the year. The older and better the ginseng, the more expensive it is. The medicine store's fellow immediately returned Qing Yun's sentence. "I'll go call out to our shopkeeper, you bring out the stuff for him to see." Soon, the medicine store's fellow went to the back to call out to the shopkeeper. He could read some of the ginseng, but it wasn't as good as the shopkeeper's eyesight. Plus this valuation to give the price is the boss of the shopkeeper's decision. He cannot make the decision, so this moment must go to shout the boss of the shopkeeper. Qing Yun nodded her head and pretended to take a ginseng out of the back basket, but actually took it out of the space. This ginseng she planted next to the spiritual spring, after the nourishment of the spiritual spring water. When she took it out it looked in very good condition, a very large plant. Divine Dr. Fong hadn't left at this moment, and as soon as he saw the ginseng Qing Yun took out, his eyes widened. This? How did you get such a big ginseng?" In the Medicine King Valley, all kinds of precious medicinal herbs were not uncommon, and a 100-year portion of ginseng was not unheard of. Sparing the well-informed Divine Dr. Fong, he was also stunned by such a large ginseng plant that Qing Yun had taken out. This is a treasure. If he wasn't so shy right now, he would have bought this ginseng. Seeing Dr. Fong's eyes staring straight at the ginseng in her hand, Qing Yun casually blabbered back, "I was lucky and dug it up from the mountain by chance. There's no use in keeping this in my hands, so I might as well sell it for some silver." Divine Dr. Fong tried to restrain himself. At this point, I can only hate myself for being so poor. But if he had some money, this ginseng would be his. Soon, the medicine store owner came out. When he saw Qing Yun, he looked up and down a few times. Seeing that Qing Yun's dress is ordinary, it must be a country bumpkin without much knowledge how to bid later, he already has a bottom in his heart. "Little lady, bring me your ginseng." Qing Yun handed over the ginseng in her hand. After seeing the ginseng, the pharmacy shopkeeper's eyes widened, and his expression was even more exaggerated than Divine Dr. Fong's. It couldn't be helped, in all the years he had run a pharmacy, it was the first time he had seen ginseng of such a good quality, such a superb quality. Qing Yun asked, "I wonder how much the shopkeeper can offer for this ginseng?" It took the shopkeeper a moment to recover from his shock. Quickly, he adjusted himself and rushed Qing Yun. "Little lady, if you're willing to sell, I'll give you 200 taels of silver." Hearing the offer from the shopkeeper, Dr. Fong immediately lost his composure. Blowing his nose and glaring at the shopkeeper, he scolded, "Doing business can't be so black-hearted. Ginseng of this quality is a treasure. Not to mention 200 taels of silver, even 200 taels of gold couldn't buy it. Little girl, if you believe in me, you put the ginseng in your own possession, and then find a reliable pharmacy to sell it, definitely more than this price. If you really can't, you can keep it and send it to the Medicine King Valley, and I'll give 500 taels of gold. How's that? Qing Yun originally thought that 200 taels of silver was acceptable. After all, such ginseng, there are still a lot of them in their own space. However, listening to Dr. Fang's meaning, selling 200 taels of silver has taken a big loss. Qing Yun naturally wouldn't be an ingrate when she could earn more. The medicine store owner was so furious with divine Dr. Fang that he was about to gnaw his back teeth. You old man, hurry up and get out of here, don't affect my business with my customers. Saying that, the pharmacy shopkeeper immediately gave a look to the store's little fellow. The little fellow immediately understood and rushed to divine Dr. Fang, pushing and shoving him up, telling him to hurry up and get out. After saying that, the shopkeeper of the medicine store rushed at Qing Yun again with a pleasant face. Little lady, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. I'll give you 200 taels of ginseng of this quality, quite a lot. To ordinary people, 200 taels was indeed not a small amount. But Qing Yun wasn't an old man of the soil. Qing Yun raised her eyebrows and decisively quoted, without the slightest room for bargaining in her tone. 200 taels of gold, take it or leave it. Qing Yun said, reaching out her hand, ready to snatch the ginseng back from the shopkeeper's hand. As soon as the shopkeeper saw that Qing Yun didn't want to sell it because the price was too low, he pondered a little, clenched his teeth, stamped his foot, and said, Okay, 200 taels of gold is 200 taels of gold. Pharmacy shopkeeper is also a medicinal herbs old man, the heart is the bottom. This ginseng is really as the same as what Dr. Fang said, the value of 1,000 gold, 202 gold received, he still have to earn. Chapter 16. If this was taken to the main store in the capital, the proprietor would be very happy to see this superb ginseng, and give him a generous reward. Aha! Seeing that the other party was willing to offer 200 taels of gold, Qing Yun faintly answered on her face, but in her heart, she couldn't help but be in ecstasy. 200 taels of gold. Absolutely astronomical. Unsurprisingly, it was enough for a large family of the Shen family to spend for the rest of their lives. Wait a minute, little lady, I'll get you some money. Qing Yun nodded her head. Soon, the medicine shopkeeper fetched 200 taels of gold. $1 is 10 taels of gold, and 200 taels of gold is 20 gold dollars. Put together, a small, heavy packet. Qing Yun checked that there was no mistake and put the money into the basket, along with the several pairs of medicines that she had just grabbed from the pharmacy, all of which were put away into space. As soon as Qing Yun went out, Dr. Fang roared forward and asked Qing Yun, Girl, you won't really sell the ginseng for 200 taels of silver, will you? Qing Yun shook her head. That's not true, thanks to the divine doctor's reminder, I sold it for 200 taels of gold. 200 taels of gold and 200 taels of silver are too much difference. So Qing Yun was really quite grateful to this Dr. Fang in her heart. Dr. Fang remained a little pained when he heard the price she was selling for. Hey, these black-hearted merchants are the pits. Girl, in the future, if you're not in a hurry for money, don't sell this kind of treasure. Qing Yun nodded. Okay, divine doctor, I know. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and parted ways. Dr. Fang was going to take the 60 taels of silver he earned from selling poison and go have a good meal first, then go buy some food to take on the road, or else he would go hungry again in the days to come. Qing Yun went out of the medicine store and prepared to meet up with Qing and Yan. But just as they came out, they saw the two of them getting into an argument with someone else. A woman in a gorgeous dress, standing on the carriage, with a whip raised in her hand, was about to whip Yan. Fool! How dare you lecture this young lady? I think you want to die. When Qing Yun saw this situation, she immediately dodged and flew to Yan's side, catching the whip that was drawn over. The woman on the carriage was so shocked in her mind that she was actually stopped, and the whip didn't hit that fool. She tried to pull the whip back from Qing Yun's hand, but she couldn't do it even though she had exerted all her strength. This woman who suddenly appeared, looked thin and weak, and did not know where she got so much strength. Do you know who this lady is? What will happen if you offend this lady? Let go of me if you're smart, or you won't be able to eat. After the woman finished speaking, a little girl on the side followed. Unbridled, my young lady is the daughter of the county magistrate's family. You guys are so bold to mess with my young lady. The person sitting on the horseback at this moment was indeed the county magistrate's family's young lady, Lu Ruyan. The entire Pine City County knew that the county magistrate's family's young lady was not to be messed with. There was a man who had offended this great lady before, and his hands were directly chopped off on the street. This sky is high and the emperor is far away. Songchen County is the fiefdom of Qing Yun, and I heard that this Lu Ruyan's sister is King Yan's most favored side consort. That is why the county magistrate's family has always been so domineering and lawless that no one dares to mess with them. Many of the commoners passing by on the street looked sympathetically at Qing Yun and the others. It's not good to offend anyone, but the daughter of the magistrate's family. Looking at the dress of Qing Yun's few people, they looked like outsiders fleeing from the famine, and they were probably not clear about the situation on this side of the county. A woman rushed to Qing Yun and reminded her, "Miss, this is the daughter of the county magistrate's family, not something we ordinary people can mess with. Hurry up and apologize to her, don't piss her off." The reason why this woman came out to persuade Qing Yun was because Xinyan had offended Lu Ruyan in order to save her son. Her son was running and playing in the street when he came upon the carriage of the county magistrate's daughter flying by. When Xinyan saw that the child was on the verge of being hit by the carriage, she rushed to push the child out of the way and saved her family's child's life. But because of this, Xinyan rushed into the carriage of the county magistrate's daughter. Xinyan accused the county magistrate's daughter of not slowing down even when she was driving the carriage on the main road, almost hurting the child. Lu Ruyan was accused by a refugee and was burning with anger, which is why she raised her whip and decided to whip Xinyan out of anger. Listening to the woman's persuasion, Qing Yun frowned. "Just because you're the magistrate's daughter, you can do whatever you want?" Unfortunately, running into a tough opponent like her, Qing Yun simply wouldn't eat this. Seeing Qing Yun frowning and searching for thoughts, Lu Ruyan thought that Qing Yun was afraid, so she sneered and said, "Now that you know you're afraid, if you kneel down for this young lady and learn to bark a few more times, this young lady can think about it and let you go." Qing Yun's icy eyes stared at Lu Ruyan. "Sorry to disappoint you." Saying that, Qing Yun exerted her strength and directly yanked Lu Ruyan off the carriage. Lu Ruyan couldn't react as well as she should have, and fell face down, taking a big loss. Although the incisors were not knocked out, Lu Ruyan's face still suffered a considerable bruise. Lu Ruyan usually loved beauty the most, and her face was the place she cared about the most. Qing Yun ripped her from the carriage and broke her face, thinking of the possibility of scarring in the future. Lu Ruyan shrieked in shock and burst into a rage. "Bitch, you don't want to live, come on, take me down for her." Ruyan Lu growled and yelled at the dozen or so soldiers patrolling the city. Xinqing only recited in his heart that it was over and done with, they had offended the officials, where there was still a way to live. When these soldiers heard Lu Ruyan's command, they immediately rushed towards Qing Yun with their long swords and spears. Although Xinyan was afraid, his body still blocked in front of Qing Yun. "Daughter-in-law, no. Not afraid, I will protect you." Qing Yun's heart was warmed. When in danger, the foolish Sangong would always protect her. "No need, I can deal with them. I'll clean up whoever bullies Sagittarius and let them know that we're not to be messed with," Qing Yun said, rushed up with an arrow step, and within a few rounds, he sharply fucked several soldiers down. These soldiers were not much of a fighting force to her at all, and compared to the zombies of the end times, they were far too poor. After packing up the minions, Qing Yun walked over to Lu Ruyan and stomped on the woman's face. "With a few shrimp soldiers, you still want to come and move me? This time, this girl spares your life, but if you dare to mess with me again, I will definitely let you die without a burial place." Lu Ruyan, who had been stepped on by Qing Yun, felt the powerlessness of having her dignity trampled on for the first time. In front of a street full of people, Lu Ruyan felt disgraced, and in the future, she was afraid that she would only be reduced to the laughing stock of the whole city. That would be harder to swallow than cutting her flesh. Lu Ruyan was furious and red-eyed, but Fan had seen Qing Yun's power with her own eyes, and this woman was a fatalist with explosive fighting ability. A dozen officials and soldiers are not opponents, the other side wants to kill her as simply as easy as a palm. At the moment to recognize the time, she is angry again, but in the end, she is afraid of death. I'm wrong, It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize empty Taishan. Girl, please forgive me this time. Chapter 17. It's good if you know you're wrong. This girl is not the one who drives people to extinction, but I've already reminded you, don't mess with me in the future, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Qing Yun warned Lu Ruyan before removing her foot from her face. Lu Ruyan hated her teeth, and now that she didn't have enough manpower around her to get tough with Qing Yun, she could only choose to hold back. Lu Ruyan greeted the little maid and carriage driver to help her up and hurriedly beat a path back to the house. And this operation of Qing Yun made Qing look dumbfounded. 5 sisters. This is too raw. Although he already knew that his 5th sibling was very powerful, killing horse bandits and fighting wild boars before, the process was not witnessed with his own eyes. Today, he was able to see the real thing, and the great visual shock made it difficult for him to return to his senses for a long time. Qing admired, although he was a male, he was simply no match for this younger sibling. Just now, if it wasn't for his 5th sibling, his 5th brother would have been beaten up. It was really a shame that he, as an older brother, was not capable of protecting his younger brother. The woman who was saved by the child looked at this situation and said, "You guys hurry up and leave. While you can escape and hurry up to escape, you have humiliated the county magistrate's daughter. If the county magistrate sends soldiers to arrest you in a while, it will be hard to fly with your wings." Although Qing Yun's hands were really good. But taking on a dozen people is certainly not the same as taking on hundreds or thousands. Knowing that this woman is well-intentioned, in this situation, it is indeed better to leave the county early. Fortunately, now that Qing Yun had gotten things almost ready, Qing Yun greeted Qing and led Xinyan quickly out of the city gates. The rest of the fleeing villagers had pretty much picked up and left the city. Compared to other families, the Xin family's purchases this time were the richest and most varied. A cart full of stuff. Thanks to Qing pushed the biggest trolley out, or else all these things could not get back. They came out pushing their carts, and some of the stragglers waiting at the city gates were dumbfounded and had the urge to loot. However, Qing Yun and Xinyan were both holding large swords in their hands, which was very creepy. The people from the Xin family village and the Zhao family village were also right there at the city gates to meet them, and many of them were armed as well. Crowds are still a deterrent. Those stragglers who wanted to rob something didn't dare to act rashly. The Xin and Zhao villages used their numerical superiority and toughness to safely receive the people who were sent into the city to make purchases. Qing Yun and Qing told the situation they had inquired about from the city and Xinjia village, the village head of Zhaojia village, truthfully. Hearing that the Tatars would be hitting in less than 2 or 3 days, the mayors of the 2 villages looked unusually grave when they heard about this. In that case, they'd have to speed up their journey and get going. They couldn't afford much delay on this side. If this is caught up by the Tatars, the consequences are unimaginable. So the mayors of the 2 villages put their heads together and immediately notified the villagers that they would hurry up and leave when all the people who had been picking were back. Upon hearing that they had to start up again, many of the tired villagers were a little reluctant to move. But you have to take a step even if you don't want to move at this moment. If you don't move, you may be disconnected from the larger force. If you flee the famine without a group and go on the road alone, the risk will be much higher, and the stragglers alone will be enough to drink a pot of water. Xin's family and the village waited for the rest of the people who hadn't returned yet, who had gone into the city to buy. Qing Yun and the Xin family members gave a general overview of what they had just gone into the city to pick up. Xin Dashan repeatedly praised Qing Yun for being well thought out. These things were indeed necessary for the road. However, buying these supplies cost a lot of money. Thanks to Lao Wu's daughter-in-law got a lot of silver from the bandits. Or else how can we rely on the Xin family to save up a little money? How can it be enough? As for the sale of ginseng, of course Qing Yun would not say anything. She kept the money herself, and the money she had collected from the horse bandits was already enough for them. When it comes to offending the county magistrate's daughter, Xin's family is worried to death, searching for retaliation. Qing Yun is not afraid, do not want to die. Come, she let people have no return. After waiting for a while, the people who went out to buy all came back, and the fleeing team packed up and reorganized, and continued the southward fleeing journey. In another place, Ruyan Lu returned home with her injuries. As soon as she arrived home, she was ready to find her father, and tell him to hurry up and send more soldiers to bring Qing Yun back to her. That woman, she must make her into a human swine and make the rest of her life worse than death. But as soon as Rian Lu came home, she realized something was wrong. The family was scrambling to pack. What's this for? Rian Lu rushed to find her father to inquire about the situation. Lu Magistrate trembled and said, "The news from the front line, the Tatars will have to fight over in less than 2 or 3 days. Your father and I have mobilized enough troops to resist on this side, but we can't stay on this side, we have to escape." Lu Rian's face suddenly turned gray for a split second. "There's going to be a war, it's important to run for your life at this moment, where do you care about anything else?" Lu Rian also didn't have the heart to care about Qing Yun's matter anymore, and also hurriedly began to pack up her things, ready to run away with her family. Qing Yun's group walked until dark before resting. Nowadays, we take the official road, and resting at night is not as casual as it was in the mountains. When camping in the mountains, with torches burning around them, people can gather in the inner circle and sleep without fear. After all, beasts and mosquitoes are afraid of fire and will not cross the fire to attack people. But not here. On the official road, people are much scarier than animals, and you have to be on your guard at night. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao got together and finally decided that each family would draw someone out to be in charge of the night watch to prevent the group's things from being stolen and robbed. The fleeing villagers nodded their heads in agreement that this was a way to protect the personal and property safety of the large group. Shin's fourth brother, Shin Ben, took the initiative to stand out. "I'm young, I'll be in charge of the night watch in our house." Shin Sango was not willing to lag behind. "Fourth brother, you rest, I'll do it." Shin Ben wouldn't allow it. I'll do it. Third brother, you still have to take care of third sister-in-law. I'm a single man, I'm best suited for this job." Shin Dashan snapped. "Don't argue, let's let Lao Si come first today. From now on, every night will be a vigil, you brothers take turns." Shin Yan nodded. "All right then, let the fourth brother come tonight, and I'll come tomorrow night." Once the Shin family had settled on a candidate for the vigil, they began to get together, feverishly working on preparing the meal. The fresh wild boar at home has been eaten and the marinated ones are ready to be eaten. 100 pounds of cured meat is also enough for some days. Because he had picked up fine grains today, Shin Dashan made a pat decision to eat brown rice tonight. The main course was brown rice, and the dish was sautéed bacon with wild greens and spit. This kind of food can be eaten while fleeing from the famine, and it is definitely considered delicious. After dinner, everyone rushed to rest. Go to bed early and regain your strength early so that you can make an early start tomorrow. Because the villagers took turns to keep watch at night, they slept fairly soundly that night, and the next morning they all hurriedly ate breakfast and continued to get up and leave. I guess the news spread, and more people on the official road joined the escape. There were well-to-do families who traveled in horse-drawn carriages with their families in tow. Those of them who walked on 2 feet were certainly not as comfortable as these who drove in wagons. However, horse-drawn carts, ox carts and donkey carts have a bad point, that is, they can only take the official road, not the mountain road and waterway. Chapter 18. And in contrast, these people are more likely to be targeted by robbers because they are too flashy. Rather, it is they, the poor villagers, whose pockets are so poor that they do not easily invite thoughts. Whether or not the rich and powerful would be robbed was not something Qing Yun should worry about. After all, they were so self-conscious about themselves, how could they care about others? Continuing the new day's rush, the party stopped again in the evening. Today the team is stationed by a river, which is relatively flat and has easy access to water. Once the group had rested down, the group began to prepare lunch. Shin Yan said, "Daughter-in-law, I'll go down to the river to touch the fish and catch them for you to eat. I'm very good at touching the fish." Shin Yan reminded from the side, "Fifth brother, even if there are fish in this river, it is estimated that they have been caught up long ago. The road is full of fleeing refugees. Even the roots and bark of the trees have been cleaned out, not to mention the fish in the river." Hearing Shin Yan's words, Shin Yan's brows lowered for a moment, and his eyes were filled with loss. Qing Yun smiled and pulled up Shin Yan's hand, saying, "It's fine, just in case there is one. Let's go to the river and take a look and try our luck." Shin Yan's eyes lit up again, nodding happily. Soon the two came to the river. There were also quite a few villagers who came over to fetch water at this moment. Qing Yun and Qing Yun looked inside the river for a while. The river really did not see a fish. It seems that Qing Yun is right. If there is really a fish in the river, it must have long been caught and eaten by the refugees coming and going. But there's nothing in the river, there's something in Qing Yun's space. Her space had a large farm with a fish pond stocked with fish. Because of the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, all these fish were raised to be incredibly fat. When Qing Yun wasn't paying attention, Qing Yun threw a big black fish into the river, then pointed in the direction of the big black fish and shouted at Qing Yun. "Xianggong, over here, there's a big fish here." Qing Yun looked over in the direction Qing Yun was pointing. At this look, there really was a big fish flopping around. Qing Yun cannot think too much at this moment. The clothes on the body did not take off, it is directly a jolt into the river. Qing Yun really didn't brag, and caught the big black fish in 3 tries. This guy can't swim in the water. Successfully catching the big black fish, Qing Yun danced with joy. "Daughter-in-law, look, I caught a fish, we'll have fish to eat at night." Qing Yun nodded her head in delight. "Well, my family's husband is really great." Qing Yun handed the fish he caught to Qing Yun, and then prepared himself to go back to the river to see if he could catch 2 more. More of this stuff is better. After all, the family has a large population, Shin family adults plus children, more than 10 or 20 people. It's not enough to eat if you don't catch more. Qing Yun repeated the same trick and released a few fish into the river. In the end, Qing Yun caught a total of 5 fish before calling it quits. All 5 were big and fat. Seeing Qing Yun catch so many fish immediately caused a big stir. Fish is a good thing, especially when people are short of food. If you can catch some fish to eat, in addition to filling your stomach, it can also replenish your body. After all, it is a meat dish. When the body is nourished, it has more strength to make the journey. Originally did not want to catch fish villagers, this time a lot of them came to the river to try. Qing Yun is not good at taking things out directly to help these villagers, and can now help in secret. The number of fish in her space was so large that it would be a waste if she didn't eat them, so she might as well use them to help these poor people who were fleeing the country. Another point was that Qing Yun did not want the Shin family to become the center of attention of the fleeing team. When everyone else was eating chaff and swallowing food, they ate fish and drank fish soup, which inevitably attracted envy. Qing Yun took advantage of the night, when everyone wasn't paying attention, and moved 100 or so large fish directly from the space and released them into the creek. Soon the villagers who came to catch fish realized that there were really quite a lot of fish here. "I caught one too! The fish in this river are so fat." "Yeah, lots of fish, everyone hurry up and catch them." More and more villagers came to catch fish and more or less caught some. Many people were smiling because they caught fish and had fish to eat at night. Qing Yun and Qing Yan carried 5 big fish back, and Shin family members looked dumbfounded. Originally they didn't expect Qing Yan to catch fish, who knew there was really an unexpected joy. "And I caught so many of them, and each one was so fat, I had a good meal for dinner today." Qing Yan's mouth opened, thinking about what he had just said. He couldn't help but have a feeling that his face hurt. Zhang's face was piled with smiles, praising Qing Yan. "Yenna is really great, catching so many fish." The rest of the Shin family followed Zhang's lead and responded, praising Qing Yan. Qing Yun rushed to Zhang and said, "Mother, this weather, it's quite cold at night. Go and cook a bowl of ginger soup for Xianggong. Give him a drink to drive away the cold. I'll take him to change into some dry clothes, don't freeze." Hearing Qing Yun say this reminded Zhang. Zhang patted her head and said, "I was so focused on being happy that I forgot about this. Lao Wu's daughter-in-law is right. It's time to change clothes and cook some ginger soup to warm your body. I'll get it now." With that, Zhang went to prepare the ginger soup. Sister-in-law Shin took the fish over. "I'll go kill the fish, Mother. How many fish will we eat tonight?" Zhang returned. "Pick 2 big ones and eat the rest tomorrow night." These were not small fish, and 2 would be enough for a nice family meal. Qing Yun was afraid that the Shin family would waste the good ingredients, so she rushed to sister-in-law Shin and said, "Sister-in-law, just go kill the fish, I'll cook it later." Sister-in-law Shin knew that Qing Yun's cooking skills were much better than her own, and she didn't want to waste a good thing like fish. Seeing that Qing Yun made a point to greet her, Mrs. Shin hurriedly answered, Taking advantage of sister-in-law Shin's efforts to handle the fish, Qing Yun took Qing Yun to change his clothes. Brother Shin and the others had already set up a simple tent. 3 logs were used to secure it into a tripod with a tarpaulin on top to protect it from the wind and rain. Qing Yun brought Qing Yun in and told him to change into clean clothes. In Qing Yun's opinion, Qing Yun was a child. But at this moment, changing Qing Yun's clothes, this guy is again cut from the body of a grown man. Helping Qing Yun change his clothes, the guy's entire body was exposed in front of her eyes. What's the word for it? It's a showstopper. Qing Yun, after stripping, has a very good body, and surprisingly has abs. Combined with that handsome face, it's truly the ultimate man, if not for some brain problems. Speaking of this, Qing Yun also secretly regretted it. A person who was perfect had to make some flaws. Qing Yun blushed as she helped Qing Yun change his clothes. Qing Yun noticed Qing Yun's reddened face. He suddenly reached out his hand and touched her cheeks, asking curiously, "Daughter-in-law, why is your face so hot? It's still so red? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Chapter 19. When Qing Yun was touched by Qing Yun like this, her heart panicked even more. "I'm fine, I'm just a little hot from all the work I just did." Hearing Qing Yun's words, Qing Yun then nodded. "It's good that daughter-in-law is fine. Well, come out for ginger soup when you're changed, and I'll go make fish soup." "Yes." Thinking of being able to eat fish, a childlike excitement spread across Qing Yun's face. Zhang had already cooked ginger soup and handed it to Qing Yun. When Qing Yun finished drinking, he let him roast the fire next to the fire first. Anyway, it cannot freeze. Sister-in-law Shin also handled the fish and handed it to Qing Yun. "Fifth sister-in-law, I've already handled this fish, see what you can do." Qing Yun took the cleaned and scaled fish. She slices the fish thinly, and when it's done, coats it with a little cornstarch, which keeps it smooth and tender. Once the fish has been processed, you can just put it in a pot of fish soup and drink it. The fish soup cooked in this way is fresh and flavorful, and the fish meat is tasty and smooth. And it will be easy for kids to eat without getting fish splinters in their throats. While Qing Yun was handling the fish, the Shin family also started frying wild vegetables for the main meal. Yesterday I ate fine grain, and today, when I have fish, I try to save as much as I can, and I can't afford to eat fine grain all the time. So the main meal was plastered with corn tortillas and a few sweet potatoes boiled. Qing Yun used another pot to start cooking the fish soup. Put some oil in the pan to moisten the pan, added water in and poured in the processed fish. A few slices of ginger were added to the fish soup to remove the fishy smell, and then Qing Yun secretly put some pepper in to flavor it. When the pot was almost ready, some salt was added and a handful of wild onions plucked from the side of the road were sprinkled, and the flavor of this fish soup filled the air. The good thing is that in addition to their family eating fish, quite a few of the fleeing party were catching and having fish to eat. It's only when you have your own that you don't think about someone else's. Both adults and children in the Shin family waited for the fragrant fish soup to come out of the pot. Zhang began to distribute them to the family. There was plenty of fish and fish soup, and one person shared a big bowl full of fish soup and fish, with the main course and also wild vegetables, to be able to have a hearty meal. There are still 2 bowls of portions left in the pot, so Zhang Clan tapped the board and decided. There are still 2 bowls left, and everyone is definitely not enough to share, so the remaining 2 bowls will be given to Old Five and Old Five's daughter-in-law. The fish was caught by Old Five, and the fish soup was made by Old Five's daughter-in-law, so it's okay with everyone if they eat more? Shin's family all said they were fine with it. Qing Yun, however, said, "Father, Mother, you guys share the extra bowl I have, you're elders, it's only right to eat more when you're older. I have a small appetite, I'm afraid I can't even finish this bowl, and I can't eat if you give me too much." Seeing Qing Yun open her mouth, the Shin family's old couple didn't excuse themselves, but secretly lamented in their hearts that this old 5th daughter-in-law was one who knew how to be filial. Other than the scar on his face, which is a bit of a bummer, he's pretty good. After dividing the fish soup and fish meat, Shin's family sat down together to eat. After waiting to taste the flavor, Shin's family thought it was amazing. It's too good to be true, isn't it? It wasn't that they hadn't eaten fish before, but the ones they had eaten weren't as good as what Qing Yun generally made. The fish broth was delicious, and the fish was smooth and tender. It's true that one bite leaves you wanting the next. Qing Yun also tasted the fish. It was because the fish was raised by the space spirit spring water that the taste of the fish meat tasted better than normal fish meat. If we can come across these creeks again in the future, we can use pretty much the same method to make fish available to everyone. After eating and drinking, the fleeing villagers rested, and tonight it was Xinyan's turn to patrol and keep watch. Because they had eaten fish, or fish raised by the spiritual spring water, when they continued to flee and hurry the next day, the villagers who had eaten the fish found that the new day's hurry was a bit more energetic than before. After having the strength to hurry, everyone was trying to speed up their journey as much as possible. The Song countryside can't be defended, and the Tatars are hitting fast. Those of them who walk on 2 legs are naturally no match for others who walk on 4. The Tatars are riding south and can catch up at any time. After continuing on the road on a new day, it was unfortunate to encounter riding stragglers again. This batch of stragglers was also a few hundred large. Each one of them had eaten human flesh, and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murder. Fortunately, the people of the Shun family village and the Gu family village had experienced the last straggler incident, and had experience at this moment. The strong laborers of the village were out with their tools to surround the things and the women and children. Qing Yun held a large sword in her hand and carried a bow and arrow on her back. Looking at the stragglers rushing over, Qing Yun rushed the Shun families old and young. Try to watch over the children, hold hands and don't get lost. If you get separated and lost at this point, you may not have the luck to find your way back to the main group. In years like this, those who have fallen off the wagon may even become someone else's dish. Hearing Qing Yun's exhortation, the Shun family members all nodded heavily. After the last time Qing Yun and Xinyan got lost, the Shun family was paying more attention at this moment. John was uneasy and shouted at Qing Yun. Old 5th daughter-in-law, you should also protect yourself well. Qing Yun nodded. Well, mother, I know. Saying that, Qing Yun concentrated on dealing with these stragglers who rushed over and tried to grab things. Surrounding the periphery, they are all adult men in the village, and in their hands they are holding the tools of self-defense, so these people just want to come to rob, but they also have to weigh it. Seeing that Qing Yun is a small girl, looking also thin and weak, these stragglers thought that they could use Qing Yun here as a breakthrough, and they all rushed towards her. Qing Yun's eyes were immediately drenched in a layer of coldness. They're not attacking a weak spot, they're purely looking for abuse. When the 2 stragglers rushed to Qing Yun with sharpened wood, the large knife in Qing Yun's hand was only lightly swung, and the 2 stragglers' skulls rolled directly to the ground. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Qing Yun could not be a saintly mother after experiencing the end times. These stragglers are certainly pitiful and are being forced to do so. But do they, the villagers fleeing from the set, deserve to be hurt and robbed of their things? The heads of the 2 stragglers fell, which in turn shocked the other stragglers rushing up behind them. A bloodthirsty murderous aura erupted from Qing Yun's body as she coldly warned the other stragglers. Those who don't want to live can come up and try. These stragglers realized that the women who looked weak in this fleeing team were actually the least dealt with. There were also some stragglers who were not dead set on robbing things and continued to come up towards the group in a siege. With the unanimous unity of the young and strong men on the periphery, coupled with Qing Yun's stature, these stragglers were finally jealous and no longer attacked them as a team. The fleeing party were secretly relieved. But while they escaped because of their unity, the other teams that followed behind were not so honored. Chapter 20. This time, after receiving the news that the Tatars had struck, many people from Songqing County rushed to flee. Those who had money drove horse-drawn carriages. If you don't say that it's a narrow road between wrongdoers, the ones following behind their group were actually Lu Ruyan's family. The magistrate of Lu had made relatively good preparations, even though he had fled in a hurry. The servants of the house, except for a few capable and handy maids brought with them, those old men who might have slowed down the process of the team's escape, all stayed directly in the house. The young servants who followed them out, plus the thugs, numbered in the dozens. That's something you can handle if there's any danger on the road. Who knew there were so many stragglers fleeing this time? Seeing them driving several wagons and carrying much more, they all rushed up like mad. They couldn't resist the tidal wave of stragglers, and their stuff was basically looted, and many of them were injured. The Lu magistrate's family was dumbfounded. I should have known to bring more men out. It wasn't a rush to get away, and it wasn't in such a state of disarray. Having grabbed their stuff, the stragglers blasted away, leaving nothing but a mess. It was ransacked, and after a long time, the Lu magistrate's family was in a state of shock. Ruyan Lu's arm was injured and her clothes were soaked with blood. She howled. The daughter of the magistrate's family, when has she ever been so aggrieved? Father, what can we do? All of our things have been robbed by the stragglers. Ruyan Lu's elder brother frowned and asked at County Magistrate Lu. The stragglers were like hungry wolves, they were robbed horribly. The gold and silver they brought out were taken by the stragglers, not to mention that the point is that the horses were taken captive. Take the horse away for what? To eat, of course. Horse meat fills the stomach. Lu magistrate head too big, now ask him what to do. How would he know what to do? Have someone take an inventory of how much stuff we have left. Soon enough, the subordinates of the Lu magistrate's family took stock of the things. The food that was brought was basically looted, and only a few boxes of pastries in the wagon were not looted. Not to mention the gold, silver, and jewels. There's nothing left. The only things that hadn't been robbed much were the bedding and clothing, and the silver money that everyone carried close to them. Then some daily necessities, herbs and such. For these stragglers, what they wanted most was food, followed by money, and the money they robbed was taken to buy food. As for everything else, don't even bother grabbing it. County Magistrate Lu also did not expect that he would end up in this situation. How can we make it without the horses? With no food, what will we eat and drink on the road? But even if it's miserable, you have to keep going. If this doesn't go, and the Tatars catch up, the end will be even more miserable. Lu Magistrate's psychological quality is still strong, soon, opened his mouth to command. We'll be able to use the first things to pack. Encounter can supply the village and town, we then buy purchase. Luckily, he had brought more men with him, and even without the carriage, the road was not impossible to drive. One of the underlings carries something, and they can get up and go. It's just that the rush is much slower when you rely purely on foot travel. Lu Rian cried. Father, without a carriage, if it's such a long way, will we walk to Yen Wangfu step by step? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Father, I'm still injured, it hurts so much. Lu Magistrate usually quite loved this daughter, but now see her crying appearance, feel annoyed very much. Come on, don't cry, you go get some medicine. There is no wagon, so let the underlings think of a way to see if they can convert the wagon carriage into a cart to push you around. Ruyan Lu only stopped complaining when she heard her father say that. If she really had to rely on her feet to catch up, she would really die of exhaustion. Magistrate Su ordered the team to take a break. The subordinates who know carpentry work rushed to remodel the wagons, and those who were injured rushed to treat their wounds. Ruyan Lu's arm was injured, and the pain was eased a little with medicine. The teams from the Xin and Zhao villages were not far away, and they witnessed the whole process of Magistrate Su's house being robbed by the stragglers. In today's world, their team is so hard to protect themselves that they don't have the heart or ability to care about others. Mayor Xin lamented. These rich people are even more missed than the common people like us. This world is really difficult. People have their own destinies. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not easy for us either. Village Chief Xiao followed. The stragglers had dispersed. They were considered safe. Although their group didn't take too much of a hit this time, there were still some young men protecting the villagers who were injured after all. Once the two village chiefs had discussed the matter, they let the party rest where they were. Everyone who has injuries should get them taken care of, and then take stock to see if anyone's family has gotten separated. Qing Yun was cared for by everyone in the Shin family. Old Five's daughter-in-law, are you all right? Are you hurt? Concern was written all over Zhang's eyes as she looked at Qing Yun. Qing Yun shook her head. No, mother, I'm fine, you don't need to be concerned. Shin's family was relieved. Zhang turned her head to ask a few other men in the Shin family. Only Shin Urge had suffered some superficial injuries during the clash, and everyone else was unharmed. Qing Yun had previously bought some medicine for bruises in the pharmacy, and hurriedly handed it over to Shin Urge to rub it on. After the medicine is applied and the wound is bandaged, you don't have to worry about the wound getting infected and worsening. There were no Qing family members who were too seriously injured, but in the team, there were still those who were seriously injured. A middle-aged woman slumped down in front of a middle-aged man and whimpered. This middle-aged man was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and at a glance it was clear that he had fainted from blood loss. Dunjia, don't scare me, something mustn't happen. If you fall, what will you let me and the child do? The woman cried her heart out. The surrounding villagers saw this scene and all of them reddened their eyes. Dafu, daughter-in-law, don't cry, your man will be fine, let's figure it out together. Yes, go ahead and see if you can come across a village or town, and find a doctor to look at your man, surely he can be cured. Yes, Dafu, daughter-in-law, this is not the time to cry, we have to think of a way to save people. Hearing the commotion over here, Qing Yun followed and looked over. This man named Zhao Dafu she remembered. The father of the child she saved, called Dog Egg, the last time she encountered a wild boar, was Zhao Dafu. This Hanyu gave Qing Yun a good impression, an honest and simple one. Looking at him lying on the ground, he had taken a knife in front of his chest and looked badly injured. Because of the loss of blood, the man had collapsed and was unconscious at this moment. As Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law cried and shouted, Zhao Dog Dan was also wiping his tears. But he felt too much like a little man to cry too loudly, and did his best to control his voice. Seeing this scene, Qing Yun developed sympathy, and the villagers on the sidelines were all heavy-hearted. We are all in the same boat together, facing all kinds of dangers together, we are all friends in life and death, and no one wants anything to happen to anyone. Zhao Dafu was injured because he was resisting the stragglers, sort of to protect the safety of the group, so now that he saw Zhao Dafu in critical condition, everyone was more empathetic and concerned. Chapter 21. But there was no doctor in the immediate group. Zhao Dafu's injuries are still so serious. Even if there is a doctor on this injury of Zhao Dafu, I am afraid that there is nothing that can be done. Even if it is a divine doctor, he can only shake his head. Qing Yun rushed Zhao Dafu's family. If you believe me, prepare a tent for me, I'll help with his injuries, and perhaps save his life. But I can't guarantee that Zhao Dafu will be saved, I can only say that I'll try my best to try. The moment Qing Yun said this, every single gaze landed on her. If the Qing Yun from before had said this, it was expected that no one would have taken any notice of her, but in the past few days everyone had seen what she was capable of, killing wild boars and dealing with stragglers, and now there might actually be a way to save Zhao Dafu. Zhao Dafu's wife and son felt like they had grabbed a lifesaver and hurriedly wiped the tears from their faces. All right, Lady Gu, I'll go prepare your tent. Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law knew that now was not the time to grieve, she had to hurry and let this Gu maiden save her man's life. There's no doctor at the moment, and the injury can't be delayed at all. Believe in Qing Yun, maybe there really is a miracle. If she didn't put up a fight, her man would certainly die 10 deaths. Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law didn't know how, but she inexplicably felt that Qing Yun really had the ability to bring her man back. The surrounding villagers all followed along to help, and soon a tent was set up. Qing Yun had people carry Zhao Dafu into the tent, then said, I need a quiet environment, no one should come in and disturb, the rescue will take longer. After Qing Yun finished speaking, the village chief of the Shen family village immediately snapped. All of them will stand guard for me outside, no one is allowed to go in, so that Lady Gu can save the people at ease. Right now Zhao Dafu's situation is urgent. Since Qing Yun took the initiative to help, she must unconditionally cooperate with her. Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law could not afford to be sad at this moment, and said that she would definitely cooperate with Qing Yun, and as long as Qing Yun could save her man, she would be willing to do whatever she was asked to do. Qing Yun walked into the tent and closed it tightly so that no one outside could see what was going on inside. The way she treats Zhao Dafu will be too much for this generation to accept. Although Qing Yun was not a medical student in her previous life, her experience in the last few years of the world had enabled her to master a large number of practical medical skills. She often goes on missions with her partners to rescue humans, and treating wounds is basic. One of her best friends is an MD and even a specialist at a top hospital. Following behind her, Qing Yun learned a lot of first aid skills. Practice was the best teaching, and although she was not a professional surgeon, her 7 years of cumulative experience could top half a white coat. Dealing with an injury like Zhao Dafu's wasn't really too tricky. She'd dealt with more serious injuries in the end times. Qing Yun sharply pulled out some medicines from her space. These common medicines at the end of the world, Qing Yun has a lot of them prepared in her space. Qing Yun took out alcohol, gauze, anesthetic, anti-inflammatory water, scalpel. After taking out the things needed for the surgery one by one, Qing Yun first gave Zhao Dafu the anesthetic. Although Zhao Dafu has fainted now, he will definitely wake up from the pain later when the surgery requires a knife. The anesthesia would knock him out and allow her to do the stitches in peace. After the anesthesia, Qing Yun hooked up the anti-inflammatory medicine in the meantime. Zhao Dafu's wound was too traumatic and would most likely cause an infection. The most dangerous thing that can happen after an injury is for the wound to become infected, as there are no anti-infection medicines in this day and age. With everything ready, Qing Yun began to operate on Zhao Dafu to close the wound. The wound is first cleaned up with an alcohol scrub, which also acts as a disinfectant, and then taken to a needle and thread to close it. If it were ordinary people, especially lesbians, faced with this shocking wound, one look at it would scare them. How could they have that mental quality to surgically stitch it up? Qing Yun remembered that the first time she treated someone's wound, she was also very uncomfortable. Later on, she experienced more and got used to it, and now that she was facing this kind of scene, she was completely calm and composed. After spending an hour, Qing Yun finally treated Zhao Dafu's wound. After it was done, Qing Yun put all the equipment for the surgery into the space. Then took a couple of anti-inflammatory pills out. The anti-inflammatory was in capsule form, and she peeled the capsule right off and wrapped the granules inside in paper. Qing Yun came out of the tent, and the gazes of the entire fleeing team fell on her in unison. Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law was the first to rush Qing Yun and ask, "Lady Gu, how is my Dafu doing?" Qing Yun nodded. "I've treated the wounds, no surprises, there shouldn't be any major problems. Take care of your rest for a few days, and try to be as nutritious as possible with your meals. And this medicine, you remember to give it to your man. Take it once a day and come back to me if things aren't quite right afterward." Saying that, Qing Yun handed the wrapped medicine to Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law. Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law and Dog Egg burst into tears of joy when they heard that Zhao Dafu should not be in any serious trouble. "Dog Egg, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to Lady Gu," Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law said, pulling Dog Egg to kowtow to Qing Yun. "Mistress Gu, you saved my Dog Egg before, and now you've saved my Dafu. You're our family's great benefactor. In the future, if you need anything, just feel free to call on me. I'll be a cow or a horse and I'll be sure to repay you for your kindness." Qing Yun hurriedly helped the mother and son up. "If we're all fleeing together, we have to help each other out, not to mention this. You hurry up and go take care of your man, he's still very weak right now." "Yes." Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law was also very worried about her man's situation at this time. As for the favor to Qing Yun, he would slowly repay it later. She rushed into the tent to see how her man was doing. The villagers who fled together were actually quite curious as to how Qing Yun actually saved Zhao Dafu's life, so after Zhao Dafu's mother-in-law lifted the tent, everyone stretched their heads to look inside. Fixing his eyes, Zhao Dafu's wound was actually stitched up with needle and thread. What had been a shocking wound was now bandaged with white cloth, and things looked much better. The fleeing teams all secretly lamented behind their backs that Qing Yun was truly a man of God. The Shen family's fool is really lucky to have married such a powerful daughter-in-law. As for the striking and oozing scar on Qing Yun's face, no one cared at this moment. On the road to escape, good looks are the most useless, and a vase with no skills will only be a drag. Zhao Dafu's side was taken care of, and the other injured villagers also took care of their wounds one after another. The others only suffered minor injuries, nothing serious. Qing Yun dragged her tired body back to the Shen family's side. Originally, dealing with the stragglers took a lot of physical strength, and just now, after concentrating on Zhao Dafu for an hour of surgical stitches, Qing Yun's physical strength was greatly depleted, and she was somewhat unable to hold on. Chapter 22. At this moment, Qing Yun's forehead was oozing with fine beads of sweat. Now the body physique still cannot keep up, have to work harder, strengthen the exercise, eat more. hurried to give back. After Qing Yun went back and sat down, she took the water bag and filled herself with a few mouthfuls of Space Spirit spring water, and immediately felt less shaky. Seeing Qing Yun's face full of fatigue, Shin's family members were concerned and asked about her condition. "I'm fine." The corner of Qing Yun's mouth was a light smile as she responded to the Shin family. "Daughter-in-law, let me wipe your sweat," Qing Yun said, took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the beads of sweat on Qing Yun's forehead with a very gentle movement. Although it was just a very common concern, Qing Yun was still warmed. Shin's family told Qing Yun to get some rest. Having just experienced the onslaught of stragglers, everyone recuperated where they were. Some started cooking by the way and tackled lunch. At this time, not far away, came a gloomy voice. "Really shameless, a married woman, and other men in one place for so long, also not afraid of others' gossip. The in-laws are a lot of fun and don't care." The speaker was a woman of 27 or 18. In the midst of the fleeing party, the woman had cleaned herself up and looked pretty good. Qing Yun didn't recognize her, and the other party wasn't from Xinjiao village. Plus, she didn't have much contact with these people in the first place, so naturally she didn't know who she was even more. Qing Yun does not recognize, but the Shin family does. The woman was a widow from Zhao's village, surnamed Lu, who had followed her clan along the way to escape the famine. Because she was a widow and had a good look, she had a lot of lickers around her. Don't look at her as a weak woman alone, but she didn't suffer much along the way. The men who were single and didn't have daughters-in-law loved to come to her, often bringing her food or helping to carry her luggage. Widow Lu was enjoying the feeling of the men surrounding her in a circle. It was precisely because of this that Widow Lu was jealous of Qing Yun at this moment when she saw that she was being starstruck, and took the initiative to find faults and pick fights to criticize Qing Yun. Hearing others denigrate their Shin family's daughter-in-law, the Shin family members were instantly enraged. Zhang was the first to rush out, pointing at Widow Lu and started cursing, "You bitch, broken-mouthed thing. Who gave you the guts to chew on my oldest daughter-in-law's tongue? My oldest daughter-in-law is saving lives, so don't talk shit. Deliberately trying to tarnish the reputation of my oldest 5 daughters-in-law, why are you so bad?" Sister-in-law Wang Zhaodi rushed directly to Widow Lu and reached out her hand to grab directly at her face. "Let you chew your tongue, let you denigrate my siblings, see if I don't tear your mouth off," Wang Zhaodi said, not forgetting to yell at Zhang. "Mother, don't nag her. Just tear her mouth off and teach her a lesson, see if she dares to make up nonsense and make up stories about people in the future." Zhang thought it made sense. What's the point of all this? Let's just get on with it. They have a large family in Shin, can they still be afraid of a widow? When it comes to reasoning, it is also Widow Lu who provokes without reason and owes a beating. So Zhang also rushed out with an arrow step. Widow Lu was already delicate and weak, not much of a fighter. At this moment, one person against Zhang and Wang Zhaodi, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law too, simply do not have any power to fight back. Soon, Widow Lu's hair was ripped into a chicken nest, and a number of parts of her face were colored. Seeing Widow Lu being cleaned up, Qing Yun was stunned for a moment. It turns out that your own mother-in-law and sister-in-law are such strong fighters. Although Qing Yun could clean up and fix this Widow Lu herself, this feeling of being defended by her in-laws could be really good. Widow Lu screamed miserably as she was beaten. Seeing that Widow Lu had been beaten by an outsider, the clansmen of Widow Lu's in-laws could not help but come out to defend her. After all, Lu widow married over, even if it is their family. The dog also need to look at the master. Their own daughter-in-law was bullied by outsiders, nothing to show, seemed to be too cowardly. However, as soon as Widow Lu's in-laws stood out, a few big and burly men on the Shin family side blocked in front of them. The Shin family brothers are all tall and strong, one step forward, the general family really do not dare to provoke. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the 2 village chiefs. Soon the 2 came over here to ask what was going on. Having just endured the siege of the stragglers, it was not easy to rest for a while, and now the inner circle was drying up again. Zhang felt that she had the upper hand in this matter, so she justified the situation of the party. Zhao Dufu was also a member of the Zhao family, and there were more people from the same clan. They all knew that just now Qing Yun had gone to save Zhao Dufu's life, and as a result, Widow Lu had said such gossip, and indeed had a cheap mouth. Those who were on good terms with Zhao Dufu's family immediately counted down Widow Lu's faults. The mayor of Zhaojia village also felt that it was Widow Lu's fault for picking a fight in the first place and deserved to be beaten. How important a woman's reputation was, and she ended up using it to remoralize about Qing Yun, or in a situation where Qing Yun was saving someone's life. If this matter is not properly dealt with, chilling people's hearts, I'm afraid that in the future the people of the Zhao village have something. Qing Yun, the miracle doctor, will no longer come to the rescue. Having seen Qing Yun's ability, the Zhao village chief knew very well that it would definitely be a big loss if they lost Qing Yun as their backing. Weighing the benefits clearly, the mayor of the Zhao village immediately apologized to Qing Yun and the Shin family. This matters. Lu did not do the right thing. My disciplined governance is incompetent. A few people to calm down. You can rest assured that in the future will not happen this kind of thing. With that said, the village chief of the Zhao family village severely reprimanded Widow Lu again. Widow Lu now landed a wound and suffered a loss, and originally felt aggrieved in her heart. Now that he was being reprimanded by the village chief, his heart became even more stifled. But she dared not speak out against the village chief's reprimand. If she offended the village chief and was targeted in the future, she would definitely not have a good time. After reprimanding Widow Lu, village chief Xiao added a warning. In the future, if you ever dare to say anything that damages Mother Gu's reputation, you'll simply get out of the group and not travel with us. When village chief Xiao said this, Widow Lu's face went pale for a split second. In this world, a woman of her own, driven out of the fleeing hordes, would soon be eaten down to her bones. Widow Lu knew that the village chief was not joking with herself, and hurriedly nodded her head in response. After warning Widow Lu, village chief Zhao knocked up the rest of the village. Anyone who was like Widow Lu and started rumors about Qing Yun would get out of the team. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Qing Yun was quite satisfied with the way Zhao village chief handled the matter, so she didn't hold on to it any longer. Shin's family also felt that it was handled without problems. After all, Widow Lu was cleaned up quite badly by Wang Zhaodi and Zhang, and no one in their family suffered instead. Chapter 23. Shin's family repacked and reorganized. Qing Yun rushed Zhang and Wang Zhaodi. Mother, sister-in-law, thank you for standing up for me just now. Zhang and Wang Zhaodi were at a loss for words at Qing Yun's sudden thanks. Shang's light laugh said, "Thank you for nothing, we are a family. Other people want to spoil your reputation. Mother, to give you a head start is appropriate." "That's right, fifth younger sibling, you're welcome, we're family. Don't say anything out of the ordinary." Qing Yun smiled and answered. The Shin family's women weren't idle and began to prepare the meal. Since the team is taking a break, it's time to catch up on cooking and eating. If we don't eat now, we won't have time to rest and eat when we hurry up later. Shin family ready to eat a big meal, because today experienced this out, everyone is engaged in physical and mental fatigue, have to eat something good to slow down. There is a lot of cured wild boar meat in the house, and at noon Zhang patted the decision to eat white rice with bacon stewed dry vegetables. The meals were not technical, plus Zhang let Qing Yun rest, so she didn't let her get involved in the cooking. Qing Yun sat there as Shin Bin's burning gaze stared at her. Shin Yan, who was beside Qing Yun, was instantly unhappy. He huffed and said to Shin Bin, "Fourth brother, what do you want to do? You want to steal my daughter-in-law?" "Humph, my daughter-in-law is mine. Even if you were my fourth brother, there's no way I'd let you have her." Hearing Shin Yan's words, the corners of Qing Yun's and Shin Bin's mouths both twitched at the same time. This guy, where was he thinking? Meeting Shin Yan's guarded warning gaze, Shin Bin hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, don't be blind. I just have a matter I want to ask fifth sibling sister." Saying that, Shin Bin revealed a pleasing smile to Qing Yun. "Fifth younger sibling, I think your kung fu is really high. I want to learn some kung fu from behind you. Is that okay? If I have kung fu too, I can protect my family." Seeing that Shin Bin's face was full of anticipation, Qing Yun couldn't bear to refuse and nodded her head cheerfully. It's good that Shin Bin wants to work on his body. When you are strong, you can protect your family in addition to having more ability to defend yourself. This journey is full of crises, although Qing Yun's hands are agile, but there is no guarantee that she can protect everyone in the Shin family's safety. Someone in the Shin family was willing to work on their skills, learn some kung fu, and be on their own, so that when the time came, her burden of protecting a large family could be lightened a bit. Seeing Qing Yun agree, Shinbin was very happy. When Qing Yun saw that Shinbin could follow behind Qing Yun and learn kung fu, he was suddenly eager to do the same. I also want to learn, fifth sister. You're teaching one person as well as two, why don't you teach them both together? Qing Yun nodded her head, indicating that it was okay. Okay, you guys can come together if you want to learn. Hearing that the adults in the family were going to follow behind Qing Yun to learn kung fu, the half-grown children in the family also clamored to follow along. Kids that age have a lot of personal heroism. They all want to have a good kung fu and use it to get rid of violence. Fifth auntie, I also want to learn, Shinzian said. Auntie 5 and me, I also want to learn kung fu. Shinzifu followed. Shinziga was not willing to be left behind. Auntie 5, I want to learn too, don't leave me behind. Seeing the enthusiasm of the little carrot heads in the family, Wang Zhaodi hurriedly educated these little cubs. Okay, one by one, don't fool around. Children's families, the body has not grown well, learn what kung fu, nothing to give you 5 aunties trouble. Being counted by Wang Zhaodi like this, the little carrot heads all looked lost at once. Meeting the children's expectant eyes, Qing Yun spoke. Sister-in-law, it's fine, they have this interest, so let them follow along and learn. Things like martial arts training are supposed to be learned better from elementary school. With Qing Yun giving the word, Wang Zhaodi had no reason to object anymore. People were willing to teach, children were willing to learn, and she had no right to stop them. In fact, Wang Zhaodi's heart also wants the children to know some self-defense kung fu. Like her fifth sibling, no one will dare to bully in the future. The little cubs saw that they could follow behind Qing Yun and learn kung fu, and one by one, they cheered again. Originally, Qing Yun only intended to teach the Shin family some self-defense skills. At this moment, when the fleeing team saw Qing Yun teaching Shin family members kung fu, they all expressed their desire to come and learn. After all, there are too many dangers faced on the way to escape, especially these two encounters with stragglers' harassment. Let everyone know that with kung fu, they can better protect themselves and their families. This time, if it wasn't for Qing Yun, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The team was hit by stragglers, but many people lost their families and were robbed of their food. Each of them was a man with arms and legs, so they couldn't always count on Qing Yun, a woman, to protect them. They want to practice their kung fu and have the ability to defend themselves when the time comes. The mayor of the Shin family village and the mayor of the Zhao family village were both happy to see this kind of scene. Their team is stronger to face the unknown perils. So the mayors of the two villages came together and requested Qing Yun to come and teach these young adults in the team kung fu. Qing Yun pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. But if you want to learn kung fu from her, then you have to follow her commands. Qing Yun proposed that those in the team who wanted to learn kung fu should in the future do so half an hour earlier, every day, consistently, and follow behind her. Hearing that you need to get up so early every day, many people are tempted to back out. Getting up so early in advance, can you rest well every day? Will the body not be able to eat? Yeah, that's too early to get up, I'm afraid I won't last. When Qing Yun heard the skepticism, she immediately became serious and said, If you can't even endure this bitterness, then give up before it's too late. Practicing martial arts isn't that easy, this is just the first step, there's more suffering to come. The ones who backed out were still in the minority, and most were determined to learn the ropes. It's okay to suffer a little, as long as you can learn and practice your skills, it's worth it. About practicing martial arts, it's settled. On Zhang's side, she also made a good meal and greeted the family for dinner. Everyone was immensely content to eat such a meal on the way to escape the famine. After eating, he heard good news from Zhao Dufu's side. After the wound was surgically stitched up, Zhao Dufu is now finally awake. Aside from being a little frail, it looked in pretty good shape. Seeing that Qing Yun was able to save Zhao Dufu from such a serious injury, the fleeing villagers all felt that Qing Yun was truly a god. Now it seems that not only is her kung fu high, but her medical skills are also very good. Having such a person in the fleeing group was like a linchpin for peace of mind. With her in charge, there would be no need to panic too much in critical situations in the future. Chapter 24. Zhao Dufu's mother-in-law was overjoyed to see her man awake. If her man's life was gone, how could she, a woman, live with her child? So her heart was incredibly grateful to Qing Yun. The last time he went to the county town to buy, Zhao Dufu bought 10 eggs, originally intended to give his son to replenish his body to eat. At this moment, Zhao Dufu's mother-in-law directly took it and gave it to Qing Yun. The 10 eggs were the best she could come up with at the moment. Of course, 10 eggs was just 10 eggs, and it definitely couldn't repay Qing Yun's kindness to their family. I'll repay this favor later, but these 10 eggs are just a token of my appreciation. Looking at the 10 eggs sent by Zhao Dufu's mother-in-law, Qing Yun did not accept them. She wasn't short of food and drink, not to mention the fact that the Shin family had a lot of meat on their hands right now that they hadn't finished, and there were more ways for her to get her hands on goodies in the future. But these 10 eggs meant something different to Zhao Dufu's family. Keep these 10 eggs for yourself. Your man is in need of nourishment to replenish his body right now. Leaving these for him to replenish his nutrients will be very beneficial to the recovery of his wounds. Zhao Dufu's mother-in-law agonized for a bit, but finally listened to Qing Yun. The eggs couldn't be delivered, so they could only repay Qing Yun in other ways. It's a long time coming. If you have the heart, you'll get the chance. County Magistrate Lu sighed. The party had been reorganized and had converted their wagons into carts, and were ready to start out, not to be delayed on the road. At this time, the subordinates of Magistrate Lu reported the latest situation with him. Mr. Magistrate, if we continue to drive like this, we'll most likely encounter stragglers again, and the safety of His Excellency, and His Excellency's son, and the young ladies may not be guaranteed. I saw that there were masters in that group in front of me, and they were surprisingly unharmed when they met the stragglers. And with their large contingent, several hundred, they also had the momentum to deter stragglers. My lord, if we can set out with this party, we can greatly increase our security. Although Magistrate Lu despised those lowly countrymen, he had to admit that this proposal from his subordinate was very reasonable. It hasn't been long since we set out, and we're being robbed by stragglers. It's still so far away from the capital city, and there's no guarantee that we'll encounter more dangers on the way. Along with these lowly rednecks, the risk is greatly reduced. The Magistrate Lu accepted the suggestion and was ready to go and discuss it with this fleeing party. Soon, Magistrate Lu came to the fleeing team's side with a few subordinates. As soon as they came over, they attracted the attention of the fleeing villagers. The way these people were dressed, it was clear at a glance that they were not ordinary people. In addition, after all, County Magistrate Lu had been an official for so many years, and had a kind of aura of non-irritation on his body. As Magistrate Lu walked over, the subordinate beside him directly raised his voice and asked, "Who is the person in charge on your side?" Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao walked up and returned in a fairly kind tone. "What is the matter with a few of you coming over?" The subordinate of Prefect Lu directly stated that he wanted to travel together. When the two village chiefs heard this, they couldn't decide what to do and said, "We need to think long and hard about this. After all, if you don't know the bottom line of the person who came and blindly traveled with someone else, who knows if you will get yourself into unnecessary trouble?" The people of the Shin family village and the Zhao family village were having trouble defending themselves, so where were they going to have the heart to shelter others? That is why they need to discuss the matter with the villagers and agree to it only after the majority of the people have agreed to it. Seeing that the other party did not immediately agree, the subordinate of the Lu County Magistrate snorted coldly and asked, "Do you know the identity of the person standing in front of you?" "My lord is the magistrate of Songcheng County, and is even the father-in-law of Qing Yun. It would be an honor to have you protect the lord and walk with him. What else do you need to discuss? You must obey what His Excellency commands. There's so much shit going on, watch your heads." The fleeing team was shocked to learn the identity of the several people in the Lu County Magistrate. To them, the ordinary people, the county magistrate, was indeed an unattainable existence. Whoever they offended would surely not dare to offend the magistrate. Qing Yun was not far away. Hearing that the other party was the magistrate of Pine City County, a touch of coldness passed through his eyes. She is very vindictive. That woman, Ruyan Lu, had almost beaten Xinyan, a matter she would not easily uncover. It was a beautiful thought to follow them and arrive safely at Yenzhou's capital city. Qing Yun's cold voice drifted in. What, the county magistrate doesn't go to lead the troops to guard the county and defend against the enemy, but actually sneaks away on his own, and now he's taking the lives of our common people to force him to do so? Several people from County Magistrate Lu looked towards Qing Yun. The other party was actually a little girl. She was not very old, but the powerful aura that erupted from her body made it impossible to ignore her. County Magistrate Lu was revealed to be short and felt that he had been humiliated, and was filled with displeasure. The villagers who had fled from the famine heard Qing Yun say this and looked at County Magistrate Lu with a strange look in their eyes. Qing Yun is right. As the magistrate of a city, he even did not go to guard the city to protect the people. Look at this situation, is to abandon the people in the face. He first slipped away. That's even if, instead of targeting the Tatars, he's targeting them, the common people. Such officials are really disgraceful. Magistrate Lu's men immediately spoke up and loudly scolded Qing Yun. Oh, how dare you talk to Magistrate Lord like that? Don't you want to die? Qing Yun's feet were windy, and in a matter of seconds she directly bullied her way to the front of this subordinate. The knife in her hand was pressed against the other's neck, and with a little more force, this person would have to be killed on the spot. No matter if it was this subordinate or County Magistrate Lu, they were all scared pale by Qing Yun. They often do things to oppress the people only have the part of obedience, never one dares to resist. This woman is the first. Because of the knife pressed against his neck, this subordinate of Magistrate Lu was directly scared to the point of peeing his pants. Smelling a smell of urine, Qing Yun frowned in disgust. Huh, what a wimp. Qing Yun's clear and cold voice continued. Now at this age, you guys don't take the status to press people. I don't eat this. You can try to see if your mouth is hard or my knife is hard. Although County Magistrate Lu was furious in his heart, and felt that a commoner like Qing Yun was not qualified to call the shots in front of him, he had to admit that this woman was good at what she did, and that offending her definitely did not end well. County Magistrate Lu's attitude instantly softened, switching to a consultative tone as she rushed Qing Yun. Woman warrior, raise your hand, this is really our fault. In this case, if you agree to let us travel with you all, this 1,000 taels of silver will be considered payment. With that, Magistrate Lu drew out one of the silver tickets he was carrying close to his body. 1,000 taels of silver, not a small amount. It was undoubtedly an astronomical sum of money for the fleeing villagers. Chapter 25. If we take this 1,000 taels of silver, we can all buy many things generously. On the road to escape, using money to buy more food will ensure that everyone arrives safely in a safe place. The Shin family was not short of money as of now, but the other villagers in the team were not so well off. Seeing the 1,000 taels of silver handed over by County Magistrate Lu, Qing Yun didn't immediately reject it, but discussed it with the two village chiefs. In fact, it wasn't impossible to bring a group of Lu magistrates. Magistrate Lu's subordinates are all young, strong men who won't slow down the whole team. After the final discussion, everyone agreed that the Lu magistrate and his party would travel with them, but they could only follow the team and would not guarantee their safety, and they could not be blamed if there was any slip-up on the road. Magistrate Willow agreed. As long as you can follow such a large force, the stragglers won't dare to come up and plunder at will. As for the 1,000 taels of silver given by County Magistrate Lu, the village heads of the two villages will keep them, and when they are able to pick and buy in the county or town, they will do so in a unified manner, and replenish everyone with food and the necessities of life. When we reach the place safely, if there is still unused silver money, it will be distributed to each family according to their heads. The fleeing villagers found the plan reasonable and were fine with it. Magistrate Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the fact that the silver tickets carried close to his body were not snatched by those stragglers. This is no way to get this team to take them along for the ride if they don't have the money. Magistrate Lu's food was robbed and he's starving right now. He had no food to eat himself, so he tried to buy some from the villagers. Unfortunately, everyone had basically coarse grains in their hands, and not many had fine grains in their hands. County Magistrate Lu couldn't even look at fine grains, let alone coarse grains. He inquired who had meat for sale and he wanted to buy some. Who has meat for sale in their hands now except the Shin family? Qing Yun said. My house has bacon, and a caddy of bacon is 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing that Qing Yun was asking for such a high price, before Magistrate Lu could say anything, the subordinates on the side couldn't help but yell. 5 taels of silver for a caddy of bacon, you're robbing money now? Qing Yun is still a money grab. Who let Rian Lu offend her? For her family, she had to pit her to death. Qing Yun indifferently hooked her lips. At this price, love to buy or not? County Magistrate Lu hurriedly said. Buy, give me 20 pounds. Saying that, Magistrate Lu handed over a 100 taels silver ticket. Qing Yun did not hesitate to accept the silver ticket and let Shin's family get 20 pounds of bacon for him. The Shin family did not lack meat to eat now, and when they went into the mountains again in the future, Qing Yun had plenty of ways to get meat for the family. So sell 20 pounds of meat to Magistrate Lu without any heartache. This 100 taels of silver is a real profit, and it's still money that can be gotten in the clear. When the Shin family settles down, they can take this money to buy land and property. The villagers looked enviously at the Shin family. This casually selling some meat out, earned 100 taels of silver, their family is developed. Because of the expensive price of meat, this 20 pounds of meat bought back, Lu Magistrate only intends to give it to the family. As for those underlings brought out, only bought some worthless coarse grains from the villagers, let them fill their stomachs on the line, but they are just lowly underlings, there is no need to let them eat much better. After County Magistrate Lu finished his work, he went back to his own team, intending to have his subordinate servants follow the fleeing team from Shin and Gu villages. Only then did Lu Rian realize that in the fleeing group in front of her, there was that bitch Qing Yun in. When she thought of the humiliation she had received from Qing Yun last time, Lu Rian was furious. Lu Rian immediately approached Magistrate Lu to complain, hoping that her father would take the heat for her. But Lu Rian did not wait for his father to stand up for himself, but was instead subjected to a tirade of abuse by Lu Magistrate. I told you how that person is so hostile towards us for no reason, so it's you girl who has offended someone. You'd better be honest with me from now on, and don't mess with her until you reach Yanzhou Prefecture. Lu Rian was reprimanded, and even though she had 10,000 grievances in her heart, she could only endure in silence. The party rested for a few hours and resumed their journey in the afternoon. Zhao Dafu's condition was still unstable, so naturally he couldn't walk down the road. Luckily, the brothers of the clan were well connected and pushed him in a cart to make the journey. The group planned to walk until dark and then rest. Rian Lu followed her family in the cart, not having to walk, which was fairly easy. But this is still not enough, mouth reciting that the cart is not as comfortable as the carriage, pretentious. What Qing Yun didn't expect was to meet Divine Dr. Fang and his little medicine boy again on the way. The two men looked pretty beat up, as if they'd been robbed by the refugees again. Qing Yun's guess was correct. They got 60 taels of silver from selling poison, and they made some supplies. A donkey cart was purchased to facilitate the journey. However, the two men were alone, and on the way they were missed by the stragglers and robbed. Ransacked and sitting on the side of the road in a sorry state, the two looked miserable. Qing Yun quite sympathized with Divine Dr. Fang. These days, it's not easy for an old man to escape with a little medicine boy on the road. After all, we know each other, people remind themselves, ginseng sold for so much more money, Qing Yun is still willing to go out and help. Qing Yun walked up to Divine Dr. Fang. Divine Doctor, is this another fall? Hearing Qing Yun's inquiry, Divine Dr. Fang immediately looked over following the sound. For Qing Yun, Divine Dr. Fang naturally had an impression. Thinking of his unlucky and miserable experience along the way, Dr. Fang instantly had tears in his eyes. Hey girl, it's you, don't say anything, I met the stragglers. Again. Divine Dr. Fang told his experience. Qing Yun sympathized even more when she heard about Divine Dr. Fang's experience. In fact, this Dr. Fang is just too kind of a person. If he had been a little more ruthless, and used poison directly against those stragglers, it would have been easy to defend himself. Having experienced the post-apocalyptic world, she understands one of the most basic truths: if you want to live, you have to be ruthless. Even those stragglers were pitiful, but if they dared to make the first move against her, Qing Yun would never show mercy. Maybe Dr. Fang is a great doctor, a healer, and his belief in life is to help the world by hanging on to a pot, not to kill people with his medical skills. If Divine Dr. Fang continued to be so merciful, he would sooner or later drink his heart out on the road to escape. Qing Yun thought for a moment and rushed at Divine Dr. Fang and asked, Divine Doctor, I wonder where the destination of your trip is. Divine Dr. Fang returned. Old me was preparing to go to the capital, and now it seems that I'm only afraid that I won't have a chance to arrive safely. Divine Dr. Fang's route was roughly the same as Qing Yun's, so Qing Yun said, Divine Doctor, our team intends to go all the way south to Yinzhou or the capital. We just happen to be on the same route, so if the Divine Doctor doesn't mind, he can accompany us. When Divine Dr. Fang heard Qing Yun's words, he looked at her incredulously. Really? Chapter 26. Aha! Divine Dr. Fang naturally couldn't be more willing. If he could travel with a fleeing team as large as Qing Yun's, it would be much safer than him being a little old man with a little medicine boy. Divine Dr. Fang lamented that his luck wasn't too bad and that he had finally met a good person. Qing Yun had sort of helped him twice. One time it was 60 taels of silver for his poison that kept him from starving to death. And now offers to take him along with the fleeing party. Girl, thank you so much, don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll gather enough herbs later and prepare a salve for you to remove the scars from your face. Divine Dr. Fang saw the striking scar on Qing Yun's face, ruining her originally beautiful appearance. What little girl at that age doesn't care what she looks like? Qing Yun's heart was still strong and didn't care too much about the scars on her face. If it was an ordinary doctor, it would be impossible to remove such a serious scar, but Dr. Fang was not an ordinary doctor. Dispensing an ointment to get rid of scars was not difficult for him. Qing Yun was shocked, not expecting Divine Dr. Fang to have this ability. In fact, the scars on her face, even if Divine Dr. Fang didn't dispense her medicine, Qing Yun could get rid of them herself. She had stocked her space with a lot of advanced scar removal ointments from the latter days. The only reason she hadn't rubbed the ointment to get rid of the scars was that she wasn't rushing this for a while. On the road to escape, beauty does not bring much convenience, but rather tends to invite unnecessary trouble. According to Qing Yun's intention, the scars on her face were ready to be removed when the family stabilized. But since Dr. Fang was so capable, perhaps Xinyan's brain could be cured as well? When I think of my own dumbass husband, he could be called a pretty perfect man if he wasn't intellectually challenged. Okay, Dr. Divine, there's one more thing I'd like to trouble you with. Divine Dr. Fang busily asked. What is it? Qing Yun spoke about Xinyan's situation. Dr. Fang felt that whether it could be cured or not still depended on asking for a diagnosis first. He had to check on Xinyan first to make a judgment. Qing Yun then led Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy back to the fleeing team. After leading the two people back, Qing Yun explained the situation to the village heads of the two villages. When Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao heard that the person who came was a doctor, they couldn't even be happier, and of course they wouldn't refuse to travel together. On the way to escape from the famine, it is inevitable to get sick and injured. It's only been a short time since we fled, and so much has happened. There may be more dangerous situations down the road, and it's inevitable that someone will get hurt then. If there's a doctor on the team, people don't have to worry too much about getting hurt and sick. Although Qing Yun also had the ability to cure people, how could she be busy with so many things on her own? Just like that, Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy joined Qing Yun and their fleeing team. Qing Yun also spoke to the Shen family and asked Divine Dr. Fang to give Xinyan a look at his brain. Shen's family was thrilled. If Xinyan's brain could be cured, it would definitely be a great joy for their Shen family. It wasn't as if they hadn't taken Xinyan to see his brain in the first place. Chapter 27. But they could only lead Xinyan to the town's doctor for a visit. The level of the town's doctors was limited, and there was nothing they could do about Xinyan's situation. Now that a highly skilled doctor has come to diagnose Xinyan, everyone is looking forward to the miraculous doctor's hands to cure Xinyan's brain. Divine Dr. Fang carefully took Xinyan's pulse and examined it, then his brows furrowed together. Seeing Divine Dr. Fang's frowning and serious expression, the hearts of Shen's family members were in their throats. Is this curable or not? Dr. Fang's reaction: it's most likely not a good cure, right? After a while, Divine Dr. Fang's hand moved away from Xinyan's pulse. Divine Doctor, what is the condition of my husband? Divine Dr. Fang said, your family's husband's situation is a bit complicated. He was poisoned when his mother was pregnant, and his brain was infested with toxins, so it affected his intelligence. Divine Dr. Fang said, looking at Mother Shin. Ma'am, when you were pregnant with your son, were you ever poisoned? Did you detoxify this poison yourself, or did someone else do it for you? When Divine Dr. Fang asked this, Shin Mother's eyes flashed with a trace of panic and immediately looked at Shin Father, who was at the side. Shin's father said, Divine Doctor, when my wife was pregnant with him, she was indeed poisoned, and later found someone to solve it. Shin Qing looked at Shin Father doubtfully. Father, when did Mother ever get poisoned? You're young, of course you don't remember there was this. Shin Qing didn't say anything else. It's probably because he was young and doesn't remember a lot of things. Divine Dr. Fang muttered again under his breath. Who did you find to cure the poison? This kind of chronic poison, other than our medicine King Valley people, ordinary doctors are not good at solving it. Shin's father was a bit dumbfounded, then casually found an excuse. I don't know, it's a cloud-traveling doctor. I don't know if it's someone from Medicine King Valley. When Divine Dr. Fang heard Shin's father say this, he thought it was possible. Those senior brothers and sisters of Divine Dr. Fang, as well as those of his nephews, were frequent cloud travelers. Maybe whoever it was just happened to meet Shin's family, and helped Shin's mother give the antidote. Qing Yun watched from the sidelines and perceived that Shin's father and mother were very wrong, as if there was something they were deliberately hiding. However, these two were not bad-hearted. If they wanted to hide it, then there must be a reason for it, and Qing Yun would not ask more questions. Divine Doctor, then is there a cure for my husband's condition? Qing Yun inquired, digressing from the topic. Divine Dr. Fang nodded. Although it's a bit complicated and may take a bit longer to treat, there is still a cure. The old man needs to apply needles to force out the remaining poison in his brain, and then prescribe some symptomatic medicine to regulate it, and in time, he will be able to return to normal. Each application of the needle has to be 2 days apart, and a total of 20 applications are needed to force out all the remaining poison. In other words, it would take at least 2 months for Divine Dr. Fang to completely remove the toxins from Xinyan's brain. 2 months is a long time to say the least. If Xinyan's brain could really be cured, even if it took 10 or 8 years, it would be worth it. Shin's family was overjoyed to hear Dr. Fang's words. There's hope that Xinyan will return to business as usual. Shin Mother had already begun to imagine that after Xinyan's brain was normalized, he and Qing Yun would consummate their marriage. In the future, the two families love each other and give her a litter of big fat grandchildren. How nice. If Xinyan couldn't become normal, Mother Shin felt that, with such a capable daughter-in-law as Qing Yun, her son was simply not worthy of her. Qing Yun had a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. It's good that it can be cured, then I'll trouble the Divine Doctor to apply needles to treat my husband in the future. The Shin family members also followed behind Qing Yun and responded. Yes, please trouble Divine Doctor to cure my old fifth. If my old five can really be cured, the Divine Doctor will be a great benefactor to our Shin family. Divine Dr. Fang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I'm afraid the cure will only have to wait a little longer. The silver needles I was carrying on my body were snatched away by the stragglers, and I need to get a new set of needles in order to do so. Chapter 28. The silver needle is a silver product. Take it can also be exchanged for money. Naturally can't avoid those stragglers scrambling for it. Shin family is again anxious to cure Xinyan. At this moment can only wait back to get a set of silver needles. That said, Xinyan has been stupid for 10 or 20 years, and is not in a hurry for a while. I'm sure I'll come across towns again along the way, and when I do, I'll be able to purchase a set by going to the local medical center. In this day and age, a set of silver needles cost about 10 taels of silver. The Shin family might not have been able to afford this in the past, but it was different now. The Shin family has made a lot of money from the horse bandits, and with the 100 taels of silver from the Shin magistrate's purchase of meat, they are rich in money in their hands. The matter of treating Xinyan was put on hold for the time being, and when Qing Yun saw that Divine Dr. Fang and his little medicine boy were listless, she took water sacks and dry food out of space and handed them over. At this moment, Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy were both famished, so they didn't make polite conversation with Qing Yun, and at once devoured the food. Divine Dr. Fang took a sip of water from the water sack. Unlike the Shin family, Divine Dr. Fang immediately sensed that the water in this water sack was not right. This water. What's wrong with the water, Dr. Divine? Zhang still thought there was something wrong with the water and asked about Dr. Fang. Divine Dr. Fang shook his head. No. Nothing, this water is sweeter than normal water. Divine Dr. Fang felt that the water in this water capsule was not quite right, but he could not tell exactly what was wrong. What he could be sure of, though, was that the water was good. In the Valley of the Divine Healer, there is also such water. That purity, though, is nowhere near as good as the water in this bladder. With that, the water was treated like a treasure in the Valley of the Divine Healer. Give it to people to drink? No way. It's all used to dispense medicine. And the water in this water capsule of the Shen family was even better, if it was really the same as the spring water of the Divine Healer Valley, and was directly given to people to drink. Divine Dr. Fang felt that it was really a waste. Zhang smiled. Yes, this water is indeed sweeter, Divine Doctor. Drink more if you think it's good. The water isn't worth much. There's still more in my family's water sacks and buckets. Divine Dr. Fang answered with a smile. Qing Yun's heart that had been hanging in the air fell again, and she thought that Divine Dr. Fang had discovered something strange about the water. The origin of the spiritual spring water in the space could not be easily exposed. After Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy ate and drank the spiritual spring water, their bodies instantly regained strength. Actually, the food you eat doesn't help much, it's mostly the spiritual spring water. The group rushed on and didn't rest until dark. Everyone had been walking all day and many of them had worn out their feet. Shen's family didn't wear their feet too much because of the insoles. With the addition of the spiritual spring water, compared to other villagers, it was not that exhausting. But even then, after a day's walk, I was exhausted. When the group rested, everyone was not idle and began to open up, pitching tents, gathering firewood and preparing to cook. The Shen family doesn't have to worry about food, they have meat to eat. Dr. Fang followed them and was able to get his meat on. With the addition of 2 more people to eat, Zhang prepared more food. After the team rested down, some injured people came to see Dr. Fang to have their injuries looked at. Divine Dr. Fang didn't even excuse himself, checking them out one by one. As for the Lu magistrate's family, they were not far from their fleeing party, resting down like the villagers. Throughout the day, the Lu magistrate's family had never been in such a sorry state, screaming in agony. Qing Yun doesn't need to worry about things at home, just accompany Xinyan. Where the firelight dimmed, Qing Yun took out a delicate cupcake from the space and gave it to Xinyan. At this moment Xinyan is still stupid and good to fool. When Divine Dr. Fang cured his brain, it wouldn't be so easy to fool him then. Looking at the cupcake Qing Yun took out, Xinyan blinked curiously. Chapter 29. Daughter-in-law, what's this? Qing Yun smiled gently and pulled an excuse. When I went to the county town last time, I secretly bought pastries. I didn't buy much, just enough for you to eat alone. Xinyan naturally wouldn't suspect Qing Yun. When he heard his daughter-in-law say that it was only for him, he thought that she was really good to him. Qing Yun urged Xinyan. Eat quickly and taste how it tastes. Xinyan then took the cake and ate it. After tasting the flavor of the cake, Xinyan's eyes immediately lit up. Daughter-in-law, this pastry is delicious. Sweet, soft, and flavorful. Qing Yun hemmed and hawed. Eat them all if you like. Xinyan, however, did not eat any more, but handed the cake to Qing Yun's mouth. Daughter-in-law, eat too. Qing Yun froze. Xinyan scratched his head and said, My daughter-in-law eats it before I do. Something this delicious has to be shared with the daughter-in-law. Looking at the cake handed to her mouth and Xinyan's sincere eyes, Qing Yun took a bite. Just now Xinyan had eaten something she ate again. 2 people counted as indirect kissing, ah? Thinking so, Qing Yun's ears couldn't help but flush a small red. Qing Yun ate a few bites and gave the rest to Xinyan. After all, a small piece of cake is not big, and one person can't share a few bites. Xinyan squinted straight in satisfaction. It's still a good county snack. The pastries his mother used to buy for him in town were nowhere near as good as the ones his daughter-in-law bought. Daughter-in-law, wait! Xinyan suddenly put his hands on Qing Yun's shoulders, and then that handsome face flew closer to her. Before Qing Yun could react, his tongue gently licked across the corner of her mouth. Qing Yun's body instantly froze. She's being kissed by Xinyan? Isn't he a fool? How can a fool know how to flirt? Only to see Qing Yun give her a hefty laugh. Daughter-in-law, the corner of your mouth is stained with pastry. I've already licked it for you. It can't go to waste. Qing Yun. Well, it turned out that Qing Yun wasn't molesting her, she had misunderstood. Thinking of what she had just felt, Qing Yun's cheeks couldn't help but heat up again. Old Five's daughter-in-law, dinner is ready, come eat. John yelled at the two men in the shadows. Yes. Qing Yun and Qing Yun came out of the shadows and ate with the Shen family. Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy followed Shen's family to eat. Seeing that there was actually meat to eat, Divine Dr. Fang was so excited that he wanted to cry. When he was in the Divine Healer Valley, he couldn't eat whatever he wanted. The Divine Healer Valley was so revered by the world that the royal family often sent all sorts of rare ingredients here. But during this time of hardship, it was difficult for Divine Dr. Fang to fill his stomach, not to mention eating mountains of delicacies. Seeing that I can finally eat meat today, thinking about the experience of eating chaff and starving during this period of time, my eyes reddened. So that's how meat smells. Knowing that Divine Dr. Fang hadn't eaten meat for a long time, the Shen family greeted him with more food. After eating, after a simple wash, everyone rushed to rest. Tomorrow still have to continue to drive, rest is not good. Chapter 30. Tonight, Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao arranged for someone to keep watch as usual to ensure the safety of the team. At night, Qing Yun, who had slept until the middle of the night, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Qing Yun immediately woke up the sleeping Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao. The two were startled. Qing Yun woke them up in the middle of the night. There must be an emergency. Village Chief Shen nervously rushed Qing Yun and asked, Lady Gu, what's wrong? Is there a dangerous situation? Qing Yun looked serious and nodded. Yes, gather the villagers and set off for a quick start. The Tatars are about to hit us, probably only a few dozen miles away. Qing Yun slept at night with her ear to the ground. A vibration from the ground in the distance woke her up. It's probably the Tatars' vanguard force, at least several hundred of them. We have to hurry up and get started. Qing Yun had a rough preview of the situation by listening through the ground. Hearing Qing Yun's words, Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao's faces turned pale for a split second. Tatars and stragglers are not the same. Tatars are already tall and fierce. They are also armed and professionally trained to fight. If they fought, hundreds of them, they, the common people, did not have the slightest power to fight back. Knowing that Qing Yun was highly skilled, Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao took her words very seriously. And it was impossible for Qing Yun to joke about this kind of thing. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao immediately shouted to wake up the fleeing villagers, urging everyone to hurry up and pack up and continue on their way. Once the villagers heard that the Tatars were only a few dozen miles away from them, they all trembled with fear, where there was still sleepiness. Although everyone was exhausted and wanted to be able to sleep a little more, in this situation, it was definitely important to escape. If you run slowly and fall into the hands of the Tatars, you will certainly be worse off than dead. When they first chose to leave their homes and flee to Yinzhou or the capital, wasn't it to save their lives? After all the suffering we've already experienced on the road, we can't afford to give up on our previous endeavors. The villagers were sharp as a tack and packed up their things quickly. Shen Village Chief and County Magistrate Lu's side also branched out, urging them to hurry and pack up and follow them. County Magistrate Lu was also frightened and urged his subordinates to hurry up and pack up and leave. Lu Ruyan grunted, "This has been a long day of exhaustion, and you don't let anyone take a good rest. Do you still let people live? Who says the Tatars are coming? Why don't I see it? Can it be that someone has clairvoyance? Can see dozens of miles away? A bunch of uneducated hicks, people are fooling you and taking you seriously." Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Qing Yun coldly swept her a glance. "No one is forcing you to believe if you don't believe, you guys can just continue resting over here. Magistrate Lu will return the money to you, so be on your best behavior." With that said, Qing Yun let Village Chief Shen take the money out and return it to County Magistrate Lu. When County Magistrate Lu heard this, it's not going to work. After breaking away from the fleeing team, with this amount of manpower they have, how can they survive in the future? Without any further ado, County Magistrate Lu slapped Lu Ruyan in the face. The crisp slap stood out in the darkness. Qing Yun didn't expect County Magistrate Lu to step in and teach Rian Lu a lesson. A slap mark quickly surfaced on Rian Lu's face. The slap went down, and needless to say, the force was certainly not light. Rian Lu was instantly struck dumb. She looked at Prefect Lu incredulously. Normally at home, Lu Magistrate is very pampered to this daughter, and would not even lay such a cruel hand. For as long as she could remember, this was the first time Magistrate Lu had ever hit her. Chapter 31. Father! How dare you hit me? Rian Lu looked at Magistrate Lu with shocked resignation. County Magistrate Lu coldly chided. I told you to be more peaceful, why don't you listen? If you keep this up, don't blame your father for me leaving you alone on the road. After Lu Magistrate finished, she rushed Qing Yun with a pleasing face. My daughter is tongue-tied, please don't be offended by the lady warrior. Seeing that Lu Rian had been cleaned up, Qing Yun didn't bother much about it. Magistrate Lu, you guys hurry up and pack up, don't delay everyone's trip. Yes. County Magistrate Lu hurriedly responded. Qing Yun turned around and walked away in a dashing manner. Rian Lu stared viciously at Qing Yun's back. It's all about this woman. If it wasn't for her, her father certainly wouldn't have made a move on her. She's going to get her revenge, and she's going to get it back hard. When she got to Yanzhou, she would make sure that her brother-in-law would break Qing Yun, this woman, into pieces. The fleeing party did not tarry long, and continued on their way through the night. Everyone was holding torches and could barely see the road by the light of the moon. If the Tatars hadn't been fighting and the situation was urgent, who would have rushed in the dark in the middle of the night? Quite a few people hadn't rested well and were yawning while rushing along. Several sons of the Shin family were worried about the situation of Shin's father and mother. After all, they're older, and they don't know if they'll be able to handle it. Zhang forced herself together and said, I'm fine, I can walk, you don't have to worry about me. I'm old, but not so old that I can't move my bones. Zhang had been drinking spiritual spring water for a while now, and her physique had been toned up quite well. She wouldn't have been able to hold out in the old days. These are different times. However, the situation of other older villagers who did not drink the spiritual spring water was not optimistic. One older geezer was so tired he was about to pass out. The old man's son was ready to carry him on his back to make the journey. The old man felt that his son was already having a very hard time making the journey on his own, and carrying him on his back as a burden would surely delay the escape. So when his son was ready to carry him, the old man waved his hand and said, Don't carry me, hurry up and walk on your own, I'm too old to walk, I can't drag you down. I'm so old I'll die if I have to. You're still young, so hurry up and escape yourselves for a chance to live. The old man's son, of course, disagreed. Father, what are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you alone in the middle of nowhere? You're my father, I can't possibly leave you alone. You're setting me up to be unfilial. I'll carry you, father, don't worry, I'm strong, and I won't fall behind in my speed when I carry you on my back to catch up. The people around us were also persuaded. All in a fleeing party, no one wants to leave their companion behind. The old man had to ask his son to carry him. Qing Yun glanced at the man with some appreciation in her eyes. On the way to escape from the famine, how many people abandoned their wives and children and lost their morals in order to survive? The fact that this man can do this without leaving his parents behind shows his sense of responsibility. The group walked until dawn. Seeing that everyone was so tired that they couldn't hold on any longer, only then did Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao let everyone stop and rest for half an hour, and by the way, eat their breakfast before continuing on their way. Everyone was already exhausted, and if they went hungry again, it would really kill them. Zhang had wanted to run breakfast, but Wang Xiaodi stopped her. Mother, go and rest, I'll just work on breakfast. Zhang is old after all, and Wang Xiaodi is worried that her body won't be able to carry it. Chapter 32. After rushing all night, not to mention the older bodies can't take it, the younger ones are all shaky. Second sister-in-law Li Lanhua followed. Yes, mother, take a break, don't worry about breakfast, we can manage. Zhang nodded gratefully. The family has several sons and daughters-in-law who are very knowledgeable and filial. Zhang rested on the sidelines, and Shinde's sister-in-law and Shin-er's sister-in-law began to cook breakfast. For breakfast, I cooked some sweet potato thin rice porridge and pasted some pasties. Rush to the road is tight. I guess there is no time to do lunch. Now stick more cakes, noon to deal with a few mouthfuls, so as not to starve the body. Eat it with some jerky that has been dried before, and you will have no problem filling your stomach. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao approached Gu Qing Yun to inquire about the situation. Lady Gu, how far are the Tatars from us now? Gu Qing Yun pressed her ear against the ground and listened carefully. It's getting closer, 20 miles tops. When Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao heard this, their faces changed slightly. They had quickened their pace, but they still couldn't shake off the Tatars on horseback. Village Chief Shin opened the map and looked at it. About 20 miles ahead, there is a river. After crossing the river, you can walk a section of the mountain road. Once we get up the mountain road, we should be safe for now. After entering the mountains, the Tatars rode horses and couldn't get up. You can only make a detour to get ahead of them, and it's not easy to catch up for a while. In order to speed up the rush to the next city, the Tatars would definitely take the official road and would not choose the mountain road. Let's hurry up and set off after we've rested for a while, Gu Qing Yun suggested to Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao. Both village chiefs took this matter very seriously and immediately explained it to the villagers. When the villagers heard that it would be safe to drive another 20 miles across the river and into the mountains, they were energized and saw hope. Families grabbed a rest, ate, and sped up their journey later. On the Shin family's side, breakfast was ready. Sweet potato porridge with sautéed pickles and flour tortillas. The food was actually pretty good. At least Gu Qing Yun felt there was nothing to be picky about. Their Shin family had already eaten much better than other families, and were contented. Gu Qing Yun also urged everyone to drink more spiritual spring water so that they would have more strength. Half an hour passed, everyone ate well and collected themselves, and then continued a new round of rushing. Many of them were already overwhelmed, but they were gritting their teeth. Been rushing around all morning. 20 miles is really only 10 kilometers. The team fleeing the desert needs to carry quite a lot of goods, although the speed is a bit slower, but most of the day, this point of the road is still finished. Much like it was marked on the map, the road ended at a river, not too wide and not too narrow. If you want to get across, you have to take the pontoon bridge. Originally there was a pontoon bridge over the river, but now it has been cut down. Faced with a broken pontoon bridge, the fleeing crowd was dumbfounded. The river was about 4 or 5 meters wide. We can swim across, but what about the supplies we're carrying? How do we get it there? People go over there, they don't bring anything with them, they don't have any food, and they have to be starved to death. Village Chief, what can we do? This pontoon bridge seems to have been cut down on purpose. Yes, Village Chief, what should we do in this situation now? Agu, it looks like it's going to be safe, but it actually came to this. What's all this about? The villagers grumbled one thing and another. Chapter 33. The two village chiefs didn't know what to do and inquired about Gu Qing Yun. Apparently, they had already taken Gu Qing Yun as their backbone. Gu Qing Yun looked at the river and frowned. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Qing Yun rushed at Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao. There's only one way, we'll temporarily build a new pontoon bridge ourselves. So many trees along the road, hurry up and cut them all down and build a bridge. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao heeded Gu Qing Yun's idea and hurriedly called on the young and strong men in their ranks to cut firewood to build a pontoon bridge. County Magistrate Lu spared his life and immediately got his subordinates to join in to help. There is strength in numbers, and the group soon cut down many trees. Families took out all the rope they could and tied the wood together. Now we are all of one mind, no one has a secret stash, this time to build a bridge to live is important, who will still play small plans. With the pontoons done, the next step is how to secure them. Mayor Shin asked a few men in his party who could swim to go down to the river to give traction to the pontoon bridge. Gu Qing Yun said, "No, I'll do it." Saying that, Gu Qing Yun hauled one end of the pontoon bridge and leapt directly across the river. One by one, the fleeing party looked dumbfounded. Gu Qing Yun, this is flying? But it's not just flying. Normal people, who can float that far in the air. Magistrate Lu also stared blankly. Is this still human? Luckily, he didn't offend Qing Yun. This woman was a monster. Qing Yun arrived on the opposite side and quickly fixed the pontoon. Then tried the stability of the pontoon bridge, not bad, then loudly rushed to flee. The villagers shouted, "Tartars are coming! Hurry! The old and small women and children first come over, young and strong men break the back." Qing Yun listened close to the ground again, and the tremors in the ground became clearer and clearer. It was estimated that they were only a few miles away, and there was no time to lose. When the fleeing party crosses the river, then cut the pontoon bridge. A few more miles ahead, up the hill, and they'd be safe. Ruyan Lu wanted to cross the bridge first. How can the lives of these untouchables compare to hers? Her father was the magistrate, and she was the magistrate's daughter, so they definitely had to be the first on the bridge. However, just as Lu Ruyan stepped onto the pontoon bridge, she was stopped by Qing Yun. "You can only cross when the people of our village have crossed the bridge." Lu Ruyan was instantly displeased, stomping her feet and yelling, "On what grounds? My father is the county magistrate. You ordinary people want to walk in front of him, really wanton." Qing Yun said in a cold voice, "Don't bluff me with your status. Your father is so awesome. Why are you still following us?" Magistrate Lu hurriedly pulled Lu Ruyan back. Although he also wanted to go over first, he really didn't dare to offend Qing Yun, so he could only let the villagers go over first. The people of the Shin and Zhao villages didn't dawdle, listening to Qing Yun's arrangement. The old and young women and children crossed first, and the young and strong broke off. Everyone crossed the pontoon in an orderly fashion. The two villages together, 300 to 400 people. Together with the fact that there were still many things that needed to be transported over, the pontoon bridge could not bear too much weight at once, and it took nearly half an hour or so for the people from the Shin and Zhao villages to cross the bridge. County Magistrate Lu's party was dying of anxiety. Waiting for everyone to pass, Lu Magistrate hurriedly rushed onto the bridge, fearing that a slow step would cost him his life. County Magistrate Lu and the others had just come over, and Qing Yun was about to cut the pontoon bridge when she saw that the Tartars had already chased them. Seeing the Tartar legions riding their high horses and coming aggressively, everyone was startled. It's still true. It was thanks to them believing Qing Yun's words and rushing through the night. If this had been any slower, I'm afraid they would have fallen into the hands of the Tartars by now. Chapter 34. County Magistrate Lu admired Qing Yun's good skills even more at this moment. What kind of demon is this woman? She can really predict the whereabouts of the Tartars. If he had not followed the party, would he have fallen into the hands of the Tartars? Thinking about this, Magistrate Lu broke out in a cold sweat. Ruyan Lu's face was unpleasant. The smack in the face came too quickly. She had previously said that Qing Yun was fooling people. The Tartars rode to the river. One of the Tartars shouted at the fleeing party on this side of the river, "Don't move on the pontoon bridge, or you people will all die." Saying this, the Tartars raised the bows and arrows in their hands and aimed them at the fleeing party, shocking the fleeing villagers. Although separated by a river, the Tartars couldn't whip them, but the bow and arrow had a long range, and they were easily shot at this distance. The fleeing party panicked. Where are they, these people, a match for these Tartars? Although Qing Yun was very powerful, how could Qing Yun deal with so many Tartars on her own? Even if she could deal with it, she couldn't protect so many people on her own, and as long as they made a slight move, she would surely lose her little life. Qing Yun's brows knitted slightly. Each of these Tartars had a ferocious face and carried a strong murderous aura. This group of people is more ferocious than horse bandits, who could not be afraid. There were timid women and children who had cried out. The Tartars on the other side of the river saw that they did not dare to move, and continued. "The men, the old people, and the children can all go, and as long as the women stay, your lives will be spared." The brothers hadn't let off steam for a long time and were eager to get their teeth into it. With that, the group of Tartars laughed obscenely. This fleeing group was just ordinary folk, so it didn't matter if they killed them or not. All they encountered along the way were dirty, smelly stragglers. There are women, but they don't feel like touching them when the stench is so bad. On the contrary, the women cleaned up pretty well for this group. Although the countryside women cannot dress, look average, rough skin, but make do with the fire, or very can. "General, here's another good-looking one." A Tatar spoke to another Tatar who was riding at the head. The Tatar general looked in the direction of his subordinate's finger. As expected, a good-looking woman was seen. The woman is also well-dressed, not quite a great beauty, but a pretty one. The Tatar general's smile suddenly became even more lewd, his eyes staring straight at the little beauty across from him. And this little beauty was none other than Rian Lu. Lu Rian saw that she was being targeted by the Tatar generals and turned pale with fear. At this moment, the fleeing party also panicked. Village Chief Shen, Village Chief Xiao, what can we do now? Yes, these Tatars have bows and arrows, we can't fight or run away. Is it hard to just hand over the women of the house? Everyone was like ants on a hot pan, panicked and terrified. The Tatars had begun to urge the women to hurry over the pontoon bridge. Seeing that no one came for half a day, the bow and arrow in the Tatar's hand shot straight out. This arrow hit one of Magistrate Lu's men. An arrow pierced through the heart, and Magistrate Lu's men died directly on the ground. Chapter 35. Already there were people in the fleeing group who were so frightened that they let out screams. County Magistrate Lu and his party were also frightened. The male son of the Lu County Magistrate's family was scared shitless. Father, you quickly let all these women go over, they can't die anyway if they go over, it's better than all of us being buried together. Saying that, the male son of the Lu Magistrate's family had already pushed his wife and also his sister out. Get over there! What are you waiting for? Do you want us to die together? Lord Ryu's wife stared at him incredulously. He was her husband and now he was actively pushing her to another man. Is there any way to be a husband? It's a beastly thing to take your wife and your own sister in exchange for a life of living. Rian Lu screamed and hissed. Brother, why are you like this? I'm your own sister, how could you do this to me? Duke Lu also didn't have the good sense to say, Sister, don't blame your brother either. If you don't go, Dad and I will die. It's better for you to sacrifice yourselves than to be buried with your whole family, isn't it? Good sister, just be a good girl and go. Look at how pretty you are, serve the head Tatar well and he will certainly not treat you badly. Duke Lu's wife was filled with shock and disappointment. What about me? I'm your wife, you let your wife sleep with another man, are you still a man? Duke Lu didn't feel ashamed and angry at all, shamelessly coaxing his wife. Nowadays there's no way out, don't worry, you entrusted yourself to serve those Tatars in order to save me. When we gain power in the future, we'll save you back again, and I won't dislike you, and I'll treat you well. Duke Lu's wife's eyes red with anger. You animal, how do you have the face to say such words of? Magistrate Lu is also a cowardly goon who is afraid of death. Although I can't afford to push my daughter out, I also feel that my life is more important. He agreed with his son's idea and hurriedly urged his daughter and daughter-in-law to go there. My lord, my daughter and daughter-in-law went over, and the maids of the house too. We have only these few women in our party, so please be magnanimous and let us go. County Magistrate Lu rushed the Tatar leader with extreme fawning. The Tatar leader nodded in satisfaction when he saw the two gorgeous women coming over. Don't worry, I'll keep my word, you guys can go. Where are the rest of the women? The Tatar leader pointed to the people of the Shin and Gu villages. He knew that the Lu magistrate's men were not in the same league as these countrymen. For a time, the hearts of the people of the Shin family village and the people of the Zhao family village were in their throats. If you don't let the women pass, they'll die together. But letting the women go over there, isn't that something only an animal would do? They knew about propriety, righteousness and shame, and could not yet do what the magistrate Lu did. Qing Yun was also full of contempt for the Lu magistrate's family. The magistrate of a city, as a parental officer, not guarding his people even if, now even his own family is given to the enemy. Such a man is not worthy of being an official and a father. You can't keep people like that, they're a big pain in the ass. Qing Yun looked at the 1,000 taels of silver before allowing them to follow the fleeing team. Now it seemed she was confused to shelter such a person for so little money. When the group of Tatars was cleaned up, they immediately parted ways with the Lu magistrate and his party. Without the shelter of the team, it was impossible for them to reach Yenzhou's city safely on this journey. I don't have much patience left, hurry up! The Tatar leader urged again. Xinqing was so angry that she clenched her teeth. The group fought them. Sacrificing women in exchange for living, is it still human? Even if you live, you won't be able to raise your head for the rest of your life. After Qing finished speaking, someone immediately responded. Yes, this kind of animal behavior, we can't possibly go through with it, and fight them. Magistrate Lu snorted. Spell it out? How to fight? The one who knows the time is the best. You guys are not fighting for your lives, you are purely looking for death. Don't think about it. Sacrificing a small portion of the people to fulfill the majority is the way to survive, and only those with a faulty brain will go to fight the Tatars for their lives. Chapter 36. Qing Yun looked at Magistrate Lu with contempt. Just because you yourself want to live and let live doesn't mean that others will be the same as you. After satirizing County Magistrate Lu, Qing Yun rushed the Hans of Shin and Zhao villages behind her. If you are still men and still have some blood, fight with these Tatars and defend your wives, sisters, and mothers. The men of the Shin and Zhao villages, under Qing Yun's call, had picked up hoes, scythes, and the like, weapons that could fight the enemy in a firefight. Magistrate Lu was in a hurry. These people really don't want to die. It's even if they send themselves to their deaths, but Magistrate Lu is mainly worried about what he can do if these people go to their deaths. Without this fleeing team, it's not good for you to arrive safely in Yanzhou. After all, there was no telling how many stragglers we'd have to encounter along the way. He had brought insufficient manpower with him and could easily be looted by those stragglers like last time. The Tatars had completely lost their patience. One of the archers on the Tatar side raised the arrow in his hand and, without a second thought, shot towards the Shin and Gu village's side. Just out of the Tatars' expectation, the arrows shot out by this archer did not hit the villagers, but were blocked by Qing Yun with the back of her sword. This outburst surprised the Tatars on the opposite bank for a moment. This archer's strength can be extraordinary. The opposite is not just some ordinary villagers? How can there be such a powerful person in the team? Qing Yun took advantage of these Tatars' frozen moment to directly pull out a small pistol from the space and directly shot at that archer. The power of a handgun is naturally not comparable to that of a bow and arrow. The penetration was even greater, as it hit the archer squarely in the head, killing him with a single shot, in a good way. The Tatar generals had obviously not expected this. What kind of weapon is this that's so powerful? And the woman across the street, what's the deal? This dance is not even comparable to their Jin Kingdom's experts. Surprised not only these Tatars, Xinjia village and Zhaojia village peoples also did not expect. But waiting for a reaction, everyone looked at Qing Yun with a glint in their eyes. Lady Gu is so powerful, maybe with her around, everyone can really dodge a bullet. The Tatars' general quickly reacted and immediately had a row of archers ready to shoot arrows. Qing Yun rushed the villagers behind her. Everyone protect themselves and find a place to hide from the bows and arrows. Hunter, follow me and take care of those archers first. The fleeing teams all did what Qing Yun said. At this moment, in front of the common enemy, all of them were summoning all their strength and energies to fight against the Tatars together. Qing Yun didn't dare to slow down at all. On one hand, she had to deal with the bows and arrows shot out by the Tatar archers to protect the villagers, and on the other hand, she had to think of a way to finish off those Tatars. Divine Dr. Fang shouted at Qing Yun. Girl, use poison. Qing Yun then remembered the poison that Divine Dr. Fang had sold her. She took care of the archers across the river with her gun first, then flew across the river. The Tatars looked at Qing Yun, who was charging over single-handedly, and each of them picked up their long knives and swords, ready to do battle. This woman was like a Shura from hell. It was chilling. Other people said that they Tatars were man-eating devils, but in front of Qing Yun, these devils of theirs were actually scared to the point of cold sweat. Qing Yun took out the poison configured by Divine Dr. Fang, and with a raise of her hand, threw a portion of it into the air. Simultaneously catalyzing the spatial supernatural ability, the poison powder was quickly spread amongst the group of Tatars. Chapter 37. The Tatar general realized that something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth and nose, while raising his voice and commanding, "All exclude breath." It's just that the Tatar generals underestimated Dr. Fang's poison, which can enter the body not only by breathing, but also by skin contact. It didn't take long for the entire group of several hundred to fall. Seeing the Tatars' team of several hundred people unexpectedly fell all in a moment, the fleeing villagers looked dumbfounded. Is that all settled? Lady Gu is too godlike, isn't she? At this moment, the villagers looked at Qing Yun as if they were looking at a heavenly god. How could a normal human easily take care of so many Tatars in an instant? Seeing that the Tatars had all been taken care of, the villagers were elated and smiled with the smiles of the aftermath of the robbery. They had finally been saved. Qing Yun confirmed that the Tatars could no longer stand up and calmly walked back to the fleeing team. Looking at Qing Yun, who had returned safely, Magistrate Lu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. If he had known that Qing Yun was so powerful that she could take care of a few hundred Tatars by herself, he certainly wouldn't have pushed out his daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law so easily. Qing Yun's line of sight coldly swept over Lu Magistrate's body, frightening Lu Magistrate's back. Her legs couldn't stop softening and shivering. Qing Yun knew that now was not the time to clean up County Magistrate Lu, and turned around and walked over to Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao. Although these Tatars have fallen, the matter is not yet over. Seeing Qing Yun come back, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao hurriedly came forward to inquire about her condition. Lady Gu, how are you? Are you all right? Are you hurt? After the two village chiefs finished speaking, the Shin family members also rushed forward, very concerned about Qing Yun's well-being. Yes, Lao Wu's daughter-in-law, are you all right? Are you hurt? Old Five daughter-in-law, are you okay? How are you doing, daughter-in-law? Qing Yun's heart warmed as she met a pair of concerned eyes. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. Confirming that Qing Yun was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Yun opened her mouth and rushed the two village heads. Village head, we have to deal with these Tatars. Both Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao were subservient to Qing Yun at this moment, and whatever she said they did. At this moment, everyone had already worshipped Qing Yun like a god. If you want to live, then be good enough to listen to her. Qing Yun explained what needed to be done to Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao. Even though the Tatars have been poisoned and fainted to the ground, they have to make up a few more cuts just in case. These Tatar corpses must be dealt with even more, and cleaned up as much as possible so that no traces can be found, because it is not known whether there is still a large troop of Tatars chasing after them, and in order to avoid a large troop of pursuers, the aftermath must be done well. Then the Tatars were settled, and the food they carried, and the money, all searched out, and brought to the villagers who fled to replenish their supplies. This batch of Tatars brought a total of 30 or 40 horses, which could not be brought to drive the mountain road, but the horse meat could be eaten and could fill the stomachs of the fleeing villagers. When Divine Dr. Fang's poison dissipated, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao immediately arranged for people to make amends. This time there was still a small number of people in the group who were wounded, shot by the Tatar archers. Now that there was a great doctor in the team, when people were injured, they didn't have to panic. There was Dr. Fang to help treat the wounds. Thinking that it is because of these Tatars, causing so many people's families to break up and die, and these people are even more so, leaving their homes and suffering, the villagers' hearts are full of hate, and they take their knives and plunge them into the Tatars' chests, without any softness at all. Chapter 38. Hundreds of Tatars, fleeing villagers constantly replenish the knife, killing red eyes. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and it's not even people they're killing, it's a bunch of burning devils. As people of the Great Zhou, these Jin people were even more people with a national grudge. Soon, several hundred Tatars were all mended and killed cleanly. The villagers killed the Tatars, and from this group of Tatars also seized a lot of good things, gold and silver treasures. Village Chief Shin had the people place all the things they had searched out in one place. For gold and silver alone, 500 taels of gold and 2,000 taels of silver. A lot of food and provisions were also searched out. 2,000 pounds of rice were recovered, 1,000 pounds of flour, and then about 100 pounds of dried beef. These hundreds of Tatars are not carrying a lot of stuff. This is only called hairy if they meet the kind of Tatar grain and grass troops. But that's all, and the fleeing villagers have been very content. Not only did I solve this group of Tatars and save my life, but I also had a harvest. It was like a dream. With this grain, everyone can eat for a while and not have to worry too much about food for a while. As for the Tatars' weapons, they were all collected along the way. These weapons they take with them for defense and to better protect themselves. Now the fleeing party, the villagers' weapons are sickles and hoes and such, not much fighting power. These Tatars carry with them some very elite weapons, Sharp machetes, long swords, bows, and arrows are all far more useful than scythes and hoes. It took the villagers almost half a day's work to clean up the loot. Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao also asked Qing Yun what to do with the bodies of these Tatars. Qing Yun's thin lips slightly opened. Cremated in situ. Yes. Soon, Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao ordered people to cut firewood to go. Burning hundreds of Tatars is not a small project. It was a good thing that their fleeing party was large. Many people have great strength. We all join together, no matter the old man and children, all join in, division of labor, until before dark, the fire gradually extinguished, can be counted on these Tatar corpses disposed of cleanly. The villagers were all panting with exhaustion, but none of them cried out in pain. What is this suffering in the face of a matter of life and death? By settling the Tatar army, the fleeing party is safe for the time being and can settle down on this side. We'll wait for a night's rest, and then go back into the mountains first thing in the morning. After traveling all night yesterday and having a busy day today, the villagers' stamina was exhausted. Adding to the fact that there hadn't been much to eat or drink throughout the day, the group's bodies definitely wouldn't be able to hold out if they continued to travel. Qing Yun took this into consideration, and together with Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao, decided to rest in place. It was a relief to finally get a break. Originally, the grain, grass, money, and other harvested loot, Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao were planning to give them to Qing Yun. This time, it was Qing Yun who saved everyone's life, so the things that were collected were naturally arranged by Qing Yun. It was that they were all given to Qing Yun, and no one would have any problem with that. What Shen Village Chief and Zhao Village Chief didn't expect was that Qing Yun only took 500 taels of gold, and then asked them to give everyone an equal share of whatever was left. The villagers, who were at the end of their tether, have become surprisingly wealthy by relying on these Tatars. 2,000 taels of silver, divided by head, each person divided several taels of silver. Families with large populations have tens of taels in hand. With this money, there will be no need to worry about purchases and supplies on the way back to the famine. Chapter 39. Maybe there's a decent amount of settlement money left over after we get to Yinzhou. The villagers who had fled from the famine had been favored by Qing Yun, and they were all very grateful to her. When the money had been divided, everyone began to prepare dinner. I didn't even eat lunch, so I'm going to have to eat a lot for dinner. This time every family was given a lot of grain, and with the horse meat, they could have a good meal. Shen's side of the family also set up pots and pans for cooking. Shen's sister-in-law and Shen Er's sister-in-law were busy and let Zhang rest. The children of the family saw the fresh horse meat and wanted to eat roasted meat again, so they looked at Qing Yun with bated breath, hoping that she would make some more roasted meat for everyone. Seeing this, Zhang taught a few children. Your fifth auntie is tired today, so don't bother her at this moment. To say that the person who worked the hardest today was definitely Qing Yun. She, as a mother-in-law, felt sorry for her daughter-in-law and wanted her to be able to rest and relax more. Qing Yun didn't feel much tired. Because of Dr. Fang's poison, it didn't take much effort to deal with the group of Tatars themselves. If it wasn't for Dr. Fang's poison, it certainly wouldn't have been so easy this time. Those Tatars were actually very fierce, packing them up one by one. Even if she could solve them, she would definitely suffer hard. It's even harder when it's also in a situation where you need to be distracted to protect someone else. I hope I won't meet any more Tatar troops on the way to escape later. Qing Yun smiled and said at Zhang, Mother, I'm fine, I'm not tired, since everyone wants to eat, I'll make some roasted meat. Saying that, Qing Yun began to busy herself. Zhang did not say anything else when she saw Qing Yun in high spirits. Her appreciation for Qing Yun increased a few more points in her heart. Her family's old five really picked up a great bargain. This old five daughter-in-law is not only capable, good to the family. It's hard to find a good girl like that. There was a lot of horse meat, especially the Shen family's share of it. Qing Yun was in charge of making the roasted meat, and Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Shen were busy making jerky with the men in the family. Horse meat is plentiful, and fresh meat doesn't keep very long, so some jerky had to be made. The other villagers who fled the famine were given less horse meat, and it was estimated that they could eat it all within a few days, so they didn't learn how to make jerky from the Shen family. However, there are some people who can't afford to eat all the horse meat at once, so they make bacon by rubbing salt on it, so that when they want to eat it in the future, they can take it out and eat it slowly. Qing Yun brought quite a bit of horse meat. Diced the meat into small pieces and just grilled the kebabs later. Divine Dr. Fang had also already treated the injured villagers' wounds. Most were lightly injured, though some were seriously injured. Luckily, it was just one or two, and after his careful handling, there was nothing much wrong with the people. After treating the wounded, the medicines that Divine Dr. Fang had brought along with him were basically all used up. When you're traveling through the mountains later, see if you can pick up some herbs along the way, or stop by a pharmacy for a refill when you pass through town. Dr. Fang was exhausted and sweating. The little medicine boy took a handkerchief and wiped Divine Dr. Fang's sweat, and in the process took out a water pouch and handed it to Divine Dr. Fang. "Master, drink water." Divine Dr. Fang had been busy and was now tired and thirsty. When he saw the little medicine boy handing over the water, he gurgled and gulped down several mouthfuls. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the water in this water sack was good stuff, and every time he drank it, he felt a lot more relaxed and recovered his strength very quickly. Chapter 40. Divine Dr. Fang sat and rested for a while, but he could be considered to have slowed down. At this moment, Qing Yun had already begun to roast the meat. The marinated meat was placed on a green stone slab and sizzled. When it's almost done, sprinkle on the barbecue seasoning and the flavor is just overwhelming. I don't blame the kids in the family for being greedy. Whoever comes and eats this delicious barbecue has to think about it every day. It was Qing Yun herself who couldn't help but secrete saliva in her mouth. The children of the family take skewered meat and turn it over the fire. With the experience of grilling kebabs last time, it was a breeze this time, waiting for the kebabs to cook and sprinkling them with barbecue sauce. Divine Dr. Fang hadn't seen such a way of eating yet, and was already gluttonously gulping at the aroma of the roasted meat from the side. Soon, Qing Yun roasted a plate of meat. Seeing Divine Dr. Fang's gulping look, she handed the meat on the plate to him. "Divine Doctor, you taste it first." Seeing Qing Yun handing him the roasted meat first, Divine Dr. Fang felt flattered. The Shim family hasn't eaten yet. Isn't it bad for him to be the first to eat? The fact that people were willing to take him in and let him tag along to dabble in food and drink, Dr. Fang was already grateful. Now that there was food, surely Shin's family had to eat first, and he incidentally followed behind and ate some. I'll eat first, huh? How can this be? Why don't you guys eat first, I'll eat later. As Divine Dr. Fang said this, he couldn't help but swallow a little bit of saliva into his stomach. Qing Yun saw through Divine Dr. Fang with a glance. This little old man, he's kinda cute. She shoved the plate into his hand. "It's fine, Divine Doctor, you eat first, I'll continue baking. You've been busy until now, you've worked hard, and your stomach must be hungry, pad your stomach first. If it wasn't for your poison today, we wouldn't know if we were dead or alive right now." After Qing Yun finished speaking, Divine Dr. Fang's stomach cooperated by making a few gurgling sounds. When Divine Dr. Fang heard Qing Yun's words coupled with the fact that he was craved by the aroma of the roasted meat, he stopped being polite, took the meat, and began to eat it. Seeing Divine Dr. Fang grabbing it directly with his hands, John hurriedly handed over a pair of chopsticks. "Divine Doctor, why don't you eat it with chopsticks? Isn't it not good to use your hands?" Divine Dr. Fang was slightly stunned, then hurriedly took the chopsticks. It was so awkward for a while. Well, degrading. However, soon enough, Divine Dr. Fang's attention was not on whether or not he had been humiliated, but all on the taste of the roasted meat. The flavor of this meat is so flavorful and delicious. As the head of Divine Healer Valley, what hadn't he eaten before? It is the palace have been there. The emperor also invited him to eat the treasures of the palace banquet. However, he felt that the food was far less flavorful than the roasted meat made by Qing Yun. "I didn't realize that not only are you good with your hands, but your cooking skills are also so good, girl Qing Yun laughed. "Divine Doctor, it must be because you're so hungry that everything you eat feels delicious at this moment." Dr. Fang felt that there was part of this reason, but it was more that this roasted meat just smelled good. Dr. Fang quickly solved a plate of meat cleanly. Qing Yun roasted another plate and sent it over to Divine Dr. Fang. You guys eat, I can't eat alone. Dr. Fong wiped his mouth. Shin's family members all said, It's fine, Divine Doctor, you eat first, we've tasted the flavor long ago, we're not in a hurry to eat. Chapter 41. Divine Dr. Fong was not of a wriggling nature, so he continued to eat. He settled for 5 plates of roasted meat in one sitting before his stomach filled up. Divine Dr. Fong didn't even know when he was so good at eating. In one breath, he was able to eat so much meat, which he could not even think of before. After finishing the kebabs, Dr. Fong added a few more kebabs. Finished eating and drank a lot of spiritual spring water. Then Divine Dr. Fong rubbed his stomach contentedly. This kind of life is still really comfortable. Shin's family members also ate the roasted meat one after another. The meal was so filling that all the hard work and exhaustion of the day was swept away. The same goes for the other fleeing villagers. Extraordinarily full and well fed tonight. And because of this, everyone was even more grateful to Qing Yun. If it wasn't for Qing Yun, everyone's lives would have been lost, so how could they eat and drink like they are now, feasting? After eating and drinking, Shin village had arranged the manpower for the night watch, and all the others went to sleep and rest. The exhausted villagers, once they closed their eyes, fell straight into a deep sleep. Qing Yun slept comfortably and peacefully this night. Shin Yen fell asleep right next to her, the two of them leaning together under a thin quilt. The sleeping Shin Yen, his sleeping face was clear and handsome, and his long eyelashes were like butterfly wings, causing Qing Yun to have a momentary heart attack. The next day, Qing Yun still got up earlier than the Shin family, and filled up the Shin family's water bladder as well as the water in the barrel. The party intended to gather themselves together and take off for the journey. It's much safer to go into the mountains and take the trails. Everyone was in a hurry during this time, and the whole spirit of the people was tight. Not only is it physically exhausting, but it's even more mentally exhausting. Along the way, they had dodged the stragglers twice, and this time they had tackled the Tatars, which was really not easy. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao had also arranged for the departure of the team early in the morning. Everyone stowed away and set off with their loot. Seeing that the Shin family village and Zhao family village's teams were ready to set off, County Magistrate Lu immediately urged his own group to hurry up and follow. Having seen Qing Yun's ability, Magistrate Lu believed that as long as he followed this fleeing team, he would be able to reach Yanzhou safely. Just as Magistrate Lu was about to follow, he was stopped by Qing Yun's exit. Magistrate Lu, let's leave it at that. Upon hearing Qing Yun's words, County Magistrate Lu was slightly stunned, then said, Lady Warrior, didn't we have a deal? I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver, and you let us follow along to Yanzhou. Qing Yun sneered. I regret it now, can I? Magistrate Lu met Qing Yun's cold gaze. What could he say? What did he dare to say? If he had a problem with it, Qing Yun could karate his head at any time. Lu Magistrate is of course afraid. He is not facing an ordinary person, it is a woman who can single-handedly fight hundreds of Tatars to kill Gada. Heroine, do you think the money I gave you is not enough? Well, I still have money here, so I'll give it to you. As long as you can get us to Yanzhou safely, it's no problem to pay more. I still have 5,000 taels here. When we go to Yanzhou, and my daughter is the favored concubine of the King of Yin, we'll give you more money then, what do you think? County Magistrate Lu said, pulling out 5 more silver tickets of 1,000 taels in denomination from his pocket, and handing them to Qing Yun. The expression on his face could be said to be extremely flattering. Although it hurt his flesh when Magistrate Lu took out this money, compared to his own life, that was definitely more important. If you lose your money, you can earn it again, but if you lose your life, you really lose everything. Chapter 42. If Qing Yun wasn't the only one who had the strength to escort him safely to Yanzhou, County Magistrate Lu definitely wouldn't be able to afford to spend so much money. Looking at the 5,000 taels of silver handed over by County Magistrate Lu, Qing Yun did not hesitate at all and reached out to accept it. The Magistrate Lu was relieved in his heart. Since Qing Yun accepted the money, it meant that she was agreeing to them traveling together. Sure enough, it's still about money. It was assumed that Qing Yun had just said that on purpose, wanting to get more money from him. Who knows that County Magistrate Lu hadn't even been happy for a few seconds when he heard Qing Yun's cool voice continue. I'll take this 5,000 taels of silver, just consider it as your family's protection fee from yesterday. As for the future, it's better for us to go our separate ways, bridge to bridge, road to road. Magistrate Lu was dumbfounded. This woman is paid to do something, and she won't do it. Lu Rian directly jumped up violently. You're robbing us, aren't you? How can you take our money and not fulfill your obligations? If you won't let us follow, give us our money back. County Magistrate Lu also meant the same thing. Lady Warrior, if you don't let us follow you, you have to return this money to us, right? Otherwise the damage could be too great. With money in your hand, you'll be more secure on the road to escape. Without money, it's completely hopeless. If they can't reach Yinzhou safely, they'll have to die on the way. Qing Yun laughed coldly, her icy gaze sweeping over Lu Rian and County Magistrate Lu. Give it back to you? Since the money is in my hands, there's no reason to spit it out. But if you guys have the strength, you can try to see if you can take it back from me. If I can grab it back, I'll give it back to you. Qing Yun's meaning was obvious. She was just robbing in the open to see what these people could do to her. County Magistrate Lu was furious, but against Qing Yun, there was really nothing he could do but eat his words. How can you have the strength to fight with others? Qing Yun could crush him to death with a single finger. Lu Magistrate is not willing to be pitted by Qing Yun, but at the moment there is really no way. Lu Rian was so angry that her eyes were red, but like County Magistrate Lu, where she dared to snatch the 5,000 taels of silver given out from Qing Yun's hands. Shin's family looked on in disbelief. How can their family come up with money so fast? Wouldn't it be a little bad to just grab the money like that? What a feeling of being a robber. But thinking about the things that Magistrate Lu had done, it didn't seem like there was much to sympathize with. And most of the silver is also Lu Magistrate raiding the people's fat and wealth to get. Looking at the Lu Magistrate's family's exasperated and clueless appearance, Qing Yun felt a dark pleasure in her heart. That's the importance of strength. When you are strong, others can only prostrate themselves at the bottom of your feet, and those who are bullied will always be the weak. After packing up the Lu Magistrate, the people from the Shin family village and the Zhao family village were ready to leave. Being warned by Qing Yun, Magistrate Lu didn't dare to follow her. The fleeing party, after half a day's walk, had officially entered the mountains. The mountain road is not good, and there are wild animals in the mountains. There is a certain danger, but that's it. That's safer than the official road. It's the human heart that's the scariest thing in the world. Whether it's the stragglers, or the bandits, or the Tatars, they are far more terrifying than the beasts on the mountain. After going up the mountain, everyone rested for only half an hour at noon, and then continued on their way. This is a deep mountain with significantly more mosquitoes than the previous one. Many people have been bitten with a lot of red packets on their bodies once they enter the deep mountains. The mosquito bites are even more itchy. Chapter 43. Shin's family. Because Qing Yun secretly sprayed the post-apocalyptic anti-mosquito potion in advance, no one was hit. At this moment, many villagers were too itchy to bear and came to ask Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao what to do. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao couldn't do anything about it. They are just ordinary people with no way to deal with mosquitoes. Thinking that Qing Yun might have a solution, the two village chiefs came back to question her. Lady Gu, these mosquitoes are just too torturous. Everyone is so itchy that they can't even hurry. Do you have any good solutions? Qing Yun's space had apocalyptic potions as well as ointments. However, she didn't take it out directly, but looked at Divine Dr. Fang. If Divine Dr. Fang had a way, she wouldn't have made a move. If Divine Dr. Fang couldn't do anything, she would take it from space again. Luckily, after asking Dr. Fang about it, he said that he could prepare an ointment to protect against mosquitoes and insects, and also to stop the itching. It's just that he doesn't have the herbs and needs to find specific herbs to configure them. The herbs needed were some of the more common ones, and they were also easier to find in these deep mountains. Just look around later. Seeing Divine Dr. Fang say this, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao were instantly beaming with joy. It's just nice to have a great doctor following this team. The two village chiefs agreed to take a temporary break from searching for herbs. Wait for Divine Dr. Fang to dispense the ointment first. Otherwise, people are harassed by mosquitoes and insects, which seriously delays the progress of catching up. The brigade thus temporarily found a flat place to station themselves. Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy went together to look for herbs. Qing Yun followed suit. She was afraid that they were in danger. After all, there were quite a lot of wild beasts in these deep mountains. Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao arranged for some of the younger hands in the village to follow along, so that they could lend a hand if the divine doctor needed help. As for the rest of the villagers, they rested here. Villagers with little to do dig for wild vegetables and search for wild fruits close by. Although this time from the Tatars to scavenge a batch of grain, but divided down, each head is only 5 or 6 pounds of grain. You can eat for a while, you can't manage too long in the end. After entering the mountains, if you can find your own wild vegetables and fruits to feed yourself, try to find some to minimize the consumption of food. It could be months before we get to our destination. So little food, surely not enough to last that long. The hunters, on the other hand, went up to the mountains to hunt. If we can catch some wild game, we can add meat to the meal. Some of the young boys from the 2 villages had been learning kung fu and archery from Qing Yun for the past few days. Even though they've only just begun and are not learning much, they can't wait to practice and try it out. I didn't have a chance to practice before, but now it's different. From the Tatars, they've scavenged a lot of bows and arrows. Now that basically every family has a bow and arrow, complete with tools, one has an itchy hand. Several Shin family brothers also went out. Big brother Shin is responsible for collecting firewood, while the other 3 brothers go hunting. If you're lucky, it's best if you can hit it, but if you can't, it's a good way to strengthen your body. On Qing Yun's side, she accompanied Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy to look for herbs. The herbs needed by Divine Dr. Fang were not that hard to find, and after searching for a short while, the needed herbs were matched. Because of the large number of people in the fleeing group, there were many ointments that needed to be configured, so Dr. Fang took the herbs that he had found and made the villagers recognize and remember them, then spread out to look for them so that he could quickly pick up more and bring them back. At this moment, everyone was tortured by the mosquitoes and insects in the mountains, and after listening to Divine Dr. Fang's instructions, they immediately scattered to look for medicinal herbs. Chapter 44. There is strength in numbers. The villagers went out together to look for herbs, and it didn't take long for them to find many of the herbs they needed. Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy worked together, carefully grinding the medicine to make an ointment to repel mosquitoes, stop itching and prevent insects. Before dark, Dr. Fang could finally get the ointment prepared and handed it over to Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao. The mayors of the 2 villages distributed the ointment, made by Dr. Fang. Everyone then realized that Divine Dr. Fang was worthy of being a divine doctor, and the ointment prepared was just better than the ointment made by ordinary doctors. After applying the ointment on the mosquito bites, the cold sensation came through and the itching soon stopped. And after applying the ointment, it has a special fresh smell. I guess it's the smell that really stops the mosquitoes from biting. The villagers all exclaimed that Dr. Fang was really a god. To Divine Dr. Fang, this little carving skill was nothing. It was getting dark, and the people who had gone out to pick wild vegetables, wild fruits, and hunt had returned. Most of the hunters came back empty-handed, except for a few who had a haul. After all, archery had only been practiced for a few days and was not up to the level of hunting. I've heard of people who missed their prey and almost took an arrow to their companion's ass. On the Shin family's side, Shin Bin carried his bow and arrow and returned in defeat. When he went out, he was confident. Go out for a stroll and realize how much you weigh. Shin Bin made up his mind that he must follow behind his 4th sibling to learn archery in the future. There was a lot of room for his own improvement. Although the Shin brothers didn't gain anything from their trip out, the Shin family didn't feel disappointed. Because there's plenty of horse meat left over, we'll be able to continue eating tonight. Divine Dr. Fang missed the taste of the roasted meat he had yesterday, so he asked Qing Yun if he could make another meal. Today, Divine Dr. Fang had dispensed ointment for everyone and made such a great effort. For such a small request, Qing Yun naturally would not refuse. Seeing Qing Yun agree to it, Divine Dr. Fang smiled from ear to ear, then rubbed his hands together excitedly, just waiting to eat the roasted meat. Qing Yun began to marinate the horse meat when a few villagers walked over to their side of the house. Only to see a hunter handing over a pheasant. Lady Gu, I was lucky today and shot 3 pheasants, I'll give you one. It's a gift for you, not something to trade. This hunter finished, put down the pheasant and left. Some villagers gave some wild vegetables and some wild fruits. These people were all grateful to Qing Yun and took the initiative to send things. Regarding the things sent by everyone, Qing Yun was not polite and accepted the things one by one. This pheasant was delivered, as usual, for chicken soup. Eating roasted meat and drinking pheasant soup is a beautiful way to spend a day, and it would be even better if you weren't on the run. When Qing Yun came back, she even took some lettuce out of the space, saying that she had picked it. That's why this time, I had the grilled pork and I was able to wrap it around lettuce and eat it with it. It was the first time for Divine Dr. Fang to experience this novel way of eating. You can eat the vegetables raw without burning them? At first he was skeptical. But when he saw Shin's family eating it, he followed suit and tried it. When I tasted it, I realized it was pretty good. The meat wrapped in lettuce tasted less greasy. Add a few garlic cloves in there, and the flavor is so on top of it. Chapter 45. Divine Dr. Fang felt in a trance that it was still oddly good to follow behind the Shin family and dabble in food and drink like this, as if he was happier than his days in the Divine Doctor Valley. Shin's family ate to their heart's content, and if they were ready to sleep and rest, they would have to continue their journey tomorrow. At this time, Qing Yun, Shin's third brother, realized that his daughter-in-law, Zhou Eifeng, seemed to be unwell. Qing Yun hurriedly inquired, "Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Eifeng endured the pain and shook her head. "It's fine, I just don't feel very comfortable in my stomach." Qing Yun was not a fool. Zhou Eifeng looked like she was in pain and couldn't carry it off, where it was a little bit uncomfortable. If there is no Divine Dr. Fang here, and his daughter-in-law is suddenly unwell, Qing Yun is probably going to die of anxiety. And now that there was Dr. Fang in the team, he was less panicked, and hurriedly called out to Dr. Fang to take Zhou Eifeng's pulse and see what was going on with his daughter-in-law. Divine Dr. Fang had just fallen asleep and was yanked up again, yawn after yawn. Still, he hurried to take Zhou Eifeng's pulse. When Divine Dr. Fang finished taking his pulse, he hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth. "Your daughter-in-law is pregnant. This is moving the fetal chi. There are signs of slipped fetus. I'll go find some herbs first thing in the morning and make up some medicine for your daughter-in-law to preserve the fetus." Hearing Divine Dr. Fang's words, Qing Yun's entire body was confused. Not only was Qing Yun confused, Zhou Eifeng was also confused. Everyone else in the Shin family was similarly confused. Zhou Eifeng is pregnant? This was undoubtedly good news for the Shin family. Qing Yun and Zhou Eifeng had been married for some time. However, the two couples have not been able to conceive a child. Because of this matter, the elders of the Shin family are quite anxious. They went to a doctor in town, who said that Zhou Eifeng's body was weak and it was not easy for her to conceive. Now that they heard that Zhou Eifeng was pregnant, Shin's family was overjoyed. It's not good for the two third-house families to remain childless. Only everyone did not expect that Zhou Eifeng was pregnant on the way to escape the famine. This time has been tired of running around. Zhou Eifeng's belly child did not fall, really a miracle. With the excessive strain and shock of the past 2 days, it was no wonder that Dr. Fang said that there were signs of a slipped fetus. Qing Yun took a long time to come back to his senses and asked Divine Dr. Fang, "Divine Dr. Fang, my daughter-in-law is pregnant, really?" Being asked this by Qing Yun, Divine Dr. Fang grunted and rushed at Qing Yun without any good humor and asked back, "Are you doubting the level of my old man?" Qing Yun hurriedly shook his head. No, Divine Doctor, that's not what I meant. I was just too pleasantly surprised to think my daughter-in-law was actually pregnant." Looking at Qing Yun's silly appearance, Divine Dr. Fang felt that he couldn't bear to look at him. Zhang, on the other hand, nervously inquired at Divine Dr. Fang, "Divine Dr. Fang, can the child in my daughter-in-law's belly be saved?" "It's not easy for the two of them to conceive a child. You must help us so that the child in my daughter-in-law's womb is safe and sound." Divine Dr. Fang said, "Don't worry, although there are signs of slippage, it's not to the extent of miscarriage. But for the next few days, you must take your medication on time and get well. This is something that can easily be lost if you don't pay attention to it. Her body is weak, and it would not have been easy to keep the child, let alone too much labor and shock in the meantime." Hearing Divine Dr. Fang's words, Shin's family members all stared. Qing Yun decided to let Zhou Eifeng not rush on foot in the future and sit on the cart. He pushed his daughter-in-law so that she wouldn't have to work hard to make the journey, and then pay more careful attention to make sure to keep their child. Divine Doctor, my daughter-in-law is not feeling well right now. Is there any method to relieve her? Looking at Zhou Eifeng, who was still very uncomfortable, Qing Yun asked Divine Dr. Fang again. Chapter 46. Divine Dr. Fang shook his head. It's the middle of the night, in the dark. I can't find herbs for you to go. Bear with it. Wait until dawn and I'll find herbs for you to dispense the medicine. Hearing Divine Dr. Fang say this, Qing Yun was lost and then looked at Zhou Eifeng with heartache. Zhou Eifeng, in order to make her husband not worry about herself, forced a smile and comforted Qing Yun. My husband, I'm fine. It's only for one night. I can hold it together. Bear with it. Maybe it won't hurt later. Qing Yun handed Zhou Eifeng the water capsule. Third sister-in-law, if you feel uncomfortable, drink more water. It might provide some relief. Zhou Eifeng very obediently took the water bag and filled it with a lot of water in one gulp. Not to mention, Zhou Eifeng was surprised to find that after drinking the water from the water bladder, her whole body was indeed in a much better state. Zhou Eifeng was not that uncomfortable anymore. Qing Yun sighed in relief and went to rest with his daughter-in-law in his arms. Because the joy from the pregnancy was so intense, the two families were so excited to be together that they couldn't sleep. This child is the one they'd been waiting for. The road ahead may be tough, but they must do everything in their power to protect their child until he is born. Early the next morning, Divine Dr. Fang went to look for herbs. As for the fleeing party, families got up and prepared to make breakfast. When we finish breakfast and pack up, we have to continue on our way. On the Shen family's side, the breakfast was lean meat porridge with the wild vegetables that others sent yesterday. Wild greens blanched and cooled with a few drops of sesame oil make for a great flavor. Zhou Eifeng needed to nourish her body, so Zhang urged her to eat more. By the time the Shen family had prepared the meal, Divine Dr. Fang had also returned with all the medicinal herbs. Dr. Fang gave the prepared medicine to Zhang, and just boiled one meal a day for Zhou Eifeng. Take it for 10 days in a row, and the fetal phase will almost be stabilized. Zhang took the medicine and could only wait until the evening to boil it and drink it. It's too late to boil the medicine as the team is leaving at this moment. After breakfast, the fleeing party set out again. Because of the medicinal ointment prepared by Dr. Fang, today's day's journey in the mountains was relatively easy for everyone. After a long day of traveling, I rested in the evening. Because Zhou Eifeng was pregnant, she sat on a cart all day. Zhou Eifeng kinda felt sorry for her man. If she could walk on her own, she would never let Sunga push her. Qing Yun pushed the cart, tired and sweaty, but for his daughter-in-law, for the sake of the child in her belly, even if it's hard to hold on. The two villages had a fairly easy day on the trails. But it wasn't so easy for the Prefect Lu's group. They originally took the official road. But there were so many stragglers on the official road that they were almost robbed again. There was no choice but to turn up the mountain road. They didn't have the ointment prepared by Dr. Fang, and after entering the mountains, they suffered from mosquito bites. That's not all. The worst part is that they were so unlucky that they ran into another nest of mountain bandits. All the men in Magistrate Lu's party were killed by the mountain bandits. Lu Ruyan was brought back to the fortress by the leader of the bandits because she was well born. Ruyan Lu's sister-in-law, and the maids of the family were all taken away as well. There is a shortage of women in the fortress, and these women can be brought back to give the brothers in the fortress a good time. Chapter 47. Ruyan Lu watched her father and brother being killed and was scared out of her wits. Sadness, but also thankful that I still have a little bit of beauty, otherwise it is estimated that it has also died. Although Lu Ruyan didn't look down on these mountain bandits, she still served them wisely. She knew that if she didn't do as she was told in front of this group of outlaws, she would soon be dead. Between being innocent and being alive, she felt that life was more important. Watching Ruyan Lu serve the dirty mountain bandits with vigor, Ruyan Lu's sister-in-law exuded a look of disbelief. She couldn't be as shameless as Lu Ruyan, being defiled by so many disgusting men. Where would she have the face to live in the world? So she ran headlong into the past to save herself from being spoiled by the bandits. Lu Ruyan made the mountain bandits' big boss very satisfied because of her hard work in serving him. This little girl looks clean and gentle. I did not expect to be so loose in bed. What a find, so much more flavorful than those chaste women who put on airs. The big dog favored Lu Rian several times in one night, and promised to Lu Rian, as long as she is obedient and serves him well, she will be allowed to be the pressure lady in the future. The size of their cottage cannot be small, thousands of people, entrenched in a very complex terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack, not to mention the general passing pedestrians, that is, the government sent a heavy army may not be able to deal with them. In addition, there are many masters in the fortress, all of them are brave and good at fighting, is a party of heroes and heroes. Even if the Tatars come over, they are also fearless. Lu Rian also saw it all. The size of this fortress is indeed not small. There are many mountain bandits. All of them are experts. What if these people go against Qing Yun? I'm sure Qing Yun will have to shed her skin even if she doesn't die. At this moment, Lu Rian hated Qing Yun. Not to mention the fact that this woman had made her lose so much face in the street before. Let's just talk about her family. If it wasn't for Qing Yun stopping them from following, her own father and brother wouldn't have been killed, and she wouldn't have been reduced to being a plaything for the bandits. She must get her revenge back and make that woman Qing Yun's life worse than death. Lu Rian daintily lay on top of the mountain bandit's big boss and mentioned Qing Yun's pedestrian to him. Of course she didn't mention her grudge against Qing Yun, only how much money Qing Yun had in her hands. Just from her father's hand, all gleaned away 6,000 taels, together with the silver money scavenged from the Tatars. Qing Yun's hand has at least 10,000 taels of silver. When the bandit leader heard that there was so much money, he didn't even think about it, and hurriedly ordered his men to go after the fleeing team. Lu Rian reminded, "Big boss, you have to bring more experts. This team has a lot of people, several hundred, and there is a woman in the team with high martial arts. If you don't bring more people, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." The mountain bandit leader didn't take it seriously at all. It's just a woman. How powerful can she be? Can't their brothers in the fortress handle it? For so many years, they had never suffered a loss at the hands of others, or the cottage would not have been able to gradually develop and grow to its present size. However, on the surface, the mountain bandit big boss still coped with Lu Rian. "Good, don't worry, I will definitely bring more brothers and pick the best skilled people in the fortress to go over there, and eliminate those people in one go." Rian Lu curtly prostrated herself on the chest of the big boss, but her eyes revealed a touch of viciousness. She must let Qing Yun die without a burial place. This woman had ruined everything for her, and she was going to pay back twice as much. At this time, deep in the mountain forest, the fleeing party of several hundred camped and settled down, making many campfires, bright and large. Qing Yun sat in front of the firelight, and suddenly sneezed several times. Seeing Qing Yun sneezing, Xinyan's brows furrowed. "Daughter-in-law, are you sick from the cold?" Chapter 48. Qing Yun shook her head. "No, just a sneeze." Xinyan was relieved. The family ate barbecue in front of the fire, and went off to an early rest afterward. Now that it's fall, the weather is getting cooler, especially in the mountains where the temperature can be even lower. Thanks to the fact that Qing Yun had bought some bedding before, she didn't freeze at night in the mountains, but other people didn't have it so good. Qing Yun felt that when she passed by the next town, she would arrange for the entire group to procure some clothing and bedding. Otherwise, the further this goes, the colder the weather gets, and it's not good to sleep out in the wilderness without cold weather gear. It was already hard enough to make the journey, but if you froze and contracted wind chill, it would be a big deal. Last time from the hands of the Tatars scraped a lot of money. To buy some cold clothing, bedding is not a problem. Qing Yun and Xinyan shrank into the bedding and quickly fell asleep. However, Qing Yun's sleep was shallow, and even if she fell asleep, she could wake up the first time when there was a slight noise outside. It was a peaceful night's sleep, nothing out of the ordinary. Early in the morning, Qing Yun got up, washed up, and filled the family's water bladder with water. Jeanne had already made breakfast with her daughter-in-law. After everyone had breakfast, they continued on their escape route. After rushing all morning, Qing Yun felt something strange and hurriedly pressed her ears to the ground, then her brows furrowed together. Qing Yun called out to Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao, ordering the fleeing team to take their self-defense tools. Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao were both startled. "Lady Gu, it can't be the Tatar army catching up, right?" Qing Yun shook her head. Unlike, there are quite a lot of people who don't come over, estimated to be more than 100. Everyone be more careful and on guard. The poison given by divine Dr. Fang last time had already been used up, and with more than 100 people suddenly catching up, even if Qing Yun could cope with it, it would certainly be very tricky to deal with. Short of a battle, there was no way for her to keep everyone safe. She could only tell everyone to get their weapons and deal with the unknown dangers. Zhou Yifeng's current body can't withstand the shock and bumps, so Qing Yun instructed the men in the family to protect her as much as possible, and the old people and children in the family have to be protected as well. The fleeing party had just taken good precautions, but within 10 minutes, a group of mountain bandits rode up close. Each of these bandits had a ferocious look on their faces. All of them had beards, teeth and claws, and were holding large swords in their hands. As soon as the fleeing villagers saw these vicious mountain bandits, they were immediately scared and their legs went weak. Luckily, there was still Qing Yun around to stabilize the military. If it wasn't for Qing Yun, how would they dare to deal with such ferocious mountain bandits with just their own villagers? Waiting for the mountain bandits to get closer, Qing Yun noticed a familiar figure. The big leader of the mountain bandits rushed to the front, riding a horse, and sitting in front of him was none other than Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan looked at Qing Yun with scarlet in her eyes. It was this woman who caused her family to be destroyed, causing her, as a county magistrate's daughter, to be reduced to serving a group of bandits. God had the eyes to let Qing Yun fall into her hands. She must madly torture this woman and make her life worse than death. Qing Yun naturally felt Lu Ruyan's hatred for her. She wondered how Ruyan Lu got involved with the bandits. Lu Ruyan pouted and rushed the mountain bandits. Big boss, it's them. This woman has a lot of silver money on her body, catch her quickly. But this woman is very skilled, so you should be careful. The mountain bandit big leader's eyes swept over Qing Yun. Chapter 49. It's just a skinny girly girl, how much more powerful can she be? Plus, these fleeing villagers didn't have much combat power, so dealing with them wasn't a piece of cake. The big bandit leader rushed at Lu Ruyan. Little beauty, is this the ugly woman who annoyed you? Don't worry, leave it to me, and when we get her back, she'll be a dog for you. Lu Ruyan stared at Qing Yun, the corner of her mouth hooking out a grim smile. Good, then save. Thank you, big boss. With a wave of his hand, the mountain bandit leader rushed his men with an order. Kill all the men, children, and old people, and bring the young women back to the fortress to diarrhea the fire for the brothers. When these mountain bandits heard this, they were all very excited and raised the great swords in their hands, ready to charge. The fleeing party has taken up a defensive stance. Fortunately, from the Tatar hands to get a lot of weapons, if like before, with the sickle hoe and other weapons, dealing with the stragglers can be, against these ferocious bandits, simply useless. Seeing these mountain bandits rushing over, Qing Yun reached out and took out her arrows. 10 arrows were hitched together on her bow, and all of them were shot out in an instant. Ordinary people who could shoot an arrow that hit the center of the target were very good, while Qing Yun actually shot 10 arrows at once between her lightheartedness, and every arrow hit the mountain bandits. 10 injured bandits fell off their horses in response. The fleeing teams were all stunned when they saw Qing Yun's flowing operation. What strong archery! The youngsters in the team looked at Qing Yun with admiration written all over their eyes. This time, if they could repel the mountain bandits and turn the danger into success, they must follow behind Lady Gu and learn archery by drilling their hearts out, and use it to protect their families. The big bandit leader, who hadn't taken Qing Yun seriously, only now realized that this woman was a monster. Seeing his brother fall wounded, he was instantly enraged, leaping up from his horse and rushing to Qing Yun. As long as this woman was taken out, the rest of the fleeing team wouldn't even be enough. Seeing that the bandits were going to deal with Qing Yun, and that this leader's kung fu seemed to be very powerful, the Shen family members couldn't help but sweat for Qing Yun, fearing that she wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. The rest of the fleeing team also had their hearts in their throats, sharing the Shen family's fear of Qing Yun's defeat. Only if Qing Yun was there could their group arrive at their destination safely. If Qing Yun had a slip-up, there would be a group of headless flies, not to mention the bandits, and the stragglers wouldn't necessarily be able to defend themselves. Qing Yun had a few moves with the bandit leader and sensed that this man had some skills. No wonder he was so rampant. Awesome is awesome, but it's still not enough in front of her. Qing Yun picked up the large knife, and in a few moments, after a few rounds, she cut off the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The crowd was dumbfounded. The fleeing team erupted in cheers when they saw that Qing Yun had won the battle and killed the bandit leader. The remaining bandits were stunned, staring at Qing Yun like the plague. This woman is just horrible, like a Shura. Everyone understands what kind of strength their big dogs have. A person with such high martial arts skills had his head cut off after only a few rounds in Qing Yun's hands, not to mention that those of them were certainly no match for her. The mountain bandits' big boss was killed, and these mountain bandits also lost their backbone instantly. Some don't dare to get tough and just bolt. Qing Yun didn't give these people a chance to escape at all. The bow in her hand kept drawing full, and she didn't stop, shooting out arrow after arrow, and in a short while, the group of bandits were all wiped out. Together with the villagers mopping up, the mountain bandits were pretty much dead. Chapter 50. Lu Ruyan had originally expected these bandits to capture Qing Yun, who knew that these people were of no use at all and were no match for this woman. It's over, she's totally screwed now. Lu Ruyan intended to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but just a few steps was cleaned up the battlefield of the villagers caught. After Qing Yun finished solving the mountain bandits, 2 young men escorted Lu Ruyan to her. Lady Gu, what about this woman? Lu Ruyan's eyes turned from hatred to fear when she looked at Qing Yun at this moment. Qing Yun's eyes coldly swept over Lu Ruyan. She hadn't done anything, but Lu Ruyan felt a coldness on her body where she had been swept. Lu Ruyan shrunk her neck. If she was to be looked at like this by Qing Yun any longer, she could be knifed by her eyes. You're the one who lured these mountain bandits here, aren't you? Qing Yun's solemn voice questioned Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan only felt her legs go soft, like someone had pinched her neck, shivering and unable to speak. I've been at it for half a day, but Ruyan Lu doesn't dare to admit it. Even if Ruyan Lu didn't admit it, Qing Yun knew it in her heart. Agu, this bitch pissed her pants, what a slut. The young guy escorting Lu Ruyan smelled the odor and covered his nose in disgust. At this moment, where did he care if Lu Ruyan was the county magistrate's daughter? Pretty face, but such a vicious heart, attracting bandits and almost harming everyone. Qing Yun frowned in disgust, and Lu Ruyan looked at the mocking and disgusting gazes thrown around her, and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She was a high and mighty lady. When had she ever been in such a sorry state? It's all because of Qing Yun. Lu Ruyan's original fear turned to anger again, her crimson eyes staring viciously at Qing Yun. Yes, I lured all these mountain bandits, you bitch, you shall not die. If it wasn't for you, my family wouldn't have been killed by the bandits. I'm going to kill you. Saying that, Lu Ruyan wanted to break away from the people who were escorting her and seek revenge on Qing Yun herself. Noisy. Qing Yun was still too merciful in her treatment of County Magistrate Lu and his party last time. This kind of person should have been directly resolved. This time, Qing Yun didn't show any more mercy to Lu Ruyan and directly jia her with a knife. Ruyan Lu's head fell to the ground, and her eyes were still round and looked horrible. The surrounding villagers had seen this scene and were no longer surprised. All the way to escape over, do not know how many dead people have seen, has long been numb. As for the matter of Qing Yun killing Lu Ruyan, people would even less think that she had done something cruel. Lu Ruyan attracted the bandits and almost killed everyone, and now every one of them hated her with a passion. It's best to kill such people. Because of this outburst, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao let the team rest for a moment. The young man took his weapon, intending to continue mending the bandits. This group of bad guys can't afford to slip through the cracks, or they're likely to invite risk for them. There were still a few horse bandits left to die, and Qing Yun stopped the fillers. Later! The crowd's eyes all fell on Qing Yun. Qing Yun said, I'll ask about the situation, keep them for now. Now that the fleeing team had Qing Yun as their backbone, if she gave the word, everyone would surely do as they were told. Qing Yun knew that these mountain bandits must have their own strongholds. These men hit the headlines. Are there still men left in the fort? Chapter 51. If they don't go back, will the remaining manpower of the cottage come out? That's why it's important to understand and eliminate the root cause of the problem. Qing Yun had the young men of the team tie up these mountain bandits, and then interrogated them. These mountain bandits had all seen Qing Yun's ruthlessness, and with the powerful oppressive force emanating from her, they unconsciously answered truthfully to whatever she asked. On hearing that the fortress was not far away and that 700 or 800 men remained in the fortress, the fleeing party panicked again. What if all these mountain bandits come out together to find us? With over 100 people, Qing Yun could barely handle it. 700 or 800 people killed together, even if Qing Yun could handle it, I'm afraid that these villagers would have to die or be injured. After all of these 100 people had gotten quite a few of them injured today. Village chieftain looked at Qing Yun worriedly. Lady Gu, what about this? Qing Yun said. You guys wait here. I'll kill over there alone and clear out those mountain bandits. When Qing Yun went up the mountain alone, she could use her spatial supernatural ability with impunity, and was not afraid of being discovered. All those modern weapon babies in her space, she could just take them out and use them. Last time she just pulled out a small pistol out that couldn't handle too many people. But if you take a machine gun out, you can just shoot in large swaths. There were also grenades, and one grenade could just put down a whole bunch of people. When Mayor Shen heard Qing Yun's words, he rushed to. Lady Gu, how can this work? If you go over there alone, can you deal with so many bandits single-handedly? Why don't I have the young men in the village go with you? Qing Yun refused. No, if they go, they will only drag me down. Don't worry, since I dare to go alone, I have a chance of winning. If it was before, people still didn't believe that Qing Yun could deal with so many people by herself. But now no one would question it anymore. Qing Yun was the invincible female god of war in their eyes. Qing Yun was too tough. Last time she dealt with a Tatar force of several hundred people by herself, and this time 100 or so mountain bandits were killed without any effort. She has the strength. Like she said, bringing the village along might even drag her down. Village chieftain nodded. Good, Lady Gu, this matter will be hard for you. You must pay attention to safety. Aha! Qing Yun's light voice answered. Shin's family was very worried about Qing Yun. They didn't want Qing Yun to go, but they knew that if Qing Yun didn't go to eliminate these bandits, sooner or later the bandits would come to their door. And these mountain bandits do no evil. This time, they were fortunate enough to be under Qing Yun's protection, and there was nothing serious. In the future, when other people encounter these bandits, they will surely be miserable. Qing Yun went over this time, not only to protect the villagers of their two villages, but also to get rid of the people. Shin's family couldn't say anything to stop her, and only urged Qing Yun to pay extra attention to her safety. Qing Yun asked the two village chiefs to arrange for the villagers to station here on the spot and count the loot on the way. The horses ridden by the bandits can be kept and used to carry goods. When it's not convenient to bring them along later, they can still be killed for rations. There's 30 or 40 horses in all. They can't go to waste. There is also the possibility that the bandits may have silver money on them, all of which will be seized together. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao immediately arranged for manpower to work. As for Qing Yun, he picked up a mountain bandit and mounted his horse, letting him lead the way back to the cottage. She rode her horse all the way, but in half an hour, she killed the cottage lair. Chapter 52. The terrain of the cottage is easy to defend. If it was an ordinary person, it really wouldn't be easy to break through the mountain fortress. It was the bad luck of these mountain bandits to meet Qing Yun. Qing Yun didn't even need to enter through the gate of the mountain bandits, utilizing her spatial powers to directly enter the interior of the mountain bandits' fortress. Faced with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face, the bandits were instantly alerted, knowing that this person was not coming from a good place. One by one, they held large swords and walked towards Qing Yun. Who are you? Qing Yun didn't reply, but instead pulled out a few grenades from her space and threw them on the ground. For herself, she used a spatial ability and directly disappeared in place. The grenade exploded with a bang. The bodies of the mountain bandits were then scattered in all directions. There was a rumbling sound, and the entire cottage trembled with it for a split second. The mountain bandits instantly died a large number of people. Qing Yun used a grenade to take care of most of the mountain bandits first, saving herself a lot of energy. Next, machine gun fire was used to take out the remaining bandits. The mountain bandits had been hit hard, and many of them didn't understand what was going on until they died. Who was this woman, and what made the weapon in her hand so powerful? Qing Yun pulled the trigger, dryly, grasping at straws, fearing that these bandits would take advantage of the chaos to escape. In case of any leakage, there is a great threat to the personal safety of the fleeing villagers. It only took Qing Yun 20 minutes to settle these mountain bandits. Qing Yun couldn't help but feel that modern weapons were so useful. However, these weapons are not in keeping with this era and cannot be taken out in plain sight unless, like today, everyone who has seen them is killed and the secret won't get out. After resolving the bandits on the surface, Qing Yun went to search each house again, carefully looking for them in case there were any bandits who were hiding and had not been dealt with. Meanwhile, she scavenges for supplies in the meantime. Now that we're here, there's no way we're going home empty-handed. With a bandit stronghold this big, there must be a lot of good stuff. Qing Yun searched from house to house, and really found several hiding bandits, and directly killed. The basement where the cottage hid money and food was also discovered. The cottage was not small, and the cottage was full of silver and treasure. Qing Yun looked at it. There were about 7 or 8 boxes of gold and several large boxes of jewelry. Seeing so many possessions, Qing Yun was overjoyed. Well, get rich. With this money, the Shen family would never have to worry about their lives in the future. In addition to gold and silver jewelry, there were also some valuable silks. Of course, more good things were better. Qing Yun had all of them in her space. She kept some silver, and the usual fabrics. Turn around and notify Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao so they can bring people over and carry it all away. Give the fleeing villagers a share of what they can use. This was followed by a visit to the cottage where the grain was stored. In the cellar, there were many jars of white wine and a lot of air-dried meat food. There wasn't too much air-dried meat though, only about 100 pounds. Fine grains, coarse grains are piled high. With this food, it was entirely enough to sustain the fleeing party to its destination. Qing Yun looked around again, clothes, bedding also, so that directly transported, so that in the future there is no need to spend money to buy. In addition to this, the cottage is self-sufficient, and has some chickens and ducks, probably a few hundred, and 30 or 40 goats. These are edible, good stuff. Qing Yun continued her search and came across a weapons cache. There were so many weapons in here, and surprisingly there was armor in addition to the usual weapons. I wonder if these mountain bandits are taking advantage of the country's turmoil with the intention of revolting. There were quite a few of these weapons that the villagers had no use for holding, so Qing Yun directly took them all into space. Chapter 53. In the end, Qing Yun discovered that there was another dungeon in the cottage, and dozens of women were locked up inside the dungeon. These women had disheveled clothes and dull eyes. Qing Yun swept a glance at them and guessed a generalization. It is estimated that these women are all tools used by the bandits to relieve their lust, so pitiful. Another family, more decently dressed in expensive silks, was kept in separate cells. It was a middle-aged couple with an old lady and 3 children. Seeing Qing Yun come over, the gazes of the people in the dungeon all turned towards her. The women were so frightened that they thought another bandit had dragged them up to serve someone. Seeing the iron lock of the dungeon, Qing Yun took her large knife and slashed at the lock several times. The lock should fall. Qing Yun shouted at the imprisoned people. All right, you can go out, hurry up. The women imprisoned in the dungeon all looked at Qing Yun in horror. There are so many bandits outside, we can't go out. Sister, how did you get in? Were you also kidnapped by them? Qing Yun shook her head. No, I'm here to kill them. I took care of all those mountain bandits, not a single one left. You're safe to come out, and you don't have to worry about the bandits hurting you anymore. Hearing Qing Yun's words, these imprisoned women were a bit unconvinced. What? You took care of all those mountain bandits? How is it possible? These mountain bandits are numerous and also very fierce. The officials came and were helpless against them. Yeah, how can? These women had no intention of coming out, and Qing Yun was somewhat speechless. The decently dressed member of the family walked out. The middle-aged man said, Whether it is or not, you won't know if you go out and take a look. With that, he walked out of the dungeon first to check it out. When he saw the scene outside the dungeon, the middle-aged man was shocked. Outside, roaming the hills, are the corpses of mountain bandits. He then said that he had just felt a violent vibration in the dungeon, not realizing that such a big change had happened outside. The mountain bandits were really taken care of, they were safe. The middle-aged man ran back to the dungeon and shouted excitedly. The mountain bandits have really been taken care of, we're saved, get out. With that, the middle-aged man led his family out of the dungeon. Those like the Walking Dead women, this moment in the eyes can be counted on a little more bright. Safe? Really safe? The bandits have all been taken care of? A few women came out of the dungeon and saw the scene outside before they were sure that Qing Yun hadn't said anything about panic. The women folded back and immediately informed the others. Then the women in the dungeon came out. They reddened as they looked at the mountain bandits that had been cleaned up. Ha ha ha, these beasts are dead, all dead, God has eyes. We're safe, we don't have to be bullied by these beasts anymore. Good deaths, all good deaths, these goddamned ones deserve to die without a trace. Qing Yun saw the pain and relief of revenge in the eyes of these women. At this time, the middle-aged man in decent clothes walked up to Qing Yun and bowed with both hands at her. Miss, I am Song Xian. I wonder if it was the girl who made the move to kill these mountain bandits? Qing Yun nodded. Uh-huh. Song Xian heard Qing Yun's affirmative reply, and although he was curious as to how she managed to take care of so many bandits on her own, he didn't pursue the matter though. This little girl's eyes were sharp, she looked like no ordinary person, she must have her own secret killer. Song Xian immediately knelt down with his family. Mr. Song and his family thanked the girl for saving their lives. Chapter 54. It was only then that the crowd reacted to the fact that it was Qing Yun who had saved their lives. So the dozens of women imprisoned in the dungeon knelt down and rushed Qing Yun to thank her. Thank you for avenging us, thank you for saving our lives. Qing Yun looked at so many people kneeling in front of her, and hurriedly told them to get up. Actually, I didn't come here specifically to save you guys, it's these mountain bandits that have provoked me. I solved them and just saved you guys by the way, so there's no need to say more words of thanks. Now that you're safe and sound, I'll be on my way. After saying that, Qing Yun turned around, ready to leave the cottage and notified Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao to bring over manpower to carry some supplies back from the cottage. As Qing Yun prepared to leave, these people followed her. Qing Yun looked at them. What are you following me for? Song Xian rushed to Qing Yun and explained, Girl, I won't hide it from you, we really don't know where to go except to follow you. Outside of this fortress, there is also a crisis outside. How can it be safe for us to go out these days? Without the bandits, there are still stragglers and wild animals in the mountains. Even if they got out of the fortress, it wouldn't be easy for them to survive without the threat of mountain bandits. The women followed suit. Yes, our families were killed and taken over by these mountain bandits. Now the bandits are dead and we don't know where to go. Oh. I was fleeing with my family, but I didn't realize that I was captured by bandits when I took the mountain road. I don't have any family left either, and it's not peaceful out there, so I can't go anywhere. We are the only two sisters left in my family, where can we go? This military chaos, go out also most likely to lose their lives. Hearing these people's words, Qing Yun couldn't help but soften her heart. These women, the oldest is just over 30. What's wrong with them? It's bad enough to be insulted by the bandits and have their families broken up. Now out there is no telling what the future holds. Song Jian took off his shoes and after half a day of groping at the stalls, he felt out a few silver tickets and handed them to Qing Yun. Girl, you can handle so many mountain bandits by yourself, surely you can protect us. Here's the money. I hope the girl can keep us up. If the girl can bring me to safety, Mr. Song will do everything in his power to repay you. Song Jian's eyes held a prayer. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Qing Yun. Qing Yun looked down at the flavored silver ticket that Song Jian handed over. The denomination of a silver ticket was surprisingly 10,000 taels. Song Jian gave a total of 5 silver checks, which was 50,000 taels of silver. It's so much money? Although Qing Yun wasn't a greedy person, no one would ever have trouble with money. Bringing Song Jian's family with her would give her 50,000 taels of silver for nothing, which Qing Yun thought was a good deal. Besides, the fact that Song Jian could easily come up with 50,000 taels of silver meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Help him out, maybe there's a use for it later. Qing Yun pocketed the 50,000 taels of silver, then said, "Alright, you guys can keep up, but you can't delay my process too much." Song Jian nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, girl, it's a must." Seeing Song Jian follow Qing Yun, the women on the side followed suit. "Girl, take us with you too, we have nowhere to go but to follow you." "We don't have any money, but we can repay the girl by serving her as slaves." "Yes, girl, we can work for you and be at your disposal, so take us with you." "Girl, you saved us, you are our great benefactor, we will follow you so that we can repay you later." Chapter 55. From now on, you're our master, we'll do whatever you want. Qing Yun rubbed her brow in the face of the dozens of women kneeling in front of her and praying bitterly. It seemed like she couldn't really do it if she was told to just leave them behind. In this world, if she really didn't care, these people certainly wouldn't live long. Escape from one wolf's den and perhaps the next tiger's lair. Since she was allowed to meet it, perhaps it was God's fated arrangement. Qing Yun's clear and cold voice spoke. "Since you guys want to follow me so badly, then you can, but you must not become a drag on me." These women responded in a hurry. Bringing so many people with her, Qing Yun told them to pack some lightweight and portable supplies on the bandit side first. For the rest of the heavy loads, she would then bring the young, strong men from the village to carry them. It was only at this time that these people who were saved by Qing Yun realized that there was still a fleeing team behind Qing Yun. If Qing Yun was the only one, she could quickly return to the fleeing group on horseback. But now with so many people, or weak and powerless women, it was natural to spend much more time on the road. The fleeing team had already been busy with the things Qing Yun had explained. They fished out some crumbs of silver from these mountain bandits. It's not much, put together, it's a couple dozen taels. It's no longer a small amount for them country folk. After being busy, the people of the fleeing team waited for half a day and didn't see Qing Yun come back. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Could Qing Yun have gotten into trouble in the fortress? Is she in danger? Why don't you come back now? I heard that there are still 700 to 800 bandits. Qing Yun will definitely have a hard time dealing with them alone. Even if Qing Yun was more powerful, she would still be out of her depth in front of so many mountain bandits. It was still the Shin family that was most worried about Qing Yun. Xin Yan stood up for a while, sat down for a while, anxious. "Mother, when will my daughter-in-law be back?" Zhang shook her head. "I don't know." Xin Yan really couldn't sit still. "Mother, I'm going to find my daughter-in-law, what if she's in danger? I'm going to protect her." Zhang's hand pulled Xin Yan. "You do not go, what can you do? What can you do? It's useless to go. Even if you can help, you yourself may get involved and be of no help. Just stay here and be honest with me and don't mess around." Xin Yan refused. "Mother, but what if my daughter-in-law is in danger?" Zhang comforted Xin Yan. "It won't happen, your daughter-in-law is highly skilled, it's impossible for anything to happen." Although Zhang said so on her lips, she couldn't help but beat the drums in her heart. "Is Qing Yun really okay? It's worrying that you haven't been back for so long." Zhang approached Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao to discuss the matter. Village Chief Shen said, "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious, let's wait a little longer. If it gets dark and Lady Gu hasn't returned, I'll arrange for someone to go over and poke around." Zhang could only hold back the anxiety in her heart. Nowadays, we can only do what Village Chief Shen said. She prayed silently in her heart, praying that God would never let anything happen to Qing Yun. The rest of the Shin family was equally worried about Qing Yun's safety, and didn't have the heart to busy themselves with other things. Every 3 to 5 minutes he got up and probed, looking to see if Qing Yun had returned. Chapter 56. At this time, Qing Yun brought dozens of women and Song Xian's family out of the cottage and kept going in the direction of the fleeing team. The horse that Qing Yun had ridden in on was lent to Song Xian, carrying his old mother and a 3 or 4-year-old child. The rest of us all walked on foot. On the way, Qing Yun got a rough idea of these people. This Song Jian is a rich and powerful merchant in the capital. His hometown is Yenzhou, and his old mother is not used to the Kyoto side of life, so she has been living on the old side of the family. Not long ago, Song Jian heard about the war and rushed back home to pick up his old mother to escape the war in Kyoto. But who knew that the Tatars broke through the pass too quickly, and the family fled in the night, only to encounter vicious bandits and be taken captive to the fortress. The reason why their family didn't lose their lives was because Song Jian contributed a lot of silver money to the fortress, plus he declared himself and told his identity. These bandits wanted to keep him and turn around to get more money, which didn't take their family's lives. Qing Yun learned that Song Jian's identity was a big rich merchant, and now that she had saved their family's life, she made them owe them a favor, and when they went to the capital in the future, they would have a section of contacts. Qing Yun and her group rushed at a very slow pace, but it was good that they met up with the fleeing team before it got dark. Lady Gu has returned! A sharp-eyed person saw the situation and shouted excitedly. The entire fleeing group looked over in the direction Qing Yun had returned. Only she came back with a crowd behind her. Mostly women, and looking pretty beat up. The fleeing villagers don't know what's going on. But Qing Yun came back safely, so everyone's hanging heart could be considered to have fallen. With Qing Yun and their fleeing team, everyone would feel much more at ease. If something happened to Qing Yun, I'm afraid they wouldn't last long. Without Qing Yun's shelter, how could they have lasted until today? Seeing Qing Yun's safe return, Xinyan gleefully rushed to his daughter-in-law's side with an aggrieved, sobbing tone. Daughter-in-law, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Xinyan was already good-looking, and at this time, when he made this kind of condescending gesture in front of Qing Yun, she only felt as if she had bullied him. This silly man, I'm afraid, will be able to hold her later. There was a bit of a delay. How could I not want you? Qing Yun softly coaxed. Then he pulled out a small snack from his pocket and stuffed it to Xinyan. This is the pastry I shunned from the bandit stronghold. Take it and eat it. As soon as Xinyan saw that there was food, he immediately didn't feel aggrieved. The fact that his daughter-in-law still thinks of bringing him snacks to eat shows that she has him in her heart. Xinyan happily took the pastry and ate it. The corner of Qing Yun's mouth was a light smile. This silly male friend was really good at coaxing. At this time, Shin's family as well as the mayors of the two villages came to Qing Yun and asked about the situation. Lady Gu, these people are... Qing Yun spoke about the situation in the fortress. After hearing Qing Yun's words, there wasn't a single villager who fled the land who didn't worship her. Qing Yun went alone and wiped out a village of 700 to 800 people. No wonder she didn't want to take anyone with her. These little scum of theirs wouldn't be able to help if they went, and would only drag Qing Yun back. Knowing that these women had been taken and bullied by the bandits, the villagers felt sympathy for them. Qing Yun said, They have nowhere else to go. I'm going to let them follow our team and set out for Yinzhou together. No one in the entire escapade would oppose Qing Yun's decision, and they were not qualified to do so. Everyone can be safe all the way. All rely on Qing Yun's shelter. Naturally, what she says is what. Plus, the villagers kinda sympathized with these people and let them follow as a good deed. Chapter 57. Qing Yun had asked Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao to be responsible for settling these people. Such a small thing, the two agreed to it in one breath. Lady Gu was responsible for keeping everyone safe, and she had already worked hard enough, so she couldn't be made to worry about everything. Qing Yun did feel tired at this moment, so she sat down and rested against the tree trunk for a moment. She filled herself with a few mouthfuls of spirit spring water and regained some of her strength. Shin's family immediately began to prepare dinner. Qing Yun had been out all day and should be hungry. A hunter sent a pheasant over today, and Zhang made chicken soup for it. Now that the chicken soup was almost stewed, for dinner Zhang planned to cook a pot of chicken noodle soup for the family to eat. At this time, Divine Dr. Fang also returned with the little medicine boy. When Qing Yun went out to eliminate the mountain strongholds, he wasn't idle either. Together with the little medicine boy, he went to the mountains to look for some herbs. In the future, if someone in the fleeing group is injured or sick, they can be treated in time. Without medicinal herbs, even if he had a method to cure people, it would still be a tricky situation. After searching all day, a number of common herbs were found. Waiting for divine Dr. Fang to return, Zhang's chicken noodle soup was also cooked. The pasta is cooked, and when it comes out of the pot, you sprinkle a handful of chopped baby wild onions and it's instantly flavorful. John first fished a large bowl of noodles out of the pot, and the 2 chicken legs were all given to Qing Yun. After it was ready, John gave it to Qing Yun. "Old fifth daughter-in-law, you're hungry, hurry up and eat." Qing Yun saw the 2 chicken legs in the bowl and felt her mother-in-law's favoritism towards her. "Mother, third sister-in-law is pregnant. The chicken leg is for third sister-in-law to eat." Qing Yun was kinda embarrassed when all the good stuff came to her bowl. Zhang, however, said, "You eat, your third sister-in-law has food, you've been out all day, you're tired and hungry, you should eat more good food." Qing Yun was not a person who was good at rejecting people, not to mention that Zhang was still doing this out of concern for her. Qing Yun nodded. "Okay, mother, I'll eat then." Only after watching Qing Yun hold the bowl and eat did Zhang smile with satisfaction. The family was each assigned a bowl of chicken noodle soup. However, the men in the family had big appetites, so this bit of noodle was simply not enough to eat, so Zhang baked some additional horse meat. The family was eating heartily at this moment. Qing Yun was tired for the day, so she went to rest early. It's a bit cool in the mountains at night, so it's good to know that the blankets are pretty thick. Many of the villagers who fled the famine did not have such conditions as the Shin family, and the bedding they brought with them when they went out was rather thin, and when it was cold at night, they could only sleep by the fire. If this is in the winter, icy and snowy, even if you lean against the fire, I'm afraid you'll freeze into an ice stick. Fortunately, Qing Yun had said that there were quite a few supplies in the cottage. Tomorrow, the villagers will make a trip to the cottage and bring back more useful supplies for a rainy day. Qing Yun slept through the night. This night there were villagers on night watch, and nothing much happened. Qing Yun slept quite peacefully, got up early the next morning, filled the water bladder with water as usual, and went to see what was going on with those brought back from the cottage. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao made good arrangements, and gave them an even share of pots and pans as well as food. Having escaped the nightmarish days at the cottage, the group felt rejuvenated. Chapter 58. Qing Yun was relieved to see that they were all in pretty good shape. Hopefully they will forget their nightmare experience at the cottage sooner rather than later and live well in the future. Song Jian's family has also adapted quite well to the place. Mainly Song Jian had money. In addition to the things assigned to him by Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao, he had spent extra money to purchase some wares himself. Like paying fleeing villagers to help him get a cart. This will make it much easier to transport things in the future, and the kids will be able to take a ride. He also spent money and bought game from hunters. 2 other hands were hired to work on their home. This way, whether it was washing and cooking or collecting firewood and pushing the cart, his family did not need to be personally busy. Qing Yun saw Song Jian's small life is quite good, cannot help but sigh, really, money and where all mix open. Seeing Qing Yun arrive, Song Jian rushed to meet her and greeted her. "Lady Gu is here, just in time, I have something to discuss with you." Qing Yun raised her eyebrows. "What is it?" "I want to buy a horse, I wonder if Lady Gu is willing to sell it. It's the one my mother rode yesterday, and I'd like to buy it." Qing Yun thought it was something, but it turned out to be just this. Thinking that Song Jian had stuffed himself with a lot of silver, Qing Yun was brash. "It's a gift," Song Jian answered cheerfully. Lady Gu looked cold, but she was actually a warm-hearted person. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Qing Yun finished her breakfast, and then spoke with Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao, and took the 30 to 40 horses captured yesterday, as well as the young and strong from the fleeing team to the cottage, and moved everything that could be used in the cottage over. Everyone acted positively when they heard that there were supplies and food in the cottage. With this trip, everyone will not have to worry about rations in the future. Qing Yun led the way, and everyone rode their horses, plus they were all green and strong men, so the speed was much faster. Soon the cottage was reached. Everyone was shocked to see the tragic scene in the cottage. At this moment, the way they looked at Qing Yun was more like looking at a heavenly god. Normal humans, where did they get the ability to single-handedly kill so many mountain bandits without leaving a single piece of armor? Qing Yun rushed the Hanzi. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and go pack up the supplies. Good. Everyone came back to their senses and followed behind Qing Yun to clean up the supplies left behind by the mountain bandits. It was much easier to carry supplies because of the horses. All the collected food, bedding, fabrics and such things were thrown onto the horses. You can take your horse later and carry the supplies back. Live chickens and ducks are not portable in the cottage, so they are slaughtered directly on site. There are also goats raised in the cottage. The male goat was also killed outright. For the milk-producing female goats, a Hanyu rushed Qing Yun to ask if he could keep one. His daughter-in-law was about to give birth, and he was only afraid that when the time came, there wouldn't be enough milk to drink after giving birth. His last child was because his daughter-in-law didn't have enough milk, the child was starved, and his body was raised weak from a young age, and he finally got sick and died. Now his daughter-in-law is pregnant again with great difficulty. If the milk is not enough to drink, the child's body is not well nourished, then the same mistake will be made again. So the female goats that produce milk stay, and you don't have to worry about milk when the time comes. Qing Yun listened to the reason the Hanyu said and nodded her head in agreement. But it's not good to transport live animals back, and how to bring the goats back, he'll figure out on his own. Seeing that Qing Yun agreed, the Han man hastily thanked him. Everyone moved all the supplies in the cottage, and the horses carried full loads of goods on their backs before they went out of the cottage to meet up with the team. Chapter 59. You guys go first, I'll stay behind to take care of something and follow you soon. Qing Yun rushed the Hanyu. People didn't know what Qing Yun was planning to do to go. But no one would dispute what she said. Qing Yun stayed behind and got quite a bit of gasoline out of the space and sprinkled it in the cottage. So many bodies, they have to be cremated and disposed of. The bullets are all still on the entity, and can't be detected by anyone else. She poured gasoline on it, just intending to burn it clean in one fire. Destroying the corpse and having no more worries, Qing Yun caught up with the team carrying the supplies. That's when everyone looked back and realized that the fire was roaring over the cottage. It was only then that they reacted to the fact that Qing Yun had gone to burn the fortress. Well burned, these beasts who do wrong and brutalize the people should be burned to the ground in a single fire. Yes, to save any more bandits from gathering here in the future, taking over the mountains and harming innocent people. Qing Yun and her group returned to the fleeing team only in the afternoon. Seeing them return safely and with so many supplies, the villagers were all smiles. For the supplies they got back, Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao first asked Qing Yun what she meant to do with them. If Qing Yun said that all these supplies belonged to her, we wouldn't dare have a problem with it. After all, their lives were saved by Qing Yun, so the things should go to her. Qing Yun's family couldn't eat so many supplies. She kept a goat, a few chickens, and some fine grains and fabrics for herself, and had the two village heads distribute everything else to the villagers. As for the silver money gotten from the cottage, it was given to Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao for safekeeping, and they arranged to pick up the supplies when they encountered the opportunity to replenish them in the future. This time, they got a lot of things back from the cottage, and all the families shared a lot of food. What about the dozens of goats? Basically every family got at least a dozen pounds of goat meat. With bedding, fabrics, and when the weather gets cold, people don't have to worry so much about keeping out the cold. Hundreds of chickens, and each family got a couple of them as well. Of course, with so many supplies, Qing Yun had the two village chiefs also give some to the dozens of women they brought back as well as Song Xian's family. By the time everything had been distributed, it was getting late. At this point, even if we hurry, we probably won't be able to walk for a while before we have to rest down. Might as well keep resting and get going tomorrow. It just so happened that they had to organize the supplies they had been assigned today. With so much meat, you certainly won't be able to eat it all in a few days. Air dry what you can, pickle what you can, and save it to eat slowly. The same goes for the Shen family. Qing Yun came back carrying 7 or 8 chickens and ducks. Thanks to the fact that their family bought a lot of salt last time, Zhang, together with sister-in-law Shen and sister-in-law Shen, plucked the chickens and ducks, cleaned them up, and rubbed them with salt. Lamb doesn't need to be salted, just air-dried. But it needs to be cleaned and de-haired, which is quite a hassle and busy. The other homes of the fleeing party were just as busy. It's the New Year's Eve in the village that's never been this festive. I really didn't expect to live such a nourishing life on the road to escape, eating chicken and meat. Thinking about being able to eat mutton, Qing Yun was still quite happy. Sheep bones and haggis stew, extremely flavorful. The haggis can also be brined and tastes great. Chapter 60. I haven't eaten for so long since I crossed over, so this time I can let go and have a big meal. It didn't take a few moments for the Shin brothers to take care of a goat. Mutton haggis separated out. As for the cleaned out goat down, I plan to just throw it away. It's so flavorful that not many people love it even if it's pork jowl, let alone goat jowl. Before, when people were hungry and really had nothing to eat, they might be able to fill their stomachs with the water under the goat, and it was quite rare for people to do so. Now that the meat is gone, it's a natural laziness to eat this stuff. Qing Yun, however, stopped the Shin family from throwing the goat down. This is good stuff, keep it, I'll do it. When they heard Qing Yun say to stay, the Shin family did as they were told. Qing Yun, not to mention in the Shin family, in the entire fleeing team, was also the existence of a single voice. Plus, Shin's family members all knew that Qing Yun's handiwork was good, so perhaps this worthless goat's water could just be made into a delicacy in her hands? Zhang said. Then I'll go wash it. Wang Zhaodi immediately took the job upon herself. Mother, I'll do it. How can you do this job? With that, Wang Zhaodi took the goat's water over and began to clean it. Knowing that cleaning the haggis, the sheep under the water, is more water-consuming, Shin elder brother and Shin second brother together go to the mountain spring to fetch water to go. Later stewed mutton is also need to use water. The women of the Shin family were busy cleaning. Qing Yun rested temporarily, and later was responsible for stewing mutton soup, marinating the mutton down and mutton mash. Divine Dr. Fong came back from picking herbs and was happy to see that there was something delicious to eat in the evening. Following the Shin family during this period of time, he had a pretty good life. Other families in the fleeing party were preparing dinner, and the smells wafted out in bursts. Everyone was so happy to be able to eat meat. Even before you fled, it wasn't easy to get a meal of meat. This bout, surprisingly, I ate a lot of meat. If we didn't have to hide from the war, it would be quite good to keep living like this. Shin's family cleaned the mutton and haggis and spoke to Qing Yun. Qing Yun first went to put the goat bones and mutton in a pot of stew, then peeled a few white carrots in. Looking at the white radish that Qing Yun had gotten, Zhang asked curiously, Lao Wu daughter-in-law, where did you get this radish? Qing Yun casually returned. Pulled by the roadside. Even the wild radishes on this mountain can grow so big and so good? John stared at the radish in Qing Yun's hand and only felt strange as hell. On the side, Shin Dashin criticized Zhang. Why are you asking about this? As long as you have food, don't ask about things you shouldn't care about. Zhang felt that her old man had a point, so she didn't continue to talk more. Qing Yun. In fact, she was just thinking about how she should explain it. Well, now that Shin Dashin said it in one sentence, she didn't even need to think of an excuse. Qing Yun stewed the mutton soup on, then got a handful of marinade over and put it in the pot to start marinating the mutton. The marinara takes a little longer to make, but no one is in a hurry and takes their time. While the meal was still being prepared, the group was not idle, busy putting away supplies. This time, the things that were scavenged from the mountain bandits are really good. The bedding is especially good, and with cold-proof clothing, you won't be afraid of freezing when it's cold. With the fabric she got back, Zhang planned to make new clothes for her family. Zhang favored Xingyan, so she planned to make a body for Xingyan first. In addition, the baby in the oldest three's womb had to have 2 small clothes made for it. The little ones at home don't have good clothes on them, so I'll make one for each of these grandchildren. At this moment, Xingyan followed behind Qing Yun, waiting for the food to come out of the pot. Qing Yun waited unhurriedly. While waiting, she even secretly slipped Xingyan a few candies. Xingyan loved these snacks, especially the things Qing Yun took were especially delicious. Chapter 61. The lamb broth simmered for an hour and was very tender. Qing Yun tasted the flavor. Well, the flavor is truly delicious. Lamb, at this time, is raised free-range and doesn't taste the same as the farmed lamb you buy in the 21st century. This type of lamb has a better, more flavorful taste. Qing Yun saw that the mutton stew was ready, so she greeted the Shin family and hurried to come and eat. The marinated haggis will have to wait for a while, so let's eat the lamb soup first to cushion our stomachs. At this moment, Shin's family had already waited impatiently, and the aroma of this mutton was really hooking. See, Gu Qing said can eat, cannot hurry to taste fresh? Gu Qing gave Xinyan a big bowl. Xinyan held the bowl and blew on the hot mutton, cooling it a bit before bringing it to his mouth. Is it delicious? Gu Qing hemmed and hawed and asked Xinyan. Xinyan nodded heavily. It's so delicious. Then eat more, there's plenty of lamb stew. Good. Xinyan answered and continued to feast. The meat is delicious and the soup is even better. The flavor of this lamb soup is even more delicious than chicken soup. The rest of the Shin family also started eating, and when they tasted the flavor of the mutton soup, they all slurped and praised. Divine Dr. Fong thought that he had tasted quite a few cuisines, but the food made by Gu Qing always had a firm grip on his taste buds. This girl's handiwork is truly amazing. A thought suddenly flashed through Divine Dr. Fong's mind at this moment. In the future, he will not return to the Divine Healer Valley. Where Gu Qing goes, he will follow wherever he goes, with the company of food, happy as a god. Seeing that Shin family members ate a lot of mutton soup, Gu Qing hurriedly said, Everyone eat less, this haggis has not been brined yet, now eat more, later brined haggis cannot eat. It was only after Gu Qing reminded her of this that the Shin family realized that there was still a finale dish left. I'm sure I won't be able to eat later if I have a full stomach now. It was then that everyone put down their chopsticks. Old Five's daughter-in-law, when will the marinara be ready? Shin Dashin smelled the fragrance, and couldn't wait to ask. Gu Qing looked down. Almost there, there's still half a quarter of an hour to go before it's almost done. At this time the haggis has been brined into flavor, more brine for a while, high heat juice, tastes better. Shin's family guarded the pot and waited quietly. I don't know how good the marinated haggis really tastes. Does it taste as good as lamb soup? It smells really hooky and spritzy though, so I'm sure it won't taste bad either. After waiting for half a quarter of an hour, the haggis, the mutton underwater, was finally brined. Gu Qing first fished out the goat underwater, took the scissors, and cut it into small pieces. She tried the flavor first. Once the marinade is flavored, greet the Shin family and eat. If that doesn't work, brine a little longer. After tasting the flavor, Gu Qing nodded, feeling that the fire was just right. There are really no words to describe the flavor of this haggis. Gu Qing greeted up the Shin family while eating. You can eat now. John got up and fished haggis for everyone. The haggis is first chopped up and served on a plate, and everyone eats it with chopsticks. This flavor, it's absolutely, and it's also too delicious. Divine Dr. Fong tasted a piece, his eyes lit up, then he quickly picked up the next piece and sent it to his mouth. Chapter 62. The little medicine boy hurriedly reminded from the side. Master, degrading. His own master was at least the Divine Healer Valley Master, and he had to act in the manner of the Valley Master to be able to do so. But now what? The little medicine boy was embarrassed to say that he had simply become a foodie. Before, when he hadn't gotten acquainted with the Shin family, Divine Dr. Fong would definitely be reserved and mindful of his image. It's all long known now, and there's no idea of reserve at all. Degrading is as degrading as it gets, and it's not like he needs to build up any image in front of the Shin family anyway. Divine Dr. Fong ate with his mouth full of oil, and Shin's family members similarly ate with great gusto. I didn't realize that the marinated goat down and the marinated haggis tasted so good. With Lao Wu's daughter-in-law's craftsmanship, when she settles down and opens a restaurant in the future, her business definitely won't be bad. Shin Dashin ate the food made by Gu Qing and kept giving a thumbs up. Zhang smiled and said, What kind of a restaurant is Lao Wu's family capable of? It's too talented. Shin Dashin felt that Zhang had a point. A daughter-in-law with such skills is indeed talented to open a restaurant. Because I drank a lot of mutton soup and ate a lot of mutton stew before, I couldn't eat too much of the marinated mutton haggis and marinated mutton underwater at this moment, even if they were delicious. My mouth wants to eat, but my stomach just can't hold it. There was quite a bit of stuff left over at the end of the day, but that's okay, serve it up for tomorrow. In this weather, lamb can't go bad if it sits for 2 or 3 days. Not like in the summer when it might go rancid overnight. Zhang rushed to Shindashan and said, I see that there's quite a bit left over, so send a bowl over to Big Brother and the others to try? Let them see Lawu's daughter-in-law's craftsmanship. Shindashan didn't have a problem with it. Okay, go ahead and deliver a bowl. There's plenty left over at home, so it doesn't matter if you even out a bowl. It's not like before, the Shin family doesn't lack a bite to eat. To say that when we first fled the famine, we didn't have enough food for our own families, so it was impossible to give away meat. Shin village chief's family ate the marinated mutton haggis and mutton underwater sent by Zhang, and slurped, this is also too tasty, it tastes better than the meals in the restaurant. Whoever made this is so crafty. Speaking of this, Zhang's face revealed a small touch of arrogance. This was made by my oldest five's daughter-in-law. Hearing that Qing Yun had done it, village chief Shin was slightly shocked. Lady Gu is a great fighter, and I didn't expect her cooking skills to be so good as well. Siblings, you have truly given Yenner a good daughter-in-law. Zhang thought the same thing. After delivering the lo mein to village chief Shin's family, Zhang went back. At this moment, I don't know if I was attracted by the aroma of the marinara. Song Jian came over. He stared at the marinated haggis and goats underwater in the pot and rushed to Qing Yun. Lady Gu, the food you make in your house smells really good. I wonder if you can sell me some? Qing Yun met Song Jian's pleasing expression, plus the fact that she had made quite a lot and the family couldn't finish it, so there was no harm in selling him some. Seeing Qing Yun nod her head, Song Jian hemmed and hawed, fished out a gold leaf from the bottom of his foot and handed it to Qing Yun. Lady Gu, I'd like to buy 2 bowls, is that enough? A gold leaf is worth a lot of money, and 2 bowls of haggis and mutton down are just 2 bowls of haggis and mutton down, all things that don't require capital, so where is the need for so much money? Looking at the gold leaf that Song Jian felt out from the bottom of his shoe, Qing Yun was a bit disgusted and didn't want to take it. She waved her hand and rushed Song Jian. I'll fill 2 bowls for you, so I won't charge you. Song Jian didn't know that Qing Yun disliked the smell of his gold leaf, and simply thought that Qing Yun was being generous. Lady Gu, you are so nice. Qing Yun. Chapter 63. She doesn't explain, it's nice to maintain the image of greatness and goodness. Song Jian took the marinated haggis and the goats down and went back. Those days when they were taken away by the bandits, although their family didn't starve, the food they were given was just like pig food. Now that they had tasted the marinated mutton mash and mutton underwater given by Qing Yun, Song Jian's family felt that it was simply the best delicacy under the sky. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't eaten any delicious food for a long time, but Song Jian truly felt that the 2 bowls of lo mein were more memorable than any mountainous delicacies he had ever eaten before. The families of the fleeing party ate and were busy, and went to bed contented. Now that I have bedding that protects me from the cold, I can sleep at night much more comfortably than before. Early the next morning, Qing Yun got up an hour early to train the young men in martial arts. These youngsters were convinced by Qing Yun's skills, so they followed behind her and learned earnestly. After experiencing these several dangers, everyone deeply appreciated the necessity of practicing martial arts. Only when you are strong can you protect your family. They couldn't always depend on Lady Gu and let her protect so many people by herself. After practicing for an hour, these young men were tossed around. So practicing martial arts is so hard. However, thinking that Qing Yun, a woman, was able to persevere, it would be a disgrace to the men if they cried out in pain and tiredness. After an hour's drill in the morning, the fleeing party ate breakfast and began a new day's long walk. Because of the mountain bandits, they had been delayed in the mountains for several days, and now they had to hurry up and make their way. The 30 or 40 horses that we got from the mountain bandits this time helped pack a lot of goods, reducing the pressure on everyone. However, it was not known how long these horses would last, and when they encountered the kind of waterways that were not convenient for livestock to cross, the horses could only be killed to serve as rations. Because of the 2 days of rest and the fact that everyone had eaten meat last night, the new day's rush was in good shape. At noon there was only a half-hour's rest, and they were stationed until late in the evening. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao just stopped and started studying the map. It's a longer trail. I guess it's quite a long walk in the mountains. At the current pace, it would be at least half a month's drive in the mountains, When we cross this mountain road, there is a small town ahead where we can resupply our supplies. After this town, you can only take the official road. After 7 days on the official road, it is estimated that we will arrive at Yenzhou Prefecture. After Yenzhou, it is estimated that we still have to drive for a month to reach Yenzhou. As long as we can get to Yenzhou, we're safe. Yenzhou city will surely send troops to resist the Tatars. For a while, the city was not broken so quickly, which gave everyone ample time to flee south. Sorting out the route, the two village chiefs said a few more words and went to rest. On the Shin family's side, those who collected firewood, and those who looked for water looked for water. Qing Yun was idle. Shin Yen didn't know where he had drilled off to, and when he returned, he was holding a small bouquet of flowers and handed them to her. "Daughter-in-law for you." Qing Yun looked up. "Flowers are tied in bunches." "Don't tell me, it's pretty good looking." Qing Yun took it. "Thank you, Mr. Sang." Sure enough, knowing romance, this kind of thing is in the bones. Shin Yen, a fool, all know to send flowers to the daughter-in-law, to please her daughter-in-law happy. Shin Yen stared at Qing Yun and asked, "Daughter-in-law, do you like it?" Chapter 64. Qing Yun nodded. "Of course I like it." "Daughter-in-law, if you like it, why don't you smile?" Shin Yen saw that Qing Yun didn't smile and thought that she didn't like it. Qing Yun was just a bit colder in nature and usually wasn't very smiley. Shin Yen said openly. Qing Yun froze, and then very facetiously smiled with him. Shin Yen saw his daughter-in-law smile at this moment. His heart was happy. "Daughter-in-law, since you like it, I'll pick it for you later." Qing Yun responded. "Good." It wasn't long before the Shin children went out and picked a lot of wild vegetables and came back. "I have meat in the house for dinner, but I'd like to have some veggies with it." In addition to wild vegetables, there are wild persimmons. Whether it was the adults or the children in the Shin family, they would consciously take the good things to Qing Yun first. "Auntie Five, I've tasted this wild persimmon, it's sweet, eat it," Shin Zian said, stuffing a few wild persimmons into Qing Yun's hands. "I've washed it all, Auntie Five, it's not dirty, you can eat it straight away." Qing Yun smiled and took it. "Good, thank you, Zian." Shin Zian got a little embarrassed after Qing Yun thanked him. "Auntie Five, you're welcome." After saying that, Shin Zian distributed the wild persimmons to the rest of the Shin family. Qing Yun tasted the wild persimmon, and it tasted pretty good. Persimmons are supposed to taste sweeter, and this mountain persimmon tastes even better than the ones borne by the persimmon trees planted at home. Shin's family cleaned up and started preparing dinner. "I have some left over from yesterday's brined haggis and lamb chowder, so I'll heat it up for dinner tonight." There was a lot of lamb left over and a pot of lamb soup was made for the evening. Today, Qing Yun cut up some additional mutton and planned to grill mutton skewers for dinner. In contrast to horse meat, which is roasted from wild boar, lamb has a more tender and flavorful taste. The Shin family has eaten kebabs quite a few times, and knowing that the flavor is good, they are all happy to grill more. It takes some time for the lamb to stew out. Taking advantage of the lull in the lamb stew, Qing Yun grilled the lamb kebabs first. There was plenty of lamb in the house, so she roasted more this time. In addition to the lamb skewers, Qing Yun also roasted a leg of lamb in passing. The Shin family didn't know how to do it, so they gave Qing Yun a hand on the side. The women in the family were diligent, and while Qing Yun was grilling lamb kebabs and legs, her hands were also sewing and mending by the way. Before, there was no fabric in the house, just wanted to make clothes and shoes, but there was no chance. Qing Yun had shunted a lot of fabric back from the bandits this time. Zhang and several of Qing Yun's sisters-in-law were busy making clothes and shoes for the family. Especially the shoes. This daily hoofing around was wearing out the shoes fast. None of the Shin family's shoes were good, and basically all of them were worn out with holes. So while you have the time, you can't wait to make some new pairs for your family. On Qing Yun's side, the aroma of grilled lamb kebabs had already filled the air. Smelling this flavor, Shin's family already couldn't help but gulp into their stomachs. Qing Yun saw the lamb kebabs grilled with nourishing oil, almost cooked, and sprinkled with cumin and chili noodles, fragrant. She held a large skewer of mutton in her hand and distributed it to the children of the family first. As for the adults, they would eat it later. Divine Dr. Fong waited impatiently, craving the knots in his throat that kept wriggling. But still pressed on, had to have some face, couldn't steal food from the kids. Soon, Qing Yun grilled another handful of lamb skewers, distributed some to Dr. Fong and the little medicine boy, and returned a few skewers to Xing Yan and the old couple of the Shin family. Chapter 65. There were still people who hadn't eaten, so Qing Yun continued to roast. The few people who had the lamb kebabs had already given their reviews and all found them to be very tasty. Compared to horse meat, the flavor of wild boar is clearly superior to that of lamb. Qing Yun saw that everyone liked it, so she baked more. Although she had been in charge of baking, she didn't feel tired at all when she saw Shin's family eating happily. "Old Five daughter-in-law, don't just roast it for us, eat it yourself?" John saw that Qing Yun was just baking and not eating, and hurriedly persuaded her. Qing Yun laughed. "It's fine, you guys eat first, I'm not really hungry right now." "Daughter-in-law, aren't you hungry? This lamb kebab is so flavorful," Xing Yan said, and a skewer of lamb went back into his mouth. "No cravings, I haven't had a lot of them before." Unlike Shin's family, they had never eaten roasted lamb before. Although Qing Yun said so, Xing Yan still thoughtfully brought the roasted lamb skewer to Qing Yun's mouth and fed her. She was too busy grilling lamb kebabs to hold and eat them, and someone fed her so she could eat them. Qing Yun saw that Xing Yan was so considerate and couldn't resist the hospitality, so she could only accept the feeding. Zhang's smiling face on the side said, "Old Five is a man who will love his daughter-in-law. Don't think he's out of his mind, but he's gifted when it comes to loving his daughter-in-law." The Shin family followed and agreed. Xing Yan took it all for granted and said, "She's my daughter-in-law. Father used to say that it's only natural for a man to love his daughter-in-law." Qing Yun glanced at Xing Yan, her cheeks flushed slightly. As he spoke, a large handful of lamb skewers were roasted again, and Qing Yun distributed them to the rest of the Shin family. At this time Song Xian came over again seeking the scent. "Lady Gu, I don't know." "Wait, I'll give you a little share later." Qing Yun didn't want to see him pull out any more flavored gold leaves out of the soles of his shoes. Song. Lady Gu was so powerful, she knew what he needed before he even opened his mouth to speak. Qing Yun. Just a look on Song Xian's face as he stared at the lamb kebab she was grilling, any fool could tell what he wanted to say. Qing Yun was also willing to share some food with Song Xian for the sake of the 1,000 taels of silver he had given her. Song Xian smelled the fragrant flavor of the kebabs, his mouth could not help but secrete saliva, and he could not wait to taste the flavor. Qing Yun grilled more, estimating that there were 30 to 40 skewers. There was a lot of meat on each skewer, definitely enough for Song Xian's family. When it was roasted, Qing Yun sprinkled it with cumin, then asked Song Xian, "Can your family eat spicy food?" "My daughter-in-law and I can eat it, and the kids in the house and my mom can't eat spicy food." Qing Yun nodded her head, so she divided a third of the lamb kebabs with spices and left the rest without spices. After it was grilled, Qing Yun shoved the lamb skewer into Song Xian's hand. Song Xian happily took it back, ready to share it with his family. Qing Yun called out to him. Song Xian hurriedly rushed at Qing Yun and asked, "Lady Gu, is there something wrong?" "The roasted leg of lamb I made is almost ready, so wait a while, I'll cut you a plate and take it back to try." Song Xian noticed a leg of goat that Qing Yun had roasted. Both sides were golden brown, and you could tell at first glance that it was going to be delicious. Just looking at it made Song Xian crave for it. Qing Yun took the dagger and quickly picked a plate of meat out of the leg of lamb and handed it to Song Xian. Song Xian hastily took it, moved almost to tears, choking. "Lady Gu, how could you be so good to me, giving me so many delicious things for free?" The movement of Qing Yun's hand froze, and when she met Song Xian's reddened eyes, a layer of goosebumps suddenly rose on her body. Chapter 66. A man's a man. What's the point? Mainly Song Xian's words are still easy to think about. If he didn't know, he would have thought that Qing Yun was interested in him. Xing Yan looked at Song Xian with hostility already in his eyes. As for Shin's family, they looked at Song Xian with complicated eyes. But come to think of it, Song Xian was an old man, and it was unlikely that Qing Yun would look at anyone but him. It's the man who made a fool of himself. Qing Yun hurriedly took a plate of sliced lamb leg meat and stuffed it to Song Jian. Hurry up and take it back to your family, it won't be good if it gets cold. Qing Yun's tone was hyped. Song Jian received the food and immediately changed his face. Just a moment ago, he was still sentimental and sad, but now he was all of a sudden happy and smiling again. Good, many thanks to Lady Gu. After Song Jian finished, he led the mutton and went back beautifully. Qing Yun greeted Shin's family and ate roasted leg of lamb together. Everyone also raved about the flavor of the roasted leg of lamb. Following Qing Yun, they had eaten too many superb delicacies. After dinner, the fleeing villagers rested. The night was accompanied by some insect sounds. In this way they continued their journey through the mountains for 3 or 5 days. Then we hit the rain. Whether it's a mountain or an official road, it's not easy to make the journey after it rains. The terrain is a little better downhill where it's a little flatter, and uphill where it rains and the roads are muddy, making it dangerous to hurry. If you are not careful and your feet slip, you may roll down with your supplies. Knowing the danger, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao let the team rest down in time. This rain is getting heavier and heavier, Village Chief Shin, Village Chief Xiao, you first arrange for some manpower to simply build a shed, spread the tarpaulin over it, and protect the rations. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao both nodded their heads and responded. Good, we'll go arrange for manpower. These days, food is the most important thing. Grain can't be eaten if it gets wet. Luckily, every family had more or less brought some tarpaulins and had no problem protecting the food. It's just inevitable that other items will get rained on. It's a good thing there's a lot of wood in the mountains. Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Chao again arranged for manpower to cut wood, branches, and build it up, more or less rainproof. Qing Yun, on the other hand, said, I'll go to the mountains to see if there are any caves. It's best to live in a cave if you have one. The weather is slowly starting to turn cooler today. A fall rain is a cold rain, and after this rain, the temperature has to drop again. Add to that the fact that the temperature in the mountains is already low, and if you sleep directly in the rain, a lot of people have to catch a cold, and may even catch wind chill. They didn't have much time left, and this would delay the trip again if they got sick again. Village Chief Shin inquired, Lady Gu, should we arrange for manpower to go over with you? Qing Yun nodded. That's fine, you arrange for some manpower and split up to look for it. More people, more power, more chance of success. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Soon, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Chao arranged for manpower to search for the cave. Ms. Ru, I'll join you, I want to contribute. At this time, a woman in her early 20s walked up to Qing Yun. Qing Yun recognized that this woman was the one she had rescued from the cottage last time, but did not remember the woman's name. Chapter 67. After all, there were so many people she saved last time that it wasn't practical for her to try to remember them all. Qing Yun's cold voice spoke. It's not easy to walk on the mountain roads in the rain, it might be dangerous for you to follow. Ms. Yun, I know some kung fu, so I'm sure I won't slow you down. Qing Yun froze, not expecting this man to know kung fu. But looking at the physique of the woman in front of her, she was indeed a bit sturdier and stronger than other women. Qing Yun saw that she was so persistent, so she nodded. All right, then let's go together. Seeing Qing Yun agree, the woman happily followed. Qing Yun then realized the woman's name, which was Sierraner. They searched the nearby mountains for a while, and were lucky enough to actually find a very large cave. The cave could almost hold the fleeing party. It just might be a little cramped and not as spacious as being outside. But it sure beats being out in the open to have a place like this to shelter from the rain. Everyone stayed in the cave, and at night they just had to send someone to guard the entrance, which was convenient and safe. Qing Yun found the cave and immediately turned back to inform the fleeing team. Seeing Qing Yun return, Village Chief Shin came forward and asked, Lady Gu, did you find it so quickly? Qing Yun nodded. Well, everyone get ready and hurry to follow me over. Fine. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao yelled out, and soon, everyone stopped building the shacks and took their luggage with them, following Qing Yun and rushing to the cave. The fleeing party rushed for 20 minutes and finally reached the entrance to the cave. The inside of the cave was a bit deep, the light didn't shine through, it looked dark and gave a sense of unknown fear. It was good that Qing Yun had already gone in ahead of time to check out the situation, and it was safe. Everyone was overjoyed to see that the cave was so big and big enough to accommodate everyone. The cave's protection from the wind and rain was definitely much better than the shed they had built, so they could count on not having to be exposed to the wind and rain at night. Everyone was well organized and went in by individual, dropping their things off and setting them up. A fire was lit inside the cave, and the cave, which was still a bit dark and dreary, was suddenly much brighter. By the time everyone was settled into the cave, it took an hour before and after. A rain shower came down and everyone got soaked. There wasn't enough firewood available, so I had to go out and collect some. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao sent young men in pairs to collect firewood. As for the women, children and old people, they will not go out, in case of fall and injury is not worth it. The Shen family also sent 3 people out to gather firewood, and Qing Yun, along with the others, stayed in the cave to take shelter from the rain, and in the meantime, briefly cleaned the piece of land where their family was stationed. The floor was covered with dust and dirt, so I took a broom and cleaned up the dust on the floor, and then I opened the bedding that I had covered. At this moment, Xinyan suddenly sneezed loudly. Xinyan, like the fleeing villagers, was almost soaked to the skin because of the heavy rain. Seeing Xinyan sneezing, Zhang hurriedly greeted him, took off the clothes on his body, changed into a dry clothes, and then came to the fire to roast the fire, don't catch a cold. The clothes on Qing Yun's body were also almost soaked through, so she hurriedly looked for dry clothes to come over. A change of clothes, a dry towel for my hair, and a roaring fire made the whole thing much more comfortable. Other families in the fleeing party did the same. Once inside the cave, he hurriedly changed out of his drenched clothes and warmed himself by the fire. It's cold in these mountains. It's true what they say about a fall rain. The rain is getting heavier and the temperature is less than 10 degrees lower than before. If we hadn't found a cave and set up camp in the rain, there would have been a lot of people who would have gotten sick from the cold. Shortly afterward, the young men who had gone out to look for firewood returned, each carrying a good deal of it. Seeing that there was almost enough firewood, Mayor Shen told them to hurry up and take a break to change out of their soaked clothes. You can't go back out in these temperatures and with all the rain. Chapter 68. The firewood we got back was wet, but it dried out after a while on the fire. At this moment all the people in the fleeing party were resting. Dr. Fong was worried that after everyone had been drenched in the rain this time, some people might catch wind cold, so he first boiled some medicine for everyone to drink a bowl, which had the effect of preventing catching cold and reducing the chances of getting sick. Fortunately, when he was fine before, he had picked herbs with the little medicine boy, and this time, he could just use them. Divine Dr. Fong spoke to Qing Yun, who in turn informed Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao both felt that it was best to drink some medicine as a precautionary measure, so that many people would not catch wind chill and fall down, and then even if the rain stopped, there would be no way for everyone to make the journey while dragging their seriously ill bodies. Divine Dr. Fong borrowed the Shen family's 2 pots and started boiling the medicine. It didn't take long for the cave to fill with the smell of herbs. When Dr. Fong's medicine was ready, Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao arranged for the people to come and collect the medicine. Just 1 bowl per person. But 2 pots of medicine is certainly not enough to share. Divine Dr. Fong finished dividing the 2 pots of medicine and continued to boil the medicine. After 2 more pots had been simmered, it was guaranteed that each person had received a bowl of medicine. After drinking the medicine, everyone felt the coldness on their bodies dissipate. Now that the temperature had become so low and everyone didn't have to worry too much because they all had thick clothing to protect them from the cold, the fleeing villagers were once again grateful to Qing Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that Qing Yun had eliminated the mountain bandits and gotten a lot of cold-proof clothing for the group from the bandits, everyone would be freezing hard enough right now. Outside, the rain got heavier and heavier, pouring down in torrents. Luckily, they hid in the cave. The shed that was built before was fine to hide from the light rain, but such a heavy rain could not be blocked at all, and it was sure to be drenched into a soup chicken. Now everyone is confined to the cave and can't go out. Village Chief Shen sighed. I don't know how long it will take for this rain to stop. Village Chief Xiao picked up. It must rain for at least 3 or 5 days, and judging by the momentum, it won't stop for a day or 2. We're not so bad, we have a place to hide from the rain and everyone has all the bedding and clothing. I don't know how many of the other people who are running to escape like us will freeze to death on the road. Hey, it can't be helped, in this year, God doesn't want us ordinary people to live. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao sat by the entrance of the cave and chatted without a word. On the Shin family side, John let Zhou Eifeng rest at ease. She's pregnant now and recuperation is most important. The temperature suddenly dropped so much that Zhang told her to lie down into the bedding, being able to rest and stay warm at the same time. As for the other women in the Shin family, none of them were idle, taking needles and threads and starting to sew. The men were idle, and could not get out of the house at the moment, so they could only sit around chatting and catching up. It didn't take long for a youngster to cry out that it was too boring. Qing Yun roared. Since everyone is bored and has nothing to do, let's zigzag with me and exercise. Hearing Qing Yun's yell, the youngsters shivered in fear. Horse stance? It's exhausting. What? Don't you want to practice martial arts? Don't you want to protect your family? And now you're tired? Is that the best you can do? Stimulated by Qing Yun's words, those who were still tired and didn't want to do the horse stance, all climbed up. Qing Yun called all the young men who wanted to practice martial arts to train together. The training actually paid off for a while. Today these young men are all much stronger and more agile than before. Continuing with the training, in time, the fighting ability of the entire fleeing team could be significantly improved. The group trained for a while and before we knew it, it was dinner time. The women began to open up and cook. Now that every family has been given a lot of food, there is enough food in hand for the time being. Shin's family had a nice dinner. Chapter 69. I hadn't even eaten a couple of chickens and ducks that I had marinated earlier, so I took them out for dinner to deal with the meal. There were other dried foods made along the way that could be eaten, and dinner was spicy chicken with shiitake mushrooms, some pasta cakes, and some white rice. Other people who still had meat in their hands took it out and cooked it. It's not so inviting when the Shin family isn't the only one eating meat. It rained all night and only stopped when it was almost dawn. Qing Yun planned to go out for a walk. Take your chances and see if you can hunt game. If you can't hit it, just go out and get some air to kill the boredom. Although we all still have a lot of food stored in our hands, we can't just sit around and eat it. As soon as he exited the cave, Village Chief Shin greeted Qing Yun. Lady Gu, what are you doing out this early in the morning? Seeing Shin Village Chief's curious look, Qing Yun smiled and explained. The rain has stopped, so I'll go out to see if I can get some wild game and come back to add to the group's meal. Hearing Qing Yun's words, Village Chief Shin nodded. Alright, Lady Gu, be careful. Village Chief Shin knew that his reminder was superfluous. With Qing Yun's skills, there would be any situation that she couldn't handle. But it's time to care. Qing Yun was a great benefactor to their entire team, and she had to be honored. Qing Yun nodded lightly on her face, but her heart was warm. Coming of age, there were too many people who cared about her. Qing Yun didn't go far in the front foot, and the next foot Shin village chief took the gongs and drums and struck them. Everyone thought it was some kind of emergency, and immediately came together to ask Shin village chief. Mayor Shin, what's wrong? Yeah, what happened? Village chief, what's going on so early in the morning? Meeting a pair of curious and worried eyes, Shin village chief lightly coughed. A day's plan lies in the morning, young lads. People Gu Maiden has gone out to hunt wild game. Do you have the nerve to sleep in and be lazy? Lads on the run. They had been thinking of not rushing today and getting more sleep in the morning. Well, there's no way to sleep now. Qing Yun was really going to roll them. Under Mayor Shin's call, each and every one of them picked up their hunting bows and arrows and went out to forage for food. Either that or go out and get firewood. The women didn't dare to be lazy and were ready to go out to dig for wild vegetables and pick some wild fruits to return. Continuous replenishment of supplies is the only way to reduce the depletion of existing stocks. Qing Yun went out for a trip. It's a little hard to walk on the dirt outside. It was wet everywhere because it had rained all night. But the air in the mountains was fresh. Qing Yun looked around first and wondered if she could get any wild game. If you can't, get a couple rabbits out of space and fight them. Wild game was not found for the time being, but a lot of wild vegetables were seen. Wild greens are nothing to write home about, but they do fill the stomach. And since we didn't get many vegetables at the bandits this time, it's nice to have some wild greens for vitamins. Qing Yun bent down and started picking wild vegetables. At this moment, a few mournful screams, like the sound of a pig squealing, suddenly came from a short distance away. What's the situation? Qing Yun was startled, wondering if something had happened to any of the villagers, and hurriedly rushed over following the sound. Chapter 70. When Qing Yun rushed over, she didn't see any casualties among the villagers. Instead, several big boys worked together to tie up a fat boar. The boar looked like it probably weighed 200 or 300 pounds. Slaughter it, and the fleeing party can feast on meat again. Seeing Qing Yun coming over, one of the young men cheerfully reported his good news to her. Lady Gu, we caught a wild boar. Thanks to the fact that Qing Yun had trained everyone well during this period of time, everyone's stances had improved by a large margin. It was only when they came across the boar today that they had the guts and ability to round it up. If it were before, I guess I wouldn't even dare to go forward. Because it was Qing Yun who taught them kung fu and helped everyone capture the wild boar, it was only natural to report to her at this moment. Qing Yun nodded her head, seeing the progress of these lads. Having successfully caught a wild boar this time, these young lads are even more motivated for their future path of martial arts training. They divided up some of the men and carried the boar back, while the rest of them continued hunting. In the end, we hunted a total of 2 wild boars, a silly roe deer, and a few pheasants and rabbits. Quite a few people contributed to the 2 boars, so they carried them back to the cave, ready to be divided up together. The entire escape team is now one, and much is shared together. Of course, it had to be good for Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao to mediate in the middle, so that everyone could work together to twist the rope. Qing Yun had originally planned to carry 2 wild rabbits out of the space, when she suddenly heard Shinbin excitedly shout, "Fifth younger sibling, look, I've hit a rabbit, it's really fat." Qing Yun saw Shinbin's excited look and raised an eyebrow in praise. "Fourth brother, you've only been practicing for a few days, and your archery skills are so good, the future is promising." Being praised by Qing Yun so much, Shinbin's face was hot, but instead he was a little embarrassed. "It's just my luck that a blind cat shot this stupid rabbit. Compared to you, fifth sister, I'm far behind. I'll have to practice harder in the future." Everyone had gained a lot from this trip, and seeing that it was getting late, they all went back over to the cave. Seeing that the young men had gone out on this trip and returned with 2 wild boars, the whole party cheered. Hearing that everyone could share the 2 wild boars together, one got even more excited and everyone came to help with the butchering process. Boil water for boiling water, kill pigs for killing pigs. The 2 boars had to be deboned, then gutted and cleaned up before they were ready. The Shin family also divided their manpower to help out. There is strength in numbers. It was only 2 boars, too, and they were quickly dealt with. 200 or 300 pounds a boar. Excluding the hog bones and the offal, there is almost 200 pounds of meat per hog, which is 400 pounds in all. Together, the fleeing party was estimated at 400. That's almost a pound of meat per person. Those with large families were able to share 10 or 20 pounds. What a surprise! There's enough meat for everyone to let loose for a couple of meals. And in addition to the meat, each family was given some large bones and pig's blood. As for the pig's offal, Qing Yun asked Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao to arrange for someone to clean it. Later, she'll do it herself and make a pot of marinara for everyone to try. Village Chief Shun had tasted Qing Yun's marinated mutton mash and mutton underwater and knew that it tasted good. This stuff would be a real treat if you cooked a pot of it and ate it. Village Chief Shun immediately and happily arranged for people to go to work. Chapter 71. Pig offal is more difficult to handle, and many of the grannies in the fleeing party were good hands at the job. These hog downs were quickly cleaned up. Qing Yun put the clean pig offal in 2 pots and boiled it. This lo mein is cooked, so we'll all share it later. The families now took their share of wild boar and began to make lunch. Zhang rushed to Qing Yun and inquired, "Old fifth daughter-in-law, what about our family's lunch arrangements?" "You have to ask Qing Yun's opinion on what to do with the ingredients at home," Qing Yun said. "Let's do the big bones, and fry the wild boar meat for dinner, I'll come myself." Zhang didn't grab the work with Qing Yun either. If it were anything else, they wouldn't work Qing Yun hard if they could do it for her. But in the matter of cooking, their skills are really no match for old Five's daughter-in-law. Qing Yun rummaged through her own backpack to find something. There are wild vegetables she picked up, and millet chili, dried chili, garlic cloves, and peppercorns specially taken from space. These seasonings are great for cooking at your own home and for making marinara. Also a couple of yams. Qing Yun pointed at the yam and said, "Mother, this is edible and tastes good. You peel it, wash it, and put it in a big bone broth and stew it on together." Hearing Qing Yun's command, Zhang hastily responded, "Good, Mother will go prepare." Saying that, Zhang took the yam, washed it, cut it into pieces, and put it in the big bones soup to simmer together. Wan Zhaodi, on the other hand, was cleaning those wild vegetables that Qing Yun had gotten back. Sister-in-law Shen went to cook. The meal at noon today was very good. There's wild boar to eat, big bone broth to drink, and later on, lo mein. As for the wild rabbit that Shen Bin had fought back, it would not be burned at noon for the time being and would be used for additional meals in the evening. During this period of time, although everyone fled to catch up with the hard work, but because of the good food, a person's complexion is actually better than before in the village. After all, during the years of peace, it was not easy for people like them, who were at the bottom of the social ladder, to have a meal of meat. Instead, nowadays, they could have meat in 3 days. When you eat well, your body naturally nourishes itself. Sister-in-law Shen cleaned the wild vegetables and washed the wild boar meat, leaving the rest for Qing Yun to play. Qing Yun blanched the wild vegetables, fished them out when they were cooked, and added a few drops of sesame oil to cool them, and they tasted very good. As for the wild boar, sauté it with garlic cloves, ginger, and chili peppers. While everyone wasn't looking, I added some more wine to it, which has a deodorizing effect. The wild boar meat, which originally smelled rather fishy, became fragrant in her hands. Qing Yun fried the wild boar meat, and the big bone soup was almost stewed, wafting the flavor outward. All the other families were also able to eat meat, so no one thought about the Shen family eating well. Still, everyone couldn't help but feel that Qing Yun's handiwork was really good. It's the same meat, but the meat she cooks just smells so much better than the meat others cook. Song Jian smelled the flavor, taste buds wide open, wanted to taste Qing Yun's handiwork, but knew that Qing Yun did not care about his money, had already rubbed people a lot of food before, embarrassed to go again. Luckily, Qing Yun did the marinade. Everyone can share some, when the time to get some marinade for their own family to satisfy their hunger, but also contented. The marinara cooked for almost 2 hours and finally tasted good. The smell of meat wafted from the cave. Smelling the aroma of Qing Yun's marinade, there were already people waiting for their mouths to water. When the lo mein came out of the pot, village chief Shen arranged for everyone to share it. Each family received their share and let out a gasp when they tasted it. They had never eaten such delicious delicacies in their lives. Chapter 72. In this day and age, country people cook in a very simple way. Top it off with some oil and salt. Even if you have oil in the house, that's something you can't afford to put in. Most of the time it's just a straight-up watery stew with a little salt and a predictable flavor. The roast was pretty much the same, without much seasoning. So where can it be as good as the lo mein made by Qing Yun? This time, everyone had tasted Qing Yun's handiwork and praised her for the marinated flavors she made. I really can't see that Qing Yun is not only good at fighting, but she can also cook so well. On Shen's side of the family, gathered for lunch. The soup was made even more flavorful with the addition of yams to the big bone broth. The yams were light and sweet, and the stew was soft and flavorful. Jean told Zhou Eifeng to eat more and drink more bone soup to warm her body. It was raining outside again at that moment. It was pouring rain for a while. A slight chill seeped through the air. The fleeing villagers in the cave were eating hot meals and drinking big bone soup, their bodies all warmed up as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. Looking at the heavy rain outside, a feeling of happiness and safety came over them as they hid in the cave at this moment. Shen family members ate well, while Shen Yan's appetite was not so good. Usually the guy was a good eater, but now he was wilting and couldn't muster any interest in food. Qing Yun immediately sensed that something was wrong with Shen Yan. Did this guy get cold and sick from the rain yesterday? Although he had already drunk the medicine boiled by divine Dr. Fang and prevented it in advance, after all, there was no 100% guarantee that he would not get sick. When she got up this morning, Zhang heard that someone in the fleeing group still didn't carry through and contracted wind chill. Qing Yun reached out her hand and touched Xinyan's head. Good lord, she realized that Xinyan's forehead was rolling. It's a fever. Qing Yun knew that this situation should not be underestimated. This can easily burn out if not handled properly and allowed to progress. Especially Xinyan's rolling forehead, which was at least 39 degrees towards the top. We have to get Xinyan's fever down quickly now. At this time, Xinyan was already a bit burned out and confused, and the whole person was in a bad state. In the morning, Xin's family had been busy killing pigs and cooking, and hadn't noticed that Xinyan had gotten sick. Dangs panicked and rushed Qing Yun and asked, Lao Wu's daughter-in-law, what's Lao Wu's situation now? Qing Yun returned. Mother, Xinyan has a fever, his body is burning. Zhang hurriedly reached out and touched Xinyan's forehead. Ouch, kinda. Zhang suddenly panicked. What can we do about this? Xindashan unhurriedly said. Don't be anxious, isn't the divine doctor in these children? With the divine doctor here, Yenner will be fine. It was only then that Zhang remembered that there was still divine Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang is an excellent healer. Old Five will be fine. Divine Dr. Fang put down the meal he was eating and went to Xinyan's place to take a look. He reached out and touched Xinyan's forehead, then took his pulse. High fever, but I don't have any medicine on hand, so for the time being, I'll use cool water to wipe him down and reduce the fever. Divine Dr. Fang spoke to the Xin family about the diagnosis. When Xin's family heard this, they tensed up. Xinbin got up in a flash and rushed at Divine Dr. Fang to inquire. Divine Dr. Fang, which medicines are missing? I'll go find them. Xin Qing also immediately stood up. I'll go too, and help fifth brother find herbs. Chapter 73. Several older brothers in the Xin family loved this younger brother very much. At this moment, Xinyan had such a high fever, and they were all worried that he would not take medicine in time and burn out. Xindashan glared at his several sons. All right, don't toss it. Looking for what herbs? When you go out in this rain, you want to get wet and get sick and feverish too, don't you? Although Xindashan was also very anxious about Xinyan's situation, he also knew that he couldn't do anything blindly. Father, if we don't go looking for herbs, what will happen to fifth brother? Yes, father, fifth brother is too hot to take medicine, what if he burns out? At this time, Qing Yun raised her voice and said, I have medicine here that might be useful. Qing Yun had hoarded quite a few medicines in her space. However, these medicines didn't belong to this era, and if it wasn't for Xinyan's urgent situation right now, Qing Yun wouldn't have taken the medicines out so easily. When Xin's family heard Qing Yun's words, they all looked at her as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Qing Yun took 2 fever-reducing pills out, then handed the water capsule to Xinyan. Good boy, eat this, you'll be fine soon. Xinyan took the medicine in a daze and obediently ate it. This medicine is not bitter, it's so easy to take. In the past, when Xinyan was sick, John had boiled medicine for him. But Xinyan thought the medicine was too bitter and often didn't want to drink it. Every time Xinyan was coaxed to drink the medicine, it took half a day's effort. Now the old Five daughter-in-law out, I do not know what medicine, how, and usually see the medicine is completely different, do not need to boil, directly swallowed with water on the line. In addition to taking medicine to reduce the fever, Qing Yun also intends to rub Xinyan's body to lower the temperature. Physical cooling is necessary to accelerate his temperature down. Qing Yun hit a basin of water and unbuttoned all the buttons on Xinyan's body. Don't tell me, this silly man has a really good body. At this moment, Qing Yun was worried about Xinyan's condition, so she didn't have much heart to appreciate it. But I have to say, with Xinyan's body, he can really mesmerize a lot of women. After wiping Xinyan's body, mainly under the effect of the medicine, Xinyan's fever went down in half an hour. Dr. Fang's discerning eyes knew that it was impossible for Guang to get rid of the fever so quickly by rubbing his body. It must have been Qing Yun's medicine that did the trick. I don't know what kind of medicine this girl is using, it's so amazing. A medicine that works so fast is not even available in his Divine Healer Valley. Divine Dr. Fong was very interested in Gu Qing Yun's medicine. He came forward and inquired, Lady Gu, what kind of medicine did you give your husband? Can you show me? Old me wants to study it. If he could study and understand it, he would certainly be able to save countless lives in the future. Gu Qing Yun was using high-tech medicine from the 21st century, which Divine Dr. Fong definitely couldn't understand from his research. So she directly threw a capsule to Divine Dr. Fong, letting him slowly study away. Shen family members were relieved to see Xingyan's fever go down. Yenner, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Xingyan shook his head. He was very uncomfortable earlier, and now he's medicated. Just now, I felt hot and uncomfortable all over my body, but now I don't feel anything at all. Mother, I'm hungry. Xingyan didn't eat a few mouthfuls of food at noon, and now he's hungry, isn't he? Hearing Xingyan cry out for hunger, Zhang quickly said, Mother will go and make food for you. Xingyan, however, said, Mother, I don't want you to do it. I want my daughter-in-law to do it for me. My daughter-in-law's cooking is delicious. Chang. Is she being disliked by her son? No wonder they say that sons forget their mothers when they have a daughter-in-law, and her family's stupid son is the same. When he has a daughter-in-law, he doesn't care about her as his mother. Chapter 74. Xingyan finished, then looked at Gu Qing Yun and said, Daughter-in-law, you cook for me, okay? Gu Qing Yun looked at Xingyan's blear-eyed appearance and simply couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll go make it for you. Zhang sighed. Your daughter-in-law has been taking care of you just now and is exhausted, and you're still asking her to cook for you. Gu Qing Yun was busy saying, Mother, it's fine, I'm not tired. Zhang didn't say anything else, and silently lamented in her heart that the old fifth daughter-in-law person is really a virtuous wife, and she has no words for their old fifth family. When she and the old man were 100 years old, they would be able to rest assured when Yenner had her by her side to take care of her. There is still some yam and big bone soup stewed at home at noon, so Gu Qing Yun went to get some big bone soup and cook noodles for Xingyan to eat. He also added 2 fried eggs, and the noodles came out with a handful of wild onions sprinkled on top. Zhang and a few other sisters-in-law of the Shen family were watching from the side. They really couldn't figure out how it was all about cooking, and looking at Gu Qing Yun's approach, there was no special technique, so how come the meals made in her hands smelled so good? Xingyan's fever has subsided at this moment, so he can finally have an appetite. He was hungry at this moment, and ate like a wolf. In the end, he ate 2 large bowls of noodles before he rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. After Xingyan finished eating, Zhang told him to lie down and rest. It's still raining outside and no one can get out at this point. Without the need for Gu Qing Yun to greet them, those young people who were bored and had nothing to do had already started practicing martial arts on their own. The 2 wild boars they hit today gave them a great incentive, and they all had a firm belief that they could definitely grow their skills by following behind Gu Qing Yun and learning martial arts properly. At this time, Zhao Dabiao looked nervous and ran to Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao for help. Village Chief Shen, Village Chief Xiao, my daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Her stomach hurts badly. Xiao de Bolt was the man who had discussed leaving a female goat with Gu Qing Yun in the cottage last time. He hadn't been able to keep his last child, and was extraordinarily precious about this one. I pray that this time, the child will not have an accident, and will be raised safely. Seeing Zhao Dabiao's eager appearance, Village Chief Xiao hurriedly calmed him down. Don't be anxious, I'll arrange for someone to deliver your daughter-in-law. There were maternity wives in the fleeing party. Even if there are no professional midwives, there are still a lot of experienced wives in the team. In short, there is no worry about no one to deliver the baby. Everyone was bored at the moment, and when they heard Village Chief Zhao say that Zhao Dabian's mother-in-law was about to give birth, they were all very active in helping out. Everyone first pulled out a piece of cloth and surrounded Zhao Dabian's mother-in-law. After all, with so many people in the cave, maternal privacy had to be protected. There was also a run to boil water. Fortunately, the food was good during this time, everyone ate well, and there was no worry that Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law didn't have the strength to give birth to a child. If this were before in the village, it was usually not enough to eat, not good to eat. Often hungry, and had to specially cook some sweetened eggs for the women in labor to eat and replenish their strength. Zhao Dezhong waited by the side very anxiously, not knowing the situation of the child and his mother-in-law. He meditated on the need for peace for both adults and children. Seeing Zhao Dabian's disoriented appearance, the people on the side comforted him. Zhao Dabian, what's the hurry? We still have the divine doctor, and with Lady Gu here, nothing will happen no matter what. Zhao Dazhong's heart settled down a bit when he heard this. Yes, the divine doctor is so powerful, and Lady Gu is even more omnipotent. I'm sure it's fine with them. In case of unforeseen circumstances, I believe they will be able to cope. Zhao Dezhong's daughter-in-law had given birth to a previous child, and this one was a much better birth than the first. But spare me the trouble, Zhao Dabiao's daughter-in-law still had a somewhat difficult time giving birth. Zhao de Bolt waited outside for half a day, gradually becoming impatient. Chapter 75. Did something happen to my daughter-in-law? Why hasn't she been born yet? Seeing Zhao Dabiao in a hurry, a woman next to him laughed. There's no such thing as giving birth to a child so quickly. Your daughter-in-law is not a firstborn, but she will have to be for a while. Just wait in peace, the children and adults will surely be safe. Zhao Dezhong could only press on and continue to wait. His mother-in-law's screams echoed in the cave because of the pain, and it was more and more disturbing to hear. Women have to go through this to have a baby, and not many of them have it much easier. You know, it's hard to be a woman. Men don't have to go through the rigors of pregnancy or the pain of childbirth. Oftentimes, the task of bringing up a child is still pushed all on the woman. It's no wonder that many women in the 21st century don't want to get married and have children, practicing bachelorism. Qing Yun also saw it all. She took a water pouch and filled it with spirit spring water. Taking the spirit spring water, she asked the matron inside who was helping to deliver the baby to give a few mouthfuls of the spirit spring water to Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law. The spiritual spring water has the effect of restoring strength and alleviating pain, which can better help her give birth. Now, which of the people in the fleeing team didn't know that Qing Yun was a man of God? Everyone does what she tells them to do. After drinking the spiritual spring water given by Qing Yun, Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law quickly perceived the wonders of the stuff. After about an hour, Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law could be considered to have given birth to the child. The midwife put the child's clothes on, wrapped a small thin quilt around him, carried him out, walked over to Zhao Dabiao, and reported her joy to Zhao Dabiao. Biaozi, congratulations, your mother-in-law has given you a big fat boy. Agu, this kid is so handsome. Zhao Dezhong looked at the child with great excitement. The babies from this birth were significantly better than the last. The last child died early because he was born too thin and weak and was in poor health, plus he didn't have enough milk when he was feeding. That's why Zhao Dabiao and his mother-in-law paid extra attention to this pregnancy. The family's grain Zhao Dabiao are first tied his daughter-in-law to eat. Together with the fact that in the later stages, because of Qing Yun, everyone's supplies were replenished quite a bit, and they were often able to eat meat. If the mother's nutrition is enough, the child's nutrition will not be bad naturally. So this child was not skinny when he first hit the ground, but was even fatter than many of the milk dolls in the village when they were born. Looking at the white and chubby, Zhao Dabiao's eyes flashed with tears. Zhao Dabiao rushed the laboring woman and asked, "How is my daughter-in-law?" "Good enough. It's just after giving birth, no strength, resting." "Bolt, it's thanks to Mrs. Gu this time. The water she gave to drink had an effect, and your daughter-in-law had the strength to give birth so quickly." Zhao de Bolt knew that the person he should thank the most was Qing Yun. If it were not for Qing Yun, their fleeing team would have fallen into the hands of the Tatars long ago. Where would they have been able to hold out until the day of the child's birth? Zhao Dabia held the child and was the first to walk over to Qing Yun to thank her. Qing Yun waved her hand and said, "It's just a little thing, there's no need for thanks." Although Qing Yun looked cold on the surface, the villagers who had fled the famine knew that she was cold in the face and warm in the heart. Chapter 76. Zhao Dabiao's heart was filled with gratitude. He held the doll and rushed Qing Yun. "Lady Gu, can you give my son a name?" This child's life was tantamount to being given by Qing Yun. That's why Zhao de Bolt felt that it made sense to let Qing Yun take her name. Qing Yun didn't expect Zhao de Bolt to ask her to help with the name. "You're his father, shouldn't you take it?" Was it inappropriate to let her, an outsider, pick it up? Zhao Dabio busily said, "Lady Gu, you are the savior of all of us, and it's thanks to you that my family's doll was born safely. That's why I'd like you to name the child, so that he'll remember your kindness in the future as well." Seeing that Zhao Dabian had said his words to this point, Qing Yun didn't push back any further. "Okay, let me think about it then. Zhao Dabiao's son is a male child, so he must take a male child's name." After mulling it over, Qing Yun asked Zhao Dabiao, "What do you think about calling the child Zhao Ankang? It means that the child is peaceful and healthy. As a parent, your greatest expectation is that your child will grow up safe and healthy. Especially in these war-torn years, peace is precious." Zhao Dabolt meditated on the name Qing Yun had given him and thought that it was a good name. "Ankang, Zhao Ankang, that's a good name, thank you, Lady Gu." After Zhao Dabiao finished, he said a few more words of thanks and went back with the child in his arms. He had to go and see his daughter-in-law, and in the meantime, speak to her about the baby's name. Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law rested for a while, and her entire mental state recovered a lot. Plus, after eating something, I'm not as weak as I was before at this point. The baby was born, my stomach didn't hurt anymore, and I felt lighter all over. Zhao Dabiao came over with the child in his arms and carefully inquired about his mother-in-law's condition. Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law smiled. "I'm fine. Daughter-in-law, look at our son, how well born he is." Zhao Dezhong held his son to his mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law's eyes reddened and she cried when she saw her son's appearance. Seeing his mother-in-law cry, Zhao Dabian busily asked, "Daughter-in-law, why are you crying?" Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law explained, "I was crying with joy. Bolt, this child we must raise him safely." Zhao Dabiao nodded heavily. "Well, it will be. By the way, I just asked Mrs. Gu to give our son a name, Zhao Ankang. In the future, our son will definitely grow up in peace and health." Zhao Dabiao's mother-in-law meditated on the name that Qing Yun had given her. "Zhao Ankang. Zhao Ankang. Nionia Gu is just awesome, her names are so cultured. Much better than the doggies, rocks, and sheep eggs you were thinking of before." Being exposed by his own daughter-in-law, Zhao Dabiao scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Didn't I never study and didn't know how to name it? People's Lady Gu is learned at first glance, and of course the names she chooses are different from the ones I choose." On the Shen family's side, they also felt that Qing Yun's name was well acquired. Zhou Eifeng smiled and said, "When my child is born, I will also let fifth younger sibling give her a name." Xin Yan expressed his support for his daughter-in-law's idea. "The name taken by the fifth younger sibling is definitely better than the one I obtained. It is the fifth younger sibling who should be allowed to take it." Qing Yun didn't expect such a daunting task to fall on her. Since it's the third brother and sister-in-law's child, it's something to think about. It rained until late in the evening, when it stopped. Chapter 77. I wonder if it will continue to rain during the night. When it was time for supper, all the families in the caves began to prepare their dinners. A lot of people still get meat for dinner. They had quite a lot of wild boar meat in their hands, more than a pound per capita. Eating for 3 or 2 days was no problem at all. On the Shen family's side, there was still a hare that Shen Bin had shot that could be eaten. Just a hare, although the rabbit is quite fat, but the Shen family adults and children together, a total of 10 or 20 mouths, on average, each person divided into the mouth is not much. Zhang inquired about Qing Yun's rabbit practice. Qing Yun initially planned to roast it for dinner, but when she thought about such a little bit of rabbit meat, baking it out and dividing it among so many people, it wouldn't be enough to stuff her teeth with. So change your mind and just red-hot it. Braise the rabbit and peel some potatoes. The potato cubes absorbed the rabbit broth and tasted great. As usual, Qing Yun was in charge of the dinner, but the washing, cutting, and serving of vegetables were all the busy work of others. When the pot was hot, Qing Yun scooped a few spoons of lard into the pot. When it comes to oil and water in this day and age, what you eat is basically animal oil, no vegetable oil. It's as if the people of this era hadn't mastered the art of extracting oil from vegetable oils. Animal oils definitely cost more compared to vegetable oils and are hard to come by. Pig farming technology in this era is also no match for the 21st century. Pork production is low, and lard is rare and expensive. Because of this, it is difficult to realize the freedom to eat oil in the homes of ordinary people. Qing Yun pondered. In the future, the vegetable oil will be researched and promoted, certainly can benefit many people. She can also rely on this to become rich, 2 birds with 1 stone. But that's all for later. At present, they are still on the run and can't even settle down, so naturally, there is no way to study the refining of vegetable oil. The oil in the pot was hot. Qing Yun poured the match seasonings in and fried them, then added the cut rabbit meat. The scent filled the room at once. The rabbit was sautéed for a while and simmered with some water. The water Qing Yun added was spirit spring water, and the rabbit meat definitely smelled a lot better than the rabbit meat cooked in ordinary water. When the rabbit was almost done simmering, the potatoes were added in and simmered in one piece. Potatoes are easier to simmer and soften, so you don't have to cook them for too long. The main course was steamed large white rice. Usually you have to eat at home with some roughage. This time, there was a lot of fine grain from the bandits, and eating every day was enough to last until the destination, so there was no need to save. There was a lot of big bone broth left over from the lunch stew. So dinner is warmed up in a dish. There was rabbit, yam and bone soup, and a cold wild vegetable dish was added, which was almost enough. The children of the Shen family stood in front of the pot early, waiting for the rabbit meat to be cooked so that they could eat it in a hurry. Divine Dr. Fang, who was still studying the fever-reducing medicine, stopped his thoughts when he smelled the aroma of meat. This meat smells so good. The medicine in his hand was too unbelievable for him to supposedly study. Considering that he was a divine doctor of the Divine Healer Valley, but he couldn't even study and understand the principle of this medicine, his self-confidence was seriously dented. To say that he couldn't understand the specific formula of this medicine, even if he couldn't recognize any of the herbs from this pill, it was a disgrace. Putting away the medicine in his hand, Divine Dr. Fang also waited for the rabbit meat to come out of the pot. Lady Gu's handiwork is amazing. Although he hadn't tasted the rabbit meat yet, he could conclude from the aroma alone that it must be delicious. When the rabbit meat was stewed and soft, Qing Yun greeted the family for dinner. Big sister-in-law Shen and second sister-in-law Shen served everyone white rice. The crystal-clear white rice, served with the rabbit meat, was an absolute treat for the tongue. Chapter 78. The rabbit meat is stewed softly and chewed gently, melting in your mouth, soft and tasty. The rabbit was good and a piece of boiled potato chunks tasted good. The flavor of the rabbit broth tossed with the rice was amazing. A pot of rabbit meat was quickly swept away by the crowd. Adults and children alike licked the bottom of their bowls clean, with nothing left over. Looking at the bowl that was cleaner than a dog's dish, Jean couldn't help but laugh. It's still old Fifth's daughter-in-law who is great and cooks so deliciously. Everyone was satisfied with their food and their stomachs were full. Xinyan is still in good spirits. After the fever went down, it didn't go back up. It's the constant sneezing that must be catching the wind chill. Dr. Fang doesn't have any fever-reducing medicine here, but medicine for wind cold is available. Jean took a patch of medicine and fried it for Xinyan. But the blackened broth from which the herbs were boiled had a really pungent flavor. The point is that it can be very bitter to drink. Yenner is good, you are sick, you have to drink this medicine and you will be cured. Jean carried the boiled medicine to Xinyan and softly coaxed him. Xinyan, however, was not happy, his head shaking like a rattle drum. Mother, I won't drink it, this medicine smells too bad, it must be very bitter. Good medicine is a little bitter, but when you're sick you have to drink it. Jean continued to persuade, hoping that Xinyan would drink the medicine and hurry to get better. No, mother, I won't drink. Xinyan played up. Zhang was helpless. Qing Yun took the medicine from Zhang's hand and rushed to her. Mother, let me do it. I'll coax Xiangdong and make sure he drinks it. Zhang nodded. This matter could only be left to Qing Yun. Qing Yun brought the medicine to Xinyan and softly rushed to Xinyan. Sire, drink the medicine, I'll give you candy after you finish it. Qing Yun said, holding out a candy in his hand. Who knew that this time Xinyan wasn't interested in sugar either? No drink, no sugar. Qing Yun continued to coax. Xiangdong, then you tell me what you need to do to be willing to drink the medicine. Xinyan's eyes turned. Daughter-in-law, if you give me a kiss, I'll drink the medicine. I don't want a kiss on the face, I want a kiss on the mouth. Qing Yun stared at Qing Yun. Are you sure this man is an idiot? Why does it look like she's faking it? A fool would make such a request? At this moment, Shin family members were watching from the side, and when Qing Yun said this, Qing Yun's face instantly heated up. Shin's family also covered their mouths and snickered. Qing Yun coughed lightly. Okay, if you obediently drink the medicine, I'll kiss you. As soon as Qing Yun heard this, his eyes flashed with a glint of essence, and he took the medicine and gurgled a few mouthfuls, drinking not a single drop left. After Qing Yun drank it, he frowned tightly and screamed, "It's so bitter." Qing Yun's appearance looked a little bit more cute. Thank goodness it was drinkable. Qing Yun still remembered what Qing Yun had promised him, and begged Qing Yun, "Daughter-in-law kiss." Saying that, Qing Yun pouted and started to move towards her. Qing Yun. Kissing in front of so many people, she just couldn't do it. Shin's family members had sideways glances from the sidelines. Qing Yun reached out her hand and stopped Qing Yun's mouth. "It's not appropriate to kiss here, change the place." "Daughter-in-law change there?" Qing Yun said. "Go to the shed that was built." The shed is covered with a tarp for a good bit of privacy. Qing Yun nodded, as long as he could kiss, wherever was fine. Chapter 79. Qing Yun led Qing Yun into the shed under the ambiguous gaze of Shin family members. "Daughter-in-law kiss." Qing Yun's mouth had come over. Qing Yun. If this were anyone else, Qing Yun would have cursed the smelly rascal and slapped the person away. But Qing Yun, that's another story. She couldn't be bothered with a child. Plus Qing Yun was so handsome, kissing him didn't seem to be a disadvantage for himself. Qing Yun kissed Qing Yun's mouth with a bark and a quick kiss. Qing Yun got what he wanted and shouted excitedly, "Daughter-in-law, we both kissed, will we have a baby soon? My third brother said that if you kiss your own daughter-in-law, you'll have a baby." Qing Yun. So this guy wanted to kiss her because he wanted to have a baby with her. Sure enough, he's a silly phallic man, as innocent as a child, thinking that a kiss will make a woman pregnant. When it came to the matter of having children, Qing Yun had no such plans for the time being. She hadn't even fallen in love in her previous life, and when she traveled here and suddenly had a husband, she would have to get used to it and slow down a bit more. Having children was not in her plans or thoughts for the time being. And Qing Yun's eyes had anticipation written all over them. Qing Yun coughed lightly and rushed Qing Yun. "That, Qing Yun, having a child isn't like this. You can't have a child just by kissing." Qing Yun looked at Qing Yun curiously and asked after her, "Daughter-in-law, isn't it true that you can have a baby just by kissing? Then what does it take to have a baby?" Qing Yun. When she thought about how to have a child, a blush appeared on Qing Yun's cheeks. She'd never even been in love in her last life, much less done anything like that. Even though she was an adult, her cheeks burned at the mere thought of something she hadn't experienced. Qing Yun pressed closer to Qing Yun, his eyes filled with a desire to know. "Daughter-in-law, how on earth can I have a baby? Teach me." Qing Yun. Qing Yun said with a straight face. "This, for the time being, is not appropriate. When you are a bit older, teach you. We're not even settling down now, we could get into an accident at any time, it's not a good time to have a baby." Qing Yun thought about it and felt that his daughter-in-law had a point, so he nodded his head and said, "Okay, I'll listen to his daughter-in-law." And when Shin family members saw Qing Yun and Qing Yun enter the tarpaulin shed and didn't come out for half a day, they couldn't help but think about it. Zhang was pleased. "Our Yenner's growing up, and I guess it won't be long before the fifth house will have a child as well." "Yes, Yenner has grown up. Originally I thought he didn't understand anything. This is great, we don't have to worry about it. When old fifth's daughter-in-law is also pregnant, Yenner will be able to become a father." Shin Dashan stroked his beard, revealing a delighted expression. Qing Yun said, "They say that fifth brother is stupid, I see that fifth brother is not stupid at all." Now they all know to make out with their fifth sibling. Qing Yun's ears were amazing. Although Shin's family members were speaking in a low voice outside, she could hear them clearly. Are these people misunderstanding something? But going out and explaining it to them now seems like a desperate attempt. Forget it, let Shin's family misunderstand, let them misunderstand. And so it went through the night. It rained some more during the night. It stopped near dawn, and before long, it continued to rain again. If it stops raining, we can all go to the mountains and forests and hunt for some wild game. When the rain doesn't stop, you have to be honest and stay in the cave. The women were already up and busy making breakfast. The youngsters then followed Qing Yun to practice martial arts. In short, you can't be idle, you can't waste your time. Chapter 80. Even though the weather was cooler, everyone was sweating after practicing martial arts. Seeing that Qing Yun's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, Xinyan took a towel, handed it to Qing Yun, and rushed to Qing Yun. "Daughter-in-law, come on, wipe the sweat." Qing Yun took the towel. "Silly Sunga is still quite considerate." John called out. "Breakfast is ready, everyone come and eat." Cooked a pot of sweet potato thin porridge for breakfast. White rice porridge with sweet potatoes inside, porridge becomes sweet. In addition to the sweet potato thin rice porridge as a staple, Zhang also fried a plate of pickled asparagus, which was quite appetizing. Then there's the small onion pancake, which tastes pretty good with sweet potato rice. After dinner, the rain continued unabated all morning. It was Qing Yun who cooked for lunch. I had leftover wild boar meat from yesterday, and fried a pot of spicy fried wild boar meat, which was spicy and appetizing. It's just that the kids can handle the spice very well, and some of them can handle the spicy huffing and shaking of their tongues. It's spicy as hell, but there's just something magical about it that makes you want to eat it more and more. After lunch, the rain finally stopped in the afternoon. Seeing that the rain had stopped, the young lads in the caves could no longer stand it, and wanted to go out hunting. The last successful hunt for 2 wild boars gave everyone a taste of what to expect, and now they are all eager to catch 2 more and bring them back. After all, pork smells good. Eating meat twice in 3 days can be a great feeling. You don't have to worry if you can't eat it all, make it into jerky or bacon, and you can eat it from time to time when you are on the road to escape from the famine in the future. Qing Yun wanted to go out for some air and went out as well. Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao urged those who went out to travel in pairs. If they were left alone and encountered danger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Younger lads go out hunting and are known to hug it out, and don't have that confidence to go it alone. After all, their strength was far from Qing Yun. It was only possible to hunt the beast if everyone was together, and it was still another story whether he could save his life if he was alone. Qing Yun was not used to traveling with people, and there was more room to maneuver alone. She went out for a spin. I guess it's because of the rain. The animals in the mountains and forests are basically hiding in their dens, and very few of them come out to forage for food. However, Qing Yun's luck was pretty good, and she actually hunted a wild goat and a pheasant. Qing Yun was about to go back when she passed by a grassy area and heard voices coming from inside. This voice, Qing Yun's face instantly heated up when she heard it. "You don't think so? What kind of young couple is this? They can't hold it in anymore, so they came out to do that?" Qing Yun hadn't wanted to disturb people's good deeds, but glanced into the grass. Why does this woman look so familiar? Isn't it the widow Lu who defamed her last time and was cleaned up by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law? And look at the men. Although she didn't know the name, she was somewhat impressed. He has a family. It seems there are 3 other daughters. What's a man with a family and hooking up with a widow? Although Qing Yun didn't like to meddle in other people's business, she couldn't see this kind of man who betrayed his family. Qing Yun's eyes twitched. The young lads hunting nearby were soon found. "It looks to me like there's a wild boar over there, so everyone hurry and follow me." When the young lads heard Qing Yun's words, they all hurriedly ran in the direction she pointed. Qing Yun also made a point of urging, "Everyone keep your voices down, don't startle the prey." Saying that they should not startle the prey, Qing Yun was actually afraid that they would startle Widow Lu and the adulterer. Chapter 81. The boys nodded when they heard Qing Yun's command. Everyone approached the front cautiously. Soon, it was time to arrive at the location where Widow Lu was cheating. The 2 were so engaged and oblivious at the moment, where did they notice anyone approaching? These young people who rushed over to look for wild boars did not expect to find the prey, but actually saw the scene of cheating. Widow Lu they all knew, and the man she fooled around with, they also knew, called Zhao Wankai. Some of these young men who come to hunt are married, some are not. Those who were married were fine, but those who weren't blushed at the sight of this scene. Shinbin was also in the hunting crowd. Seeing the two, his face turned red as a monkey's butt. Shinbin immediately turned around, walked to Qing Yun, and rushed Qing Yun. Fifth younger sibling, there is a special situation in front of you, so you shouldn't go. Qing Yun pretended not to know. Fourth brother, what's the situation ahead? Shinbin coughed lightly, not knowing what to say. Someone has done something indiscreet. We have to hurry and inform Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao. Qing Yun made an expression of realization and nodded, no longer pursuing the question. Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai never expected that their two good deeds would be crashed. They had already found a very secluded position, specializing in distancing themselves from these young people who were hunting, who knew that they would still be discovered. Such things as cheating are explicitly forbidden in this day and age and are considered morally corrupt. The two men must be heavily penalized for doing such a thing. Soon the two were brought back to the cave, unclothed. When Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao saw this, they frowned, thinking that nothing good could come of it. What's going on here? Village Chief Xiao inquired, and immediately someone reported exactly what they had just seen. Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai are both from Zhao's village. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Xiao felt that he had lost all his face. These two people had simply brought shame to the Zhao village. When the people heard about this, they looked at Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai with contempt in their eyes. A woman already cursed with disgust. I have long said that this Widow Lu is not a decent person, just like a fox-charming woman. Sure enough, fooling around with someone else's man. If you can't help it, just find an unmarried one and forget about it. Wreak havoc on someone else's man, and have some shame? Flies don't bite eggs, and neither one of them is good. This Widow Lu is a slutty fox, and Zhao Wankai must not be a good person either, or else he'd be the only one to fall for it if other men didn't get hooked. It just stinks. Two people who aren't serious. Zhao Wankai obviously has a family and still goes out to fool around. Is this a case of home flowers not being as fragrant as wild flowers? Village Chief Xiao was furious and yelled at Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai. You two bastards, you can even do this kind of thing to hurt public morals. If this were to be shelved in the village, you'd all have to be immersed in a pigsty and sunk in a pond. Widow Lu's legs were softened with fear. Village Chief, I know it's wrong. Zhao Wankai was also scared to death and hurriedly admitted his mistake. Yes, Village Chief, just give us a high hand and punish us lightly. Village Chief Shin looked at these two with a headache. It's not like it used to be, sinking ponds even. But you can't be spared. 20 lashes each. If it happens again, expelled from the team. Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai still don't get scared when they hear Zhao Village Chief's words. These 20 plates to beat down the ass, not to mention, serious life may not be able to save. Chapter 82. Zhao Wankai's own mother, Zhao's wife, saw that her son was going to be punished, and rushed out directly from the back of the crowd, immediately protecting her son. Don't hit, why hit my son? If you want to beat him, you should beat Widow Lu, this bitch. What's that got to do with my son? It was she who was shameless and came to seduce my family's Wankai, just teach her a lesson alone. Wife Xiao said, giving her son a look. This kid, why is he so stupid? He doesn't know how to defend himself a few times. Zhao Wankai received a hint from Zhao's wife and immediately knew what his mother meant. Just now he was so scared that his mind was empty, and he didn't know what to say. Now that this is a reaction, naturally, I have to find an excuse to absolve myself. Yes, Village Chief, this matter is not my fault, it's all because Widow Lu seduced me. I just made a mistake that all men make. You're also a male, surely you can understand people, which is the reason to push out the woman who was sent to the door. Zhao's wife picked up the conversation. All 20 lashes of my family's Wankai must be added to Widow Lu's body. How could my son possibly make a mistake if she didn't seduce him? When Widow Lu heard Zhao Wankai mother and son let themselves take the blame alone, she was not happy. Village Chief, it's not like that, it's Zhao Wankai who covets me, seeing that there is no man, and often harasses me, and I am really pestered and have no way out, so I committed myself to him. Zhao's wife was so angry that she rushed forward, gripped Widow Lu's hair, and slapped her mouth a few times, cursing and grinning. You bitch, how dare you splash dirty water on my family's Wang Kai? Let's see if I don't tear up your mouth. Widow Lu screamed miserably. Mayor Zhao's head is 2 sizes too big. Is this never going to end? Widow Lu is, after all, some of the posture. Those who are single did not marry a daughter-in-law of the men feel that she cannot be really harassed by Zhao Wangkai cannot help to do this kind of thing, then help to say, I see this matter Lu quite innocent. Which of our men who didn't get married is better than Zhao Wangkai? She can't find anyone, there's no need to seduce Zhao Wangkai, right? That's right, what does Zhao Wangkai have? He's not very good looking, and his family has no money, so how could Lu fall for him? I think it was Zhao Wangkai who forced Lu to do this. Village Chief, punishing Zhao Wangkai alone will be fine. Widow Lu is mostly wrongly accused. Widow Lu saw that someone was helping her out, and gave these people a grateful look. Her watery eyes seduced the mind. Those who spoke in favor of Widow Lu became even more forceful, hoping to save her from punishment. As soon as Qing Yun saw that this Lu widow was on the verge of being whitewashed into the image of a victim, she immediately got involved. No one will get away with this scummy couple. Qing Yun's cold voice mixed in. To say both sides of this kind of thing don't want to shirk their responsibilities. If it's really Zhao Wankai's forced harassment, Widow Lu, you can absolutely seek help from everyone. If it was Widow Lu who seduced Zhao Wangkai, you are a man with a wife and children, not being able to withstand the temptation is doing wrong, and the chastisement is due. After Qing Yun finished speaking, everyone felt that it made sense. Neither side's excuses make sense, and you can't get away with it. Village Chief Zhao even responded. Lady Gu is right, both sides are to blame, hurry up with the execution. Zhao's wife was still trying to get in the way and was pulled by the villagers. Seeing this old woman making a scene, Qing Yun said on the side. Raising a child is not teaching the father's fault. Zhao Wangkai did this kind of thing. And Zhao, you also have a responsibility, or you also lead the board to be punished it. Village Chief Zhao glared at old wife Zhao. Your son did something wrong, you don't educate him but still protect him, what do you want to do? I'll fulfill you if you want to receive punishment together. Zhao's wife was too scared to make a scene. Upon hearing that he was going to be punished, Zhao Wangkai peed his pants in fear, causing a crowd of villagers to dislike him. The 2 men were served with clubs, and for a while, the cave erupted with mournful screams. The crowd looked at the beaten Widow Lu and Zhao Wangkai without any sympathy. Chapter 83. These 2 deserve a beating. To do such a morally corrupt thing, it would be good to keep them alive, and a few beatings on the board would be cheap for them. The 2 men were given 20 lashes each, and after the beating, they were both dying. Village Chief Zhao rushed at Widow Lu and Zhao Wankai's family. Now that the punishment is over, you guys take the people back. Both men's asses cracked. Definitely have to recuperate for a while. Can't even walk. Looking at Widow Lu's wretched appearance, her in-laws all grimaced. When their own daughter-in-law did such a hurtful act, they, as in-laws, were ashamed to follow along with her. Originally, I was thinking that my son had gone away at a young age, and the Widow Lu, as the daughter-in-law of their family, was all alone and it was not easy for her. Moreover, if she married into their family, she is a member of their family, so she should be taken care of. Who knew that Widow Lu would do something so out of character? Now that this has happened, they don't want to care about her anymore. It's a good idea to sweep out what's hurtful, so that you don't turn around and make a joke out of their family. Widow Lu's in-laws stated directly in front of Village Chief Zhao. Village Chief Zhao, my son has gone. If Lu can be widowed for my son, we will still recognize her as a member of the Zhao family. But now that she has done such a deed, we do not care to disown her in the future, and she will do well for herself. With that, Widow Lu's mother-in-law took out Widow Lu's luggage and threw it in front of her. With that, he twisted his head away with his family. Widow Lu lay on the ground in despair, knowing that she had been abandoned by her in-laws. She was a widow, and if she didn't have the shelter of her in-laws, she would certainly have endless hardships on her way to escape the famine in the future. It's not even certain if she'll make it to Yingzhou alive. Looking at Widow Lu's desperate look, many people gloated. Her in-laws did a good job. What's the point of keeping such a slut? Everyone expressed support and understanding, so Widow Lu's in-laws didn't care about her, and Village Chief Zhao didn't blame her. A man that age is not a child, and he has to take the consequences of anything he does on his own. Whatever the reason, stealing a man, that's her fault. As for Zhao Wangkai, his family is just his daughter-in-law and his old lady. Zhao's wife was heartbroken to see her son beaten half to death. She gave birth to 6 or 7 daughters in her life. Zhao Wangkai is her only son, has been treated as a baby in the heart. Ever since I was a kid, I'd been holding it in my hands for fear of dropping it, and holding it in my mouth for fear of melting it. Even if Zhao Wangkai did something wrong, Zhao wifey wouldn't blame him. When her son stole, Zhao's wife didn't think he had done anything wrong. Instead, he blamed Widow Lu for having a foxy face, and his son was under her spell and didn't resist the temptation, so he got involved with her. Anyway, 1,000 wrongs are someone else's fault, definitely not her baby boy's. Zhao wifey ran to Zhao Wangkai and saw that his buttocks were beaten to a bloody pulp, and she kept wiping her tears in heartache. My son has been seriously injured, so I must take good care of him and make him well. Zhao's wife couldn't lift Zhao Wangkai by herself, so she yelled at her own daughter-in-law, Zhao Wancai's wife, Qing. You lazy bitch, why are you still standing? Don't you know how to help me carry your man back? Chapter 84. When wife Zhao yelled like that, a hint of timidity instinctively showed in Qing's eyes. Soon, Qing's eyes regained their clarity. Seeing that Qing was unmoved, Zhao's wife increased her voice and cursed. Qing, are you deaf or dumb? I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Don't you hurry over, you really don't care about your man at all. Our family has been unlucky to have married such a heartless bitch as you. Listening to wife Zhao's scathing curses, and then looking at her unreasonable posture with a face full of cross flesh, Qing Yun couldn't help but feel revolted. This Zhao old lady is really comparable to the extremely evil grannies played on TV. In the past, Qing Yun thought that it was exaggerated in the TV series, but she didn't realize that there were really such oddballs in reality. The people around them also felt that Zhao's wife had gone too far. In any case, this matter was Zhao Wancai's fault in the first place. I haven't seen her say a word about her own son, so how dare she criticize her daughter-in-law at this moment? Qing let out a deep breath and rushed at the cursing Zhao wifey. Mother, in the future, don't come to me about Zhao Wancai's affairs, I won't care. Zhao's wife froze, then gritted her teeth and said, Bitch, what do you mean? If you are a prosperous man, a woman has to take care of her husband. You're Wangkai's daughter-in-law. If you don't care about Wangkai, who will? Qing laughed self-deprecatingly. Then from now on, I won't be Zhao Wancai's daughter-in-law. I'm going to make peace with him. Qing had been subjected to her mother-in-law's cold shoulder ever since she married into the Zhao family. Because she gave birth to 3 daughters in a row, Qing was complained and disliked by her husband and mother-in-law. She herself felt guilty because she had not given her in-laws a son, and every day she devoted herself to serving her mother-in-law and her husband. She thought that if she gave more, they would treat her and her 3 daughters better. But it doesn't help at all, and what you give is taken for granted by your in-laws. Qing's in-laws, by the dicing up of the long wanted to divorce, but helplessly a weak woman, no self-reliance, has not had the courage to step out of this step. The fact that Zhao Wangkai was now hooking up with another woman was the last straw that overwhelmed her mental defenses. She was never going to tangle with this kind of mother-in-law and scum again. She couldn't afford to support herself before, and now it's different. Without her in-laws, she can still rely on fleeing teams. The things she had seized from the bandits alone could support her for quite a while. Wife Zhao didn't expect Qing to take the initiative to make peace. Bitch, you want to divorce Wangkai? Are you out of your mind? You're a bitch who can't give birth to a son, equal to a hen who can't lay eggs. It's even if we don't dislike you, but you actually want to divorce Wangkai, I'll see who will marry you again. Qing bit her lower lip. This man-eating in-laws is a fire pit, she must jump out, clenched her teeth, firmly said, I'll divorce Zhao Wangkai, even if I can't marry in the future, I'll admit it, don't want you to worry about it. Since Lu likes Wangkai and is willing to hook up with him, I'll be a good adult, and give her the position to fulfill the 2 of them. Zhao's wife understood, Qing's this is to blame on the Zhao Wangkai and Lu's widow to mess around with the affair. Any normal mother-in-law would have scolded her son and reprimanded him a few times. On the contrary, Zhao's mother-in-law had different brain circuits from normal people and blamed it all on someone else. You're complaining that Wangkai did something wrong to you. It's not because you're useless yourself, you can't give birth to a son, and you can't look at men. Chapter 85. Qing Yun, as an outsider, came to be angry when she heard what old wife Zhao said. Never in a million years would I have thought that someone would be brazen enough to do that. No wonder Qin wanted to mention peace and divorce. Not to mention Zhao Wankai, this man cheating scum or not, just for this kind of extreme mother-in-law, also must be divorced. The fleeing villagers who were watching the scene also shook their heads when they heard the words of Zhao's wife. Isn't Zhao's wife a bully for doing this? Zhao Wankai did something wrong, can you blame Qin? As expected, there was no way to reason with her when people were shameless. The corners of Qin's mouth held a sarcastic smile. Mother, whatever you say is fine. Anyway, Zhao Wankai did something wrong to me, ironclad evidence, I have enough reasons to divorce him. Qin said, flopping down and kneeling in front of Village Chief Xiao. Village Chief, please still give me a decision. I want to make peace with Zhao Wankai, and I hope that the village head can fulfill my wish. Village Chief Xiao also knew that this matter was Zhao Wankai's fault, and it was reasonable for her mother-in-law to mention divorce. At this moment, not only the people of the Zhao family village, but also the people of the Shen family village, were all watching. If he can't handle this matter properly, I'm afraid that the Shen family village will look down on their Zhao family village in the future. Village Chief Xiao cleared his throat and rushed Qin. Yes, I'll make the decision for you on this matter. Since we're making peace, let's sign the peace papers. Village Chief Xiao said, rushing to his son, Zhao Sanlang. Sanlang, take a pen out and draw up a letter of peace. In this era, the countryside people to read and recognize the letters of the Jin is very little. To go to the school to study, the annual cost is very high. The cost of tuition alone was prohibitively high, and the average countryside farmer could not even fill his stomach, so he did not have the money to pay for his children's education. Zhao village head's family is in good condition, plus his family Sanlang is also naturally intelligent, do not want to let the child waste away the talent, so he gritted his teeth to pay for his schooling. Zhao Sanlang himself is also a competitive, but the early 20s of the age of the examination, the student, is the most educated person in the entire team of fleeing the famine. It would be most appropriate to have him write the letter of peace. Although half of the world is now fleeing, the imperial examinations have not been abolished, and there is still hope for readers to take them. Zhao Sanlang's important books and ink and paper were always with him. Hearing his own father's command, Zhao Sanlang immediately fetched a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone over. When things came to this point, Zhao's wife was dumbfounded. Qin is really determined to make peace? Even though Qin couldn't have a son, Mrs. Zhao still really didn't want her son to divorce her. Because Qin, as the Zhao family's daughter-in-law, could make her do whatever she wanted and have Qin serve a large family. Household chores, wife Zhao usually throws them to Qin to do. With this mother-in-law, she was able to live a life where she was clothed and fed. If Qin divorces her son, how can she use her in the future? She'll be exhausted with all the housework. Besides, now that Zhao Wankai had been beaten and injured so badly, someone had to serve him. How can she serve people with her old bones? The more Zhao's wife thought about it, the more she felt that she couldn't let her son and Qin make peace. No, I don't agree. Hearing the words of Zhao's wife, Village Chief Zhao frowned and said unhappily, this matter isn't something you can just disagree with. Your son did something wrong to someone else, and they insisted on making peace, so no one can stop them. Zhao Wifey was still a bit wary of Zhao Village Chief in the end. If you want to survive safely on the road to escape, you must not break away from the group. Offending Village Chief Zhao was tantamount to being ostracized by the team, and there would definitely be no good days in the future. Zhao's old lady didn't dare to argue with the village chief, so she turned her head and rushed Qin to say, if you have no problem reconciling, when our Zhao family married you, we spent 100 won on it, give it back to me. Hearing this from Zhao's wife, the people around her just couldn't listen to it anymore and directly opened their mouths. Chapter 86. Agu, old wife Zhao, you really have the face to mention it. If you don't know, you'll think you spent 100 taels of silver to marry someone. Qin married into your family, gave birth to 3 children for your family, and served you for so many years, no credit but also hard work, right? You're such a wolf. What? How dare you ask for $100? I'm ashamed of you. That's just it, it's even if it doesn't pay. I've been sleeping with your son for years. Isn't it worth $100? Even if you go to sell in a greenhouse for 10 days and half a month, it's still more than a few dollars. Not to mention that Qing was a clean and virtuous big girl. That's just it, it's so nice to mention it. How many years have we been married, and you're still thinking about this money? It was really bad luck for Qing to marry into your family. Zhao's wife was being verbally attacked in turn. Her face was green for a while. She knew she was not in the right. Village Chief Zhao felt that wife Zhao's behavior was discrediting the entire Zhao village. If they didn't know, they would think that all the people in the Zhao village were like this, and who would be willing to marry a girl from another village? Village Chief Zhao immediately put on a stern face and reprimanded wife Zhao. Don't talk nonsense. Qing's contribution over the years is simply more than 100 wen. Fine, since you like to rehash old scores and count this 100 wen, then you count the wages for her for working as a cow for your family all these years. When Village Chief Zhao spoke, Zhao's wife hurriedly shut up and didn't dare say anything else. But for Qing to just make peace with it, she was definitely not willing to do so. So Zhao's wife made trouble from a different angle. Okay, there's no problem with divorce. She gave birth to 3 losers that our family doesn't want, so let her take them with her. The 3 female dolls were pure drags, and Zhao's wife didn't want to feed them. One more thing, she wanted to use the 3 dragons to leash Qing. She just couldn't believe it. Qing, a woman, dared to leave their home with 3 children. Where does a woman get the ability to raise 3 children? Wife Zhao didn't know that her own wishful thinking was exactly what Qing was begging for. She and her husband are divorced, and her biggest worry is her 3 children. Without her in the house, the 3 children would surely have endless grievances in the future. They're dolls. Their mothers-in-law and husbands don't treat them as human beings. It's best if you can bring your 3 kids along. As long as she has breath in her body, she will raise her children. Qing's one-bite promise made wife Zhao's face change instantly. Qing Yun did appreciate Qing's decisiveness. When it breaks, it breaks. If one's heart is soft and is taken, there will only be endless suffering and aggravation in the future. Village Chief Zhao said. Since both of you have agreed, let's write a letter of peace. Qing Yun reminded Village Chief Zhao from the side. Village Chief, those 3 children are Zhao Wangkai's seed after all. I think it must be written clearly in the divorce book that Zhao Wangkai will have to pay for the maintenance of the 3 children every month in the future. When Qing Yun spoke, Zhao Village Chief naturally didn't dare to object, not to mention that what she said was indeed reasonable. Village Chief Zhao rushed to Zhao Sanlang and said, Sanlang, listen to Lady Gu and write in the maintenance for the 3 children. Based on the average ration of our countrymen, each child will consume about 20 pounds of grain a month, and the 3 children will total 60 pounds. Chapter 87. Zhao's wife immediately exploded when she heard that she still had to pay 60 pounds of grain a month for her 3 children. 3 money losers. How much food does it take to feed them when they grow up? She had asked Qing to take the 3 losers away, just because she didn't want to waste food on them. No, the children are taken away and we don't pay for the food. We don't have enough food for our own family, so where can we spare it? When the people around heard what old Lady Zhao said, they all murmured that this dead old woman was really cruel. You can't even ignore your own children anymore. Not a bit of food is given. Qing's a woman pulling 3 children, how can they feed them? Even if they are girl dolls, you can't just watch them starve to death. Hearing the curses of the people around her, coupled with Zhao Village Chief's increasingly sullen face, Zhao Wifey was startled in her heart and changed her words. It's not that we don't care about the child, it's fine if we're allowed to pay for the grain, the child can't be allowed to be taken away by Qing. Wife Zhao silently calculated that if some meals were deducted, the 3 children would not need 60 pounds of rations a month at all. Her oldest granddaughter is old enough, 7 or 8 years old, to give a hand to help with some of the work. Most importantly, Zhao's wife knew that Qing couldn't spare her child. She just said she'd let her take the baby, and she agreed to do it. Now, he deliberately said this, wanting to use it to force Qing to voluntarily give up asking for grain. He himself did not say that he would not give it, but rather Qing took the initiative not to want it, and outsiders could no longer bash her. Sure enough, as guessed by wife Zhao, Qing only wanted children now, and grain didn't matter. She can keep her in-laws from providing subsequent child support for the children as long as she can give them to her. Qing Yun stopped Qin, who was about to open her mouth to speak, and her clear, cold voice drifted into old lady Zhao's ears. It's okay not to give food. If the father and the grandmother don't want to be responsible for the children, then write in the divorce book that what happens to your Zhao family in the future has nothing to do with these 3 children anymore. Don't wait for Zhao Wankai to get old and shamelessly ask his 3 daughters to give him an old age. When wife Zhao heard Gu Qingyun's words, she laughed coldly. 3 money losers, we're counting on them? And old age? Who expects their daughters to take care of them in their old age? In the future, my Wankai will marry again and have a son, and then someone will naturally take care of him in his old age. Gu Qingyun nodded. Since you have no objections, it's settled. Qin, can you approve of my proposal? Qin agreed in one gulp. As long as she was with her 3 children, she would do everything she could to bring them up, even if she had a hard time in the future. Although Zhao village chief felt that Zhao wife's wife was a bit of a bully, but she didn't have any objections from Qin, so she couldn't be bothered to intervene any further. Zhao Sanlang wrote this point into the peace settlement, and then read it in front of everyone. Both sides were sure that there was no objection. Qin and Zhao Wankai pressed their handprints on the peace treaty, and even Zhao's wife was dragged along to press her handprints, just in case this wife was shameless and would later repent and deny the debt. After signing the peace treaty, Gu Qingyun said, "Since we've made peace now, then everything that should be divided is also divided." When Zhao's wife heard this, she immediately exploded. "Split? Split what? Didn't we say the 3 kids are out of our hands? Everything in the house belongs to our old Zhao family. Where is it for the 3 of them, mother and daughter? At best, let them take the clothes away and don't even think about anything else." Chapter 88. Gu Qingyun sneered. "Your old Zhao family's things, no one is hitting you, but the supplies I helped everyone search and destroy back from the Tatars' hands and from the mountain bandits' hands and distribute, the share that belongs to Qin and their mother and daughter, must be taken to them." Zhao's wife was dumbfounded all of a sudden. In fact, how much of their old Zhao family's own stuff could there be? Most of it wasn't all distributed from the supplies Gu Qingyun got back. If Qin's and the 3 maids' shares were divided out, the family's bottom would have to be emptied out by half, so of course Zhao's wife couldn't afford to give it up. But can you say no? Dare you say no? When she met Gu Qingyun's cold, icy eyes, how could she dare to say a word? After all, these supplies were all gotten back by Gu Qingyun with her skills, and she could distribute them to whomever she wanted. Wife Zhao couldn't bring herself to take supplies to Qin's mother and daughter, and said stiffly, "If I still have to give them that much, 3 children I can't give to Qin. Keeping the children is the same as keeping the supplies. The child follows Qin, and all those things aren't cheaper for that bitch. Where did Gu Qingyun not know what old lady Zhao had in mind? She knew the old woman was shameless, so the matter of dividing the supplies was brought up after the signing of the peace treaty. She sneered at old wife Zhao. "You just press your handprints on the peace treaty, and now you want to back out? It's too late." After Gu Qingyun finished speaking, she rushed at village chief Zhao and said, "Village chief Zhao, please liquidate the supplies that were previously distributed to the Zhao family, and the share that belongs to Qin and the child, take it over to mother and daughter." Village chief Zhao responded in a loud voice. The things were all gotten by Gu Qingyun, so she was naturally qualified to decide what to do with them. Although Zhao's wife was reluctant, village chief Zhao simply ignored her. After the liquidation was completed, manpower was arranged to divide the supplies from Zhao Wansai's house. Food, bedding, fabrics, the obvious can't be hidden, they're just out of reach. But last time, each family was given some money, not a lot, but according to the head of the people, one person received almost 3 taels of silver. Zhao's wife put all the money into her pocket. Zhao village head did not find, so he urged Zhao to hurry to get the money. "Mrs. Wankai, the money that was distributed to your family last time, take it out quickly." Qin plus the 3 children's, 12 taels of silver in all. Where does Zhao's wife want to take the silver out? 12 taels. There are only 6 taels for the 2 of you, yourself and your son. Without money, how can we live in the future? Zhao's wife didn't say anything, her mouth yelled. "No more living, no more living, this is forcing us mother and son to die." Hearing old wife Xiao's words, Qing Yun swept over with an icy cold look. If you don't want to live, I can fulfill you now, but before that, you'd better bring out the silver. Wife Xiao's cries came to an abrupt end. She knew that Qing Yun was a ruthless person who did what she said she would do. Against Qing Yun's surprisingly cold face, she didn't dare to utter a single breath and immediately took out 12 taels of silver and stuffed it to Qing Yun. Qing Yun gave the money to Qin. Put it away. Qin's eyes were red as she took the money. She knew that thanks to Qing Yun helping her out today, or else it would be difficult for her to get a share of the supplies and silver from her in-laws. Originally, and Zhao Wankai proposed a divorce, Qin was ready to leave the house with a clean slate. Now that you have gotten so many things, and all the silver, and you are alone with your 3 daughters, you have instantly ignited confidence, and seen hope for the future. Chapter 89. Lady Gu, thank you. Qin's voice choked a little. Qing Yun patted her shoulder and said, You're welcome, it's just a show of hands. Qin, it's not easy for you to bring up 3 children on your own. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't be polite to me, and if you need any help, just say so. Qin nodded in response. Okay, Lady Gu, I know. The other villagers who had fled the countryside were quite sympathetic to Qin and followed. Qin, we're all countrymen, so if you encounter difficulties in the future, just say so. Right, Qin, if you need help with something, don't be outgoing with everyone, and don't carry on with things you can't solve on your own. Qin. Everyone expressed their concern for Qin as you spoke to her. Qin couldn't help but feel in her heart that there were still more good people in this world. The truth is that divorcing your husband isn't such a horrible thing to do, and you should have taken the first decisive step sooner. As for Zhao Wankai and Zhao Wifei, they instantly became targets. Qing Yun even took the lead in ostracizing the mother and son. Qing Yun rushed at Village Chief Xiao, in the future, if I get any more supplies I won't share them with Zhao Wansai's family. People like their mother and son don't deserve it. By the way, the same goes for Widow Lu, don't share a single grain of rice with her from the supplies I got. Qing Yun could clearly remember that Widow Lu had denigrated her before. She was a vindictive person, but she wouldn't return a favor for a favor, only an eye for an eye. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao had kept a lot of the money that Qing Yun had gotten in their hands. When you come across towns in the future, all that money will have to be taken to pick up supplies. Now that Qing Yun had spoken, it was needless to say that Zhao Wankai's mother and son and Widow Lu's life would definitely be very difficult in the future. Zhao's wife was completely dumbfounded. In the future, if the supplies Qing Yun got are not shared with them, how can their family live? Zhao's wife was scared into a trance, but no one cared about her. After Zhao village chief dealt with this, he rushed at Zhao Wifei. Take good care of your family's Wankai, and try to get well from your injuries as soon as possible, so that you don't slow down the team's journey in the future. Village Chief Xiao said, glancing at Widow Lu. Qin and Zhao Wankai got divorced, and Widow Lu was kicked out of the Zhao family. She and your family's Wankai are in love, so let Widow Lu be your family's daughter-in-law. Nyan Wankai, I'll leave Widow Lu to you, help look after her. It was only at this moment that Xiao's wife came back to her senses, and then furiously rushed to Lu's widow and grabbed at her in a flurry of claws. In a flash, Widow Lu's face was scratched with large bloody marks. Qing Yun watched in disbelief from the side, not realizing that this Zhao old woman would still have the 9 white bone claws. Zhao's wife scolded as she beat. It's all because of you, you stinking bitch. If it wasn't for you, how could our family Wankai be confused and do something stupid and suffer so much? Our family is in such a mess now, it's all because of you. I'm going to get you killed, you bitch. The body can't stand the loneliness. Why don't you go find a male dog? Why are you fixated on my family Wankai? At this moment, Zhao's wife took out a bellyful of grievances on Lu's widow. If it wasn't for Widow Lu, there wouldn't have been this kind of change in her own family. Qin wouldn't have made peace, and none of what followed would have happened. It's this bitch that has done their family so much harm. At this point, Lu was beaten to death and had no way to resist. She tried to resist the beatings of Zhao's wife, but couldn't muster a single ounce of strength. Widow Lu was badly cleaned up by wife Xiao, beaten up and swollen, and no one sympathized with her. When all was said and done, she had brought this on herself. Chapter 90. If she hadn't hooked up with her husband, she wouldn't have ended up like this. No one stopped old wife Xiao from cleaning up widow Lu, and village chief Xiao, worried that if the fight kept going on, people would get killed, stopped old wife Xiao in time. Wife Xiao, almost done. What, you want to make a scene and get a lawsuit? Village chief Xiao finished speaking and had someone pull old lady Xiao away. Widow Lu looked at Zhao Wangkai with tearful eyes. Right now she was abandoned by her in-laws. Those single men were afraid of offending Qing Yun. No one stood up and said they would take care of her, so she could only count on Zhao Wangkai. Wangkai, now that it's come to this, we can only get together and live our lives. Your mother is going to beat me to death, and you're just going to watch me die. Widow Lu was undoubtedly considered beautiful compared to the ordinary women in the village. At this moment, Widow Lu's voice was petite with aggression. Zhao Wangkai heard a softening of his heart, so he rushed to wife Xiao and said, Mother, from now on, Lu will be your daughter-in-law. I won't allow you to bully her. Zhao's wife snorted coldly and snorted. Who recognizes her as our Zhao family's daughter-in-law? Wangkai, let me tell you, you're just mesmerized by this foxy girl. This kind of bitch is not one to live in peace. As long as mother is around, she won't be able to enter our Zhao family's door. Although Zhao's wife was brutal and unreasonable, she was also ghostly and not confused in the head. Although she disliked Qin's inability to have a son, she was also aware of Qin's merits. Qin's nature is honest and good to hold, and work hard. As for this Lu, she's a piece of slime and wants nothing. Foxy looking, you know it's not proper at first sight. If you can hook up with her son, a married man, now, you can hook up with someone else later. If he marries this kind of indiscreet bitch and goes home, the children he has in the future may not even be his son's seed. Besides, this widow Lu is so delicate that she can't lift her shoulders or carry her hands, so what kind of work can she do? Don't let widow Lu fail to serve her, and in turn let her, the old woman, serve her. Zhao's wife thought about it, and felt that she must not let widow Lu in the door. When Zhao Wangkai heard his mother's words, he frowned and said, Mother, Lu's body has already been given to me. It's too inappropriate for you to say this. Zhao's wife spat, yuck. With that indiscreet slutty look of hers, who knows how many men she's slept with? Wangkai, I'm telling you, don't be a fool, just have fun with this kind of woman, don't take it seriously. You can't be an ingrate. But Zhao Wangkai insisted. Mother, Lu and I are in love, so don't talk about these things. It's not easy to find a daughter-in-law now. Lu is willing to follow me, no need to marry explicitly, the bride price money is saved. Zhao Wangkai knew that what his old mother valued most was money. Take the money and his mother will more than likely relent. The surrounding people followed the coaxing. Zhao, old lady, what are you not happy about? People Qin so hard to succeed them, you cannot beat the lovebirds ah. This widow Lu is at least capable of giving birth, so maybe she can help your family give birth to a grandchild in the future. That's right, how much it costs to get a daughter-in-law nowadays? Especially a good-looking one like widow Lu, you won't find this store after this village, so you have to think carefully. People Qin have taken the initiative to give up their position, why are you still blocking it? I see that the two are quite compatible and really bonded. She's indiscreet, and your son is half-assed. It's done, so don't dislike anyone. Wife Xiao, now that you won't let widow Lu marry, I think your family Wangkai is going to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. But who would be willing to marry a girl to your family if they knew how you used to dicker with Qin, and how your family's Wangkai fooled around outside? Chapter 91. Everyone felt that Zhao Wangkai and Lu Widow were not good things, and that it would be best for the two to be bound together so that they wouldn't go out and wreak havoc on others again. Wife Xiao thought about what everyone had said, and it seemed to make sense. You still have to spend money to marry a daughter-in-law, but this widow Lu is a gift for nothing. Now that Qin is gone, she will not have a daughter-in-law to call on, so who can she expect to serve her? This widow Lu fell into her hands, and in the future it would be the same as having an additional personal nanny. Zhao's wife didn't say anything else, which was tantamount to acquiescing to widow Lu being her family's daughter-in-law. The two were arranged by village chief Zhao to be manned and carried to the plot of land where Zhao Wangcai's family was stationed. The incident was a minor hiccup that was only cobbled together as gossip. When the farce was over, the villagers went about their business. Game hunting for game, firewood gathering for firewood. The women also went out in groups to dig up more wild vegetables. This mountain is off the beaten path and wild vegetables are everywhere. Later down the mountain, take the official roadside and then want to dig wild vegetables, cannot be so easy, must have long been swept away by the stragglers. Now dig more wild vegetables, eat not finished will not be wasted, take home tandem dry, made into dried vegetables, save for later slowly eat. A few women from the Shen family went out as well. Qing Yun continued to go out hunting. Not bad luck this time, got 3 pheasants and a clutch of wild eggs. Also found a red pepper field. This piece of red pepper grew well, and Qing Yun looked at it with a burst of joy. These red chili peppers can be picked and boiled to make a spicy sauce, which is very flavorful. Make it into a hot sauce that's easy to carry around and adds an extra dish. Steamed buns and pancakes can be eaten with a little chili sauce to make them more flavorful. Sun-dried wild red peppers can also be made into a splash of hot pepper, back to use to mix the cold dishes to eat, very tasty rice. When Qing Yun came out, she carried a back basket. Besides the 3 pheasants she had just shot, there was also a nest of wild eggs, which could also hold quite a few wild red peppers. Soon Qing Yun picked a basket full of wild red peppers. There are still a lot of wild red peppers left here. Later he went to notify the other people in the escape team, and we all came over to pick them together. It would be a waste not to get them all back. Qing Yun returned with a full load, carrying the basket on her back in the direction of the cave. The young men who hunted also had a full harvest. In addition to hitting a wild boar, 3 wild goats were harvested. If you bring it and share it equally with everyone, each family will be able to share a few pounds of pork and a few pounds of mutton. The women also picked a lot of wild vegetables and returned. As soon as they saw Qing Yun return, someone immediately came forward, carrying their own basket, and gave her a basket of black fungus. Lady Gu, when I went looking for wild vegetables just now, I found a large area of fungus, and picked back a lot of it, so I'll share some with you. If it wasn't for Qing Yun, everyone would definitely be dead by now, and those who were grateful would find a way to repay her. The debt of gratitude is so great that the gift of some worthless wild vegetables is no big deal at all. Qing Yun was not polite, the flavor of the fungus was good, it was a good dish, nodded and accepted it. Then he even out some wild red peppers from his own basket and gave them to the man. Seeing Qing Yun's harvest, the eyes of the Shen family members all lit up. Qing Yun is still great, acting alone and still managed to get so many goodies. What about 3 pheasants? That's enough to feed a whole family. Chapter 92. Qing Yun put down her things and talked to everyone about discovering wild red peppers, and if they wanted to pick them, they should go over with her. Some of the family didn't like spicy food, so they didn't go along for the ride. There were quite a few people who followed Qing Yun over. The group picked all the red peppers from this field of wild red peppers, not a single one left, before calling it a day. The young men came back carrying the wild game, and under the arrangement of Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao, they started slaughtering it in a flurry of activity, and then divided it together equally. Many people hadn't finished the wild boar meat they shared last time, and now that they were able to share the meat again, they were all overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Now that the weather has cooled down, the meat and vegetables will keep for several days without going bad, so eat them slowly over a long period of time. If you really can't eat it all, make it into jerky, so it won't go to waste anyway. It is also in the mountains can get these wild game, when down the mountain, on the official road, will not have this mouthful of good fortune. It's been raining for the past few days, so there's no way for people to catch up, so it's a good time to take advantage of this free time to stock up on supplies. After the wild boar is processed, each person gets 4 tails of meat. Shen's family of 10 or 20 people can share several pounds. The 3 wild goats added together were not a small portion, and on average one person could share 3 tails of meat. With so many people in the Shen family, it's never a loss to share things. As for the rest of the pork mince, mutton mince, it is still Qing Yun who helped deal with it and made it into a marinated flavor. Pork and lamb bones and soup also smelled amazing. With wild game, the fleeing party was able to eat meat again, and the families ate very hearty meals. After dinner, the rain outside and pattered down. I do not know how long this rain to stop, really delayed everyone to catch up. While it wasn't too late, Qing Yun didn't feel sleepy for the time being, so she started boiling the sauce. This time, she got 3 pheasants, and Qing Yun brought the pheasant meat to boil the sauce together. The spicy diced chicken sauce will be more flavorful to eat than regular hot sauce. Just thinking about it, Qing Yun couldn't help but start secreting saliva, so greedy. The women of the Shin family naturally won't let Qing Yun work alone. They don't know how to boil the sauce. They can help Qing Yun to play the hand, such as washing and chopping the wild red peppers that were picked. Qing Yun prepared the ingredients and then began to start the pot to simmer the sauce, and in no time, a special fragrance wafted out. Shin's family is quite curious about how this spicy diced chicken sauce tastes. Is it good to eat? Asking if it was good to eat was actually redundant. There was nothing Qing Yun did that wasn't delicious. And this sauce has chicken in it, how could it not be good? Simmering the sauce doesn't take much time. The most tedious step is chopping up the wild red peppers. And the Shin family has a lot of manpower, so it gets busy fast. It didn't take long for the pan of spicy diced chicken sauce to simmer. Qing Yun first tasted it to see if the saltiness was appropriate. If it was light, add some salt and continue to simmer. I don't know if it's the wild stuff that just tastes better, but Qing Yun has made spicy diced chicken sauce before, but it just doesn't taste as good as the one she's making now. She used to buy wild red peppers from the food market, but now it's wild red peppers picked from the mountains. This wild ingredient is really much better than the ones grown in the greenhouses. When it tasted suitably salty, it was served and canned. A big pot of spicy diced chicken sauce filled a big jar. With so much sauce, spare a large family and you'll be eating for a while. Back she boiled some allspices, so that in the future, you don't have to worry about not having a dish to eat. It's too late for tonight, so I'll stay up tomorrow morning. Qing Yun boiled the spicy diced chicken sauce, simply freshened up, and went to sleep with Shin Yin. Early the next morning, Qing Yun woke up early as usual and led the young lads in practicing martial arts while the women prepared breakfast. Chapter 93. The men weren't idle either, and Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Chao asked them to make more carts. There are more and more supplies on hand now, and these need to be moved by manpower. Carrying it on a stretcher is tiring, not to mention the small amount of weight it can carry. Make more carts to move things faster, and with less effort. Everyone finished training and went home for breakfast. On the Shin family side, Zhang stewed yesterday's pheasant bones in soup. The pheasant meat was used to make a spicy diced chicken sauce, and the chicken bones couldn't go to waste. The chicken broth made from pheasant bones is much more flavorful when used to cook noodles than when cooked directly in water. Chicken noodle soup for breakfast at Shin's. This chicken noodle soup is half a meat dish. Not to mention on the escape route, even in the village in the past, chicken noodle soup was a good thing. It's like a dream to be able to escape and still eat chicken noodle soup. I'm eating noodles now, so it's a good time to put the spicy diced chicken sauce I made last night to use and toss it with the noodles. Qing Yun dug a bowl of spicy diced chicken sauce out of the jar and gave some to each person to mix in the noodles. The spicy diced chicken sauce is tossed away and the flavors come out immediately. The adults tossed in more if they could handle the spice, and less for the kids who couldn't handle much spice. By the time they tasted it, they all thought that the noodles tossed in this spicy diced chicken sauce were just too good to be true. It's still raining and it's cooler in the mountains. Eating the spicy and tangy chorizo sauce took away a lot of the chill even from my body. Divine Dr. Fong kept chanting how delicious it was as he ate it. He was now more and more determined in his heart to follow Qing Yun without going anywhere in the future. But he couldn't seem to give a valid reason for following Qing Yun. People are kind to take him a ride, protect his safety. They cannot be deadbeat pestering people. This is not revenge. Well. But if they didn't follow Qing Yun, how would they be able to eat so many superb delicacies in the future? Thinking of the times, Divine Dr. Fong, who was still eating happily, suddenly became sad. The Shin family side didn't notice the change in Dr. Fong's mood, as they themselves were burying their heads and eating hard. Shin lamented. I really didn't think that this sauce mixed with noodles could be so delicious. Zhang nodded along. Yes, it's flavorful and spicy, it's really excellent. Shin Qing echoed. In the future, I will never worry about not having a dish to eat, having this sauce is enough. Shin Bin huffed and puffed, and ate a big bowl, and hurriedly sized up another bowl and continued mixing the sauce. It's still fifth younger sibling who has the skills to make such a delicious sauce. Fifth younger sibling's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Qing Yun hummed arrogantly. That's right, of course my daughter-in-law is great, do I need you guys to say that? Qing Yun was amused by the Shen family, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. It's nice for a family to live in harmony like this. After breakfast, the women of the Shen family went to scrub the dishes, a job that Qing Yun did not have to do. Qing Yun waited for the women in the house to finish washing the pots and brushing the bowls, then began to simmer the oil-splattered spices. Zhang brought Qing Yun's sisters-in-law to give her a hand as usual. Simmering the chili is easier than simmering the chili chicken sauce, and it didn't take long to get it done. After boiling, Qing Yun asked Zhang to send a bottle each to Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Xiao. Boil a lot, take it to them and let them taste it. As for other people's families, they couldn't send them. After all, there were so many people in the fleeing team. If every family sent them, it wouldn't be enough. The village head of Shun and village head of Zhao, who had gained benefits, were both grateful. Chapter 94. Song Jian's side couldn't hold back again and licked his face to find Qing Yun. Yesterday, he had already smelled the aroma of Qing Yun's spicy diced chicken sauce, and today, when they cooked noodles and ate them with the spicy sauce, he was salivating from a distance. At this moment, he had boiled oil splashed with hot pepper again, and smelling that flavor, his saliva was going to flow all over the place. Song Jian came to Qing Yun's side, holding 2 gold leaves in his hand. Lady Gu, your house's sauce is so fragrant, I wonder if you can sell me 2 bottles? This time I won't take it for nothing, I'll take the money for it. Qing Yun saw the 2 gold leaves Song Jian was holding in his hand and had already brainstormed how he pulled them out from under his feet. Qing Yun glanced at Song Jian. Now she could be sure that this person was a foodie. She knew that Song Jian was not a dabbler, but she just couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Qing Yun rushed to Zhang. Mother, you fill a bottle of spicy diced chicken sauce and a bottle of oil-splashed spices for Boss Song. This gold leaf, you take it and save it for yourself, you don't have to give it to me. Qing Yun really didn't want to touch the gold leaf with the foot odor. Zhang looked at the 2 gold leaves in Song Jian's hand and thought that it was a big profit to exchange 2 bottles of sauce with him. This Boss Song is really generous. These 2 gold leaves are exchanged for money to buy things. I don't know how many supplies I can buy. Song Jian was excited to see that Qing Yun was willing to sell him the sauce. Zhang brought over 2 bottles of sauce for him, and he ran back with the sauce in his arms. Because it was still raining outside, everyone was cats in the cave and didn't go out, all hoping that the rain would stop soon. Everyone had a good lunch too. The leftover wild boar from yesterday and the lamb were good. Qing Yun cooked a pot of mutton soup. People sent fungus and yam, put together a fried plate. And then the wild greens that you pick back over water to cool. By adding a bit of oil spice into it, the gazpacho becomes more refreshing and appetizing. Shen's family members all lamented the fact that the oil splash and hot pepper mixed with the gazpacho was just too good. Divine Dr. Fang continued to be satisfied with this meal. The lamb was delicious and the lamb soup was fresh. Even the cold wild greens brought back memories. While eating to his heart's content, Divine Dr. Fang pondered what excuse to find to stay by Qing Yun's side. Suddenly thinking of a method, Divine Dr. Fang approached Qing Yun and asked attentively, Girl, are you interested in learning medicine from me? Divine Dr. Fang's little medicine boy was looking a bit dumbfounded from the side. Master is taking on a student? You should know that there are only a handful of shut-in disciples whose masters have taken the initiative to pass on their medical skills. How many people in this continent of Kyushu want to learn medicine from their master? The threshold is almost broken. Unless one is a medical wizard, the master won't even look at it. Master has his eye on this girl Qing Yun now? The little medicine boy looked at Qing Yun with incomparable envy. How blessed this girl is. To the surprise of Divine Dr. Fang and the little medicine boy, Qing Yun directly shook her head. Not interested. Qing Yun refused dryly. She was genuinely uninterested. Chinese medicine was so vast and profound that it took too much time to learn it well, so how could she afford to spend so much time studying it? She felt that those medical knowledge she had acquired was completely sufficient, and there was no need to learn Chinese medicine. Hearing Qing Yun say that she was not interested, divine Dr. Fong was not expecting it, and revealed a surprised look, and the little medicine boy was also stunned and dumbfounded. The little medicine boy couldn't help but interject, "Lady Gu, do you know how many capable people wanted to worship my master, but were unable to do so? There was also a princess of a country who begged to learn medicine from behind my master before, but they were all rejected by him." Chapter 95. The meaning of the little medicine boy's words was obvious. Qing Yun's refusal of divine Dr. Fong was really a bit ungrateful. For those who were bent on learning profound medical skills, it was definitely a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to receive the true teachings of divine Dr. Fong. In addition, if one followed behind divine Dr. Fong to learn the medical arts and became divine Dr. Fong's close disciple, one could not only learn profound medical skills, but it also meant that one could enjoy all the resources of the divine Dr. Valley in the future. The 9 states continent, down to the people, up to the princes and nobles, which is not sick, medical skill is highly respected wherever they go. Although the Divine Healer Valley is not the royal family, the powerful and noble people of various countries have to give face to the Divine Healer Valley, and may beg for the Divine Healer Valley's head one day. As the Valley Master's close disciple, Qing Yun could use this status to seek many conveniences. Looking at the little medicine boy's expression that sighed that she was in the midst of bliss and didn't know what to do, Qing Yun was unmoved and faintly said, "Not interested, other people are other people, I'm me. I don't want to learn medicine." Divine Dr. Fong was instantly anxious. If this girl didn't follow him to learn the art of healing, and he couldn't be her master, what reason could he find to stay by her side to beg for food and drink? Divine Dr. Fong persuaded up in a serious tone, "Girl, why don't you try learning from me for 2 days first? I see you're gifted, you'll be able to learn it with ease. Wouldn't it be nice to have another skill? If you or a family member is experiencing any illness, it's better to rely on yourself than on others." Qing Yun's face was expressionless, still with a look of no interest at all. Divine Dr. Fong continued to sell his persuasion, "Girl, I'm the Divine Dr. Valley's Valley Master. If you become my disciple, in the future, you'll be in the entire continent of the 9 states, you'll be in the limelight, and the Emperor will have to respect you 3 times when he meets you. Even if you're not interested in studying medicine, just this status alone is a great convenience for you." Qing Yun was unresponsive, picking at the dust in the cracks of her fingernails. Dr. Fong. Although he was helpless, divine Dr. Fong insisted on not being discouraged and continued to popularize the many benefits of being his disciple in front of Qing Yun. It was the first time that the little medicine boy had seen his master selling himself in such a bottomless manner. In the past, it was people who begged for a master and tried to follow him behind to learn from him. But when it came to Qing Yun, it became a master begging her in a low voice to learn. If this gets out, it's going to break jaws. Qing Yun saw that divine Dr. Fong was selling himself so hard that if she still didn't agree to be his disciple, the little old man was probably going to have a heart attack. It was just that, seeing as divine Dr. Fong was so persistent, she would reluctantly agree. In fact, becoming the disciple of the Divine Healer Valley's master was indeed beneficial to her. Many relationships, many paths. She only has some simple medical knowledge of 21st century Western medicine. She knew that advanced Chinese medicine was more powerful than Western medicine. Follow behind divine Dr. Fong and learn more. You might even be able to make a name for yourself with your medical skills in the future. Qing Yun got up and rushed at divine Dr. Fong. "Since the divine doctor's attitude is so persistent, then I'll be flattered. But I have a condition: in the future, when I follow you, divine doctor, to study, you can't constrain me. I can learn when I want to, and I can't be forced to learn when I don't want to. Also, I can't be rushed or scolded when I learn poorly and slowly." When the little medicine boy heard Qing Yun's words, he gave his own master a heartbroken look. This should be the most stifling apprenticeship master has ever had. In the past, when accepting disciples, it was always the master who made a bunch of requests to others, and the disciples had to obediently comply with all of them, or else they would just get out. But now what? This Gun Yangzi actually turned around and made demands on her master. The little medicine boy thought that the master should not have agreed to it if he wanted to save face and had some backbone. Chapter 96. But he had underestimated the determination of a foodie, and master had agreed in one breath. Okay. As long as you promise to be my disciple, all of these conditions will be granted. Divine Dr. Fang didn't care about that much. As long as Qing Yun agreed to be his disciple, his purpose was accomplished. As for all the demands people make, they're not things. The little medicine boy wanted to cry a little. In fact, Master could not have been so humble. He's the head of the hallowed Divine Healer Valley. The little medicine boy was in pain, but Divine Dr. Fang was ecstatic. His heart was beautiful. Since Qing Yun had become his disciple, he could stay by her side in the future and dabble in food and drink in name only. Since she had decided to worship Divine Dr. Fang as her master, Qing Yun knew the etiquette and flung herself to the ground, rushing to Divine Dr. Fang to perform a kneeling salute. Master is above, please accept my disciple's bow. Qing Yun, who was still very high and cold just now, became humble in her attitude at this moment. Qing Yun felt that it was just a matter of not worshipping the master, but since she decided to do so, she had to take out the attitude she should have. One size fits all. Basic respect must be shown to teachers. She was highly educated in the 21st century, not one of those uncultured roughnecks. Divine Dr. Fang looked at Qing Yun, whose attitude had changed drastically, and who was still bowing to him, and burst into laughter. This girl, she's so good. It's a man who knows his manners. Get up! Divine Dr. Fang walked forward and helped Qing Yun up on the ground. Qing Yun got up from the ground, then rushed at Divine Dr. Fang. Master, conditions are limited on the way to escape the famine, so when we settle down later, my disciple will give you a formal rite of worship. Divine Dr. Fang smiled and responded. All right, listen to my disciple. Seeing that Divine Dr. Fang had actually accepted Qing Yun as his disciple, Shin's family was delighted. If Qing Yun could learn from the back of Dr. Fang, she would be able to become a doctor in the future. For the country people, a great doctor is a decent profession. Especially those doctors with excellent medical skills, with the ability to open a medical center, not worry about not making money. The most important thing is that the doctor hangs a pot and helps people to get rid of their diseases, which is also considered to be a virtue and good deeds, and will definitely be blessed in the future. The opportunity counted as a flat-out win, and there were a lot of eyeballs in the peer group. Since Divine Dr. Fang was willing to accept Qing Yun as his disciple, he might be willing to accept them as well. At this time, an old woman pulled her 2 sons and a daughter, walked up to her, and cheekily asked at Divine Dr. Fang, Divine Doctor, since you want to take on disciples, why don't you just take on a few more? Teaching 1 is teaching 2 is teaching. Wouldn't it be a good idea to teach a few more, by the way? My family, several children, all of whom are gifted and intelligent, will certainly not fail to live up to your cultivation, Divine Doctor. This woman was also from the Shin family village, and was a neighbor to Qing Yan's family. When the 2 families lived next door to each other, Zhang and her didn't get along. This woman usually loves to take advantage of small advantages. The family was not targeted on the way to escape the famine before. However, their family was quite smart, and after knowing that Qing Yun was powerful, they didn't dare come back to pick a fight. During this time, the 2 families were at peace with each other. But watching the Shin family getting better and better, this family is not comfortable in their hearts, and they are secretly jealous. Now see Qing Yun have the opportunity to learn medical skills with the back of Dr. Fang. They thought that their own family also want to seize this opportunity. After the family's 3 children to learn out, when the doctor, the day will not be worse than the Shin family. Chapter 97. After this woman finished speaking, she didn't wait for Divine Dr. Fang to agree, so she let her 3 children kneel down and rushed Divine Dr. Fang to perform the ritual of worship. Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Divine Dr. Fang was immediately infuriated and blew his nose. He rushed the few people in front of him and said, Don't worship blindly or shout. Who is your master now? The woman was stunned and rushed at Divine Dr. Fang. Divine Doctor, if you can accept Lady Gu as your disciple, why can't you accept my family's several children? You're going to teach them anyway, so you might as well teach more than one at a time. When the little medicine boy heard the woman's words, he bristled and coldly snorted. What do you think my master is? A cat or dog can be his disciple. Can your children be compared to Lady Gu? That's ridiculous. You know how high my master's standards are for accepting students? Previously, A princess of a country wanted to worship a master, but she didn't get her wish. Who are your 3 children? These words were originally what divine Dr. Fong was going to say, and were snatched up by the little medicine boy. Since someone had put the word out for him, he didn't bother with words. The surrounding people heard this and burst into laughter. Haha, that's right, a little bit of self-awareness is not there. Really think that the divine doctor accepts everyone? How can you compare your children with the other Lady Gu? Lady Gu is a strange person, that's why she was accepted by the divine doctor as his disciple. The divine doctor's eyes are as discerning as his eyes, and the people he looks at are all the pride of heaven, and Lady Gu is definitely qualified. What's on your mind? You don't know what your own kids are like? If they can all be divine doctor's disciples, then all of us can learn medicine from divine doctor. Yes, one has to recognize one's own weight, don't be self-important. Comparing yourself to someone else, Lady Gu? It's simply a fool's errand. Some people just don't know the heights of heaven, and if others can do it, they think they can do it too, and they don't take a piss and look at it. The woman's face was suddenly red with mockery. At this moment, there was no face to pester divine Dr. Fong to pay homage to him, it was completely self-defeating. Zhang snorted, angling her chin in scorn. As neighbors, this family used to be much wealthier than theirs. For this reason this woman did not show off in front of her. In the past, their Shen family was very poor, and Zhang was always pushed head over heels. It's a good time to sort of raise an eyebrow. Qing Yun looked at her mother-in-law's arrogant little expression, which was somewhat cute. When the rain finally stopped in the afternoon, Qing Yun followed Dr. Fong and began to learn introductory medical knowledge. Perhaps it was the effect of having awakened her spatial powers at the end of the world. Qing Yun felt that her memory and learning ability were now much stronger than before. You could say it's unforgettable. With such superpowers, learning is naturally a godsend. Divine Dr. Fong learned that Qing Yun had never studied Chinese medicine before, so when Qing Yun first came into contact with it, he taught very superficial things, and he felt that if he taught more at once, Qing Yun would definitely not be able to remember them. After teaching for a while, divine Dr. Fong's astonishment grew stronger. This girl is really a genius. He tried to teach some raw and difficult pharmacology, and she was surprisingly quick to understand and memorize it. Divine Dr. Fong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This disciple had really received the right one by mistake. In the beginning, he had taken Qing Yun as his disciple with the intention of dabbling in food and drink. Now divine Dr. Fong's state of mind had completely changed, and he was thoroughly convinced by Qing Yun's extraordinary talent. This girl's ability to learn was too strong. If she was poured into her and cultivated well, her medical skills would likely surpass his in the future. Collected a favorite disciple, all medical skills have a successor. Dr. Fong smiled from ear to ear. After learning all afternoon, for dinner Qing Yun was ready to cook herself. Chapter 98. On the first day of worship, you have to spread some good food for your master. Qing Yun rushed at divine Dr. Fong and asked, "Master, is there anything you want to eat? I'll make it for you." The smile on divine Dr. Fong's face intensified. The treatment of being a master and not being a master were really different. He used to eat whatever Qing Yun cooked. And now, this girl would take the initiative to ask him if there was anything he wanted to eat. Looks like he's going to be getting a lot of mouthfuls in the future. The apprentice was filial, so of course divine Dr. Fong was happy. He smiled and said, "The dishes that my disciple cook's master loves to eat, but I think the lamb kebabs you grilled last time were especially delicious. Master can't forget them. Can you grill some today?" There was still some mutton left in the house, and at this moment, when Dr. Fong said he wanted to eat mutton kebabs, he had to arrange it. Qing Yun nodded. "Okay, master, I'll make it for you later." When divine Dr. Fong saw that Qing Yun had agreed, his heart burst with joy. "I knew it, my disciple is the most filial." Qing Yun agreed to this and then began to busy herself with dinner. There is still wild boar meat. Qing Yun fried a plate of spicy wild boar meat. Zhou Eifeng is not very good at eating spicy food because she is pregnant and is still in the birth control stage. Qing Yun made her some dishes with light flavors, such as fried fungus with yam. There was also a side of scrambled wild eggs with baby onions. There weren't many wild eggs, so if all the family members ate them, they definitely wouldn't be enough, so they let Zhou Eifeng eat them alone. Anyway, they still had flavorful wild boar to eat, it didn't matter if they ate the eggs or not. Qing Yun scalded some more wild vegetables, fished them up and cooled them, added some vinegar and oil-splashed spices, and the flavor was sour, spicy and refreshing. Finally, roast lamb kebabs for Dr. Fong. There was still quite a bit of mutton left over, so Qing Yun simply roasted it all. In addition to feeding Dr. Fong, the family can also add to the meal. Zhou Eifeng is equally edible. She can't eat spicy food, so she doesn't sprinkle chili powder, just a little cumin. Divine Dr. Fong ate his mouth full of oil and was satisfied. Thinking that Qing Yun was now her disciple, she ate even more flavorfully. The family ate and drank and went to wash up and go to bed. Xinyan is doing much better. The medicine dispensed by Dr. Fong was still very effective, and after drinking a few doses of medicine, Xinyan became more and more energetic. It was just that for every medicine Xinyan drank, Qing Yun had to kiss him once. Just like that, Qing Yun had kissed him quite a few times in the past few days. Qing Yun felt that Xinyan had taken advantage of her. But look at his own face now, and then compare it to Xinyan's face. It's hard to say who is taking advantage of whom. The next day, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. It's been raining for days, but it's finally died down. The rain has stopped, but for the time being, we still can't make the journey. The mountain road had been rained on for so long that it was wet and muddy, with one pit when they stepped on it, and they had to carry a lot of goods, and it was dangerous to take this kind of road. If they weren't careful, they could roll down the mountain with their supplies. Shen village chief and Zhao village chief discussed and agreed, and decided not to rush to the road for the time being, and rested in the cave for 2 more days, and waited for the road to dry out before rushing. For everyone's safety, this can't be rushed. Many of the villagers in the caves also wished they could have traveled 2 days later. For example, Zhao de Bolt's house. Zhao Dabio's mother-in-law hadn't finished giving birth for a few days, and her daughter-in-law was in her monthly period and needed more rest. The kids are small too, and the cave is definitely much better than the outside, well at least it's sheltered from the wind and rain. The child will have to suffer if he follows the wind and rushes. Although they had to depart sooner or later, they all thought that 1 more day of rest in the cave would be a day. Chapter 99. And then there's Zhao Wansai's house. Zhao Wansai's ass was smashed, and he can't walk off the ground at this moment. Widow Lu is the same, her butt hurts so much that she doesn't dare to turn over in her sleep, let alone walk. If they departed now, in their current state, the two would probably be tossed to death. In the past 2 days, Zhao Wankai and Lu Widow were both taken care of by Zhao Wifey. To her own son, Zhao's wife took care of him naturally to the best of her ability. Not so good for Widow Lu. Zhao's wife had never been able to look at Lu's widow, and now that she was being asked to take care of the other woman, how could she possibly put on a good face? Widow Lu was being cut up, and wife Xiao wasn't much better. In the past, with Qin's presence, she didn't have to do a lot of work. If there was anything, it was just a matter of commanding Qin. Now the good times are completely over. Qin and her son divorced, she would like to make use of others, but Qin did not take care of half of it. She's an old woman, and she's busy with so much work every day, so how can she afford it? I'm tired and sore all over these days. When it hurts, she can't help but take it out on Widow Lu. If it wasn't for this bitch, why would she be reduced to this? No one sympathized with Zhao Wansai's family's situation, and there were people who clapped their hands. After 2 more days in the cave, the trail could be considered dry. During the past 2 days, the group continued to hunt in groups and stocked up on more supplies. When it was time to go, everyone loaded up their goods and carted off. Zhao Wankai and Widow Lu's injuries have not yet healed. Zhao Wifey had originally planned to ask her clan relatives to help push the family's things and Zhao Wankai. My son's injuries had not healed yet, so he definitely could not get off the ground and drive, in case he aggravated his injuries. As for Widow Lu, she's just a bitch of hoof, don't worry about her. Unfortunately, none of the relatives in Zhao's wife's family were willing to help. They all felt that what Zhao Wankai had done was too humiliating, and no one was willing to have more dealings with her family. No one was willing to help, so Zhao's wife was so angry that she had no choice but to go and summon Qin. Qin, help push Wankai to catch up. A husband and wife for one day. No matter what, Wang Kai is the father of several of your children. You can't bear to stand by and watch something happen to him. To say that before the reconciliation, Zhao's wife spoke, Qin didn't dare to disobey at all. But now she wasn't even the Zhao family's daughter-in-law anymore, so where was the need to be afraid of Zhao's wife? Qin directly refused. What one-day husband and wife? When Zhao Wangkai and other women get together, why don't you say so? Now that you're reconciled, you'll settle your family's affairs yourselves, and don't come to me. I couldn't possibly care less. Zhao old lady sat on her butt on the ground and began to play splash and roll. Agu, I'll come to see this black-hearted bitch. The child's own father is dying, she does not care. Qing Yun saw the movement over here. Looking at Zhao's wife, Qing Yun raised her voice and said to Village Chief Zhao. Village Chief Zhao, this wife is wailing and screaming all the time, kick her out of the group. Otherwise, I won't care about your Zhao family village's affairs in the future. This clear and cold voice of Qing Yun was very shocking. Nowadays, who does not know the theme of fleeing the desert? We want to arrive at the destination safely. All count on Qing Yun. If you offend Gu Maiden, fleeing the desert on the road, it is difficult to keep a small life. If Qing Yun didn't care about the Zhao family village anymore, the people of the Zhao family village would be in dire straits. At this moment, the people of the Zhao village all looked viciously at the old woman. It can't be because of Zhao's wife alone that the entire Zhao village is dragged down. Village Chief Zhao immediately spoke out to reprimand wifey Zhao. If you keep yelling and getting in Lady Gu's way, you'll get out of the group and stop following us. Upon hearing this, Zhao's wife, who was rolling on the ground and playing the role of a rascal, instantly subsided. Chapter 100. Qin glanced gratefully at Qing Yun. She knew that Qing Yun was sticking up for her. Zhao's wife was shocked and didn't dare to pester Qin anymore. Zhao Wangkai had no choice but to drag his unhealed injuries to hurry. Zhao's wife could only push the luggage herself. She's so tired at her age. A stomach of resentment, the road did not less curse the widow Lu. It is this stinking bitch, even dragged her son not to mention, but also dragged her wife. Because of the ample rest in the cave over the past few days, coupled with the fact that everyone had eaten a lot of meat during this period of time, their bodies were all well nourished. When I rushed again, I was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. After hoofing it all morning, I only rested for a few moments at noon, ate something random to pad my stomach, and continued on in the afternoon. On the way, Divine Dr. Fang was not idle and kept on teaching Qing Yun all kinds of Chinese medicine knowledge. When he bumped into any herbs on the road, he would explain and identify them with Qing Yun in passing. Qing Yun's memory was amazing. As long as Divine Dr. Fang had explained something, she was able to memorize it. Seeing this, Divine Dr. Fang taught more and more vigorously. It would be a real headache to meet that kind of foolish disciple. In this way, a group of people continuously rushed for 7 or 8 days mountain road can be considered down the mountain. There's a small town up ahead. After the town, you'll be on the official road. When we get out of town, we'll be able to walk on level ground. Another 7 or 8 days' walk will bring us to Yenzhou Prefecture. Passing through the town, both villages had to do some resupplying. There was no shortage of food or anything else for the time being, but oil, salt, seasonings and the like would have to be replenished. Right now the world is full of exodus, and there are very many stragglers. The small town, too, was garrisoned with self-defense soldiers. If you want to enter the town to make purchases, you must pay an entry fee of 100 yuan per person to prevent stragglers from wandering in. When they heard that there was a fee of 100 rupees to enter the town, they all thought it was too much of a trap. How much would this all cost to get in? Luckily, Lady Gu had helped them gather a lot of silver, otherwise where would everyone have the money to pick up supplies at this moment? It's not practical or necessary to go into town and pick up all of them. As with the last trip into the county, it was a matter of a few families getting together and sending a representative in to pick up the goods. The Shen family is not short of money. Qing Yun asked the Shen family, if they want to go in, they can all go together. The Shen family had survived the hard times and had always been used to saving. Although Qing Yun didn't care about that little bit of money, they felt that it would be too much of a loss to spend 100 yuan each on a trip in. In the end, the Shen family still had the same personnel arrangements as last time, allowing Qing Yun, and Qing Yun to enter the city. Let divine Dr. Fang follow along. They had another important thing to do when they went into the town to pick up goods this time, to buy a set of silver needles to remove the remaining poison in Qing Yun's brain and help him regain his intelligence. I just don't know if there is a pharmacy in town that sells silver needles. If the town doesn't have it, then you'll have to go to Yenzhou Prefecture to buy it. Yenzhou Prefecture is a very prosperous city, so you can definitely buy silver needles. Several people entered the town together. The town is nowhere near as prosperous as the county seat. There are also very few stores open for business. Most of the stores were closed, and the businessmen fled south. Those who still open their doors to sell things at this moment are partly those who are inconvenient to flee for some reason, and partly those who don't believe in evil and think that the Tatars won't come over so soon. Chapter 101. After Qing Yun's few people entered the town, they went straight to the pharmacy medical center. All other pickups are secondary to buying silver needles. Unfortunately, they were out of luck, and after asking several pharmacies and medical centers, they couldn't get any silver needles. Didn't get one and had to call it quits. However, since they had all gone into the pharmacy to pick up some medicinal herbs, divine Dr. Fang stopped by to buy some commonly used medicinal herbs. Girl, wait until you get to Yenzhou and match up the remaining 2 herbs, and Master will immediately configure a medicinal ointment to get rid of the scars for you. The scar on Qing Yun's face hadn't been removed yet. Although Qing Yun herself didn't care, Dr. Fang felt that it was always bad for a girl to have a scar on her face. Still have to get rid of the scar on my face to get rid of it. He happened to know how to configure scar removing medicine himself, and when Qing Yun got rid of the scars on her face, he would give her some beauty ointment to nourish her face. His own protege, when the time comes, he will raise her beautifully. After buying the herbs, a few people rushed to pick up other things. Mainly oil and salt seasoning, daily necessities. I saw that there was a pastry store in the town, and stopped by to buy some pastries and candies. With lots of kids in the house, these desserts are sure to be loved by the little ones. Well, it's mostly his stupid husband who loves it. Brown sugar Qing Yun bought 5 pounds. This stuff is kind of hard currency. Drink it when you're weak to replenish your energy quickly. Also, women can use it to replenish their bodies after giving birth. Past a roast chicken restaurant. Qing Yun smelled the fragrant smell of roasted chicken, pulled the corner of Qing Yun's coat, and said at Qing Yun, "Daughter-in-law, it smells so good, I want to eat it." Qing Yun waved her hand. "Buy." Going into a chicken roaster, the price of food is skyrocketing these days. In the years of war, food became the most scarce and precious thing. A roasted chicken costs 300 won, but in the old days, you could buy it for 50 or 60 won at most. But for Qing Yun, the problems that money could solve were trivial. The last thing one needs in one's pocket is money, and what one gathers from the bandits alone is enough to spend for half a lifetime. She asked for 10 roasted chickens in one sitting. Seeing Qing Yun buying so many, Qing was surprised. "Fifth younger sibling buying these 10? Isn't that too much?" Qing Yun waved her hand and said, "Not much, this roasted chicken is small, half a chicken for one person, the family will have to have 10. When Qing heard Qing Yun do this math, it seemed reasonable. Qing Yun wasn't counting by the number of servings each person had enough to eat. He counted it as a family eating to quench their hunger. The money is earned by Qing Yun, she can spend it any way she wants, and Qing will definitely not care more. After buying 10 roasted chickens, the boss cheerfully loaded them up and handed them to Qing Yun. "Girls, this is a gift of dipping sauce for you. When you eat roast chicken, dip it in the sauce, it tastes great." Qing Yun took the dip. Qing Yun asked in passing, "Why are you still guarding this side to do business? The Tatars are about to fight over here, it's dangerous." The owner of the roast chicken store sighed silently. "Where is safe again in these days? Can we escape to Yenzhou and be safe? I heard that they've already started arresting strongmen there, and the government wants to conscript soldiers to resist the Tatars. If we escape there, we may still be captured by the government, and going into battle will be a death sentence, so we might as well not run away and listen to God's will." Qing Yun's heart went cold as she listened. Why didn't she think of this? Yenzhou will certainly send troops to resist in order to protect themselves. The Tatars are fierce, and if the Kyoto side doesn't draft troops over, Yenzhou will have to take their own soldiers to form an army. But they must pass through Yenzhou on their way south. Chapter 102. Unless it's a short trip and a big old detour. But if you take a detour, the road will become much farther, and you don't know how long you'll have to walk. The owner of the roast chicken seller rushed to Qing Yun and reminded her. Miss, if you are going to Yenzhou, you must be very careful and make sure not to get caught. Qing Yun heard the roast chicken store owner's reminder and nodded her head in response. Yes, I know, thank you for your concern. After buying the roast chicken, everything else was pretty much picked up. Only then did Shin's family leave the city. Qing Yun talked about what she heard in the town with Village Chief Shin, Village Chief Gu. The two men listened to this and their brows were more furrowed. If all the men in the fleeing group are taken to be enlisted in the army, what is the point of fleeing southward? What's the point of fleeing south? Without the men, there is no way for the women to get to safety safely. Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao decided to have a good discussion. If you can't, you'll have to take a detour. The two men scrutinized the map together. If we bypass Yenzhou City, we have to travel a few more months. Longer delays on the road mean more risks to bear. This is not a good thing to do. Mayor Shin sighed. Village Chief Yao also frowned in search. The villagers who heard the news, one by one, also hung their heads. How can it be so hard for them to flee desperately just to have a peaceful life? At this time, Divine Dr. Fang spoke up. Actually, there is no need to take a detour. I have a nephew who is right here in Yenzhou City. He always for Yan Wangfu's old dowager princess to see the doctor to adjust the body. Yan Wang have to sell him a few points of face. Everyone come with me, I'll let him know and I'll be able to protect you all. Hearing Divine Dr. Fang's words, the gloom that had shrouded the villagers' hearts dissipated. Is the Divine Doctor telling the truth? Divine Dr. Fang hummed arrogantly. I won't boast about anything without a recipe. Qing Yun asked from the side. Master, why haven't you said anything about this before? The little medicine boy explained from the side. Senior Sister Gu, Master is old, how can he remember so many people? It was me who reminded Master. When Divine Dr. Fang saw that the little medicine boy was talking too much, he immediately knocked on his forehead a few times. You brat, do you think that your master's memory is bad because he's old? The little medicine boy rubbed his pained brow and hurriedly explained. Master, I wouldn't dare, my disciple wouldn't dare. The corners of Qing Yun's mouth couldn't help but rise as she confirmed that this matter was true. If you have acquaintances in the government house, you don't have to worry about being arrested. Qing Yun divided the roasted chicken that was still hot from the purchase for the large family. The chicken has already been taken care of by the owner of the roast chicken restaurant. Wrapped in buttered paper, half of each packet. It's all cut into chunks for ease of getting down. Just hold it in your hand, dip it in the sauce and eat it straight up. Although Shin's family hadn't eaten a lot of meat along the way after following behind Qing Yun, they still found it really delicious to eat the fragrant roasted chicken at this moment. This roast chicken is so flavorful. It tastes even better when you dip it in the dipping sauce. The women and children did not have large appetites, and their stomachs were full from half a roasted chicken. The men had big appetites and half a chicken wasn't quite enough to fill them up. Fortunately, Zhang made some cakes, and the men who didn't have enough to eat took the cakes and dipped them in the spicy diced chicken sauce boiled by Qing Yun. Eat and drink enough, wait for other fleeing villagers also by, settle down and rest. Fleeing team continued to march to the destination. The mountain road had come to an end, and now we had to take the official road. There are many stragglers on the official road and there are many crises. Luckily, they already had experience in dealing with stragglers, and with a number of fine weapons, they didn't have to be too afraid. Chapter 103. Plus the young and strong in the team had even learned Kung Fu from Qing Yun during this time. The body is not said to be much stronger, but it is enough to deal with those ordinary, unpracticed stragglers. The women and children and old people walked in the innermost part of the procession, and the young and strong men walked on the periphery, with weapons in their hands so that the stragglers did not dare to approach at all. It's been a 2-day drive, and we haven't been attacked along the way. When the resident rested at night, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Zhao discussed the idea of arranging more manpower to keep watch at night. Because their team has so much stuff that it's too eye-catching. With so many supplies, it's hard to avoid attracting attention. If we don't have good security for the night watch, it's hard to prevent those stragglers from coming over and stealing while everyone is asleep in time. Without supplies, it's impossible for everyone to get south safely. The Shin family's night watch tonight was Qing and Bin, and everyone else was resting. Although Qing Yun was also resting, the habits she had developed in the post-apocalyptic world allowed her to notice any slightest breeze in time. Sleeping in the middle of the night, Qing Yun's eyes suddenly opened, and she raised her voice in the fleeing team and shouted, "Someone is coming! All of you hurry to get up and be prepared!" Qing Yun's voice was exceptionally clear in the dark night. The villagers, who were sleeping soundly, were alerted by the sound and violently jumped up from the blanket, where there was still a bit of sleep. Both old men and women were pumped up. Children and supplies are a priority to guard. The men rushed to the forefront. Sure enough, as soon as everyone picked up their weapons, a group of stragglers rushed towards them here, trying to grab the supplies. They have long been on the team. Daytime really cannot find the opportunity, can only act at night, to wait for the villagers' loose defense late at night, launch a surprise attack. Who knew that these people were so alert that they launched a defense at the first opportunity? Seeing the onrushing stragglers, everyone clenched their teeth and prepared to fight in order to protect their families and protect their supplies. Originally they were a bit of a handful, plus they still had weapons in their hands. These stragglers were no match at all. Those who rushed to the front were quickly knocked down, and the rest fled in terror at the sight of their accomplices' deaths and injuries. Because of this unforeseen circumstance, the people in the Shin and Zhao villages had no sleep. This official road is really dangerous, far less safe than the mountains. The beasts in the mountains are not as scary as these stragglers. It was fortunate that there was Qing Yun tonight, who noticed the movement in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the Shin side, the family is worried that Zhou Afeng is scared and will not move the fetus. Zhou Afeng said, "I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with my body." Hearing Zhou Afeng say that, the family was relieved. "It's good that it's okay. Hey, Lao San daughter-in-law, then you go back to sleep, get some rest, we'll watch over you. You can't afford to have anything go wrong with this pregnancy." Zhou Afeng didn't have much sleepiness left at this moment, but she was worried that her poor rest would affect the child in her stomach, so she still answered very obediently and returned to the blanket to continue sleeping. Qing Yun said, "All of you rest, I'm here, don't worry, I'll call out to you if there's a situation." John looked at Qing Yun with concern. "Old fifth daughter-in-law, go rest, we'll just keep watch." "I'm not tired, I'm not sleepy." "I'll just keep watch alone, and you all rest." No one in the family had much sleep at the moment. Laying down and forcing himself to sleep, it took a while before he fell asleep. When it was light, the villagers grabbed the time to continue their journey. Chapter 104. As long as you pass through Yenzhou City safely, you won't have to be wary of the road in the future. The closer we got to Yenzhou City, the fewer stragglers there were on the road, and in the end, except for the old and the weak, women and children, there were hardly any refugees to be seen. This last part of the walk was smooth. Someone lamented, "I didn't realize that the further we get to Yenzhou City, the safer it gets, and the stragglers are nowhere to be seen." Village chieftain saw what was going on and picked up. "It's not that Yenzhou City is safe, it's that all the stragglers here have probably been captured to be enlisted in the army, so of course you won't see anyone on the road." Mayor Shin told the truth in one word. On the day before they were about to arrive at Yenzhou Prefecture, not surprisingly, their fleeing party was encircled and surrounded by a general with his troops. Seeing that this fleeing team that Qing Yun was in was large in number, and each one of them was rosy-cheeked and neatly dressed, very different from the other stragglers. Leading so many people to escape here unharmed, it seems there are capable people in this team. The procession had kind of come to an end, and as soon as they bumped into them, the men had to be dragged off to the army. Now Yenzhou is weak, and the front line cannot be supplied without capturing strong men. "I warn you, cooperate obediently, the men will come with us and the women and children will stay and be spared the pain of the skin." The general, who was riding in the lead, shouted at the crowd in a mighty voice. For these officials, the common people are fearful in their hearts and do not dare to voice their objections, let alone resist. Qing Yun, however, was not afraid, and directly flew onto the horse, landing behind this general, the knife in her hand coldly crossing his neck. This general was shocked into a cold sweat by Qing Yun. How come this woman's kung fu is so powerful? Before he could react, he was already restrained in his vitals. As long as the knife in Qing Yun's hand flicked, this life of his would be gone. The general was also a sensible one, hurriedly dropping his stance and charging Qing Yun with a sarcastic smile. "Little lady, have something to say properly, don't be so impulsive." Qing Yun's thin lips moved. "Release, let us into the city, and you'll be released. If you dare to make a move against my people, my knives are not long in the tooth." The general immediately nodded his head in agreement. All right, little lady, I'll take you into the city. Can you not keep this knife against my neck? In case you accidentally stab me." Qing Yun retrieved the knife in her hand, then stuffed a mellitus into the general's mouth. The general looked at Qing Yun with great horror. "Little lady, what have you given me to eat?" "Poison. If you behave yourself, I'll give you the antidote later. But if you go back on your word and piss me off, and you don't get the antidote, you'll bleed to death in 7 days." Hearing Qing Yun's words, the general shivered. Where would he dare to have crooked thoughts and make small moves? Qing Yun's group was safely led into Yanzhou Prefecture City. Because together with the generals, the way to Yanzhou City was safer and no one dared to stand in the way. After a day's journey, we finally arrived at Yanzhou Prefecture. Compared to small counties and towns, Yanzhou Prefecture is obviously much more prosperous and expansive. Despite the war on the front line, the Yanzhou Prefecture side seems to be unaffected. The city was still bustling and lively, with all kinds of stores and businesses doing brisk business. The people here feel that with the King of Yen around and strong soldiers stationed to guard the city, it is definitely impossible for the Tatars to break into the city. And Kyoto is also mobilizing troops this way to resist the Tatars. How could a country as big as the Great Zhou Kingdom be easily overrun and occupied by the Tatar group of barbarians? Besides, if it were not safe here, the King of Yen would have fled with his family long ago, so why would he continue to hold on to Yanzhou? However, there were a small number of people who, just in case, did not stay in Yanzhou like the Yen King, but fled to Kyoto. Chapter 105. Originally, this Yanzhou capital city was not that easy to enter. Outside Yanzhou City, a large number of stragglers gathered. Of course, the men were all taken to be enlisted in the army, only the women, the old people, the children. These stragglers are homeless people. The city gates are not open, they can't get in, they can only die outside. Maybe one of the good people in town will come out and do a good deed and give everyone porridge? That way you can more or less get a bite to eat and not starve to death. As a matter of fact, some rich businessmen and good people did come out to give out kanji in the past few days. There were also some rich people who came to buy servants. If the child is sent to a rich family as a servant, even if the future life is a bit bitter, at least he can live. When Qing Yun's group that was fleeing the famine saw the scene outside Yanzhou City, they all couldn't help but sigh. If they hadn't had the shelter of Lady Gu along the way, they would probably be in the same miserable state, right? Because of this, everyone's gratitude towards Qing Yun's heart increased a few more points. Led by the general, their entire fleeing party entered the city without incident. Qing Yun asked the general to take them directly to the Qiande Medical Center. According to the little medicine boy, this Qiande Medical Center is the nephew of Dr. Fang's master. The group arrived in front of the Qiande Medical Center. The three of them, Divine Dr. Fang, the little medicine boy, and Qing Yun, entered the medical center. As soon as Divine Dr. Fang entered, he directly shouted at the top of his voice, "Zhang Qiande, come out!" As soon as the boy in the medical center heard someone shouting out the name of his own boss, he hurriedly went forward and angrily rebuked. "What kind of people are you? How dare you call out my doctor's name?" In Yanzhou, who doesn't know Dr. Zhang of the Qiande Medical Center? Even the old dowager consort's visit to the doctor and her recuperation were all taken care of by him. I've heard that Dr. Zhang was trained in the Medicine King Valley, so he has excellent medical skills. In Yanzhou, from princes and nobles to beggars on the roadside, all would respect Dr. Zhang, and no one would directly address Dr. Sheng's name. Divine Dr. Fang grunted, "It's good that I didn't call him by his nickname. Where is Zhang Erwa? Is he here? Speak to him. His master uncle is here to look for him." The store boy lost his nerve when he saw divine Dr. Fang's flamboyant vigor. The other guy even knew his family doctor's nickname, so he might actually have something. In case it's really Dufu's senior uncle, isn't this the head of the Divine Healer Valley? Although looking at the little old man in front of him didn't quite look like it, it wasn't ruled out. Anyway, it's better not to be offended until it's confirmed. You guys have a seat first, my family's doctor is not here, he went to the Yen King's mansion, I guess he'll be back in a while. Dr. Zhang went out, and several people had no choice but to wait in the medical center. The boy didn't dare to be slow, and brought out tea and snacks for a few people to eat while they waited. We've already sent someone to inform Dr. Zhang, and Dr. Zhang will definitely come back as soon as possible when he receives the news. The boy rushed a few people to explain the situation, fearing that they would be impatient to wait. It was about an hour's wait. As soon as Zhang Dufu heard that his master's uncle had come to Yenzhou. Whether it's true or not, we need to get back and check it out. As soon as he arrived at the medical center, Dr. Zhang saw a familiar figure and was instantly thrilled, rushing to Divine Dr. Fang. Senior uncle, why are you here? Divine Dr. Fang was the head of the Divine Doctor Valley, and as a disciple of the Divine Doctor Valley, everyone respected him as a god. The same goes for Dr. Zhang. When he saw Divine Dr. Fang, he put his posture very low and bowed to greet him. Divine Dr. Fang sighed. It's a long story. Chapter 106. He didn't even want to mention his own embarrassment along the way, it was dishonorable after all. His wretched experience, if it were to spread back to Divine Healer Valley, he would definitely be laughed at by those old guys for the rest of his life. Divine Dr. Fang made up his mind not to say anything, but the little medicine boy on the side didn't press on. Master, you take a break, I'll say it. The little medicine boy didn't hide anything at all, and told Dr. Zhang in detail what happened to them on the road. After hearing this, Dr. Zhang immediately knelt down in front of Divine Dr. Fang and cried with a handful of snot and tears. Senior uncle, it's all my disciples' fault for being ungrateful and not going to meet you earlier, causing you to suffer so much. Divine Dr. Fang looked at Dr. Zhang, who was crying with snot and tears, and frowned in disgust. Qing Yun looked on in disbelief. You don't have to do that, do you, man? You can't be hung up on this, you're senior uncle, I'm fine now. We want to go south now, across Yenzhou City. You're on good terms with the King of Yen, so inform us and let us pass as a group, okay? When Dr. Zhang saw his uncle ask for help, he thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just a small favor. It was rare for his senior uncle to find himself to help with something, and if he didn't help with such a small matter, he really wouldn't have the face to go back to Divine Healer Valley in the future. Dr. Zhang hurriedly said, Senior uncle, no problem, I'll go and speak to King Yen. Success, go ahead. Dr. Chang is very efficient in his work. He personally went to the Yen King's residence and begged for an audience, then explained the situation to him. The Crown Princess's body had been nourished by Dr. Zhang himself, and even if there was no such reason, the face of the Divine Healer Valley's master, he would definitely give it. King Yen agreed with alacrity and rushed at Divine Dr. Zhang. The Divine Dr. Valley's Valley Master is here, and this king must personally give him a reception. Dr. Zhang, this king wants to host a banquet in the king's residence. When the time comes, you bring the Divine Doctor to the banquet, and this king wants to drink and rejoice with the Divine Doctor. Dr. Zhang and King Yen thanked him. King Yen's good intentions. On behalf of my senior uncle, Mr. Zhang would like to thank King Yen for the banquet. Dr. Zhang finished the matter and immediately went back to report with his senior uncle. King Yen also immediately ordered his men to do their work. No one can touch this fleeing team of Dr. Fang's and theirs and let them go south. But it's getting late, and we have to rest for the night in Yenzhou City. Dr. Zhang left the royal residence and immediately rushed back to the medical center. Seeing that he had returned, Fang Shen went up to him and asked how things had gone. Dr. Zhang said, What master ancestor has entrusted the apprentice to do, the apprentice must do it properly and will not let you down. King Yen agreed. Moreover, the Yen King has also said that it's rare for Senior Uncle Ancestor to come over and would like to invite Senior Uncle Ancestor to a banquet at the Yen King's residence, where he will personally receive you. Actually, Divine Dr. Fang wasn't interested in this kind of thing. The Emperor even hosted a banquet for him before. It's nothing unusual, just some good food and then some singing and dancing programs. It's boring. He's not interested. However, Divine Dr. Fang did not say anything to refuse, and had to give Yan Wang this face. After all, he was still counting on Qing Yun to release their fleeing team to go south. Divine Dr. Fang nodded his head. Okay, tonight, old man will go over to the banquet. Seeing that Divine Dr. Fang was dusty and like a call girl, Dr. Zhang rushed at Divine Dr. Fang and suggested, Senior uncle, why don't you go to my residence first to rest, take a hot bath, and change into clean clothes? Divine Dr. Fang also knew how wretched and unkempt his current image was. It had been a windy journey and he'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd showered and changed his clothes. When your body is really itchy, you can only simply wipe it off. He wanted to take a bath and soak in it too, he simply didn't have that. Chapter 107. Hearing Dr. Zhang's proposal at this moment, Divine Dr. Fang then nodded his head. So very good. When Dr. Zhang saw that Divine Dr. Fang had agreed, he immediately and attentively led the way to his mansion in Yanzhou. Divine Dr. Fang rushed Qing Yun. Girl, call your family members to come over with you. All wash up and let's go to the banquet together in the evening. Qing Yun looked at Divine Dr. Fang in surprise. Master, you're going to a banquet tonight and you're bringing my family along? Divine Dr. Fang arrogantly raised his chin and rushed Qing Yun. There's a bargain, don't rub it in. Tonight, Master will bring you all together to have a good meal, and see some big scenes on the way, so as not to waste the care that your family has given to old man on this journey. Dr. Fang was able to arrive safely in Yanzhou thanks to Qing Yun's protection. Qing Yun was now his disciple, so there was no need to be polite. But the Shen family is different. They had taken care of him, a little old man, quite a bit along the way, and although Divine Dr. Fang hadn't said any words of thanks on his lips, he had always stored gratitude in his heart. When Qing Yun saw Master's behavior, it was obvious that he wanted to take them to wool gathering. Well, the old man was funny and shared her interests. It's foolish not to take advantage of a bargain. Of course she wouldn't let her master down. Okay, Master, I'll go and talk to my family. Qing Yun came out of the Qiande Medical Center. Not far away, the crowd of the fleeing team were anxiously waiting for news of Qing Yun and Divine Dr. Fang. I wonder if Qing Yan will agree to let them pass through Yanzhou. As soon as Qing Yun came over, Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao hurriedly came forward to inquire about the situation. Lady Gu, how's it going? How are things going? Is it still going well? Qing Yun nodded. Everything went well, but it's too late to leave the city tonight, so let's first rest and recuperate for the night in the city. Later on, someone will come and arrange for you to stay temporarily at a restaurant in Yanzhou Prefecture City for a good night's rest. When the people of the Shen family village and the Zhao family village heard this news, a burst of laughter erupted. Not only was it a smooth ride south, but a night's rest at a tavern in town was dreamy. They fled all the way south, eating in the wind and sleeping in the open, and never slept a wink. Other than that, it's hard to take a proper shower. This is if you stay in a tavern inn, you can comfortably take a hot bath and sleep in the bed. No one has to be on watch, no one has to be mentally strapped. Village Chief Shen smiled and responded. That's good, this time it's really thanks to Divine Dr. Fang, all of us have benefited from him. Village Chief Xiao picked up, we also have to thank Lady Gu. If it wasn't for Lady Gu sparing no effort to protect us, we probably would have lost our lives long ago. If it wasn't Lady Gu who led Dr. Fang into the team, we wouldn't be able to get Dr. Fang's help. That's right, and the main thanks goes to Lady Gu. Qing Yun let out a light laugh. There's no need to say more polite words, we all support each other to get this far. I have some business to attend to later, so I'll leave it to the two village elders to arrange for the team's chores to be taken care of. Chang, Lady Gu, just leave it to us. You can't let Qing Yun worry about every single thing. After Qing Yun and Village Chief Zhao, the head of the Shen village, explained things well, she turned her head and spoke to the Shen family. Father and mother, let the family members each take clean clothes and come with me. Shen Dashan asked. Lao Wu's daughter-in-law, what are you taking us for? The rest of the Shen family was equally curious. Qing Yun explained. Father, you guys come with me to freshen up first, change into clean clothes, and we'll go to the Yanwang mansion for the banquet together in the evening. Chapter 108. When Shin's family heard Gu Qingyan's words, each of their eyes glared into bronze bells. What? We're going to the Yan King's mansion to a banquet? Dang's speech stuttered in shock. Wang Zhaodi was also frightened. Fifth younger sibling, a lowly good citizen like us can also go to the Yan Wang residence. Ah, the Yan Palace. Qing Yun was the king of the dynasty, with a high position of power. These civilians of theirs, if they can get involved with the county magistrate, they are all smoke from their ancestors' graves, and Yan Wang, that is not a world at all. Gu Qingyun nodded. Yes, go to the Yan Wang mansion. The king of Yan is hosting a banquet for my master, so let's go over there together and dabble in the light behind our master and open our eyes. Seeing Gu Qingyun speak with certainty, the family's hearts thumped with excitement. Going to the Yan Wang mansion to open your eyes is an honor that comes with 8 lifetimes of training. Shin's family immediately packed up, and each person found a set of the best, cleanest clothes out. Going to the Yan Wang mansion, that certainly couldn't be dressed too shabbily, or at least not in rags. Luckily, last time, Gu Qingyun had searched and scraped a lot of good fabrics from the bandits' den and made a set of clothes for each person, so that everyone could wear clean and tidy new clothes. Other fleeing villagers saw that Shin's family could even go to the Yan Wangfu for a banquet, and they all cast envious looks. Shin's family members were really lucky, to be able to go to the Yan Wang mansion to open their eyes. Shin family members packed up properly, miscellaneous luggage, are handed over to Shin village head, let him help look after. Gu Qingyun took the Shin family along with her, followed Dr. Zhang, and went to his mansion to wash up. Dr. Zhang's mansion in Yanzhou was so large that even when divine Dr. Fang saw it, he couldn't help but feel that this master nephew of his was doing really well. We won the doctor, the vocation is hanging pots to help the world, to save the suffering. You cannot be money and power lost in the eyes, lost the heart, from the hands of the poor to collect money. A layer of sweat broke out on Dr. Zhang's forehead when he heard divine Dr. Fang's recitation. Could senior uncle not call him by his nickname in front of so many people? He still needs to save face. Senior uncle, don't worry, I've always kept the Divine Healer Valley's medical path in mind. I've never made money from the poor. When the poor come to see me, I stick up for them. I'm making all the rich people's money here, robbing the rich to give to the poor. Hearing Dr. Zhang's words, divine Dr. Fang nodded. Well, there's no problem robbing the rich to help the poor. Those rich people who are unkind to the rich, the more they earn them, the better. Alas, senior nephew honors the teachings of his senior uncle. Gu Qingyun couldn't help but listen to the conversation between the two from the side. This master of hers had a really unique educational philosophy. When they arrived at Dr. Zhang's residence, everyone washed up individually. It had been a long time since they had taken a nice hot bath and washed their hair like this, and Shin's family felt comfortable all over. It would be nice to keep living like this. It's not like the people want to settle down and live their lives, it's just too hard to be displaced. Everyone washed up and changed into clean clothes and had the illusion of being transformed. After resting on this side for a while longer, the group followed Dr. Zhang and rushed to the Yan Wang mansion. Qing Yun held the Divine Healer Valley's Valley Master in immense esteem. Dr. Zhang was only the nephew of the Divine Healer Valley's Master, and his medical skills were already so superior. This Valley Master himself, that was undoubtedly Huatua in the world. Even the royal families of various countries honored the Divine Healer Valley Master, so of course he couldn't afford to slack off. When divine Dr. Fang and his party arrived at the royal residence, Qing Yun personally came out to greet them. Chapter 109. Qing Yun didn't look very old, just in his 30s. As a member of the royal family, he was born with a handsome appearance. After all, if the old dowager consort didn't have a few good looks back then, she couldn't have been favored by the emperor, and such things as looks are the most genetically dependent. The Yan King was dressed in purple, gorgeous and imposing, and at a glance, he knew that he was not a mortal. It's that face that doesn't look very good, and it looks like it's overindulged. Behind the Yan King, followed by the Yan Wangfei, and the Yan King's favored concubines. This concubine's looks were beautiful, and Du Qingyun looked familiar for a few moments. Like who? Du Qingyun's mind flashed, remembering someone, this favored concubine's appearance, quite similar to Lu Ruyan. Previously, County Magistrate Lu said that he also had a daughter who was deeply favored by Qing Yun, and it was probably this woman. Yan Wang went forward to receive Divine Dr. Fang with a warm attitude. The subordinates of the Yan Wangfu led them to their seats. Shin's family followed behind cautiously, not daring to utter a word or speak. Coming to the Yan Wangfu, they realized how extravagant the lives of these noble families were. Ordinary people are a far cry from the powerful. Shin's family had never seen such a big scene before, and they were all cautious. Luckily, Qing Yun had special respect for the other divine doctor and loved him, not making things difficult for them, the minions, in the slightest. After being arranged to sit down, Shin family members quietly waited for the banquet to begin. Divine Dr. Fang was placed closest to Qing Yun, making it convenient for Qing Yun to push cups with him. Dr. Zhang was also on the sidelines, and the rest of them stayed away. Soon, the subordinates of the Yan Wangfu began to serve the food. How had the Shin family ever eaten such exquisite dishes and snacks? Although the flavor of Gu Qing Yun's cooking was also very good, it was completely different from the exquisite dishes like the royal residence. The dishes of the royal residence are not only delicious, but also highlight the rarity and costliness of the ingredients, and Gu Qing Yun is doing all the common ingredients, which are superior to her cooking skills. King Yan's banquet was very extravagant, with bird's nest, abalone, bear's paw, chicken, duck, fish, and the like to name a few. A variety of delicate pastries also filled the table. Shin Yan loved these pastries. He sat next to Gu Qing Yun, his mouth clicking as he ate. Before you finish the one in your mouth, you reach for the next piece and continue to wolf it down. The eating was like that of a gluttonous child. Gu Qing Yun was worried that Shin Yan ate too quickly and choked. Shin Yan, eat slowly, drink some water, what if you choke? There are a lot of pastries. No one's taking it from you, so what's your hurry? When Shin Yan heard Gu Qing Yun's dissuasion, he heatedly laughed and picked up a cup and filled it with a few mouthfuls of water. Daughter-in-law, the pastries here are really delicious. Gu Qing Yun laughed. Eat slowly even if it's delicious, you'll suffer if you choke. Shin Yan nodded, then slowed down the pace of eating. Divine Dr. Fang heard the commotion over here from afar. He coughed lightly and rushed to King Yen. Master Yen, I think the pastries here taste very good. I wonder if you can pack some for me to take with me. Shin Yen was his own disciple's male friend, so naturally, Divine Dr. Fang had to love him and treat him better. Gu Qing Yun also heard that Divine Dr. Fang had asked King Yen for pastries, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Isn't it not good for her master to eat and take like this? In terms of taking advantage, and the ability to be thick-skinned, Gu Qing Yun felt that she would have to learn more from this master in the future. King Yen couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. It's just some pastries. If the Divine Doctor asks, of course he has to fulfill it. Yan Wang immediately agreed. Since the Divine Doctor loves to eat, I'll have the residents prepare more for the Divine Doctor to bring along. Chapter 110. Shin's family ate the pastries and started eating the dishes again. This Yan Wangfu's food really can't be beat. The lives of the powerful and the common people are completely different. How wonderful it would be if one day they could live like this every day. But the Shin family also knew that how could such a life be lived easily? Don't fantasize about this kind of thing in this life if you didn't have it at birth. In addition to the delicious delicacies prepared, King Yen also arranged a song and dance program. These singing and dancing programs Shin family members have never seen even more. The pianos sounded wonderful, the songs were beautiful, and the dancers danced in a delicate and charming manner. Gu Qing Yun appreciated the song and dance program in front of her, and seeing it with her own eyes, she realized why the ancient emperors and nobles loved these warblers and swallows. It does look good and pleasing to the eye. Especially in ancient times, there was no high-tech entertainment, so you had to look at these. Compared to these singing and dancing programs, it was the delicious meals that were more attractive to Shin's family. These elegant singing and dancing programs are not appreciated by them, the lower class. But the food in your mouth is real. Especially for those who fled the famine, the problem of food and clothing had not yet been solved, so where was the free time to develop leisure? Gu Qing Yun also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Outside the people fleeing hunger, broken homes, but the princes and nobles are bird's nest abalone, singing and dancing. Warfare had little effect on the upper nobility, and it was always the common people at the bottom who suffered. It's no use getting more indignant, some things are just the way they are and there's no way to change them. At this meal, Shin's family ate with their mouths full of oil and were satisfied. One by one, their stomachs are full. As ordinary people, it was a great honor for them to come and experience the lives of princes and nobles. The banquet ended and King Yun rose to see them off. Before Divine Dr. Fang's departure, the King of Yen suddenly looked embarrassed and rushed at Divine Dr. Fang with a desire to speak. Divine Doctor, this king has a favor to ask. I wonder if Divine Doctor can stay in Yenzhou for a few more days. Divine Dr. Fang felt that he was on someone else's turf at the moment, so he couldn't reject everything out of hand. So he raised an eyebrow and asked at King Yen, I wonder what King Yen has for me to serve. Seeing that it was inconvenient to speak when someone was present, Yen Wang greeted Divine Dr. Fang and said, Divine Doctor, let's move elsewhere to speak. Dr. Fang nodded his head. The two walked to a nearby corner where no one was. Yen Wang lightly coughed. Divine Doctor, recently the king has always felt weak and powerless with some inactivity. I wonder if the Divine Doctor can have a method to heal this king. In fact, Dr. Zhang had already prescribed medication and had been conditioning him for some time, but King Yen felt that little had been achieved. Still no improvement when it comes to that at night. The King of Yen also invited other famous doctors in Yenzhou City to see him many times and took a lot of medicines, but nothing worked. There was no other way but to beg for Dr. Fang's help now. Yen Wang pondered that Divine Dr. Fang was the head of the Divine Doctor Valley, and his medical skills were as good as God's, so if he could help himself, he would most likely be able to get rid of the disease. If Divine Dr. Fang couldn't do anything about it, he would be dead in the water. After all, he is a man. If he can't do it for the rest of his life, not to mention his own pain, I'm afraid that it will be rumored that people will also be ridiculed. He is also extremely good at saving face, and this kind of thing is really hard for him to accept. A few moments of displeasure arose in Divine Dr. Fang's heart as he listened to King Yan's words. Nowadays, the war is raging, the people are living in dire straits, and many have been displaced and their families broken up. The parents and officials that the common people have pinned their hopes on are the likes of King Yen, who is a denizen who only cares about enjoying his selfish desires. What's the point of soldiers fighting to protect the country? Is it just to let such people enjoy themselves? Chapter 111. Seeing Divine Dr. Fang wrinkling his brows, he didn't say anything for half a day. King Yan's heart tightened. If even the Divine Doctor couldn't cure him, was he really terminally ill? Divine Doctor, but this king's illness is too tricky to cure? Against the anxious and sorrowful look of Yen Wang, Dr. Fang shook his head. Not really, but it is indeed a bit tricky. As soon as King Yen heard that there seemed to be hope, he immediately rushed at Divine Dr. Fang. As long as Divine Doctor has a way to heal this king is willing to cooperate with Divine Doctor at any cost. Divine Dr. Fang waved his hand. King Yen needn't be like this. What about this disease? In fact, King Yen doesn't have to pay anything, he only needs to waste more money. Hearing this, King Yan's brows stretched. Other things may not be good, for him, what money can solve, that's not a problem. Yen Wang immediately inquired. Divine Doctor, how much money is needed? As long as you can cure this king, you can spend as much money as you want. Divine Dr. Fang stroked his beard. 2 of these medicines are the most rare and valuable herbs of our Divine Doctor Valley, so I will need at least this amount to dispense the medicine to King Yen. Divine Dr. Fang said, stretching out 2 palms and 10 fingers. Divine Doctor, how much is this? Please also ask the Divine Doctor to make it clear. 100,000 taels, I wonder if King Yen can afford it. When King Yen heard that 100,000 taels were needed, he frowned. What kind of medicine? This is too expensive. Although he was not short of money in his hand, but let him take out 100,000 taels at once, he would still feel a flesh pain. But his own hidden disease must be cured, not to mention 100,000 taels, even if it's 1,000,000 taels, he must be cured. Otherwise the greatest joy of the rest of his life as a man would be gone. No problem, Divine Doctor, as long as you can cure my king's hidden disease, 100,000 taels is 100,000 taels. Seeing that King Yen agreed so readily, Divine Dr. Fang was annoyed in his heart. He was still too conservative. The price was opened low. Divine Dr. Fang nodded. In that case, tomorrow Qing Yun will have 100,000 taels of silver ready and send it to the Qiande Medical Center, and I will dispense the medicine for Qing Yun myself. Qing Yun hastily agreed. Having settled this matter, Qing Yun joyfully sent his party away. Even though she was separated by a long distance, Qing Yun still heard the conversation between Qing Yun and divine Dr. Fang. When she left the Yen King's mansion, Qing Yun curiously rushed at divine Dr. Fang and asked, "Master, what kind of medicine are you dispensing to the Yen King that is worth 100,000 taels of silver?" Divine Dr. Fang didn't hide in front of Qing Yun. "In fact, the herbs only cost a few hundred wen, but your master, I'm not used to seeing his face that is all about enjoyment, so I intentionally blackmailed him for some more silver." Qing Yun's eyes widened in admiration, worthy of being her master, not forgetting the original intention of robbing the rich to help the poor at all times. A denizen like Qing Yun is not to be extorted for nothing. Divine Dr. Fang said, rushing to the side. Dr. Zhang said, I see that this Qing Yun has the potential to be an ingrate in the future. When you are treating the Qing Yun or the people of the Qing Yun's house, remember, be ruthless and blackmail him for more money. Your granduncle I blackmailed too little this time. I should have blackmailed him more if I had known he was so stupid. But if you miss it this time, you still have the chance to continue blackmailing. Dr. Zhang nodded his head. Good, senior uncle ancestor, senior nephew will definitely keep your teachings in mind. Dr. Fang was chagrined, while Shin's family was still happy. Took a trip to the Yan Wangfu and experienced the extravagance of the princes and nobles. On the way back, Xin Yan and the children of the Shin family were chattering together. At night, several people rested at Dr. Zhang's place. With enough to eat and drink, plus a bath, and not having to worry about the dangers that could come at any time at night, everyone slept especially soundly this night. It was the same for the crowd on the fleeing team's side. Once inside the inn and checked in, everyone took hot showers. Sung Qian is very good at what he does. He was not short of money, and after checking into the inn, he spent money to treat the people of the two villages to a good meal in the tavern. Chapter 112. Eat your heart out, take your hand out. They had gotten the benefit of Song Jian's favor, and when they fled together in the future, they would certainly not stand by when people were in trouble and needed help. The night in Yenzhou City was the most comfortable night the villagers had had since their escape. The next day, the fleeing party was in no hurry to depart either, informing that they would be in town for a few more days. Dr. Fang is treating the King of Yan, and will stay in Yenzhou for a few days. And no one is in a hurry. They stayed in Yenzhou City for a few more days, not only to spend a few more days in comfort, but also to pick up supplies. On Qing Yun's side, when she woke up early in the morning, Dr. Zhang's residence had already prepared an exquisite and sumptuous breakfast. Shin's family didn't worry about the rush and slept until they woke up naturally. It's a great feeling to wake up and have a delicious breakfast without having to do it yourself. Xin Yan stretched his back and rushed his family. It's still comfortable to sleep in bed. Zhang smiled and responded. That's a must, the bed is soft and cozy, and I slept exceptionally well last night. Xin Qin yawned. It's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably. I really want to sleep him for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone said, each going to wash up and then eat. After eating, divine Dr. Fan let Dr. Zhang dispense the medicine. The first medicine dispensed was Qing Yan's. It's really just some unusual herbs that aren't worth much. What was then dispensed was an ointment to help Qing Yun get rid of her scars and beautify her face. This ointment requires the use of several more rare herbs. If divine Dr. Fang had gathered all the herbs on the way, he would have dispensed the medicine to Qing Yun long ago. Dr. Zhang's medical center was well stocked with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and with the prescription written by divine Dr. Fang, the medicine was quickly dispensed. In addition to these herbs, divine Dr. Fang also asked Dr. Zhang to get him a few sets of silver needles. I'm afraid of losing them on the road, so I'll take a few extra sets to keep them on hand, just in case. At noon, Yan Wangfu's side sent someone over to deliver 100,000 taels of silver. After the silver money was delivered, Dr. Fang got medicine for it. The method of decocting and eating the medicine is also told together, 1 meal a day for 14 days, and the medicine will cure the disease. After receiving Yan Wang's 100,000 taels of silver, divine Dr. Fang handed it all over to Dr. Zhang. Take this money and go back to the city to pick up some food and winter bedding and clothing to send to those displaced people outside the city. 100,000 taels of silver can save a lot of people from the fire. In response to Divine Dr. Fang's command, Dr. Zhang hurriedly responded, All right, senior uncle, I'll get on with it. Only then did Qing Yun realize that Divine Dr. Fang's blackmail was for the sake of the people who had fled outside the city. Lo and behold, the pattern opened up instantly, as the Divine Doctor is known to do. Seeing that Dr. Fang had blackmailed the King of Yen for so much money, Qing Yun thought that she should follow her master's example and rob the rich to help the poor. The richest place in the whole of Yanzhou is definitely still the Yan Wangfu. The King of Yen is notorious for his lustful and dim-witted ways, and blackmailing money from him won't hurt his conscience at all. When Divine Dr. Fang saw this disciple of his eyes darting around, he knew that she was having small thoughts. What's on your mind, girl? Qing Yun heatedly smiled. Master, my disciple is prepared to learn more from Master and also go to the Yan Wangfu to make a fortune. Looking at Qing Yun's thieving eyes, Divine Dr. Fang cast an appreciative look. Worthy of being my disciple, go, if you have the ability to pit on. Chapter 113. Qing Yun was Divine Dr. Fang's disciple, and with that name, it was good to enter the Yan Wang mansion. The female members of the Yan Wangfu are not convenient to see a male doctor, and they are lacking a female doctor with excellent medical skills. As soon as Qing Yun arrived at Yan Wangfu, Yan Wangfei looked for her. Doctor, this pimple on my face is recurring. Can you take a look at it for me? Recently, this face of this palace always gets pimples. Many doctors in Yanzhou have looked at him, but to no avail. I wonder if you have a good idea? Qing Yun checked the acne on Yan Wangfei's face and said confidently. The acne on Wangfei's face is not difficult to cure. I have acne-removing magic medicine here. After smearing it on, it can be restored like the beginning of the next night. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. Yan Wangfei hurriedly inquired. How much? As long as it's effective, this palace isn't short of money. Yan Wangfei joined the government in her teens, and in her youth, she also had the great favor of Yan Wang. Now that I'm old and senile, I can't compete with the young lasses anymore. Nowadays, Prince Yan's new aunt Lu is the most favored. Originally, after this concubine came to the royal residence, the king seldom came to favor her. Recently, her face had been breaking out a lot again, and her complexion had gotten even worse, so Yan Wan had stopped coming to her place altogether. What's the use of holding the false name of a Yan Wangfei and not being favored by her husband? Qing Yun said. This is my master's carefully developed pimple-removing miracle medicine. A bottle costs 10,000 taels. Hearing this price, Yan Wangfei drew a breath. So expensive? Although she was the Yan Wangfei, the Yan Wangfu was not hers, but the Yan Wang's. Her own dowry private money added up to only 100,000 taels of silver. A bottle of scar removal ointment costs 10,000 taels. Who can afford that? Seeing Yan Wangfei's entanglement, Qing Yun raised an eyebrow and said, Wangfei, why don't we do it this way? I'll get you a little bit of ointment first, so you can try the effects. If you find it useful, then pay for it. Yan Wangfei felt that Qing Yun was really a conscientious doctor. Try before you buy, childish. In fact, her biggest worry was that the money would be spent and the ointment would not work. If it really works, 10,000 taels is 10,000 taels. Compared to 10,000 taels of silver, of course the king's favor is more important. Qing Yun took out the high-tech acne ointment developed in the latter part of her life and gave it to Yan Wangfei. The size of this King Yan's harem is estimated to have caught up with the current emperor. In addition to Yan Wangfei, there were 2 side consorts and a dozen or 2 dozen aunts. Qing Yun profoundly suspected that this King Yan's impotence was due to playing with too many flowers. These side consorts, aunts, are more or less a little sick, and have approached Qing Yun. Some of them had not been pregnant for many years after entering the royal residence, and hoped that Qing Yun would help to write a prescription to regulate their bodies and give birth to a few sons for King Yan earlier. Some of them are suffering from gynecological diseases, and it is not convenient to find a male doctor to see them. Now that they have come across the female disciple of Dr. Fang, of course they can't miss it. There were also people asking Qing Yun if there was a miracle pill that could make people beautiful. Qing Yun also depends on the dish. Rich favored more blackmail, no money less blackmail. When Gu Qing Yun went to Yan Wangfu again on the second day, Yan Wangfei excitedly pulled Gu Qing Yun and said that the ointment she gave yesterday was very effective, and she was willing to spend money on it. Gu Qing Yun knew that Yan Wangfei is also a master of money, then began to sell. Yan Wangfei, I have beauty salve here, although the price is also more expensive, available on the later, the skin can become whiter and more tender, insist on using a period of time, at least you can make you 5 or 6 years younger. I do not know that Wangfei may be interested in. As soon as Yan Wangfei heard that there was also an ointment that could turn beautiful, white and young, she immediately became excited. Is what Dr. Gu said true? Of course, the grasshopper doesn't have the guts to cajole Princess Yan. Chapter 114. If she hadn't seen the effects of the acne removal ointment given by Gu Qing Yun before, Yan Wangfei definitely wouldn't have believed in Gu Qing Yun's words, but now, after seeing the miracle of the acne removal ointment, she was already convinced of what Gu Qing Yun had said. I wonder what the price is. Also 10,000 taels of silver a bottle. With the defense in mind, Yan Wangfei was no longer that surprised by the price. It would be unusual for such a rare treasure not to be expensive. As long as her face could become beautiful and young, and she could once again be favored by the Yen King, the money spent would definitely be doubled and rewarded back by the Yen King. It was a deal that would not lose money. Yan Wangfei threw away a lot of money and asked for 4 bottles in one go. Gu Qing Yun felt that the money was just too good. From Princess Yan's hand alone, this earned 50,000 taels of silver. Yan Wangfei's side gave the money and still felt that it was money well spent. After applying the acne cream, all the pimples on my face disappeared in one night's work. Applying the beauty ointment given by Gu Qing Yun, but in half a day, she felt that her whole face had become radiant. Gu Qing Yun took the money from the pit and went back from the Yan Wang mansion in a beautiful way. She was also going to give this money to Dr. Zhang so that he could buy food and supplies to help the people who had fled and suffered. Gu Qing Yun returned to the Qiande Medical Center. Divine Dr. Fang took a few bottles of ointment and handed them to her. Girl, these bottles of ointment, your master and I carefully helped you to make. This is the one to get rid of the scars, and this is the one to beautify and nourish your face. Apply the scar removal ointment, and you will get rid of the scars on your face in no time. A beauty salve that will make your skin white and delicate. Gu Qing Yun's current face not only didn't match beauty, it could even be said to be ugly. It used to be dark and thin. Now living conditions are better, there is meat on the face, but the skin is still dark and rough. When the original owner used to have no scars on her face, she was of mediocre appearance, far inferior to her half-sister. The base of her features isn't too bad, and her face value is all brought down by her skin. If the skin condition could be improved, the original owner's looks could certainly be greatly enhanced. Gu Qing Yun didn't realize that Divine Dr. Fang had locked himself up in his house for the past 2 days, but it turned out to be for the purpose of mixing the ointment for her. Master was so kind to her, Gu Qing Yun's heart suddenly warmed. Master, you are so good to me. Gu Qing Yun accepted the medicine, a few bottles of ointment concentrated Master's strong care for her. She felt heavy in her hand. Divine Dr. Fang coughed lightly. You are my disciple, it is proper for a master to be kind to his disciple. The ointment remembers to apply it on time every day, and when the time comes to become beautiful, don't disgrace Master. Gu Qing Yun answered with a smile. In fact, even if Divine Dr. Fang did not prepare these medicines for herself, Gu Qing Yun herself had medicines to remove scars and turn them into beauty. She just wasn't in a hurry to use it at the moment. After all, beauty on the road to escape didn't bring her convenience, but rather trouble. But since it's a piece of Master's mind, there's no harm in using it early. Gu Qing Yun had just put the medicine away when she saw King Yan hurrying to the door. When Divine Dr. Fang saw King Yan, his expression changed slightly. Although he did not have a favorable impression of this Yan King, Divine Dr. Fang still tried to maintain his surface politeness. What is the matter with King Yan coming over in such a hurry? Yan Wang glanced at Gu Qing Yun next to him, wanting to speak. King Yan, this is the old man's beloved disciple, there is no harm in saying something in front of her. Yan Wang nodded. He understood the reasoning of not avoiding the doctor when it comes to illnesses. Directly rushing at Divine Dr. Fang, he asked, Divine Doctor, this king has eaten the medicine you dispensed for 2 days, and has seen very little effect. I wonder if there is any other medicine that can show immediate results? Chapter 115. Divine Dr. Fong was just about to say that Qing Yun was too eager. Where can I get an instant cure? Taking medication to heal and regulate is all about a process. As far as Qing Yun is concerned, he has overindulged in lust for years, and has long since injured his body's vitality. It's hard to get up and running without conditioning for a month or so. How long has it taken to see results? How is that possible? However, without waiting for Dr. Fong to open his mouth, Gu Qingyun's eyes turned, and she rushed to Qing Yun to say, Master Yen, I have a medicine here that I may be able to try, and I can take it before intercourse. Upon hearing this, Yen Wang's eyes lit up. What the girl said is true, she didn't lie to this king, did she? This is medicine, Qing Yun will know once he takes it back and tries it out, but the effect of this is something the grass people don't dare to guarantee. Gu Qingyun said, taking out a pill of Viagra from the space and handing it to Prince Yen. Yen Wang thought Gu Qingyun is right, there is no effect, try to know. So he took Gu Qingyun's medicine and hurried back. Divine Dr. Fong on the side couldn't help but be a bit curious. Girl, the medicine you gave to Master Yen, did it really work that quickly? You can't even work out the medicine yourself, can this girl? Gu Qingyun smiled without saying anything. Naturally, she couldn't say that it was a backwoods slam dunk. Divine Dr. Fong thought of the fever-reducing medicine that Gu Qingyun had used last time, and it had indeed worked so fast that he simply couldn't figure it out. There are secrets hidden in this girl. However, since Gu Qingyun was unwilling to disclose it, Divine Dr. Fong did not continue to pursue the matter. This girl would naturally tell him when she wanted to. Qing Yan sighed. After receiving the medicine from Gu Qingyun, he hurried back to the royal residence and prepared to try the medicine on himself. Originally, he was going to find his favored concubine to try the effects of this medicine. But as soon as she returned to the royal residence, she was greeted by Yen Wangfei. This time when he saw the princess, Qing Yun realized that all the acne on her face was gone, and her skin had become radiant. Yen Wang thought of how the Wangfei was also this bright and delicate when she first entered the royal residence. So Qing Yun temporarily changed his mind and dragged Yen Wangfei into his chambers. Yen Wang ate the medicine given by Gu Qingyun, did not expect to really show off. Yen Wang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This divine doctor's shut-in disciple was truly extraordinary. A young girl, I didn't expect to be so powerful. As for Yen Wangfei, it had also been a long time since she had been favored by the king of Yen. After this cloud and rain, Yen Wangfei felt that everything was the credit of the ointment given by Gu Qingyun, and that the money was really well spent. After seeing the power of Gu Qingyun's miracle medicine, Yen Wang immediately returned to the Qiande Medical Center to look for Gu Qingyun's goods. The medicine the girl gave me is very effective. I wonder if the girl still has it here? Gu Qingyun was waiting for Yen Wang to come to her for medicine. Seeing Qing Yan inquired, he pretended to be entangled and said, There is, but this is very expensive. Ah. Yen Wang nodded. With this divine medicine, it is only right that it is expensive. The girl but say no harm. How much? The king can afford to pay. 10,000 taels of silver for one pill. I wonder how much King Yen wants. King Yen sucked in a breath of cool air, secretly saying that it was really expensive. However, thinking of the power of this medicine, he clenched his teeth. First give this king 30 pills. 30 grains, that's 300,000 taels of silver. So much money, King Yen is really generous. With so much money, King Yen is willing to spend it on his own selfish desires, but not on the people. Such a powerful man of the dynasty, Gu Qingyun pitched up is not at all soft-hearted. Chapter 116. Soon, King Yen sent someone to deliver the money. Gu Qingyun had also prepared medicine for King Yen. Yen Wang took the medicine and left happily. Looking at Yen Wang's departing back, Divine Dr. Fong gave Gu Qingyun a thumbs up. Worthy of being her disciple, this ability to pit people was really better than blue. After taking the 300,000 taels of silver, Gu Qingyun didn't pass it on to Dr. Zhang again, but put it away herself. The money that Dr. Zhang had in his hands was probably enough to help the people who had fled from the Yanzhou side of the country. There are many other people who need help, and Gu Qingyun has to keep this money to help more people. The fleeing party stayed in Yanzhou for a few days, rested and prepared to set out again. Before she left, Gu Qingyun took her family around Yanzhou's city and ate a lot of food. In the past, the Shin family's grandparents had been living in the countryside for generations, so where had they come to this bustling and lively capital city? The Shin family had sort of opened their eyes in the past few days. Thinking that she had to continue her journey, Qing Yun bought quite a lot of food to take with her. The kids and Xinyan's favorite pastries were bought the most. In addition to their Shin family, Song Jian also bought a lot of things. Also bought some slaves to take care of their family on the road. According to Song Jian's intention, he wanted to buy another carriage so that the family would be more comfortable on the road. But if you take a carriage, it's too ostentatious on this journey south to escape the famine. The richer the person, the more likely they are to fall prey to roving robbers. Wasn't he too high profile before that he was taken by the bandits? Having learned my lesson once, I certainly can't make that mistake again. Also, horse-drawn carriages can only travel on flat main roads. Taking the hills is simply not an option. But while I didn't buy a wagon, I upgraded the cart a bit. It's so much more comfortable to lie on with a soft, gentle cushion on top. It was the same on the Shin family's side. Considering the fact that Zhou Eifeng has to rest assured that she will be able to recuperate, the car has to be padded softly to prevent the body from being upset. Because they had resupplied a lot of things in Yenzhou, now that they were setting out again, they had a lot more luggage. It was thanks to the fact that they still had horses to use for transportation, or else they wouldn't have been able to move so many things. After resting and recuperating for a few days, everyone was full of energy when they set out again. After a whole day of rushing, they didn't even feel tired. Find a clearing at night and station yourself there to rest and recuperate. Compared to the way to Yenzhou City, the stragglers on the way to Yizhou were obviously much less. It could be that Yenzhou City is still relatively safe right now. In addition, many stragglers were arrested and enlisted in the army before they could get out of Yenzhou. With fewer stragglers, their band of escapees was relatively much safer. When we were stationed at night to rest, for the first few days, everyone ate well because of the large amount of supplies brought from Yenzhou City. Compared to the various unexpected winds and storms on the road before, the journey was a peaceful one. Rush during the day and rest at night. In this way, on the way to Yenzhou City, non-stop walking for half a month. Another half a month's walk will bring us to Yenzhou City. By the time we get to Yenzhou, everyone will be completely safe. Thinking about this, the fleeing villagers are getting more and more hopeful, rushing more actively and patiently. When resting at night, Qing Yun saw a river next to him, so he went with Xinyan to catch fish. Saying that it was catching fish, in reality it was all about Qing Yun putting fish inside the river, which was very easy to catch. Soon, Qing Yun and Xinyan carried a few big fat fish ashore to add to the family's meal. Chapter 117. Seeing Qing Yun and Xinyan catching so many fish back, the other villagers immediately followed suit and went down to the river to catch fish. Although they still had food to eat, people definitely wanted to eat meat more than roughage. Fish is also meat. To be able to eat fish is to be open. It's just that now that it's getting colder, it's really freezing to go down to the river. As soon as Qing Yun and Xinyan came back, Zhang immediately let the two go to change into dry clothes, and then boiled some ginger soup for them to drink to drive away the cold. Qing Yun finished the ginger soup and started cooking. There was fish and meat for supper, and the food was considered plentiful. Qing Yun distributed the fish properly and made chopped pepper fish slice soup, and pickled fish. There was some fish meat left on the rack of bones that hadn't been removed, so it was coated in flour and deep-fried in a frying pan to make peppered fish bones. The kids will love these. They are crispy and crunchy and can be eaten as a snack. When he came out from Yenzhou, Song Jian didn't dally with food and drink from Qing Yun anymore, because he paid for a professional cook to bring with him, and with someone to cook him delicious food on the road, he naturally didn't have to think about Qing Yun's. Qing Yun made a good meal, and the family gathered around and ate beautifully. Zhou Eifeng was pregnant and nourishing her body, so Zhang gave her an extra bowl of fresh fish soup. The weather is cool enough for this time of year, so I can't tell you how much I enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup. The chopped fish is on the spicy side, but it's only appetizing when it's spicy and whistling. Not to mention the flavor of the sauerkraut. Not only was the fish delicious, the sauerkraut tasted great. When the family was eating, Wang Zhaodi stared at Qing Yun's face and said, "Fifth younger sibling, Why do I feel that the scars on your face have faded quite a bit, and they're almost gone? Also, your skin has gotten a lot lighter. Qing Yun is now on daily medication. Since Shin's family was with her every day, the subtle changes every day were not too noticeable to Shin's family. Now, after Wang Zhaodi mentioned, we all fixed our eyes and felt that the change is really big. The current Qing Yun, the scars on her face had really lightened up a lot, and her skin was even whiter by a degree. When a person is white, his or her temperament comes up. Why did they think that the current Qing Yun looked somewhat beautiful? Zhang followed. Don't say, the change in Lao Wu's daughter-in-law is quite obvious. Adu, this face, it's just getting prettier and prettier. What's going on here? Qing Yun didn't hide the fact that divine Dr. Fang had concocted the ointment for herself. Dr. Fang's medical skills were known to Shin's family. With him around, it's too normal to research this ointment. In that case, in the future, the scar on Qing Yun's face could be completely removed and she could become a beautiful woman. When Qing Yun could become beautiful, everyone was naturally happy for her. But while happy, Zhang couldn't help but dislike her son. The old fifth family is capable and good-looking, Xinyan, not to mention his brain is not normal. Even if he is a normal person, he is not worthy of Qing Yun now. It was good that divine Dr. Fang was already treating Xinyan with needles now. If the old five brains become normal, she, as a mother, must urge him to read and study, turn back to take the exam to get a merit, only to improve their own. The old five is qualified to be worthy of Qing Yun, such a good daughter-in-law. Xinyan didn't know that he was actually disliked by his own mother. Shin's family was satisfied after dinner, and divine Dr. Fang continued to give Xinyan acupuncture treatment as usual. Qing Yun then stood guard to prevent accidents. When divine Dr. Fang was administering needles, he needed to be fully concentrated and must not be disturbed. When divine Dr. Fang finished applying the needles, a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from Xinyan's forehead, looking exhausted. Chapter 118. There were still some stains in the sweat. Qing Yun fetched a basin of water and wiped his body. After filling him with some more spiritual spring water, Xinyan's chi slowly recovered. Seeing that divine Dr. Fang was also full of fatigue, Qing Yun thoughtfully asked, Master, you've worked hard, are you hungry? Apprentice will cook you a midnight snack? Knowing that this disciple was an excellent cook, divine Dr. Fang smiled and said, Good, I didn't even think of it until you reminded me. After you reminded me of that, I'm really feeling hungry here. Qing Yun knew that divine Dr. Fang was a foodie. Seeing as Master was taking such good care of her, Qing Yun smiled and said, Master, wait for me, I'll go make it for you, it'll be quick. Qing Yun planned to just cook a bowl of instant noodles and add a halogen egg, which would only take a few minutes. She set up a pot for the fire, took 2 bags of instant noodles from the space and cooked them in, then added in 2 poached eggs. The scent of instant noodles quickly filled the air. Divine Dr. Fang sniffed the scent in the air and inhaled fiercely. Let's just say that his apprentice's craftsmanship is beyond reproach. Look at that flavor, just smelling it, it smells amazing, and it must be delicious to eat. Xinyan also smelled the aroma. He was already ready to sleep, but now he also came to the front. Daughter-in-law, what are you cooking? It smells so good, can I eat it? Qing Yun was glad that she had cooked 2 packets. If there was only 1 packet, Master alone wouldn't have enough to eat. Where would Xinyan be able to eat it? I can, but I didn't cook much, so I can only give you a smaller portion. If you like it, I'll cook more for you tomorrow. Yes. Qing Yun first served the portion for divine Dr. Fang and brought it over. Xinyan only shared a small bowl to beat his teeth. Divine Dr. Fang ate the instant noodles cooked by Qing Yun and slurped. This is too delicious. How happy would it be to eat noodles like this every day? Divine Dr. Fang shivered his instant noodles as he lamented. Qing Yun felt like laughing. In the 21st century, if you eat instant noodles every day at all times, you will not be happy at all, but will die of pain. It's okay to eat this stuff once in a while, but if you eat it every day, all the time, you'll really throw up. Xinyan also ate a lot. Qing Yun promised to do it again tomorrow for him to eat. Xinyan then obediently sleep. When the next day rolled around, it suddenly started raining again. This would be fine if we were in the mountains. We could find a cave and go in. No more cutting lumber and building a shed. But now it was the main road, the official road, with no caves and not much in the way of trees. Village Chief Shun had the people protect the grain with tarpaulins first. Looking at a village not far away, Village Chief Shun said, "Let's take our chances in this village and see if we can find a place to borrow. It's already cold now, and if we get caught in the rain, everyone should catch another cold or flu. When you get sick, you have to delay the rush. They urgently need to escape to Yingzhou right now before the winter comes. Otherwise, so many villagers would be wandering around, eating and sleeping outside in the freezing cold, and I don't know how many people would have to freeze to death." Village Chief Zhao also agreed with Village Chief Shin's method. "If there is a village, there must be houses. If we can find the villagers to borrow a house to rest their feet, we won't have to suffer from the wind and rain." Everyone quickened their pace and rushed towards the village not far away as one. It didn't take long to reach the entrance of the village. But before they could enter the village, they were stopped at the entrance. Chapter 119. "Who are you people and what do you want?" Guarding the entrance to the village were a dozen strong young men. Shin Village Chief rushed forward, Tone kindly rushed two people to explain. "We are the villagers fleeing south, through this place, suddenly encountered heavy rain, we want to enter the village, find a place to avoid the rain, I do not know whether we can let us enter the village." The young man didn't reply immediately, and after glancing at the fleeing party of so many people he said, "Wait, we'll go and inform the village headman, and with his permission, you can enter the village." "Good, good, good," Village Chief Shin responded in a loud voice. In these unsettled years, it's not unusual for villages to step up their protection. After all, there are so many stragglers that these roadside villages are at risk of being looted by outlaws. The fleeing party waited for a while and saw an old man approaching with a few people. Glancing at the Shin and Zhao villages fleeing so many villagers, adding up to 300 or 400 people. These people must have a few tricks up their sleeve if they can escape here in their finery. The mayor of this village is surnamed Huang, and Huang went up, climbed up with Zhao and Shin, and inquired about the situation. After understanding the situation clearly, he said to them, "The village shrine can be lent to you for a temporary stay, but you will have to pay for the lodging. There are so many of you, 10 taels of silver a night. If you can accept this price, follow me into the village. If you think it's expensive, please return." When they heard that borrowing the shrine would cost 10 taels of silver a day, the fleeing villagers thought it was a robbery. "Why do you want such a high price? That's more than the cost of staying at an inn in Yenzhou Prefecture. What's the treatment at the inn in Yenzhou? What's the treatment here? Just a broken shrine, 10 taels of silver a night, treating people like ingrates." Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao couldn't decide what to do for a moment, and both looked at Qing Yun. Whether to go or not, it's up to Qing Yun to decide. After all, this public money was all earned by Qing Yun for the village. Qing Yun also feel that the asking price is too high, but this kind of thing is the price. Smacking people want more money, you cannot live, there is no force to buy and sell. This rain is getting heavier and heavier, and we are now in the late fall season with very cold temperatures. If we get wet again, a lot of people are sure to get sick and fall down. No matter how important money is, it's not as important as your body, and you can't save the money you need to spend. Qing Yun nodded at the two village heads. Village Chief Shin took out 10 taels of silver from his money bag and handed it to Village Chief Huang. "We'll stay the night for now. If the rain stops after one night, we'll leave tomorrow. If it continues to rain, we will renew at that time." After paying the money, the group was led to the village shrine. The shrine is huge, so everyone can squeeze in and still make scrappy accommodation. After resting down at the shrine, Divine Dr. Fang first brewed typhoid prevention medicine for everyone. It was raining a bit hard, everyone was soaked, and some people were already sneezing. After drinking the medicine, everyone changed out of their drenched clothes. Watching the rain outside get heavier and heavier, a haze rose in the hearts of the villagers. With all this rain, there's no telling when it will stop. Now that we are getting closer to our destination, we all want to fly there and don't want to delay any longer for fear of a long night. Lunch was simple for everyone. Dinner was much hearty. There were no fresh ingredients, but they had brought a lot of dried, waxy goods in their party. The meat that was marinated earlier was just right to take out and eat. The villagers who had fled from the famine had meat dishes in their homes. Chapter 120. Eating good food can forget the gloom in your mind for a while. On the Shin family side, John soaked an air-dried chicken and cut up some potato cubes to be stewed in a pot later. Then soak some fungus, blanch and cook and let cool, then add some vinegar, oil, splash hot pepper, cold mix. The flavor is very good. The family ate white rice for the main course. After dinner, the women of the family were busy for a while with shoe soling by the light of the fire, and then went off to an early night's rest. There's no way to make it on a rainy day, so rest up so you're energized when you turn around and make it again. Qing Yun also yawned and leaned against Qing Yun to sleep. In the middle of the night, the shrine was silent. It's also raining less and less outside. The sound of the rain also had a hypnotic effect, and everyone slept soundly. Suddenly, several of the men on watch fell to the ground at the same time. Qing Yun was awakened by the ringing sound, and quickly noticed something strange in the air. Did someone light the incense? The sudden collapse of those night watchmen must have been due to the intoxicating incense. Qing Yun also felt dizzy in her head at the moment, and couldn't open her eyes. Knowing that she was intoxicated, Qing Yun hurriedly took out the spiritual spring water from the space and gulped 2 mouthfuls. After drinking the spirit spring water, Qing Yun felt that she had strength in her body and her sanity was clearer. The other sleeping villagers were motionless. After being intoxicated, they all fell into a deep sleep. Qing Yun didn't get up in a hurry. She was ready to wait and see what was going on. Qing Yun squinted her eyes and pretended to be asleep, and before long, she saw a group of people arrive at the ancestral hall. The leader was no other than Village Chief Huang. There was a good number of people holding torches. Village Chief Huang rushed the young men in the village and commanded, "These people have brought a lot of supplies, money. You guys check carefully and search and destroy all the valuable things." The young men immediately began to move after hearing Village Chief Huang's command. "Mayor, what about these people? When they wake up and realize that we've taken their money and supplies, they'll definitely fight us." Village Chief Huang's eyes revealed an ice-cold murderous aura. "Then take advantage of the present, when they are incapable of resisting, and kill them all." Hearing Huang's words, a timid and fearful one stammered and asked, "Village Chief, we can't do this, so many lives, what if the government comes to investigate?" Village Chief Huang snorted coldly. "These days, with the military in a state of chaos, the people at the yamen are already too busy to take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to care about this crap? If we don't admit it, who can find out who we are if we kill and burn the body? It's only trouble if you cut the grass and don't get rid of the roots. If we don't kill them and rob them of so much property, these people will inevitably report it to the authorities. The village chief is right, kill this group and all their belongings will be ours. Brace yourself for the bold, and starve the timid. Only if these people close their eyes completely can we make a fortune. Kill them, it's a godsend, what are you afraid of? To cower is to be a coward." When Qing Yun heard this, it became clear what was going on. Who would have thought that villagers who seemed to be honest would commit murder for money, really more vicious than bandits? At this time, a young man's voice mixed in. "Father, what a pity to kill all these people, why don't you leave me a few women to play with?" The one who spoke was none other than Village Chief Huang's son. This man is a womanizer by nature, and has usually bullied the flower girls in the village. Village Chief Huang was also aware of his son's lustful nature, and was very indulgent with him. "At most I'll leave 3 for you, more won't do, so pick them yourself." Chapter 121. This horny guy saw that his old man only let him pick 3 and thought it was too few. But he didn't dare disobey Pop's decision. Soon he began to pick it out. There were a few pretty young girls among the fleeing crowds, and the son of Huang's village headman quickly selected someone. At this time, Huang village chief's daughter also followed. "Father, you let my brother choose, let me choose too." "Brother wants 3 women, I just need 1 man." Village Chief Huang's face sank as he looked at his daughter and angrily rebuked. "You girl, you're not ashamed to say that." "Dad, what's there to be ashamed of? If I can find a pretty woman, why can't I find a handsome man? I want men too." "Father, I can't get married anyway, so why don't you take one for me? To be a door-to-door son-in-law for our family, and to save you and mother from worrying all the time about me marrying someone." Village Chief Huang looked at his own daughter. At 5'4" and almost 200 pounds, he was like a short, fat pig. Because of his fat growth, the flesh on his face was squeezed together, his features were distorted, and his eyes were squinted into a slit. Because of his daughter's marriage, he and the child's mother did worry a lot. Even though he was the village chief and their family was willing to subsidize a large dowry, no one was willing to marry his daughter. This is not, looking at the daughter's age is getting older and older, cannot get married really will be a lifetime of widowhood. Thinking this way, village chief Huang agreed to his daughter's request. Fine, go pick one. Hey, thanks dad. Hearing this, Huang village chief's daughter immediately ran towards Qing Yun with her hands in the air. Father, I think this man is the most handsome, and I'm a good match, so let him be my husband. When Qing Yun saw that this village chief's daughter had hit on her man, she was not happy. Qing Yun's man, was not for anyone to grab. Village chief Huang responded. Okay, father also thinks it's good, let's have him. Father, you're so kind, hurry up and carry him back to my house, I want to cavort with him now. Village chief Huang's mouth twitched. This daughter is also really, mouth without a word, in front of outsiders, also not reserved, afraid to forget that they are still a daughter body. However, village chief Huang still nodded and arranged for 2 young men from the village to carry Qing Yun. Qing Yun couldn't hold back any longer. If village chief Huang's daughter really touched Qing Yun, Qing Yun would feel that her man had been arched by a pig. As this pedestrian approached, Qing Yun violently jumped up from the ground. Her 2 kicks went out, and the 2 young men who came over to carry Qing Yun, before they could react to what was going on, had already been kicked out of the ancestral hall. Village chief Huang and the group of people he brought over obviously didn't expect this situation. Isn't it drugged? Why hasn't anyone fainted? Qing Yun didn't give these people time to react at all, bullying her way forward and dodging behind village chief Huang, her icy cold dagger against his throat. Village chief Huang was so frightened that his legs went limp. Have mercy, little lady, and spare my life. Qing Yun's eyes were cold. Spare your life? I see you're not trying to spare our lives. People like you, with evil intentions and vicious hands, are not worthy of death. Qing Yun did not show the slightest bit of mercy, and directly did away with village chief Huang with a single slash. Chapter 122. The people who had followed village chief Huang here, seeing Qing Yun's thunderous tactics and ruthless personality, knew that those of them were definitely no match. They were careless, such a large fleeing team, if there were no ruthless characters, how could they arrive here safely? A line of people were all scared by Qing Yun, their legs were soft, they didn't dare to escape at all, they flung themselves down on their knees and begged Qing Yun for forgiveness. Little lady, spare our lives, we were all threatened by the village chief, we had no choice but to do this kind of confusing thing. Yes, little lady, spare our lives, we were all forced to do it. Little lady, this was all the village chief's idea alone, it has nothing to do with us, be generous and spare us. Village chief Huang died, and bloodthirsty hatred erupted in the eyes of village chief Huang's son and daughter. Get up, all of you, and hurry up and kill this woman. The one who spoke was the son of village chief Huang. None of these people dared to come forward. Village chief Huang's son snorted coldly, do you think that no one can cure you now that my father is dead? No full moon, no medicine, you'll all be in pain. Listen to me obediently now, and I will be able to provide you with an antidote later or else. Hearing the words of village chief Huang's son, these people who hadn't intended to make a move against Qing Yun began to become hesitant. Thinking about the pain of not being able to get the medicine on the night of the full moon, the pain that was worse than death, they were all like falling into an ice cellar. So he could only grit his teeth, take his weapon, and charge towards Qing Yun. When Qing Yun heard the words of Huang village chief's son, she also believed that these people really had no choice. She didn't kill them all, just subdued them one by one and tied them up with strong ropes. Huang village chief's son and daughter took a look at the dozens of people they had brought with them who were no match for Qing Yun and began to feel scared, turning around and preparing to flee. Of course Qing Yun would not give them both a chance, directly one person kicked, both were kicked to the ground. After receiving this heavy blow, both of them fell badly, spitting out blood from their mouths, paralyzed with pain, not even having the strength to get up, let alone escape. Qing Yun laughed coldly, if you want to escape from your aunt's hands, do you have that strength? Lie down honestly for me, or don't blame Menti for being merciless under the knife. The two men were then honest. Qing Yun was now in the eyes of the crowd, just like a fatal star, who dared to sing against her in front of her. Today was a kick in the teeth. This kind of person they couldn't afford to mess with. After settling these people, Qing Yun hurriedly went to feed spirit spring water to the people in the group. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the fleeing villagers then woke up. Seeing the situation in the shrine, village chief Huang was taken aback when his neck was wiped and there was a streak of blood around him. What the hell is going on here? When village chief Shen saw dozens of other tied-up Hans in the ancestral hall, he was so confused that he rushed to find Qing Yun to inquire about the situation. Not only village chief Shen, the villagers were all confused at this moment, wanting to know what had happened. Qing Yun raised her voice and spoke the situation with everyone. The villagers who had fled the country were all at once apprehensive when they heard this. Without Lady Gu, tonight would have been their doom. Not only are supplies and money looted, they are also killed in their sleep. Fortunately, there is Lady Gu. On this journey, they had lost count of how many times they had been saved by Lady Gu. They owed Nyangzi Gu too much favor, and they wouldn't be able to pay it back for the rest of their lives. Lady Gu, what now? What to do with these people? Village Chief Shen asked. If people want to kill them, are they going to return the favor? Chapter 123. Qing Yun would definitely not let go of the person who started this incident. If the other villagers were really just coerced and repented in good faith, she wouldn't have driven them to extinction and spared them. But this pair of sons and daughters of village chief Huang can never be easily spared. Huang village chief's son felt the killing intent flowing from Qing Yun's eyes and cried out incoherently. You can't kill me. The water you drink has been drugged by my father. If you kill me, you'll never get the medicine to ease the sickness. Every time the moon is full, you all have abdominal pains and aches. Village Chief Huang's daughter followed. Yes, if you kill us, you won't be able to have a good life either. We die, and sooner or later you all die of pain. Be a good boy and let us go. The faces of the people in the fleeing party were turned white with fear when they heard the words of Village Chief Huang's son and daughter. And the people of this village, who had endured the pain of the full moon and knew that drilling pain, now showed deep fear in their eyes. Someone had already pleaded for Huang Village Chief's son and daughter. Little lady, you guys are merciful. They both can't be killed. Kill them and we won't live long. You have never experienced that kind of pain, you don't know. It really hurts 100 times more than a knife cutting into your body. A village of us were held hostage to this, and had to listen to the family. Yes, little lady, you've spared us by raising your hand and letting them go. Without an antidote, we'll die of pain. Qing Yun's heart sank, not expecting village chief Huang to tamper with the village's drinking water. Their Shen family hadn't eaten the water from the village and used the spiritual spring water she took from space. But with so many people fleeing the famine, there's no guarantee that anyone's family will use the water here. The fleeing villagers saw that the people in this village were scared like this, and they all followed suit. If what they say is true, won't they suffer along with them? Qing Yun frowned and rushed at Divine Dr. Fang. Master, you should first help me check these villagers' bodies for any abnormalities. Divine Dr. Fang also knew how serious this was and nodded. All right, I'll go check. Saying that, Divine Dr. Fang first examined Village Chief Shen's body and his brows became grave. There's a compulsion in the body. It appears that the eggs entered the body with the drinking water. Village Chief Huang's son and daughter's complexion changed, not expecting these fleeing villagers to be so powerful. Not only are there people who are good at what they do, but there are also doctors who are so good at what they do. The villagers had parasites in their bodies, and it was surprising that they were able to find them so quickly. Hearing Divine Dr. Fang say that there were parasites in everyone's bodies, many people were scared to the point that their legs went weak. In that case, Mayor Huang's son and daughter are not bluffing. Do they really have to go through the pain of cutting on full moon nights in the future? I heard that this witchcraft came from the southern side of the border. The parasites enter the body and can manipulate a person like a puppet. It's just that people have never seen it, they've heard about it from other people. Now they've actually fallen prey to the legendary witchcraft. How can anyone in this small village know this kind of evil magic? Qing Yun asked again. Master, is there a way to crack it then? Divine Dr. Fang nodded, as long as I find the mother compulsion, I can use it to force the compulsion out of everyone's body. It's just a matter of whether or not this mother compulsion can be found. Since there's a way to break it, that's good. Chapter 124. When Qing Yun heard Divine Dr. Fang's words, she walked over to Village Chief Huang's son and put the knife against his neck. Where is the mother parasite? Village Chief Huang's son clenched his teeth. I'm not going to tell you. Unless you let me and my sister go, you'll never know. Qing Yun laughed coldly. Then feel free to try, whether it's your mouth that's hard or my fists that are hard. Qing Yun said, reaching out her hand and slamming her fist on his stomach. The punch was full of force, and Huang Village Head's son was hit with a shock to his internal organs, causing his body to spasm in pain. I'll give you the chance to speak quickly, and if you do, it'll make your death easier. If you don't tell me, I'll make your life worse than death. Saying that, Qing Yun took out a dagger and directly dug off a piece of flesh on Huang Village Chief's son. He wailed in pain and his body broke out in a cold sweat. But even after being tortured so much by Qing Yun, she just wouldn't say that the mother compulsion was hidden there. Qing Yun stared at the tortured man on the ground. There are a few bones. Village Chief Huang's daughter saw it for what it was and shivered in fear. Looking at the miserable state of his brother, scared. Qing Yun smiled grimly at Village Chief Huang's daughter. Your brother can't pry his mouth open, so you'll have to open it. Village Chief Huang's daughter was scared by Qing Yun and directly peed her pants. Qing Yun smelled a smell of urine and frowned in disgust. I don't know, you just beat me to death, I don't know. The location of the mother compulsion is something my father only told my brother about, and no one else knows about it. After finishing her speech, Huang Village Chief's daughter shouted at her brother. Brother, hurry up and tell this woman, or she'll surely torture me to death. She wasn't as tolerant as her brother and didn't want to be subjected to such inhuman torture. Huang Village Chief's son endured the pain and glared at his sister. Stupid, if we don't say anything she can still keep us alive. If we say anything we will only die. At this time, one of the local villagers who was tied up suddenly shouted at Qing Yun. Woman, I may know the location of the mother parasite. Hearing the villager's words, Huang Village Chief's son's face changed. This villager wouldn't really know, right? Qing Yun looked at him, signaling him to continue. Once before I saw the village chief sneaking off in the middle of the night to the back of our village. When he got to the hill, he pressed a rock and a stone door opened and he walked in. But I only dared to watch from afar, not to follow. In retrospect, with such a hidden place, it's possible that's where he hid the mother compulsion. As soon as this villager finished speaking, panic was written all over the face of Village Chief Huang's son. Qing Yun captured it keenly. It seems that the location of this mother compulsion is in this place. So Qing Yun rushed this villager. Go, take me over there. Saying that, Qing Yun untied this villager. Together, the two arrived at the place in no time. This villager only knows a general location, this stone door switch where exactly, because then the distance is too far, he cannot really see. Qing Yun searched for the general location and finally found a large covered stone behind a pile of vines. The stone was smooth and had obviously been touched often. According to the experience of watching TV shows, this should be the place. Her hand pressed down, and to her surprise the stone clicked and sank, and a stone door opened next to it in response. What appeared in front of Qing Yun was a modest cave. Qing Yun prevented the inside from having a mechanism and threw a few stones in first. Seeing that there was no unusual movement after the stone was thrown in, he entered the cave. Once inside, I found that it was quite large, and the cave was lined with several boxes of gold and silver. Although it was not as much money as the group of mountain bandits he had encountered before, in a small village, it was already astronomical for the village head to have accumulated so much money. Chapter 125. It was assumed that they were not the first to suffer, and that village chief Huang had previously taken others in the same way. This kind of tumor, if not removed, is a great scourge to the whole society. Qing Yun put all these boxes of gold and silver into space. The mother parasite was indeed in the cave as well, raised on human blood. Qing Yun took out a glass bottle and filled it with the mother parasite. Only after everything was done did he come out of the cave and take the mother parasites he had found to find Dr. Fang. Divine Dr. Fong got the mother parasites and immediately started dispensing the medicine. Everyone was incredibly excited to hear that they were saved, both the villagers in their own village and those who had fled the village. All the villagers of this village were summoned to come to the shrine to be detoxified. It was only at this moment that Qing Yun realized that this Huang village head was not the original village head. It's just that he uses the art of compulsion to manipulate the villagers, then becomes the village chief and makes everyone in the village his puppet. Over the years, but most of the passers-by who passed through the village were killed by him. The people of this village are also deeply disgusted by what village chief Huang has done. Now that village chief Huang had been eradicated and they could still hopefully lift the poison of the parasites, the entire village was grateful to Qing Yun and her group. Dr. Fong is very efficient. It took 2 hours to successfully dispense the antidote. Taking the prepared antidote, Divine Dr. Fong distributed it. The villagers who drank the medicine felt a twinge in their abdomens, and then a parasite crawled out of each of their mouths. After leaving the human body, these parasites twisted their bodies frantically and soon burst into flames, leaving behind a puddle of yellow-green liquid. The crowd felt sick to their stomachs. It's because of this damn parasite that everyone is suffering. The parasites in everyone's body were exorcised. The old mayor of this village led the villagers to kneel in front of Qing Yun in unison to thank her. "Thank you, little lady, for saving the lives of our entire village, and for helping us get rid of the villains." Qing Yun helped the old village chief on the ground up. The old village chief looked to be at least 60 years old. Ancient 60-somethings looked much older than 21st century ones, with their hair all gray. When one reaches 70, it is considered a high life expectancy to live to the age of 60. "I didn't come here specifically to help you guys, it was just a matter of passing by. Old village chief, since you were all coerced, I won't hold you responsible for your crimes. This family is at the disposal of your native village. Mayor Huang is dead, and his sons and daughters and wife are all tied up." Seeing that the parasites in the villagers' bodies had all been dispelled, their last bit of cards were gone, and they could only end up dead at the moment. At this time, the villagers looked at this family with a strong hatred in their eyes, itching to kill them by 1,000 cuts. Village Chief Huang has put them under a spell as a way of blackmailing them, the villagers, into acting as tigers. The family is even doing nothing wrong in the village. Not to mention the evil deeds done by Huang Village Chief, just Huang Village Chief's son. I don't know how many people's girls have been spoiled. If they hadn't been coerced by the compulsion, they would have broken the family into pieces. Some of the villagers shouted excitedly, "Kill them! Kill them! Yes, kill them! This family is not worth dying for! Village Chief, their family has done so many heartless things to us, killing them all together would be cheap, they must not be let off easily." Qing Yun didn't make a move on Huang Village Chief's family, killing them was too dirty for her. Needless to say, it was hard for these people to escape death. Injustice has a head and a debt, let them solve it by themselves, she does not want to create too many what sins. Chapter 126. The villagers of this village, under the command of the old village chief, tied up the family of village chief Huang in a knot, and then sunk into the fish pond, and when they were picked up again, they had already become cold corpses. It was dawn when these things were done. It stopped raining outside a long time ago, too. No one had a good night's rest last night. Who has the heart to sleep when such a matter of life and death comes up? When dawn broke, the fleeing party was ready to take a short rest before continuing on their journey. The old village headman spoke out to retain him. "Everyone wait, the road is still wet, and it is inconvenient to hurry. Why don't we rest for another day in our village and wait for the road to dry before we set out? Don't worry, folks, you can stay at this shrine all you want, there's no charge. You have done our village a great favor, so feel free to ask for anything you need." Hearing the old village chief's words, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao looked at the road outside. It was wet and really not convenient for the journey. The two of them first conferred with Qing Yun about taking another day off. Qing Yun thought about it. Last night everyone didn't rest well, plus the road was slippery, so just rest another day in the village, and didn't care about delaying this one more day. Seeing that they agreed to do so, the old village chief even sent over a lot of firewood. Vegetables, chickens, eggs, all of it. These villagers who were able to be reborn were so grateful to Qing Yun that every household took the initiative to send something over as a way of repaying the favor. Qing Yun looked at the things that these villagers had sent and accepted them one by one without refusing. Qing Yun accepted the supplies and let Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Zhao take them and distribute them. She made a point of mentioning that she should not share it with Zhao Wensai's family. When Zhang's wife saw that the villagers had sent something without his family's share, her face was immediately angered green, but she dared not say anything. With such a living ancestor as Qing Yun around, how could she dare to be half as reckless? Zhang got a share of what the villagers had given her and waited until lunchtime to start making preparations. "Old fifth daughter-in-law, what will we eat for lunch?" Zhang asked Qing Yun what she meant. "Mother, just watch and do it." Qing Yun is not picky about what she eats. Zhang said. "That's fine, at noon, we'll stew a pot of chicken soup and stir-fry a few small stir-fry vegetables." Qing Yun answered. "Chang." Qing Yun didn't go to take charge of the kitchen and was busy pacifying Xinyan. Xinyan was shocked to know that he had been taken by the daughter of the village head of Huang, and had almost been taken by her as a door-to-door son-in-law. Huang village head's daughter he has seen, short and a fat pig. And so many pockmarks on his face, just thinking about it makes me sick to my stomach. He wouldn't want to live if he was defiled by such a person. Shinbin joked from the side, "That guy has a good eye for the fifth brother. Of all the lads in our Shin and Zhao villages, we can't find one more handsome than fifth brother." Xinyan looked at Shinbin grudgingly. "Fourth brother, you actually still bear to tease me." Shinbin smiled back. "Fourth brother isn't poking fun at you, he's complimenting your handsomeness." Xinyan hummed. "Fourth brother, don't treat me like a child, think I can't hear it, you're just poking fun at me." Shinbin stared at Xinyan and lamented. "It seems that the divine doctor's treatment does have an effect, and fifth brother is obviously much smarter than before, and it's not even good enough to fool him." In the past, Xinyan's intelligence level was about the same as that of a half-grown child. It's very coaxing and can be amusing in 3 words. And now it's clearly different. Chapter 127. Only when Shinbin said this did the rest of the Shin family notice Xinyan's change. Indeed. The fact that it's not easy to fool around anymore means that the brain is getting smarter, and that's a good thing. Divine Dr. Fang was worthy of being the head of Divine Dr. Valley. This medical skill was truly extraordinary. Because of this, Shin's family was very happy. Xinyan was the only one who was still sorrowful that he had almost been spoiled by another woman. He came up to Qing Yun and rushed to her. "Daughter-in-law, in case I get spoiled this time, will you dislike me?" Qing Yun nodded without hesitation. "If you have an intimate relationship with another woman, I won't want you." Whether in a previous life or in this one, it was her bottom line that her partner stayed faithful. She definitely couldn't accept that Xinyan had slept with another woman. When Xinyan heard Qing Yun's words, he was even more frightened and decided that he must stay far away from the other woman in the future. Not to mention touching his body, not even letting anyone touch a hair. Zhang's side made lunch and greeted the family to eat. The food was not bad. There was chicken stew, bacon stewed with radish, cold fungus, fried greens, and scrambled eggs with scallions. Xinyan shared a large chicken leg. There was also a large chicken leg to share with the pregnant Zhou Eifeng. Zhang didn't share the chicken legs with Qing Yun, knowing that old fifth's daughter-in-law wouldn't care about that. Zhou Eifeng was pregnant after all, and was the most in need of nourishment in this family. As for Xinyan, because of intellectual reasons, Zhang has been treating him as a child, plus this fifth son was already favored, natural, will be divided into chicken legs to him. Qing Yun really wouldn't count on this. It's just a chicken leg. Anyone can eat it. So many children in the family didn't get a share, so as an adult myself, I won't compete with them. Xinyan saw that there was a big chicken leg in his bowl but not in his daughter-in-law's bowl, so he immediately pinched his own chicken leg into his daughter-in-law's bowl. "Daughter-in-law, eat!" Xinyan gave Qing Yun a silly grin. Qing Yun shook her head. "No, you eat." She didn't get a chicken leg, but she did get a chicken wing. She actually prefers chicken wings to chicken thighs, the meat is more tender. Unmoved, Xinyan fed the chicken leg to Qing Yun's mouth. "Daughter-in-law, eat, good things should be reserved for the daughter-in-law." Seeing that Xinyan was so persistent, Zhang joked on the side. Old fifth daughter-in-law, just eat it, Yenna knows that he loves his daughter-in-law. Qing Yun had no choice but to eat. But then again, his silly husband was getting better at hurting people. Qing Yun hoped that he would get well soon. After a day's rest in the village, the party continued on the next day, heading for Yinzhou. After a day's rest, everyone was full of energy. The rainy pavement was not as slippery as before after a day in the sun. Seeing that Yinzhou is getting closer and closer, everyone is looking forward to it more and more. In this way, has been rushed more than half a month's journey, finally arrived in Yinzhou capital city. They also encountered a few groups of stragglers along the way, but with Qing Yun around, along with the well-trained lads, they didn't pose a threat to the team. When he arrived at Yinzhou city, he found a large number of refugees gathered outside the city. These people are the same as the Shen family village, Zhao family village's fleeing team, ready to come to Yinzhou city to escape the war and settle down. But we all work hard all the way, overcome a lot of suffering and crisis, to the city of Yinzhou, but not to accept them these people who fled to the people. Chapter 128. The entrance to the city was heavily guarded, just to prevent the refugees from entering. The whimpering throng outside the city was estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Unable to enter the city, gathered outside mourning, the scene outside this Yinzhou city is even more miserable than Yinzhou city. The people have fled to this place and are completely exhausted, with no turning back. Just pointing to Yinzhou to settle down and stabilize. Who knows that they are not welcome here at all? When the people from the Shen and Zhao villages arrived at the bottom of the city, they were shocked to see the scene of refugees gathering outside Yinzhou city. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Qiao decided to station and rest first to find out the specific situation over here. Separated from the walls by some distance, the fleeing party stationed themselves. Compared to the other people who had fled to the city, their group looked much more polished and decent. So as soon as he came over, he drew a lot of attention. The stragglers, who were already hungry, looked at them like hungry wolves, always ready to come forward and snatch the food. Village Chief Shen and Village Chief Zhao have already had experience with this. Protect the team's supplies of food in the innermost layer, and have the young men of the village with their weapons in constant defense in the outer layer. This has had a deterrent effect. Some had made up their minds to go forward and fight for the grain, but they were unarmed and knew that they would certainly not be able to cope with hundreds of well-built and armed lads. Mayor Shen went out to get information himself. It is important to find out what kind of policy this city of Yinzhou is practicing on refugees. Going out for a turn, Village Chief Shen learned the general situation. The crowd of the fleeing party was also curious about what was going on here. Village Chief Shen, you went out to ask around. Can you inquire about any useful information? What the hell is going on in Yinzhou city? Can we enter the city? Will the government let us go in and settle down? Village Chief Shen sighed silently. Seeing Mayor Shen talk about gas and frown, everyone's hearts followed. It is estimated that the situation of this Yinzhou city is not optimistic. Is it really a lost cause? Mayor Shen told the villagers exactly what he had inquired about. Because of the war, there are too many people who come to Yinzhou to escape. They came too late. Before Yinzhou city had already received a group of refugees. At this moment the city was already saturated. There was really no way to digest more refugees. Instead, more and more refugees gathered outside Yinzhou city. In order to prevent a riot from occurring, the prefecture sent heavy troops to guard the gates every day to prevent people from swarming and forcing their way in. Of course, it was not impossible to enter the city, but the entry fee was exorbitant, costing 10 taels of silver per person. And they could only enter the city, not settle down, and for them, the people whose homes had been broken and who had fled the city, not being able to settle down made no sense. Even if they had gone into the city, there was no way for them to stay in the city all the time, because there was no means of making a living. Hearing the words of Village Chief Shen, the hearts of the people in the fleeing team sank to the bottom. We have worked hard all the way, fleeing to this. It is not easy to get to Yinzhou, thought it can open a new life. The result is waiting for a blank. The whole team's mentality was a little broken at this point, and you were complaining about it. So what now? Do the people of the court not care at all that the gates of the city are not opened, and we are left to die? Yeah, this is going to drive people to their death. After spending half our lives to come to Yinzhou, and the court not settling us, where else can we go? Agu dying these days, do you still let the people live? We just want to go to a place where there's no war to settle down and live our lives. How come it's so hard? All said and done, it's still the people of the imperial court who are useless, unable to resist the Tatars and disregarding the deaths and lives of the people at the bottom. Chapter 129. Hearing everyone talking about the court, village head Shun hurriedly stopped. Okay, what the court does is not for us ordinary people to discuss. In would be beheaded if the people above knew about it. When village chief Shun finished speaking, everyone was stunned into silence. The people were very dissatisfied with the court, but they did not dare to openly criticize the court for being a wimp. Village chief Shun, so what do we do now? Can you go to Kyoto if you can't settle in Ijo? What's the situation in Kyoto now? Will they accept us, the people who have fled? Yeah, if you can't go to Ijo, can you go to Kyoto? At the foot of the Son of Heaven, no matter what, you wouldn't care about the people, would you? If you can't, why don't you go to Kyoto? It's good to go to Kyoto. It doesn't matter where, we just need to settle down, we really don't want to live this wandering life anymore. Village Chief Shun shook his head in the face of everyone's inquiries. Kyoto is also afraid of not. This Injo city does not accept the people who fled the disaster. There must be many people who have the same idea, fleeing Kyoto instead. When we arrive, I guess it is also overcrowded. Hearing these words from Village Chief Shun, the eyes of the fleeing villagers were filled with a wave of despair. Village Chief, what then? We can't go anywhere but to die. Yes, we don't have any skill, besides farming, what can we do for a living? This is really pushing it. Village Chief Shun sighed silently. It's not like there's nowhere to go. You can go to Jianzhou. Jianzhou is a fiefdom of the King of Jin, and is still willing to take in the fleeing people. But anyone who went to Jianzhou and settled there was not only exempted from taxes for 3 years, but the government also subsidized the annual spring planting. It was just that Jianzhou was desolate and sparsely populated, the poorest part of the Great Zhou Kingdom. If we go to Jianzhou, we'll have to go west, and it'll be 2 or 3 months' footwork. The situation at hand can be described as a dilemma. Neither Inzhou nor Kyoto see any hope of settling down. Although Jianzhou can go, but go to that place, who can know what the future in the end the light? Not to mention a long way to go. They, the fleeing team, still have the willpower to make it to Jianzhou. For other people gathered outside the city of Izhou, no money, no food, to go to the northwest of the desolate land, pressed the opportunity. The villagers had another heated debate together about whether to go to Jianzhou or not. Qing Yun just listened from the sidelines. She also didn't expect the escape journey to be so arduous. Qing Yun analyzed it. If King Jin is really kind to the people, it is a good place to go. Although Jianzhou was located in a barren and desolate land, it had little impact on Qing Yun. The land is barren, she can transform it. Anymore, he still had the super seeds developed by Mordecai in his space, which could be sown normally in the barren land. Food is not a problem as long as you can settle down and farm and labor with peace of mind. And for ordinary people, it's enough to be able to eat and drink. Since there is no way out now, why not try Jianzhou City? Qing Yun secretly decided to speak to her family about wanting to go to Jianzhou. Shin's family actually thought they could go to Jianzhou and try it out. Now that Qing Yun said she wanted to go, the two sides hit it off. Shin immediately patted the decision and said, "Okay, go to Jianzhou. We got here safely thanks to Lao Wu's daughter-in-law. Wherever Old Five's daughter-in-law says to go, our family will go." Chapter 130. With the support of Shin's family, Qing Yun immediately made her decision public in the ranks of those fleeing the country. Our family is planning to go to Jianzhou. Would you all like to follow? If you are willing to go to Jianzhou, join me there. If you don't want to go, then we'll leave you here, and you'll all find your own way out. Hearing Qing Yun say that she was going to Jianzhou, most of the fleeing team expressed their willingness to go there together. Everyone knew Qing Yun's good skills. If she didn't follow her and broke away from the group, I was afraid that sooner or later, she would be eaten to the bone by those stragglers. There were also a few individual families who wanted to try their luck in Kyoto. But in the end, it was impossible to resist the fact that everyone followed Qing Yun to Jianzhou. With so few of them, how can they have the strength to reach Kyoto safely? At this time, Zhao's wife began to sing the opposite tune. Jinzhou is so poor, if we go there, we can't grow any food, and will starve to death. Might as well take my chances in Kyoto. Even if you can't settle down, there are many powerful people in Kyoto, so if you go there and find some casual work, you can still survive. Jinzhou is so far away, thousands of miles to blindly toss around, simply have a brain pit. Hearing what old wife Xiao said, Qing Yun sneered. Since you don't want to go, then don't go, no one is forcing you. Village Chief Xiao, this kind of person please drive out of my sight. If I take her, no one from your Zhao village will follow me. No one in Zhao's village was a fool. If you don't follow Qing Yun, you're really going to die. No one would offend Qing Yun because of wife Xiao. The mayor of Zhao's village immediately gave orders and drove Zhao's wife's family out of the group. Their luggage, their stuff, all thrown out. Zhao's wife took a look at the situation and then rolled around on the ground. Why are you kicking us out? We're not leaving! Village Chief Zhao looked at the shrew with cold eyes. Since you think everyone has a pit in their head before they go to Jinzhou, you should find another way out, so why bother following us? In the future, you and we should stay away from each other, and don't come back to disturb Lady Gu's purity. Zhao Wangkai hurriedly pleaded. Village Chief, my mother was confused and said the wrong thing. I'll bring her up to apologize to everyone. I want to go to Jinzhou. My mother's decision doesn't represent me. Widow Lu chimed in. Right, Village Chief, that's Zhao Wangcai's mother's business. She can't make decisions for me. I'm going to Jinzhou too. Village Chief Xiao said with a stern face, you are a family, and you will have to help pay for the decisions made by Wangkai Nyang. All right, no more bullshit. From now on, your family's affairs will have no more to do with our Zhao village. Sheltering you to Yinzhou's city is benevolent enough. In the future, if you speak out of turn and offend Lady Gu, I'll have your legs broken. Village Chief Xiao had actually been unable to stand this family for a long time. It had brought shame to their entire Zhao village in the first place. Now it's even more often to make a death wish, offending Lady Gu, and even if you don't want to live yourself, you're afraid of involving them in the Zhao family village. The people of Zhao's village were also fed up with this family, and they were all worried that they would drag them down with them. So when they were thrown out, none of them helped. Zhao's wife sat on the ground bawling. None of the people in Zhao's village took any notice of her. Her trick of crying and hanging herself won't work half as well for those who know her. Zhao Wangkai was infuriated as he looked at his old mother, who was rolling around on the ground and making a scene. If she didn't have the brains to bleep, where would she have gotten into this mess? He gritted his teeth and rushed at Zhao's wife. Mother, I'm going to be killed by you. Zhao's wife heard her baby son's accusation, and even complained. How was I to know that Gu Nyangzi was so petty, she couldn't even whine a little? Chapter 131. Why don't you remember? Have you suffered fewer losses at her hands? Widow Lu mocked in a conspiratorial manner. As soon as wife Zhao heard Widow Lu talking about herself, she immediately became enraged. You bitch, you're now living with my Wangkai. I'm your mother-in-law, how do you speak to me? Don't know the rules at all. Wife Xiao held her own, but Widow Lu didn't buy it. Qin was a good one to hold, she was not. Widow Lu snorted coldly. I'm just telling the truth. You won't even tell me the truth? If you hadn't talked nonsense, would you have gotten me and Wangkai involved? Zhao Wangkai was also on Widow Lu's side. If he didn't speak blindly, would he have offended Qing Yun? Mother, come on, this matter was originally your fault. What's wrong with Lu saying a few words? In the future, you remember, can't afford to offend people don't go to mess with, their own bad luck to suffer even if, will also bring harm to us. Lu spoke, Zhao wife's all kinds of nitpicking, and his own son said she could only shut up resentfully. But that look in Zhao's wife's eyes, she couldn't wait to eat Lu. In the past, when she taught Qin a lesson, her son never said a word. Now teaching Lu a lesson, her son protects her in every way. Sure enough, a foxy girl is a foxy girl. It's just an extraordinary skill to lull men into a frenzy. If I had known this, I would have bitten the bullet and not let Lu live with her son, saving myself the aggravation now. Zhao Wangcai's family was kicked out and found themselves a place to rest. Even though they were kicked out of the team, they still made plans to follow their family wherever Qing Yun and the others went when the time came. You can't stop the road and not let them go, can you? There's nothing you can do with them if you're thick-skinned enough. On this side of the fleeing team, Song Jian heard that Qing Yun was going to Jianzhou, and arched his hand towards her. Lady Gu, you're going to Jianzhou, and I, Song, am going to the capital city, so it will be out of the way, and I can only part ways here. Thank you for taking care of me on this journey, Qing Yun said in a faint voice. Boss Song is polite. Farewell at this point, wishing Boss Song a safe journey. After Yinzhou, the escape route will be relatively much safer. Song Jian should be able to reach Kyoto safely even without her shelter. Song Jian let the underlings of the family pack their luggage and prepare to enter Yinzhou city. It takes 10 taels of silver for one person to enter the city, which per people can't afford to take, but for Song Jian, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. As he prepared to enter the city with his family and servants, Song Jian suddenly thought of something and rushed Qing Yun. Lady Gu, this token is for you. If the girl encounters any trouble in the future that can't be solved, take this token to the Songji Trading Company for help. We, Sungki merchants, have stores in many counties and prefectures. As long as the girl can find the Songji Merchant Company and take this token, she can order them at will. Qing Yun wasn't polite with Song Jian. Putting the token away, Qing Yun said thanks. Since I have received benefits from others, I have to return something as a courtesy. So Qing Yun pulled out a medicine bottle from her pocket. This is a special medicine for treating trauma. It's effective. If you accidentally suffer trauma on the road, open and take it. Song Jian was aware of Qing Yun's ability. Since it was something given by Qing Yun, it must be good and useful. Song Jian smiled and took it. Thank you, Lady Gu. After taking their things, Song Jian's family went into the city. Qing Yun looked at Divine Dr. Fong. Master, aren't you going to Kyoto? Chapter 132. Now do we go ahead with the plan, or do we follow the apprentice to Jianzhou? Originally, Divine Dr. Fong went to Kyoto this time to treat the Empress Dowager and recuperate her body. Now looking at the current royal family ignoring the common people, allowing so many people to be displaced, the powerful and wealthy only care about their own enjoyment, ignoring the living. This kind of selfish and self-interested royal family, why should he bother to heal them and get rid of their illnesses? Divine Dr. Fong waved his hand. Not going! Wherever my disciple goes, my master will follow. You are the master's close disciple. The master has to give you all his skills before he can let go. In fact, Divine Dr. Fong wanted to rely on Qing Yun to dilly-dally behind her, and imparting medical skills was just an excuse. This excuse is grand and reasonable. In addition to wanting to rely down to dabble in food and drink, there was also the fact that Divine Dr. Fong felt that this disciple of his was truly gifted. Learns things quickly and has a knack for forgetting things. What it takes others a month to master, she can figure out in 3 days. So if he taught her everything, he estimated that Qing Yun would be able to learn for a year or 2 at the most before she was blue. Divine Dr. Fong was certain that this disciple of his would definitely surpass him in terms of medical attainments in the future. The blue is better than the blue, and that's what he wants to see more than anything else. Qing Yun knew that Divine Dr. Fong would say this, and smiled faintly. Master, follow my disciple, and my disciple will definitely be filial to your old man. Divine Dr. Fong laughed brightly a few times. This girl is getting more and more appealing. The relationship between the two is not only like master and disciple, but also like a forgotten friend. When it was time to eat, everyone started cooking. Qing Yun's side also got ready. She told the people in the fleeing team to try to keep a low profile, eat some coarse food, and simply fill their stomachs. There are so many people fleeing here, if you eat too well, you'll inevitably be missed. The fleeing villagers understand this. Even though they had quite a bit of meat in their hands, they were only eating simple roughage at the moment. Zhao Wan's eyes sighed. Wife Xiao also started to prepare lunch. Earlier they had taken money to resupply in Yenzhou City, and now they had quite a lot of fine grain in their hands, and bacon too. Zhao's wife has a big mouth. It's been a journey of screwed up hearts. Now that we're finally in a safe place, we can't let go of the food and soothe our broken hearts. Zhou's wife made an instant decision to make a bacon casserole. Of course, you don't want to put too much bacon in the rice, just a little bit, and the rice will be flavored with bacon. Zhao Weifei was going to make bacon casserole, and neither Zhao Wankai nor Lu objected because they were also craving for it. Who would say no to being able to eat a delicious meal? Zhao's wife was enthusiastically busy. Soon, the smell of rice mixed with bacon in the pot wafted far away. A large number of refugees have gathered outside this Izhou city. These people who have fled are basically out of ammunition. Smelling such a strong smell of meat at this moment, their body's instinctive reaction made them become incredibly excited. Meat! It's meat flavor! Yes, the smell of white rice and meat! Who eats so well? It smells so good! Many people gulped desperately into their stomachs. Where is it? Whose house did it? Many people sniffed the scent and began to look for it. Bitter old lady Zhao, before the bacon casserole was ready, was surrounded by a large group of refugees. Old lady Zhao's face changed instantly, and she looked at these hungry ghosts with vigilance and fear. Chapter 133. You! What do you guys want? Seeing the hungry wolf-like eyes of these people, staring at the rice in her pot, Zhao's wife panicked and questioned. Auntie, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Yes, Auntie, do you still have fine grain and meat in your house? Auntie, what are you eating at your house? Zhao's wife replied in a bad mood. What does what my family eats have to do with you? It's not for you to eat, so get out of here and don't get any ideas. At this time, a middle-aged woman holding a skinny child knelt in front of Zhao's wife and prayed. Auntie, my baby hasn't eaten for several days and is almost starving. Auntie, please do me a favor and give my baby a bite to eat. If we don't have anything else to eat, my baby will starve to death. One man knelt and prayed, and the others followed suit. Yes, we haven't eaten for days. Auntie, do us a favor and give us a bite to eat. Just be kind and help us, we're really hungry. Give us a little share, a bite of food will do, we're so hungry. To the crowd of people who wanted to come and share their rations, disgust was written all over Mrs. Zhao's face. No, we don't have enough for our own family, how can we give you any? Saying that, Zhao's wife began to drive people away. Unfortunately, when these people see food, they can't walk anywhere. In their eyes, it's not the rice in the pot, it's their salvation. If you eat it, you can survive a few more days, if you don't, you could die today. So at this moment, Zhao's wife kicked people out, and they took it all as if they couldn't hear. Seeing that these people didn't leave, Zhao's wife shouted even louder. Are you going to leave? If you don't go, I'm going to hit you. After Zhao's wife finished speaking, these people not only didn't leave, but instead rushed to the pot in a swarm, swarming and grabbing the bacon casserole in the pot. These people no longer cared about burning their mouths, and one by one, they were picking at their mouths. Zhao's wife, seeing that her family's bacon and rice had been robbed, was so anxious and angry that she cursed angrily at these people. You black-hearted people, stop it now! Unfortunately, even if Mrs. Zhao's voice was hoarse, these hungry refugees didn't give a damn about her. These people were grabbing for a mouthful of grain, and Ao's wife didn't dare to come forward to stop them. This is something that if you go to block, you might get brutally beaten up in the chaos. Wife Zhao thought about it, it's just a pot of rice. If you take it away, you can't starve for a short time as you still have food in your house. But as soon as Zhao's wife had done a good job of reassuring herself, some of the refugees responded as well, thinking that she must still have food in stock, and rummaged through their family's luggage. There's food here! And meat! Seeing that Zhao Wansai's family had quite a lot of grain in stock, these refugees all had glittering eyes and swarmed to loot. Those who robbed red-eyed and failed to grab the grain turned to rob Zhao's wife's clothes and bedding. Now that we are in early winter weather, if you don't have warm clothing, you will freeze to death if you don't starve to death. So whether it's food or clothing, it's hard currency. Zhao's wife had originally been robbed of a pot of rice and didn't think anything of it. But right now, her family's belongings were about to be looted, and Zhao's wife was completely flustered. Zhao's wife rushed forward and tried to stop the men. Stop it! Don't rob my house, you robbers! I'll report you to the police and arrest you! Where would these refugees who were scrambling for supplies be afraid because old lady Zhao said to report to the officials? The government doesn't care about the deaths of so many refugees on the outskirts of the city. Can it care about this kind of shit? Not to mention robbing things, Even if it's murder and arson, the government won't step in to take care of it. In this world, human life is just about the least valuable. Not only did Zhao's wife not stop these people, she was also overturned by the crowd and fell heavily on her butt. Chapter 134. Zhao, old lady after all, a handful of years old, body bones simply cannot withstand the toss, this fall, the pain on the ground wailing. Wonkai, hurry up and stop them. That's all the supplies we have left. If everything is robbed, we won't live. Without food and warm clothing, it is difficult for the gods to live. Zhao Wonkai also knew the seriousness of this and rushed forward to stop these people. But how could Zhao Wonkai stop these hungry and red-eyed refugees? Zhao Wonkai was directly knocked to the ground by these people, and in no time at all, he was a bloody mess and broke his breath. When Zhao's wife took a look at this situation, she didn't care about the things that had been robbed in her house. She rolled and crawled and rushed to her son, shouting at Zhao Wonkai. Wonkai, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't you scare mother. Zhao Wonkai didn't say anything back and lay on the ground motionless. Zhao wifey instantly had a bad feeling and reached out her hand, probing Zhao Wonkai's nostrils, and then her whole heart instantly fell to the bottom. Zhao Wonkai is out of breath. Her son died like that. If you're not dead, how can you be out of breath? Wife Zhao thought it was impossible and probed her son's nose again. Dead? Dead? Wife Zhao's mind went blank. She's had one son in her life. He's her heaven, he's her life. Now that my son is dead, my own sky has fallen. Zhao's wife cried her heart out. Wonkai, don't scare mother. You wake up. How can I live if you're gone? Wonkai, wake up. The commotion on the Zhao wife's side was so loud that the people of the Xin and Zhao villages also saw it. Their family suffered such a calamity, and everyone could not help but sympathize a little. But there was only a drop of sympathy. It is certainly pitiful that Zhao Wonkai was killed by the refugees in this way. But what about the reason for the body inquiry? It's not like the family had it coming. Isn't it good to follow the team obediently? You have to go and mouth off and offend Lady Gu. This wouldn't have happened if we hadn't broken away from the group. With so many people in the team, those refugees wouldn't dare to just come up and fight for the supplies. Also getting kicked off the team and not laying low. With so many of them, they didn't dare to flaunt their presence, and heeding the words of Lady Gu, they only took out some coarse food to deal with a mouthful, trying not to attract the attention of the refugees. Even though there were more people in their fleeing party, there were more refugees outside this city. It's a huge crowd, tens of thousands of people. With these many people swarming around them, even if the people from their two villages were powerful, they certainly wouldn't be able to withstand them. And how stupid is Zhao's wife? How dare you make bacon casserole for a family of just 3? This is not the same as openly informing these refugees to come and rob her of her food. She has food and meat here. Zhao Wonkai is dead. It's all because of Zhao wife's mother. If Zhao's wife hadn't committed suicide, she wouldn't have been sent away in vain. Zhao's wife hugged her son and cried for a long time, and the house was basically ransacked. Village Chief Zhao sighed silently and didn't say a word after all. Chapter 135. Poor people have to be hated. Zhou's wife is the answer to that. After Zhao's wife had dried her tears, she suddenly remembered something and came to the fleeing team, rushing to Divine Dr. Fang. Divine Doctor, go and take a look at my son to see if he can still be saved. Someone from the Zhao village said. He is a divine doctor, not an immortal. Your family's Wonkai is broken, and you still want someone else's miracle doctor to help bring him back from the dead? These words directly snuffed out the tiny bit of thought and hope that remained in Zhao's wife's heart. Then Zhao's wife continued to bawl. Wonkai, my son, you died a terrible death. Zhao's wife cried and yelled at Qing Yun like a madman. It's all you. If you hadn't kicked us out of the team, my son wouldn't have died. You're the one who killed my family, Wonkai. If she hadn't been so incompetent, facing Qing Yun as a murderer, Mrs. Zhao would have wanted to kill her with a knife. Qing Yun looked at old wife Zhao with cold eyes. No, it wasn't me who killed your son, it was you. I won't kick your family out if you don't provoke me. You won't attract the attention of the refugees if you don't flaunt it, and make some kind of bacon and rice. You're the mother who killed your son with your own hands, and I'm not taking the blame. People from the Xin and Zhao villages helped Qing Yun. That's right, Zhao wifey, you killed your son yourself, don't you dare to blame it on the other Gu woman. But if you were in your right mind, your family Wankai wouldn't have died. You did this to yourself, so don't you dare falsely accuse someone else, Lady Gu. Why can't you reflect on yourself when your son is dead and you're thinking of dumping it on someone else? Although Zhao's wife understood in her heart, she would never admit that it was her fault. Stop it, you're all Qing Yun's lapdogs. We are obviously from the same village, all from the same clan. When our family was robbed, none of them helped. You're all accomplices in the death of my family, Wang Kai. Looking at wife Zhao, who was still doing what she was doing, everyone thought the guy was crazy. Reasoning with this kind of lunatic is purely a matter of talking to a cow. Village Chief Zhao snorted coldly, for people like you who are fancying themselves to death, we have no obligation or free time to help. Zhao, don't mess around. Now that Zhao Wankai is dead, for the sake of all being of the same clan, I will send someone to bury him. If not for the fact that Zhao Wankai was a member of the Zhao family village, they wouldn't have cared if the body was exposed to the wilderness. Zhao's wife experienced the pain of losing her son, and her psychological defenses completely collapsed as she cried her heart out. Overwhelmed with grief, he cried himself out. For the sake of being a member of the same village, Village Chief Zhao arranged for people to take care of Zhao's wife, and then had them carry Zhao Wankai away to be buried. Zhao Wankai's body can't be hung out to dry, it will stink, not to mention that the body's decomposition will easily cause infectious diseases. Seeing that Zhao Wankai was dead, Qin's expression faded. She had long since lost any semblance of affection for this man. Even if she dies a horrible death, she won't shed a single tear. Qin even felt that it was God who had the eyes to take this scum away. Qin had several of her daughters go and kowtow before Zhao Wankai, the man who had given birth to them after all. Zhao's wife woke up again, her emotions eased a little, and she accepted the fact that Zhao Wankai was dead. Chapter 136. Now that my son is dead, it can't be changed, and I have to think about my future life. Zhao's wife wanted to rely on Qin. After all, this woman is honest and easy to hold. Relying on Qin, one can still live. Pointing at the widow Lu, that bereaved woman, her wife would die of anger if not starvation. Zhao's wife shamelessly asked Qin and her 3 daughters to give her old age, which was flatly rejected by Qin. It was clearly written in black and white on the Book of Separation. Qin and her 3 daughters had already severed their ties with Zhao Wankai so cleanly that they didn't have to give Zhao's wife a pension at all. Seeing that Qin and her 3 granddaughters didn't care about her, old wife Zhao began to play the shrewish rogue again. Unfortunately, her trick of crying and hanging herself didn't work at all. Qin didn't care about her, and no one from the Zhao village stepped in to help her. Old wife Zhao knew that she had offended Qing Yun, and that she was being isolated by everyone. Seeing that she couldn't rely on Qin, Zhao's wife could only look for Widow Lu. His own body was now so weak that he commanded Widow Lu to help himself to a glass of water. Widow Lu laughed coldly. Zhao Wankai and I haven't worshipped, we haven't gotten married, I'm not your Zhao family's daughter-in-law. Auntie, since Wankai is no longer around, you can fend for yourself in the future, from now on, let's bridge to bridge and cross the road. When Zhao's wife heard that Widow Lu wanted to get rid of her, she suddenly became angry and red-eyed. What do you mean? Do you want to leave my wife behind? You black-hearted bitch, you caused our family to be separated, Wankai just left in the front foot, and you did this to me in the back foot, what a cruel heart. Widow Lu didn't eat Yao's wife's set of words. Zhao Wankai and I weren't husband and wife in the first place, why should I be responsible for a wife like you? Besides, your son was killed by you, and I was robbed by you, so I'm not even looking for you to settle the score. You still want to rely on me? You are beautiful. After saying that, Widow Lu ignored wife Zhao and directly turned around and walked away. She had a few good looks after all, and went out to take her chances and see if she could get on the list of men she could count on. It's all up to you now. Zhao's wife looked at Widow Lu leaving and burst into tears. A wife with no one to care for her, no money and no food, cannot possibly survive in these troubled times. Zhao's wife has been reduced to this state by her own hand, and no one sympathizes with her. On Gu Qingyun's side, she was ready to rest. She discussed with Village Chief Shun and Village Chief Xiao, and set off for Jianzhou after picking up some more supplies in Yinzhou's city and preparing the food supplies needed to make the journey. The journey to Jianzhou is quite long this time, so more food must be prepared. Fortunately, she is not short of money now, and when she enters Yinzhou's city, she will prepare enough food. It's early winter now and the nights are cold. Being in the open air is definitely not as warm as being in the house. Even though their group had warm clothing and bedding, they still felt a slight chill when they slept at night, not to mention how hard it was for the refugees who didn't have warm bedding to get through the night. During the night, Qing Yun did not sleep soundly, as the sound of crying and coughing came from time to time to her ears. It wasn't their teams, it was the wailing of other refugees outside the city. Without thick blankets at night, people can easily get sick from freezing. Qing Yun also felt compassion for these poor people. This is even more true of Dr. Fang. Watching so many poor people get sick and no one to treat them is heartbreaking. If the court had been more powerful, these people would not have had to go through such suffering. Unfortunately, he is not a powerful man of the dynasty, and can only practice medicine to cure diseases, but cannot save the people of the world. Chapter 137. Watching the people suffer and not being able to help himself, Dr. Fang had a deep sense of powerlessness. This night, Divine Dr. Fang didn't sleep much either. The next day, Divine Dr. Fang took out the medicinal herbs he had with him and began to boil them. With this cold weather, many people have contracted wind chills from the cold. He's got a lot of medicine for wind cold here. Do your bit by distributing the medicine to the people. There is only so much one can do. When these refugees saw someone handing out free wind chill medicine, they rushed over to collect it. Qing Yun was originally prepared to bring people into Yinzhou's city to pick up supplies, but before she entered the city, she saw a commotion suddenly erupt outside the city. With such a big commotion, Qing Yun also looked over curiously, wanting to know what had happened. Only these people were seen gathered not far outside the city walls. The governor's daughter, what a kind heart, coming to give everyone porridge. Yes, there aren't many of these great ladies who think of the people. Qianjin Gu is one of the few people who are beautiful and kind-hearted, and has always thought of us, the people of Dawn. Yes, the whole Yinzhou, so many powerful people, but only she understands our people's not easy. It's been a few days of kanji. If it wasn't for the porridge she gave me, I guess I would have starved to death long ago. Where would I have been able to carry on until today? Hey, yes, I heard that the governor's daughter is using her own personal money to relieve our people, not the money of the government. Agu, then she's truly the reincarnation of a living god. She will be blessed in the future. No, if it wasn't for her, how many people would have starved to death? Qing Yun heard the conversation of the refugees clearly. There is only one governor of Yinzhou, and that is the original owner, her father, Gu Chang'an. There are a total of 2,000 golds in his house. One was the first eldest daughter, Qing Yun, the original owner. The other was the second daughter, Qingxue. Qingxue's own mother was not originally the first mother of the house, but an aunt. Only after the death of the original owner's mother rose to power and became the first mother of the house. Qingxue's identity followed suit, and she became the first daughter of the governor. The original owner's mind did have memories of the mother and daughter. Because of her father's favoritism and lack of interest in the original owner, she did not have a good time at home, even though she was the first eldest daughter. She was treated harshly in terms of food, clothing, and housing, and not according to the specifications expected of a first daughter. Qingxue, her younger sister, even bullied and humiliated her more often. That arrogant and domineering appearance, even if the current Qing Yun was not the original owner, recalling these past events, she was furious. Originally, Qing Yun and the Qi King's son were betrothed since childhood, but just 2 months before the original owner was about to marry into the Qi King's house, she was suddenly kidnapped while going out on the street, then was disfigured and sold, and was uprooted all the way to marry Xinyan. Based on the original owner's memories, Qing Yun then felt that this tragic encounter of the original owner must have nothing to do with Qingshue's mother and daughter. Qingxue couldn't see the original owner marrying into the Qiwang mansion, and she couldn't stand the fact that this first sister had become more scenic than her. Since she was a child, Qingxue would compare everything with the original owner, and she wanted to do everything better than Qing Yun, so naturally she couldn't see that Qing Yun's marriage was better than her own, and that she was happier than she was. This Qi Shizi first of all, not to mention his honorable status, but also a table of talent, very learned. Qing Shui had met Prince Qi and was in love with him, so how could she be willing to have the man she admired snatched away by Qing Yun? However, this is only Qing Yun's analytical guess, in the end is not still to be proved. Qing Yun was frozen in remembrance when someone next to her bumped her. It's the refugees from the Bee Chrysalis, who are all struggling to get in line for the porridge right now. Chapter 138. Seeing that Qing Yun was hit by someone, Xin Yan went forward with concern. Daughter-in-law, how are you? Did it hurt? Are you hurt? Let me take a look. Now Xin Yan, after medical treatment, his brain is getting clearer and clearer every day, and he is also getting better at caring for his daughter-in-law. Qing Yun shook her head. It's fine. Xin Yan, however, was uneasy and checked Qing Yun's body back and forth, fearing that she had been injured somewhere. After checking for a while, he found a small abrasion on Qing Yun's arm. Xin Yan's heart ached as he watched. Daughter-in-law, you still say it's fine? Look, the skin is broken. Qing Yun looked down. Well, it does hurt. It's just a little scratch. Xin Yan's performance was so exaggerated that those who didn't know would think that she had suffered multiple injuries. Qing Yun cried and laughed a little, and rushed Xin Yan. Xin Yan, I'm fine, a little injury, it doesn't hurt. Xin Yan, however, said, That won't do, even minor injuries must be handled properly to prevent minor problems from dragging into major ones. With that said, Xin Yan hurriedly ran to Divine Dr. Fang and anxiously inquired. Divine Doctor, my daughter-in-law has been injured, do you have any medicine for trauma here? Seeing that Xin Yan was in such a hurry, Divine Dr. Fang subconsciously thought that Qing Yun was more seriously injured. One's own disciple can't afford to make a mistake. He didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly pulled out the carefully developed gold wound medicine from his pocket. The medicine was ground with his own hands and was extremely potent. Normally he couldn't afford to use it himself. But the precious apprentice is different, and even the most expensive medicines must be used. Hurry up, anoint her, this medicine is very effective, anoint her and she'll be fine. Xin Yan took the medicine and hurriedly sent it to Qing Yun. Daughter-in-law, give me your hand and I'll rub your medicine. Qing Yun took a look. Good Lord, isn't this Master's treasure? He had such a small injury, and as a result, Master had pulled out all the gold wound medicine from the bottom of the box. Wasn't it too much of a waste? Qing Yun and Xin Yan said that there was no need to give her such a good medicine. Yet Xin Yan felt compelled to use it. She really doesn't need to be so nervous with just a little scratch. Qing Yun was helpless and could only allow Xin Yan to medicate herself. The medicine was applied, and the skin of the wound imparted a cold sensation that didn't hurt at all. After Xin Yan finished applying the medicine, he rushed to Qing Yun and asked, Daughter-in-law, how is it? Does the wound still hurt now? Qing Yun shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I don't feel any pain at all at this moment. Xin Yan hemmed and hawed. It's still the Divine Doctor's medicine that is good and instantly effective. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to have to follow you around so you don't get bumped again. Qing Yun had wanted to say that there was no need to be so careful. But looking at Xin Yan's determined look, after thinking about it, it was better to let this guy go. Okay, then you follow me and protect me. Xin Yan nodded heavily, protecting Qing Yun's side. More and more people are joining in to collect the porridge. There were officials and soldiers at the kanji place to maintain order, so that the refugees could line up to receive the kanji, and not to loot. The people of the Shin and Zhao villages had food of their own, so they didn't compete with the refugees for that thin porridge. There were too many refugees who had fled to this place, and with more than 10,000 people gathered, it was surely impossible for everyone to receive one. Everyone ran over to the line as quickly as possible. The further ahead in the line, the greater the chance of receiving the porridge. Chapter 139. Too far back in line and you definitely won't get it. Xin Yan shielded Qing Yun behind him, fearing that these people scrambling to line up would accidentally injure his daughter-in-law. Soon, several long lines formed. Qing Yun personally gave kanji to these refugees. Besides her, there were a couple other helpers. Qing Yun watched from afar. At this time, Qingxue was gorgeously dressed, with exquisite bead hairpin jewelry on her head. Because she had been pampered since childhood, Qingxue's skin was very good, tender and white as snow, just like her name. Her facial features were also born well, although not the kind of top-notch big beauty, it was still considered to be churlish. At least it was quite superior to the original owner's looks. But no one would have thought that under such a beautiful face, a malicious heart was hidden. Qingxue was giving kanji to the refugees with an affable smile on her face. Seeing that Qingxue not only paid for the kanji for the people herself, but also did it herself, the words of praise from the crowd became more and more enthusiastic. The governor's daughter is actually so pro-people, she doesn't mind us bottom feeders at all. Yes, a girl with such a beautiful person and a kind heart is truly the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Such a person should be the mistress of Yinzhou. With such a person in place, Yinzhou will be more prosperous. I heard that originally the Prince of Qi was going to marry another daughter of the governor. But that Qianjin's sudden whereabouts are unknown, and if Prince Qi marries this Qianjin, it would truly be a match made in heaven. If she can become the prince consort of Qi and become the future mistress of Yinzhou, the people of Yinzhou will be blessed. The people around them spoke highly of Qingxue. When Qing Yun, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene, her mouth only coldly spat out two words, show off. But it's just a show. A selfish person like Qingxue can think about the people? It's really laughable. In the original owner's memory, once Qingxue went out on the street, a beggar accidentally stepped on her feet and soiled her shoes. Qingxue was furious and ordered her men to break the beggar's legs. Such a person, you say that she has a big heart and sympathy for the people, it is simply heavenly. Most of the people who contributed money and effort to give the people kanji were trying to build up a glorious image in front of the public. Or maybe they want to use public opinion to achieve something. From these people's conversations, Qing Yun vaguely guessed something. Qi Wang's son. This Qingxue mostly wants to be the future mistress of Yinzhou. With the people's support and her own good family history, perhaps King Qi would really consider making Qingxue the world consort. When Xinyan heard the words coming out of Qing Yun's mouth, he asked curiously, "Daughter-in-law, what does putting on a show mean?" Qing Yun met Xinyan's eyes full of curiosity, and he explained, "Showmanship is a willful performance to do. In fact, the intention is not to do so, but for this or that purpose, only to do so. Do good is only the external means of performance, the actual or for their own selfish desires." After listening to Qing Yun's explanation, Xinyan nodded with seeming understanding. He glanced at Qing Yun, "Daughter-in-law, I know, it does look like this woman is putting on a show to me. Coming to give the people kanji and dressing so flamboyantly like an opera singer, the traces of performance are too obvious." Qing Yun did not expect Xinyan to get it at a glance. This guy, his brain is getting smarter. "Yeah, she's just putting on a show." Xinyan snorted coldly in Qingxue's direction. "Fake good guy, hypocritical." Qing Yun laughed lightly. "Let her be if she likes to put on a show. At least it's a good thing for the people, everyone can eat kanji to fill their stomachs." Xinyan nodded along. Qing Yun didn't bother about Qingxue either. Chapter 140. She's going into town now to pick up some groceries. After the stuff is picked up, it's time to leave for Jianzhou. But before she departed, she had to make a trip to the governor's residence. The original owner was kidnapped and sent to Bai. She had to ask the mother and daughter face to face to find out the truth. If they really did it, Qing Yun must avenge the original owner. Since they had taken up someone's body, what they owed to the original owner was what they owed to her. And she was a person who could not afford to suffer, and would always pay back when she had an axe to grind. Qing Yun rushed Xinyan and said, "Go, let's go into the city." "Yes." Qing Yun led a group of strong and sturdy lads picked out of the team. This time, I was going to purchase more things, and I couldn't move them without strength. In addition, Village Chief Shin and Village Chief Xiao had arranged for manpower to meet them outside the city. When they had picked up things from Yinzhou and left the city, they were immediately protected by thousands of people to prevent the supplies from being looted by the refugees. "Good thing they have horses," Shin village head asked the village carpenter to make a carriage frame that can pull goods, so that they can go into the city to buy and pull goods. When ready, Qing Yun took a total of 20 people from the village into Yinzhou's city. 20 people is not a small number, and the cost for one person to enter the city is 10 taels of silver. 20 people is 200 taels of silver. Thanks to Qing Yun's hand of silver money, otherwise this into the city costs are not together. Qing Yun paid the money and entered Yinzhou's city. Inside the city, a carriage was just about to leave the city. The one sitting in this carriage was no other than the Prince of Qi, Xiaoling. Xiaoling's carriage stopped at the city gate. Looking at the whimpering refugees, Xiaoling's mood was heavy. Father has been preoccupied with the issue of refugees for some time now. He had previously resettled a large number of refugees, and the city's ability to digest them was really limited. There are more and more refugees. Yinzhou's city can't hold so many people. They have also been applying to the imperial court for supplies to aid these fleeing people, but unfortunately there has been no response from the imperial side. They can only drag this out hard. Now watching the people suffer, as the future master of Yinzhou, Xiaoling's heart is heavy. I went out of the city today to check on the situation of the refugees outside the city. In a few short days, the scene outside the city became even more alarming. Not only are there more and more refugees, but it's getting colder as winter progresses. These refugees had no warm clothing or bedding at all, and many of them were freezing and getting sick. If this continues, so many people will surely starve and freeze to death. Xiaoling felt the need to discuss with his own father again, failing which he would mobilize the money of the royal family to aid the refugees. The court does not care, but the Yinzhou cannot care. Human life is greater than heaven. But even if all the money of the royal family was taken out, how many people could be saved? Xiaoling couldn't help but sigh. As he was worried, he suddenly saw a kanji giving procession outside the city. Xiaoling rushed his men and ordered, "Go and inquire who is giving kanji." "Yes." Xiaoling's men immediately went over to inquire. Inquire and immediately report the news with Xiaoling. "Back to my son, it's the daughter of Governor Gu's family who's giving out kanji, saying that she's been coming over here to give kanji to the refugees for several days in a row. With her own personal money, she relieved many people. These past few days, if she hadn't given out kanji, it's estimated that quite a few people would have starved to death." Xiaoling nodded his head in response as he listened to his men's report, and his gaze once again turned to the kanji-giving team.